accident. But these three items have crossed the line. They are a threat to lives. What compromise is there to discuss? Yet, there remains some rationality, knowing that tearing faces completely would bring no benefits. I propose that the leading country take charge and send people to conduct a nuclear safety inspection throughout the entire underground city cluster of the headquarters. Subsequently, a comprehensive inspection of all research and combat readiness bases should be carried out. No underground city should be left out. Finally, a worldwide thorough elimination of nuclear hazards should be executed. The speaker assigned the task to the leading country, as it is the only nation globally that has no capital infiltration. For safety's sake, just like the initial decision to entrust the construction of the planetary engines primarily to this nation. At this moment, there truly seems to be no other reliable solution. Chapter 200 Acting Director Soon, the supervisor was summoned. Seeing a group of high-ranking officials, he showed no signs of panic. After all, he was an organized person with confidence. He only trusts the organization, and external matters, authority, power, influence, held little significance for him. Hence he remained calm. Thank you for your research achievements. They have eliminated a significant hazard in City 1. How difficult is it to manufacture such equipment? With the base's production capacity, 3 units could be assembled in a day. And if more production resources were allowed, even more could be produced. Very good. What? You previously submitted a report to expand the inspection range, but it wasn't approved? After chatting for a while, one vice speaker became furious and asked, "Who is your superior?" Chu Xian. Everyone's gaze turned towards the vice speaker of the leading country. Before he could speak, the supervisor quickly added, "Vice Director Chu did approve it, but according to feedback from the back end, Director Andre said to postpone it." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sharply turned towards the speaker. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. After all, beneath their feet lay 3 weapons capable of erasing the underground city from the map. Who could remain calm? According to general behavioral principles, anyone obstructing could harbor ill intentions. And Director Andre from the Planetary Development Bureau was an associate of the speaker. Who else would they look at? Seeing this, the speaker was also taken aback. Damn. So it was that matter. Initially, Andre sought approval, and he felt it unnecessary, hence he gave the instruction to postpone. Unforeseen now, this situation is a complete disaster. I suggest isolating and reviewing Andre. It's simply dereliction of duty. Exactly. Agreed. Several vice speakers voiced their advice, and as for sparing the speaker's feelings, they were practically sending their entire group to ruin. Now, in their anger, they couldn't care less about that. What else could the speaker say? He certainly couldn't take the blame for this. Subordinates, after all. It's just that when something goes wrong, someone has to take the blame for the leaders. Thus, an isolation inspection order was quickly signed, and personnel from the Administrative Internal Affairs Department and the Security Department were dispatched to the Planetary Development Agency. At this moment, Chu Xian was closely monitoring the effects of a significant event and was quite satisfied as it met expectations. Those 3 were not his doing. When he first came to the headquarters, he discovered one through his mental perception, which startled him at the time, feeling that the headquarters was too complex, filled with temptations and dangers. Initially, he thought it was an official self-destruct device, but later realized it wasn't. It was the means of those madmen. If the authorities really pushed them to the limit, they could simply let everyone ascend to the sky at once. In the end, they would just find a scapegoat. And everything could be covered up. Not only here, but throughout the headquarters urban area, a total of 18 were discovered, and even in some important underground cities. Similar findings were made. It was outrageous, yet it aligned with the thinking of the madmen. In order to avoid being under the threat of sudden disaster. After returning to Earth, he made adjustments to those things in the headquarters urban area to prevent anyone from being unexpectedly sent to the sky. Additionally, his subordinates conducted a global carpet inspection and found that the conglomerates had indeed set up quite a lot, much like the mushroom-infested Mosin base, with nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons all present. Those conglomerates even buried genetic weapons in some underground cities, which should serve as a last resort. If it came down to life and death, as a threat, some people simply could not be left alive. This significant event was just a trigger. Next, it was time to take advantage of the chaos and infiltrate and develop into the final phase. This mess on Earth, if not for the need to regain fortune, Chu Xian would hardly bother to clean it up, but since he was going to clean it, he intended to do it thoroughly. Those who unfortunately became his enemies, well, dead enemies are the best kind. At the same time, once he dealt with the trash, the Star Organization could also surface. He had once considered remaining completely in the dark, but later felt it unnecessary. There was no need. It was about strength. There was nothing to hide. And it wasn't an evil organization. Of course, surfacing didn't mean announcing it globally. It would only be known within a certain range, much like the influence of the conglomerates. To the average person, it appeared vague and elusive, but those in the upper and middle levels were aware and accepted its existence. This kind of surfacing was not about making a global announcement. While reviewing the materials, Chu Xian was called by Andre to attend a meeting. As usual, it was just about being quiet. Now that the elite immigration plan was nearing its conclusion, considering time constraints, the last batch of personnel had boarded and set off. This meant that the deputy directors and Andre were free, each thinking about how to transfer out of the development agency for a better position. Chu, are you interested in working in another position? Andre was quite optimistic about Chu Xian, seeing him as the perfect candidate among his subordinates. If he could work alongside him, that would be quite good. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian looked at him strangely, and just then, the door was pushed open, and a group of people directly approached Director Andre. Director Andre, according to the speaker's order, you are to be subjected to an isolation review. What do you mean? This is impossible. Andre was stunned, not understanding the situation. Just yesterday, he was having tea with the speaker, and today he was facing an isolation review. What a joke. Take him away. Without giving him time to react, they directly escorted him out of the conference room. As they left, he heard the voice of the leader. Deputy Director Chu, this is the document confirming your appointment as acting director. It has taken effect. Hearing this, Andre felt completely unwell. Just a moment ago, he was asking Chu Xian if he wanted to take on a new position. In the next minute, it was directly realized, but the new position was his own. My goodness, is it really this dramatic? He would not accept. Looking at Andre being taken away, the other 3 deputy directors in the conference room were trembling. They had felt that working in the development department was a high-risk job, and indeed, just a few moments ago, 3 former directors had stepped down. Now even Andre, who was close to the speaker, was being taken away so ceremoniously. What to do? Is the next round going to be us? This is so terrifying. After reading the new appointment, the staff from the General Affairs Office left. Soon after, pairs of eyes turned to Chu Xian, who was now one of the few remaining high-level officials in the development department, practically an elder. Deputy Chu, no, Director Chu. Congratulations. It's well-deserved. Feel free to give any orders. They were all seasoned veterans, knowing exactly what to say at this moment. With a new director, there's always a burst of energy. They hoped Chu Xian wouldn't burn them. Reflecting back, it seemed they hadn't done anything wrong to Chu Xian. In fact, they had respected him quite a bit. There had been no requests he didn't approve, or any that were discounted. Phew. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, or they would have been in trouble. Listening to the compliments, Chu Xian raised his hand to quiet the room. The meaning of the acting director did not completely equate to assuming the director's position. The administrative level remained unchanged at 5. Therefore, even if he was to be happy, it was not the right time. Especially since there were already several people of that level among their own. Alright, I know everyone is not in the mood for a meeting right now, so let's disperse. However, the work that needs to be done cannot be discounted. Upon hearing this, the 3 deputy directors all assured him again as they left the conference room. Indeed, as Chu Xian had said, they were all in a daze. They were eager to find out why Andre had been taken away. It was completely unexpected. Why didn't the speaker protect him? Where would they go from here? In short, everyone felt as if their hearts were being scratched like cats, wanting to quickly find their own backers to ask about the situation. After the people left, only Chu Xian and Han Duoduo remained in the conference room. At this moment, Han Duoduo's beautiful face was filled with admiration. While others were running around and using various means to get promoted and accumulating qualifications, what about He Xiangu? He didn't run around or send gifts. He just focused on doing his job. Positions are rising rapidly, as if heaven is favoring him and eager to promote him. Who else in this world can experience such fortune? The joy in his heart is almost overflowing. Unfortunately, he is still thinking about the first meeting hosted by Chu Xian. During the previous meetings led by Andre, Chu Xian was mostly just going through the motions. She followed suit, doodling away, drawing Chu Xian, still drawing Chu Xian. Now, Brother Xian has become the head of the development agency. As an assistant, she wants to jot down notes quickly, but the meeting ends with just one sentence. A bit disappointed, she'll have to wait for next time. Brother Xian, I'll go find out some information. She quickly tries to take some initiative. No need. Chu Xian waves his hand. First, familiarize yourself with the duties of the director's assistant. No need to dig for information. The parliament must have sufficient reasons. We just need to do our jobs well. Outside the development agency, in the car, Andre meets someone, the shadow secretary of the speaker. There are some uncomfortable matters that this person represents. Why? He feels disgruntled. A major incident has occurred. Although it doesn't directly involve you, it still has implications. This time, even the speaker can't protect you. What major incident? Andre asks. Do you remember an application from a few days ago regarding a nuclear radiation inspection device? Yes. Today. That supervisor went to the academy for certification. Initially, it wasn't a big deal, but there were major findings during full power operation. 3 nuclear weapons. Located in the first underground city, enough to send everyone to the heavens, and they have been buried for many years. Such matters are supposed to be classified and shouldn't be shared with Andre. However, To prevent him from making wild accusations, they must inform him. Moreover, this incident cannot be concealed for long. Soon, the powerful factions will know, if they don't already. The situation has suddenly become complicated and headache-inducing. What? Who placed them? Those people? Are they insane? After hearing this, Andre trembles all over. Even knowing those people are crazy, he never expected them to be this reckless. Nuclear weapons buried in the central hub? My God, how dare they? Although he has no direct involvement, a dereliction of duty and inaction leaves him unable to refute it. Is it the speaker's instructions? That's a death wish. Helpless, he can only take the blame himself. Fortunately, he is not a participant, it's merely a mistake. And he shouldn't be discarded. After the review, everything should be fine. However, the director position is out of the question. 2 disciplinary actions in 1 month. And the speaker can't cover for him. Do you know what to say? Understood. Andre nods, knowing he can feign ignorance. At most, he would receive a disciplinary action, followed by a temporary suspension, and then it would be over. He can only say his luck is too bad. Why is Chu Xian acting as the director? Andre asks. What do you think? Right, he realizes. Among the 3 deputy directors, none have the seniority of Chu Xian. She is the first and theoretically the successor in line for the director. As long as there are no parachute appointments, the position can only go to Chu Xian. And now, who would want to take the helm of this sinking ship at the development agency? It's a disaster waiting to happen. Moreover, with the 3 deputy directors and a director stepping down, as they say, it might be bad feng shui. Chapter 202. Major reshuffle. As the shadow secretary of the chairman suspected, there are no impenetrable walls. In less than an hour, the influential factions learned that the 3 bombs in City Number 1 had been disarmed. What? They found out. Who? A research base supervisor with new equipment that can detect nuclear materials within a 10-kilometer range and completely ignores barriers? Upon receiving the news, everyone felt a bit uneasy. If this matter was discovered, it would be catastrophic. It was like having a stash of magazines found by one's parents under the bed. The situation was extremely awkward. What to do? Soon, all the hidden dangers in the underground headquarters would be eliminated. That equipment was simply too powerful. Even buried 10 kilometers deep, it could still be found. Damn it. Were the intelligence people incompetent? Such an important technological breakthrough. How could there be no news at all? This puzzled everyone. Normally, such results would trigger alerts, leading to immediate destruction or even the elimination of the personnel involved in the research. Did the intelligence team become careless? Damn it. Punishment must be severe. For now, denying responsibility was useless. They could only find someone to take the fall. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Could they just say they were unaware? This was no small mistake. It had nearly sent someone to the top. And they wouldn't rest until they got to the bottom of it. Moreover, this wasn't just ordinary weaponry. It was nuclear weapons. General factions could never get their hands on such things, and finding someone to take the blame required someone of considerable weight. Suddenly, the secret communication channel erupted in noise. Who to take the fall? Minor players didn't qualify. Just then, amidst the discussion, one of the family S. butlers reported, "Not good. The leader of our intelligence team has gone to the security department and submitted some incriminating evidence against us." This was adding fuel to the fire. Was there a chance to silence him? It was too late. He had already confessed, but fortunately, he didn't know much and would only implicate some intermediaries. Then let them go. Yes. Sacrifice the pawn to protect the king, a conventional operation. After giving the orders, he noticed that the entire communication channel had fallen unusually silent. Through the screen, the family leader noticed their expressions were somewhat unscrupulous. What do you mean by that? Nothing special, just a little hint. The self-reported intelligence team leader was, of course, a person from the organization. Those factions thought the information he revealed was limited. However, such information could be expanded. In no time, countless individuals were implicated, with scandalous revelations coming one after another, as names were crossed off the list. Meanwhile, some of their own, already in high positions, began to maneuver and compete, quickly filling those roles. The infiltration plan, which had nearly stalled due to touching core interests, once again began to make significant strides forward. In the following week, it could be said that the winds were tumultuous. A series of events on the official front left people dazzled. Reviews, arrests, dismissals. It is unclear how many people have been involved. The discovery of 18 hidden threats in the entire headquarters city cluster is alarming. In order to wrap things up, the conglomerates are also taking continuous actions. Deaths, disappearances, scapegoating. Various dramas are unfolding, and they have paid a heavy price just to stabilize the situation. There have been thoughts of using some genetic weapons as a threat, but that is a last resort and not to be used lightly. As long as there is no total annihilation, there is no need for mutual destruction. After this round, our strength has been greatly diminished. Those guys are too despicable. They eagerly sought to ally with us back then, but now they are kicking us when we are down, jumping around gleefully. The family that is scapegoated deserves to be condemned. How could a mere intelligence group leader know so many secrets? They have truly endangered us. To preserve part of their power, they have paid a huge cost. In the eyes of the conglomerates, the current coalition government is already under the control of those old-timers. Metaphorically speaking, the remaining energy of the conglomerate forces accounts for 1/6. It's troubling. The good days that once covered half the sky seem to be gone for good. But I'm not too worried. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out, a wise saying from our great dynasty. The conglomerates are adept at managing relationships and influences, and they have been suppressed multiple times in history, yet they have still done well. Compared to a fragmented assembly made up of various nations, as long as things are well managed, within 10 years, the conglomerates could still dominate half the world. On the other hand, after this week of major reshuffling, the speaker and vice speakers feel that their voice is stronger than ever. However, both sides are unaware that the voice held by Chu Xian's side has accumulated to 1/3. With a bit more effort, perhaps they could gain the nickname Chu the Overwhelming? Ugh, that sounds terrible, no? Gently tolling the death knell for the conglomerates, stepping slowly into their grave, Chu Xian softly hums the funeral song of the conglomerates. With the nuclear weapons trump card used up, it's time to use other trump cards. Chapter 203. Realization: these guys have left behind quite a few backup plans for self-preservation. If not for digging deep, it would be impossible to understand the full picture of this behemoth. It's truly frightening. If it weren't for certain connections, Chu Xian could only say that it would be futile. In the parliamentary building, in the office of the vice speaker from our great dynasty, a huge whiteboard stands in the center, densely lined with connections to recent events. Odd. It has been a bit too smooth. Witnesses, evidence, and reactions from the conglomerates all contain some inconsistencies. The more I think about it, the more I frown. Although I can't find any problems, the excessive smoothness is thought-provoking. Having coexisted with the conglomerate forces for many years, I deeply understand their methods and efficiency. However, reviewing the events over this period, there have been many instances of sluggish responses, and those who have switched sides have been too straightforward. They are throwing out explosive information as if it costs nothing. The actions targeting them have also been surprisingly smooth, as if someone has pressed the other party's head right in front of me. Click. I just need one strike. And it's done. Strange. Could it really all be coincidence? There is no evidence, nor any intelligence, making it impossible to reach any conclusions. One cannot simply say that everything is going smoothly is wrong. It feels like being enveloped in a thick fog, lowering my head in deep thought. Could it be that a third party is intervening? A ridiculous thought suddenly emerged, but then I shook my head. No, it's impossible. What force could orchestrate such a large scheme? It must still be targeted at the powerful conglomerates. Even the Central Council dares not push too hard against those conglomerates, fearing that a cornered beast might lash out and cause chaos. Although currently suppressed and reclusive, it doesn't mean they have lost their fangs. Not to mention distant examples. Just the information from some channels shows that the conglomerates possess a vast array of biological genetic weapons, which is quite troubling. Unlike nuclear weapons, these are undetectable. Sometimes, just a syringe can carry a terrifying genetic virus that could turn an underground city into a death trap. Humanity truly has a knack for self-destruction. It's not just the vice chairman of the Great Summer. On the other hand, the conglomerates, who have suffered greatly and are left in disarray, have also calmed down and begun to analyze the situation. A large number of elites continuously analyze based on the information. This is also the reason for their enduring prosperity. One could say that the combined think tanks of all the conglomerates exceed 30,000 people. Fighting against them is essentially a battle of wits. Without absolute strength, one can only be crushed to dust. There is definitely something wrong. This is a deliberate targeting, a chain reaction. One cannot rule out the possibility of old stubborn factions uniting. But there is also the issue that such a large scheme could not be executed without any whispers. Otherwise, it would negate our century-long foundation. The analysis results from the elites are infuriating. They smash things, throw phones, and even take out their anger on others, which finally alleviates some of the frustration of the conglomerate leaders. Who do you think it might be in the end? Other conglomerates. It's not that I look down on those old stubborns, but the probability of them achieving this is almost zero. Only forces at the level of other conglomerates could orchestrate such a global conspiracy. As the analysis progresses, it becomes clearer. Indeed, the only way they could be brought down like this is if there were issues internally. This is a form of confidence. In the past week, there were plenty of countermeasures planned, but things always went wrong as if predicted. Apart from the conglomerates, there are no other possibilities. Investigate. We must root it out. Those who dare to scheme against us cannot be tolerated, but we must also have evidence and ensure they pay the price. Yes, the Planet Development Agency. Listening to the various information relayed by subordinates, Chu Xian smiled. Everything is progressing as he anticipated. If the conglomerates remain oblivious to being manipulated like this, that would be truly impossible. Want to uncover the truth? Fine. I'll provide you with the evidence. For this day, I have been planning for a long time. Next comes a large-scale dog-eat-dog scene, with fruit platters and seeds prepared. Let us go. You all must perform well in this play, in terms of performance level and height. At the most thrilling moment of the act, I will sing your dirge. In the conference room, after a week of familiarization, Chu Xian had already adapted to the director's work. Meetings, signing documents, and reporting were the main tasks. Director Chu. 6 large temperature-controlled domes have been sent to the research base and are under rapid construction. Completion is expected by mid-month. As a project instructed by Chu Xian, the deputy director in charge of the logistics department was extremely attentive, urging progress almost every day. Of course, even with the urgency, quality would not be compromised. It simply meant reallocating more resources to reward the construction workers on the front line. The results were quite good. Director Chu. I propose that Deputy Director Han take over the position of office director, suggested one of the deputy directors. The previous office director was affiliated with a certain individual and had not been implicated, but had already been reassigned, leaving the position vacant and unclaimed by anyone. What about you? Any objections? Chu Xian asked, emphasizing the need for a democratic discussion. Agreed. Approved. Wise decision. Just like that, Han Duo was promoted again, now serving as the acting office director. However, since her level needed to be reported upward due to the promotion, while Chu Xian had the authority to assign positions, he could not directly grant levels. After the meeting, Chu Xian immediately signed an appointment document, and Han Duo assumed her new role as soon as she returned to the office. Director Han. With everyone surrounding her like stars around the moon. Most people would likely lose themselves in such attention without sufficient composure. Being valued and respected is a spiritual need. However, Han Duo remained grounded. Having been by Chu Xian's side for a long time, she had developed a calm demeanor through observation and experience. In his 20s, Chu Xian had already reached administrative level 5. No, he was now stepping into administrative level 4, with only a council order needed for the acting director to be confirmed. Yet, she had never seen Chu Xian overly excited or agitated. He always maintained a calm demeanor. As his assistant, Han Duo repeatedly reminded herself to be steady and composed, not to bring shame to Chu Xian. In the following days, there were various discussions within the development agency. Have you heard? Someone in the council has proposed to abolish the Planetary Development Agency. It's like killing the donkey after the grind. Sigh. Who could have imagined that the wormhole's critical value would shrink after just over 90 meters? Couldn't they have held out a little longer? Exactly. I think the higher-ups have made a firm decision. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just given Director Chu an acting position. It's likely that a department set for elimination doesn't require a formal head. With the elite immigration plan completed, everyone began to worry about their future. And those with connections started planning for transfers, much like the previous office director. Those without connections could only accept their fate, moving wherever they were needed, like a brick that could be placed anywhere. For a moment, it felt as if Chu Xian was experiencing a situation similar to the Biosphere Project No. 6. Facing the risk of disappearance, some department personnel began leaving one after another. Good luck in your future endeavors. In 3 days, 11 applications were signed, all for deputy positions, all administrative roles. As for lower-level positions, there was no need for Chu Xian to sign off. The personnel department can make decisions directly regarding these individuals without any hindrance. Due to connections gained from the immigration program, those individuals have been placed in good positions. Consequently, many of their own people can be arranged to come in. At this moment, after an investigation, the influence of certain powerful families has uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes, leading to an uproar. Is it them? How despicable to try and suppress us in this way. We will not agree. Following the principle of benefiting individuals, it was found that many who profited amidst the chaotic situation surrounding nuclear weapons are all associated with those few powerful families. However, these families outright denied it, perplexed as to whether they truly were responsible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? While others suffered losses, they gained. Yet, they were completely unaware of the situation. Just as they were about to explain, one of the second-line heirs from a powerful family was captured and revealed everything, instantly leaving several families in a state of confusion. They were left speechless, as the information obtained indicated that those who had suffered severe losses were looking to recover. They were furious at the unfounded accusations being thrown at them. Come on, who was afraid of whom? In a situation where the outside world was bewildered, the infighting among the powerful families was about to begin, each believing the other was causing trouble. On May 15th, at the development agency, the grand performance was about to start. A smile appeared on Chu Xian's face. Since the enemies of the powerful families were not central, the self-destructive trump cards in their hands would not be used, but rather limited to certain ranges and methods. This was also what Chu Xian wanted. To be honest, even after the investigation, he had not managed to gather all the backup plans of the powerful families, such as those gene virus weapons. through the source of prison information. Some had indeed been discovered in certain underground cities, but far from all of them. Admittedly, with his mental perception, he could search for them. But could he visit every one of the thousands of underground cities worldwide? Even if he searched one a day, it would take 30 years to finish. Someone asked, dividing 10,000 by 365 days results in over 27 years. And that doesn't even allow for rest. This method of searching is simply exhausting and chaotic. Therefore, he could only gradually deplete the power of the families and take advantage of the confusion. Just like now, everyone was convinced the other had ulterior motives. What he needed to do was to continue stirring up trouble. The method was simple: disguise as A and strike from the shadows, then disguise as B and retaliate. In any case, he would not rest until he had diminished over 70% of the core power of the families and would not give them the chance to restrain him. Let us begin. City 23 is about to become history. The script is set. At this moment, in City 23, tensions were high due to internal conflicts among the powerful families, with many planning to move to other underground cities or bases. Inside a luxurious safe house, there were sounds of gunfire, bang, bang, bang. In a state of shock, a young white man watched as his personal bodyguard directly killed the other bodyguards and the butler. What would you do? Glory to Morgan. Bang. A blood hole appeared in the young man's head. Chapter 205. Madness to the point of death. Dying of old age. Dying of illness. Even dying in a woman's embrace. The young man had considered it all, but never expected to die at the hands of his own bodyguard. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Thud. He fell to the ground. Life extinguished. However, like the young man, the bodyguard was also in a state of confusion. No, this is fake, all fake. It must be a dream. His mind was flooded with countless questions, wanting to speak, but finding himself unable to utter a single word. He quickly calmed down. Yes, it must undoubtedly be a dream. Soon after, he felt his body move involuntarily, wiping the fingerprints off the gun and placing it in the butler's hand. He then began adjusting the angle of the corpse. Being an elite, he immediately understood that this was to frame the butler. Seeing this scene, he almost laughed. This dream is quite interesting. After that, he reached into his pocket. A letter? A piece of correspondence appeared in his hand, and the bodyguard was slightly taken aback. When did this happen? Then he thought it was a dream. Makes sense. In dreams, anything strange can happen. The bodyguard watched himself stuff the letter into the butler's hand, curious about its contents, but then remembered it was all fake. I must have been too dissatisfied with the young man to dream such a thing. Haha, quite amusing. Just as he was thinking, he felt himself walk to a corner of the room, jump, and bang the back of his head against a sharp ornament. Hiss. It hurt. This dream feels so real. And then he fell into eternal darkness. Soon after, he was discovered by a confidant of the young man. The confidant was stunned and quickly reported the matter. The young man's father soon learned the news and was furious. Damn it. Fortunately, hidden cameras had been installed in the room. Otherwise, they would have been completely fooled. And the butler would have been framed. Watching the footage repeatedly confirmed it. It was an assassin, trying to disguise as the butler out of hatred for the letter's content. Killing a direct descendant of their family was utterly despicable. Bang. He slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. A strong sense of insecurity made the tycoons prepare their hidden cards. It wasn't just you who had assassins. We have them too. The first script was just the beginning. Chu Xin paid close attention throughout and acted as the director of the first script. In a typical scenario, people might not believe it. What they needed was an opportunity to discover the evidence themselves. That way, they would be utterly convinced. That day, 18 conflict incidents occurred in City 23, further escalating tensions and evolving into a violent confrontation. Gunshots rang out endlessly. Smoke filled the sky. Many family members were caught up in the chaos, becoming victims of the conflict, eventually leading to a near-street battle. In the midst of the turmoil, no one noticed the disappearance of some service personnel. Dimensional space. Resettlement area. Form a line and register. Once you arrive here, you will be safe. A brand new life awaits you. A loudspeaker shouted at the thousands of people who were brought here in a state of confusion, hardly able to believe what was happening. Blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters. It felt as if they had returned to the time before the disaster. After registration and allocation of container beds, many familiar faces were discovered. Are you here too? Didn't you say you were going home to visit relatives a week ago? I don't have any relatives. I was taken in by the organization. Such scenes were happening everywhere, with old residents helping newcomers to ease the tension, constantly praising how good it was here. They began to quickly integrate. City number 23 had already erupted in anger, with many trying to escape, completely oblivious to the disappearance of some individuals. May 20th. After many days of effort, all those screened out had been transferred to the resettlement area. As for the rest, regardless of the reasons for their collusion with the hedonistic individuals, it was not a reason for rescue. These tycoons were indeed impressive. Watching reports from various parties, he was filled with admiration. He sparked the initiative. Then he ignited the flames. Under the rage, these tycoons began to showcase their talents repeatedly, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Of course, seeing things spiraling out of control, some wanted to mediate and put an end to it. However, how could he allow that to happen? Continuously igniting conflicts. It could be summed up in 3 words: killing frenzy. Chapter 206, Exile. The tycoons' chaotic battles left many completely bewildered. The attacks were ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Were they collectively turning against each other? Some speculated with dark humor, as they simply couldn't comprehend the reasons behind it. Naturally, they kept such thoughts to themselves, afraid of being caught up in the turmoil. At the parliamentary headquarters, in the office of the deputy chairman, the previously chaotic whiteboard was now filled with countless lines, making one dizzy. How could this be? Coincidence? What deep-seated hatred could lead to such chaos, with people almost losing their minds and resorting to extreme measures? Were they fighting over something? While others observed with clarity, he was troubled as an onlooker. Some information from various channels indicated that the tycoons were in a killing frenzy, playing their hidden cards incessantly. What could have caused such enmity? For profit? But what profit could trigger such conflict? Especially after suffering heavy losses when they should have been recuperating? This situation seemed to lead to a deadlock. What could they possibly gain? Surely they weren't just tired of living? The meeting was about to start. While pondering this, the secretary entered and said, "It's time." Understood. 10 minutes later. In the large conference room, the situation was truly excessive. City number 23 was on the brink of becoming a battlefield, utterly lawless. Being so close. We cannot stand by and do nothing. Agreed. This is unacceptable. The chairman led the vote. An agreement was quickly reached to take over city number 23, as they had wanted to reorganize that city for a long time. However, the influence of the conglomerates was too great to allow for any changes. Now, the situation is chaotic. It is a perfect opportunity to uproot the malignant presence around the headquarters, not solely for the sake of so-called justice, but also as a form of counterattack. The matter of nuclear weapons has always left everyone feeling uneasy. Recently, representatives from a certain nation have been searching and testing globally, and they have already found hundreds of unregistered nuclear weapons. It's truly shocking. Moreover, this is not all the nuclear weapons controlled by the conglomerates. Many remain unregistered. Through infiltration and alliances, the influence of the conglomerates within the Earth's security forces and military bases is significant. Privately and officially, combined. There are reasons for the speaker to suspect that if the conglomerates were to go down together, they could mobilize thousands of nuclear warheads, potentially unleashing a global nuclear catastrophe. This is where the conglomerates differ fundamentally from mere capitalists. The latter are just paper tigers. If they were to be struck, it would only come at a cost. In contrast, the former could drag humanity back to a primitive era. This is why, even when witnessing the conglomerates infighting, they only engage in the cleanup of city number 23. The struggles of those madmen are something the united government is unwilling to interfere with. Neutrality is essential. They must not allow anyone to perceive that the united government favors one side, or else they would not be so gentle. Thus, an announcement was made that the Earth's security forces would fully take over city number 23 on this day. Upon hearing this, the conglomerate sneered, showing some disdain. The Earth's security forces are only fit to clean up after them, lacking the courage to intervene directly, and they were even given 2 days to adjust. Looking at the time, there are still 2 days left. Good. Then let us go all out one last time. They will do whatever they can, as that place is no longer rational. Finally, on May 23rd, 10,000 Earth security forces entered the city to begin the takeover. Once a prosperous area, it had now turned into a wasteland. Before leaving, many of the sinful places were set ablaze. It can be said that this place had been completely abandoned by the conglomerates, who did not want to give any advantage to the united government. And much that could be used was transported away. What could not be moved was directly burned or blown up. From this point on, Chu Xian had also achieved one of his initial goals, to erase this city of sin. TSK, one must say, this place is quite good, perhaps after reconstruction. It could serve as the headquarters for the development agency. It's worth considering. One department occupying a city, such a delusion. However, under normal circumstances, it might be impossible for others, but as long as Chu Xian is willing, why not in the future? Just as the struggles among the conglomerates shifted from the United Center to their respective strongholds, the last batch of immigrants crossed through the wormhole. At this moment, looking at the wormhole that is only about 2 meters in diameter, the passage of personnel has halted, with only occasional boxes moving back and forth for communication. It is still shrinking. Sigh. The researchers could only sigh, while the wealthy had already transmitted the chaos information to the other side of the wormhole. A new round of drama was about to unfold. On Earth, Chu Xian's gaze was directed towards Proxima Centauri Z. Cleaning up here was much easier than on Earth. Since the wealthy heirs preferred to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, Most of them set off later. They had only just arrived about a week ago, and Chu Xian didn't give them a chance to cause trouble, directly unleashing a powerful move. Exile. If only two spatial nodes were merged. The entry and exit could only be on both sides. However, merging a third node would allow a door to be opened at any position within the wormhole, throwing people out. After filtering, he decided that killing the opponents was too uninteresting. There was no need for so many people for the show. Therefore, at least 3,000 people were exiled, and during this time, he also tampered with the personnel information, letting some guard soldiers through. He issued fake orders, creating false ranks and forged appointment documents. After all, he could intercept everything passing through the wormhole. At this point, his subordinates had started to gain some influence in the Proxima Centauri system. However, those who were exiled were still unaware of their fate. He hoped they would enjoy the travel package he had provided. Chapter 207, Survival Mode. In fact, Chu Xian was not clear about the whereabouts of those exiled. The wormhole was different from normal cosmic space, non-linear and non-curved. If one were to use a metaphor, it resembled a ball of yarn. Yes, that's right. This was the natural appearance of a wormhole. Assuming the length of this wormhole was 1,000 meters, then departing from one side of the wormhole in the solar system. After 1 meter, one might end up near Mars, after 2 meters near Saturn, 3 meters near Proxima Centauri, and 4 meters back in the solar system. In short, the system informed Chu Xian that the maximum diameter of a natural wormhole could reach about 100 light years. Of course, it wasn't completely impossible to know, but it required further merging. Merging 3 spatial nodes would allow for throwing objects out of the wormhole, but it was one way. To achieve the ability to pass through any position in the wormhole, 6 spatial nodes needed to be merged, as bidirectional travel consumed too much energy. Once the situation on Earth was resolved, Chu Xian would consider this matter further. On the other side, beeping sounds indicated navigation lost. Searching for the nearest signal source. Accompanied by a tremor, the cylindrical spacecraft slowly descended towards a planet's surface. As it approached the ground, boom, the reverse thrusters activated, ensuring a steady landing. The spacecraft's simple intelligence system began to awaken the people in the sleep pods. Wow, that sleep was really comfortable. Hey, one by one, the wealthy heirs began to wake up and greeted each other, as they were not keen on staring at the boring starry sky in the meantime. The plan was to sleep until reaching Proxima Centauri Z. They must have arrived by now. Everything felt different with gravity. They bounced around a few times, quite satisfied. Indeed. Let's go check out our new home. Without changing into protective suits, they directly hung an oxygen tank and left the sleeping chamber, crossing the corridor to the hatch. What kind of people are these? No one came to greet them. Who is in charge of the reception? I'll make sure to scold them later. While complaining, they opened the hatch. Hiss. Looking at the scene outside, everyone suddenly froze, then cheered and jumped down. They didn't expect the transformation progress of the neighboring star to be so fast. Look at that. Lush green mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds. Not far away, several similar spacecraft were docked, and they could see quite a few people coming towards them. They must be here to welcome them. This welcome ceremony is decent. They are looking forward to tonight's party. After a month of abstinence, they definitely need to celebrate. 10 drinks, not 3. However, 10 minutes later, they were collectively dumbfounded. What? This isn't the neighboring star, but a place they didn't recognize? Besides themselves, there were no other personnel? Where are the workers? Where are the girls? Where are the servants? None at all. Realizing the situation, they were all stunned. Discovering an additional habitable planet felt like a huge gain. But they couldn't feel happy at all. No one to work. No one to serve. Even if it were a mountain of gold, what use would it be? The people present weren't fools. It takes thousands of years to travel from Earth to the neighboring star. Even if they send out a rescue signal now, it might take so long for help to arrive that they could develop a civilization by then. Oh, speaking of civilization, they scanned the surroundings and were left speechless again. Everywhere they looked, there were only men. Although some were well-maintained and handsome, they were still men. How could a civilization develop like this? God, is this a joke? And it doesn't end there. What? There are many wild beasts in the jungle? How many weapons do we have? As a personnel transport spacecraft, it certainly couldn't be equipped with too many weapons, just over 100, with limited ammunition. At the same time, food is also limited. The sleeping pods are direct, and since they don't wake up midway, there isn't much food, enough for at most a week. In other words, are we going to enter survival mode? Knowing the situation, they felt like crying without tears. Damn it, why come to the neighboring star? If they had known, they would have left earlier. It's likely that they were thrown out because the wormhole became unstable later on. It's over. They went from living a carefree life to becoming wandering masters. And now they have to enter survival mode in No. Voices of unwillingness echoed through the mountains. In the next second, roar, roar. Some wild beasts in the forest seemed to think it was a provocation and began to howl, scaring them pale. Chapter 208, controlling the neighboring star system. While the young heirs of the thousands of financial groups were playing wilderness survival on the unknown planet at the neighboring star. Some early arriving heirs received information from Earth and looked at their friends who were singing and dancing nearby. There was a hint of unusual color in their eyes. Clearly, according to the family's instructions, they must retaliate. Those who were supposed to come were delayed and must have encountered an attack. Can they endure this? So, Proxima Z suddenly became lively. The space station. Watching the chaotic situation on the ground, Liu Peiqiang frowned. In fact, after Chu Xian left, he also wanted to return to Earth. However, he ultimately chose to stay. The duty to his country and family left him no choice. After the wormhole closed, he, like many others, had to shoulder the mission and fight for survival space for the people here. Reports kept coming in from the ground. Station Chief. The deputy station chief forcibly activated a ground strike weapon at the space station, destroying a conglomerate's base. Station Chief. There was a shootout in Zone 19. Station Chief. Fighting broke out at the wormhole. The conflicts among the conglomerates were spreading from the ground to space. But fortunately, there were no innocent casualties. It was all internal strife. Liu Peiqiang could only watch helplessly. On the 5th day, May 25th, Station Chief, the security forces in the Proxima Military District announced their official intervention, arresting all personnel involved in the conflict from the conglomerates. Liu Peiqiang was taken aback. Intervention? Hadn't they been intervening all along? The conglomerates had infiltrated the security forces, and many of them were key players in the conflicts. What were they doing now? Station Chief. I've heard that there have been many personnel changes among the mid-level ranks in the Proxima Military District recently. Almost a complete reshuffle. In short, it was quite bizarre. The composition of the personnel was complex, with many young faces, but the ranks were surprisingly high. Rubbing his head, Liu Peiqiang felt a headache coming on. They said it was intervention, but to him, it seemed like the fighting had already ended, and the victors were in the cleanup phase. On the ground. At the Proxima Military District headquarters, not bad. Thank you for upholding justice. Several representatives of the conglomerates were very satisfied. In this conflict, many had put in a lot of effort and helped significantly. Now, wasn't the entire Proxima Z under their control? Although they had lost many loyal supporters, they had gained some new ones, like the highest commander here. You're leaving? Let us drink together next time. As he prepared to leave, a row of soldiers stepped forward to block them. Seeing this situation, the representatives of the conglomerates were momentarily stunned, their gazes turning to the highest commander who had favored them. What is going on? The announcement stated the arrest of all involved conglomerate personnel, which clearly included them. Upon hearing this, several of them were dumbfounded. The turnaround was too fast. They hurriedly said, "Aren't we on the same side?" The other party smiled. Previously, yes. But not anymore. Congratulations, you have become the cornerstone of a new era for humanity. Their minds buzzed. What new era? What cornerstone? In the next 2 days, Liu Peiqiang was bewildered. Weren't they supposed to help the victors clean up? Why was there indiscriminate arresting, wiping out the remaining conglomerates as well? The momentum was fierce, and the methods were ruthless. It was completely unlike the usual style of the security forces, carrying a bit of a rogue vibe. In just 2 days, the operation concluded. Subsequently, they announced a year-long military control. What? Dismissal? I just took office a month ago. Fines was dumbfounded. After exchanging a deputy director position to bring Chu Xian back, he had hurried over. Who would have expected this? Before even settling in, I was dismissed. Initially, I was lucky to stand on the winning side, and I thought there would be significant development. However, after just a few days of joy, instead of progress, I faced dismissal. I refused to accept this. Click. The bracelet is on. Isn't this a dismissal? Why treat me this way? Faines was furious. Dismissal and imprisonment are not mutually exclusive. The other party said calmly. You make a good point. Faines was left speechless, regretting at this moment. What was I even doing here? After paying such a heavy price, just to end up in this situation? Helping others while making myself miserable. I heard that Chu Xian has become the director of the development agency. And I even mocked it as a sinking ship. Who would have thought that the new ship I boarded would sink first? Oh God. Why am I in such a miserable situation? May 28th, Earth. Planet Development Agency. Chu Xian received a report from his subordinates. They had fully taken over the defense and administrative system of the neighboring star system. Compared to Earth, the situation there was much simpler. They had forged a large number of appointment documents and personnel early on. This allowed them to gain control of the situation so quickly. The tycoons on Earth were also in a fierce struggle, ready to wield the final knife. Chapter 209. Attending the council. Although the situation in the neighboring star system Z had been controlled, recruitment still needed to continue. They had only replaced some key positions with their own people, which was still not enough. Among the elite immigrants, a small portion had mingled with the tycoons, but the majority were truly capable individuals. Even when selecting workers, the tycoons would not settle for useless ones. Therefore, it was best to turn them all into their own people which would be beneficial for many upcoming matters: soldiers, administration, research, in that order. Of course, some with particularly strong willpower would be set aside for now, like Liu Peiqiang, who was currently in contact with the liaison from Daxia. Whether there were more or fewer didn't matter. What mattered was having control over the big picture. This damned will to survive. That evening, at the headquarters of the military district in neighboring Star System Z, hundreds of people gathered in the large conference room, each with at least 2 major ranks on their shoulders. They were all officers from various combat readiness bases, many of whom had been promoted recently to fill vacancies. On stage, the Supreme Commander smiled faintly. Next, please do not be too surprised. You are about to witness a great force that will create a new era. Just as they were puzzled, in the next moment, everyone vanished from the room. The scene shifted, and as they looked at the new environment, they were all in shock. The Star Organization. Born 180 years ago, technological advancements made a small group realize humanity's inherent flaws: the chaotic expansion of capital, the reckless behavior of tycoons. Thus, the Star Organization was established, dedicated to combating humanity's ultimate enemy, extinction. All along, it had hidden from the world, silently observing human development, only stepping in to correct the course when humanity was led astray. It gathered global attention, delivering a speech that lasted several minutes, describing a great organization, stirring the passion of many, because it resonates deeply with everyone. The sun is fading, and the earth is drifting. However, humanity's unity still faces challenges. With the power of the wealthy overshadowing society, there seems to be no end in sight, and the central organization is unable to eliminate this tumor. Just like before, the wealthy fought among themselves, using others as tools, forcing some friends to get involved in this ridiculous conflict. As the security forces, they acted as accomplices, a disgrace. Now, the organization hidden within humanity, the Star Organization, is stepping in to correct these unreasonable circumstances, judging the wealthy and realigning the trajectory. For a moment, goodwill soared. After further detailed introductions, nearly everyone was shocked by the organization's power, which boasted a nearly perfect dimensional space world. It could even ignore distance and transport people here, powerful to the point of awe. Joining such a side might be a rare opportunity. As a violent institution of humanity, the military is relatively pure. Strength speaks for itself. Today, facing a force destined to dominate human development, joining it is a wise choice. To legitimize the Star Organization, Chu Xian had to forcefully fabricate a long-standing historical development. To be fair, combining dimensional space with advanced technology is much more effective than simply stating the organization as strength. The next day, May 29th, at the council, Chu Xian was already qualified to attend, and the important agenda for the meeting was the existence of the development agency. A member from an island nation stood up, stating that the development agency was no longer necessary. Its mission had been completed, and he suggested the council pass a bill for its dissolution and conduct an in-depth investigation into previous abuses of power. Chu Xian, only 20 years old and already in such a high position, made him quite unhappy. He felt this position should not belong to Chu Xian. If it weren't for Okamoto Yuji's foolish decision to transfer from the Biosphere Project No. 6, the Yamato side would certainly have another important member in the central organization. Although this reasoning was somewhat forced, it was still uncomfortable. There had long been voices expressing such sentiments. It wasn't a matter of kicking someone when they were down, just a little push. Furthermore, this was a streamlining of the organization, aligning with the basic policies of the central organization. As for holding accountable for past abuses of power, previously, no one would have dared to say a word. But now that the wealthy had been beaten down, suddenly they found their courage. After hearing his account, the members began to discuss among themselves. Silence. The chairman slammed the table, and the room quieted, all eyes turning to Chu Xian. Chu, what do you think? To him, this was merely a formality. The dissolution of the Planetary Development Agency had already been internally decided. Hearing this, Chu Xian remained calm, smiled, and said, the Planetary Development Agency, if it exists solely to develop Proxima Centauri, has indeed reached its end. But having come this far, should we really put all the ships into storage? Stop all exploration of outer space? Continue living like moles, digging holes on Earth? Furthermore, the technology for planetary environmental transformation has already demonstrated immense value. Why not continue investing in transforming our own planet? As for wormholes, the current ones may be small, but they are not closed. Some researchers have proposed that wormholes might never completely close. Their existence in the universe could be continuously expanding, which goes beyond our current scientific understanding. Perhaps after a period of inactivity, they will gradually reopen. Compared to the development around a neighboring star, this might just be the beginning. Now, calling for an end to discussions seems a bit premature. It is a very short-sighted action. On the contrary, I believe that the development agency should not only remain, but should also expand significantly, perhaps even tenfold. This is only reasonable. Chu Xuan's words were powerful, leaving some island nation legislators perplexed. What is happening? Are they really going to confront the assembly without a clear understanding of the situation and tenfold expansion? If even one person supports such a proposal, they must be out of touch. This is worth pondering. The vice president of the assembly spoke up. The president added, "This is hasty. If there is a second supporter, they have a point." An Italian legislator chimed in, "It's still hasty, if there is a third." Indeed, wormholes may have upper limits, but perhaps they also have lower limits and might recover after a certain point. We cannot abandon any hope. Let us see how things develop in the near future. The island nation legislators were visibly frustrated, as if they were being force-fed ideas they could not comprehend. Even if wormholes have recovery capabilities, what does that have to do with the development agency? After the elite immigration program, it's no longer just the agency's personnel involved. They are left with only a fraction of their territory, and they still want to expand tenfold? It seems utterly irrational. Chapter 210. Fulfilling the greater good. Watching the heated discussion unfold, Chu Xian smiled inwardly. In fact, those speaking in his favor were not necessarily his allies. It was likely a mix of the agency's rationale and his own arguments that made sense. It was merely a discussion meeting, and it was not yet time to rally the supporters. Some were expressing personal opinions, some might have grievances against the island nation, and others were simply following the crowd. In the entire assembly, fewer than 1 in 10 could truly be considered as allies. Some might wonder if it was previously stated as 2 out of 6. It has been long enough since then. It could easily be half by now. Yes, the previous statement referred to actual power, but what are legislators? Merely representatives. Not holding concrete positions. They may have high status and voting rights, but cannot mobilize a single soldier. Administrative and military power rests in the hands of their respective supervisors, such as the director of the development agency. Although Chu Xuan's rank is lower than theirs, he is not answerable to them. If he chooses to show respect, they are treated as equals, but without that respect, they are insignificant. Most of them are just smooth talkers with varying degrees of competence, some of whom are completely inept. Chu Xian couldn't be bothered to recruit them. During the next round of elections, he would send them all home. Only then would he have completed his layout for the entire central coalition. As the voices of debate grew louder, the president called for silence to restore order, waiting for the scene to calm down. It seems, the issue of the existence of the Planet Development Agency has sparked significant controversy. So let's have the development committee evaluate it first. We'll discuss it again at the next regular meeting. Such major matters cannot be decided in just a few words. It requires multiple discussions and behind-the-scenes negotiations. It's just not feasible. The gaze then turned to Chu Xian. Chu, since you have ideas, please prepare a report on the future vision for the development agency, and we can discuss it at the meeting. All right. Chu Xian nodded. The session concluded. The development agency was unable to escape the fate of being dismantled. As they were leaving, a representative from an island nation approached and muttered something. Hearing this, Chu Xian silently uttered a word in the island's language that was insulting. It was crude. "You're insulting my dignity," the representative said angrily. Chu Xian smiled and replied slowly. "A dog dares to talk to me about dignity?" This individual shared a master with Okamoto Yuji. Clearly, seeing the tycoons from certain regions in disarray, the island nation's tycoons felt emboldened to make their presence felt. In the past, Chu Xian had not paid much attention to the tycoons from the island nation. They were marginal forces, at most the lapdogs of the tycoons from certain regions. It's really pointless to hit a dog. Fine, since your masters are about to fall. Loyal ones like you shouldn't mind going down with them. No thanks. I'm just someone who enjoys doing good deeds and fulfilling the greater good. Sigh, I truly am too kind-hearted. Should I give myself an award to commemorate this? That could work. You call me a dog? The island representative could not accept this. Chu Xian replied, "Did I?" The representative insisted, "You did." Chu Xian asked, "What did I say?" The representative replied, "I am a dog." After saying this, he realized something was off. Chu Xian encouraged, "Be confident. At least you're a second-class protected animal. Stand tall when you go out. Don't embarrass the dogs." Watching Chu Xian's retreating figure, the representative felt like going mad, but he couldn't rush over since the other party had already gotten into a vehicle. The key point was that Chu Xian's security personnel were too formidable. This illustrates the difference between a representative and someone in a position of real power. The representative was merely a voice of the people with voting rights, while Chu Xian controlled a department with actual power, despite having a lower administrative level. However, he truly didn't care about him, and there was nothing the representative could do. At most, he could have a security personnel, while Chu Xian could come out with a small team of soldiers without any issue. This is the difference. Just wait, you will pay for your arrogance. Also, it was fortunate that, as a marginal force, he had not been drawn too deeply into the fray and had secretly expanded his own influence. However, the island representative's hatred for Chu Xian did not last until that evening, because, in the afternoon, the master who had been watching the fight was pulled into it, and none of the island tycoons could escape and had to step in. Before they could react, they found themselves beaten up, with their master urging them from behind. They inadvertently remembered that there was still a pack of lapdogs available. Of course, the tycoons from certain regions would not let this opportunity slip. Crack! Crack! The whip came down. Get rid of them. The master has been attacked, yet you all stand by watching the excitement. Everyone, get in there and fight. This is your moment to show loyalty and righteousness. If we don't deal with them, then we will deal with you. My goodness, it's so terrifying. Some politicians in their homes are trembling. It seems like it's not their concern, but the situation has changed too quickly. It's simply life-threatening. Chapter 211, Coastal City, May 31st. Early morning. After signing in for mental reinforcement again, Chu Xian immediately used it. 10 minutes later, the area of the dimensional space expanded once more, with a radius reaching just over 24 kilometers. At this moment, the newly emerged land was a plain. The area from 10 to 20 kilometers was planned for mountains, while the 20 to 28 kilometer area was designated as grassland. At 29 kilometers, there were forests, and at 30 kilometers, there was a beach. Beyond that would be a sea with a width of 30 kilometers, where one could enjoy activities like yachting, snow mountain manor, cantilevered swimming pool. Splash! Chu Xian jumped in, the cold water stimulating his skin, and when he swam back, he jumped into the nearby hot spring. After a month of construction, 36 vacation villas had been completed. 3 were planned on the snow mountain, 2 for his subordinates to use for vacation, and 1 for himself, located in the best position with the highest terrain, which was not luxurious but integrated into the environment with a minimalist style. On June 1st, early morning, after Liao Yu woke up, he began making breakfast. With management becoming increasingly humane, the dining system underwent slight changes. Families were allowed to cook for themselves. As a result, kitchenware became very popular. And thanks to enhanced industrial capabilities, the organization's product range had become richer. Many industrial products that had to be purchased externally in the past were now all produced in-house. Refrigerators, air conditioners, computers, televisions, weapons, and vehicles. All experimental equipment had undergone a significant update, and traces of the previous world were no longer visible. Liao Yu's breakfast was simple: milk, bread, and fried eggs. In fact, he only occasionally ate this. Most of the time, he went to the cafeteria, as the variety there was much richer. Steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, xiaomai, rice rolls, spicy soup. Aren't they delicious? Although cooking was allowed, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, so most families treated it as a supplement. Before the disaster, eating outside was unsafe, but here, there were no food safety issues. No pesticide residues, no gutter oil, and no additives. The organization didn't need any of that. Even if someone did get sick, it wouldn't be a big problem. As one of the first to arrive, Liao Yu understood a lot, especially in the area of advanced technology. They could even revive someone who had been dead for less than half an hour, let alone those with ailments. As long as a person was not dead, it was not an issue. The medical pod they were working on was incredibly advanced. After finishing breakfast with his grandson, Liao Yu left their new home. The construction in the new 4th district was much better than before. The old houses were just plastered with tiles and had a few pieces of furniture. Now, they were smart homes, more reasonable and larger. The floors are higher now, and the nearby old district has already been demolished. It has been shut down for a month, and Liao Yu knows the reason. He heard that they are building a resort. As he walks, a communication device beeps. Grandpa, good news. The resort will open in 10 days, with a total of 30 buildings, and we can start making reservations now. Outside Baiyun Town, in the resettlement area, thousands of people have lined up behind their respective foremen. After a period of training, they have passed their language proficiency tests. They are uncertain about the new work location, but it should be good. Look at those buildings on the mountain. They look amazing. Even though we can't go out, we can still see them rising day by day, and it's very exciting. Soon, a vehicle arrives. It's the first time they are leaving the resettlement area, looking at the farmland and vegetable fields on both sides of the road. Even though they all come from City 23, they have never seen such beautiful scenery. Halfway there, they can still see combine harvesters at work, with a transport vehicle beside it. The sight of the harvest is breathtaking. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they begin to disperse. The 30 resort buildings are almost evenly distributed across the surrounding mountains, not all on the side facing Baiyun Town. Most are actually hidden within the mountains. The sound of flowing mountain springs and birds chirping in the woods is simply beautiful. As experienced workers, over 10,000 people quickly adapt to their roles, getting the resort up and running. However, due to the current limited number of qualified personnel, there is a significant waste of human resources. Nevertheless, Chu Xian doesn't send them elsewhere. Just because there are few people now doesn't mean there will always be few. Baiyun Town's population has reached 30,000, nearing its capacity of 60,000, which won't take long. Later, Chu Xian has no plans to expand Baiyun Town but shifts his focus to the seaside. wanting to understand the coastal cities as external forces continue to expand. Sometimes, he also needs to address the concerns of his own people. A significant wave of population growth is coming soon. Chapter 212. The era of tycoons comes to an end on June 6th, in a large shelter in California. A radius of 30 miles is guarded by thousands of private soldiers, always on high alert. Inside the shelter, 100 meters underground, an elderly white man frowns as he reviews reports coming in from various locations. This can't go on. The losses are too great, especially among the core members. Over 80% have been lost. They are killing each other in the shadows, and even openly. Tensions have flared. They initially thought they could resolve the situation quickly, believing they had more backup, but it turns out everyone has similar resources, leading to a misjudgment and the current predicament. Ceasefire. We must cease fire. We can't let those old stubborn ones profit from this. If they take the opportunity to strike us, it would be disastrous. The elder, despite his grief over the loss of many descendants, has to consider the family's future. However, before he can contact other tycoons, the alarm sounds. What happened? We have enemies attacking outside, and we are suffering significant losses. They are using EMP. The cluster sonic bombs caused thousands to faint. There were traitors among them, and the enemy had breached the main facilities of the shelter. A series of bad news made the elderly man sweat. He had previously managed to maintain a semblance of restraint. He hadn't directly attacked the leaders of the various conglomerates, but now, seeing the enemy break through the defenses as if in a no-man's land, he couldn't hold back any longer. Activate Plan 4. He ordered through gritted teeth. Yes. Although all external nuclear weapons had been confiscated, it was important to remember that there were still many resources within the military's ranks. The private stockpiles might be gone, but there were still official ones available. Authorization? Keys. Forget it. Those bastards had to be eliminated. After all, most of them were holed up in their own shelters, not in the official underground cities, so it wouldn't be considered harming the innocent. 10 minutes later, boom, boom. A military readiness base erupted in flames, sending fire into the sky, leaving many watching with their scalps tingling. What's happening? There's no level 1 alert. How did those things get launched? Are they crazy? Although it was tactical in nature, these were not ordinary shells. Planet Development Agency. Madman. Looking at this scene, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. The trump cards of the conglomerates were truly beyond ordinary imagination. Fortunately, he was prepared. Through detection, he was clear on how many nuclear weapons existed globally and which ones might be used by the conglomerates to launch attacks, having marked them for attention. Later, he targeted certain personnel in related bases and even tampered with a large number of weapons to prevent an actual nuclear catastrophe. As expected, the conglomerates quickly initiated countermeasures, activating their dark pieces to retaliate against such actions. This scene left some members of the United Government dumbfounded. It was lawless and insane. Although it wasn't an attack on the official underground cities, the blatant disregard for restraint was alarming. With offensive capabilities, everyone naturally had defensive means as well. In this round of mutual attacks, truth be told, none hit their targets. It had to be said that all parties misjudged each other's trump cards, resulting in a display of fireworks that exposed a large number of hidden pieces. The United Central Authority could not tolerate this and ordered arrests. Without needing to act themselves, some brave souls from the military readiness bases took the initiative to apprehend those individuals, earning themselves promotions. This incident also frightened the conglomerates, making them feel a chill down their spines. If they had been hit, it would have been the end. No, that wasn't their outcome. They urged their subordinates to exercise restraint, wanting to halt hostilities, but the situation seemed to be spiraling out of their control. Just as they were discussing, they collectively came under attack, which was unusually fierce. The tactics were strikingly similar. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought emerged: a third party. Who could it be? The first thought was those old hardliners, but just as the previous viewpoint had been dismissed, they were incapable of such a well-executed operation. If it were other conglomerates, the cost would be too high. What could they possibly gain that was reasonable? If it's a third party, I really can't think of any force on Earth that could reach this level. On June 15th, boom. Accompanied by a ground-penetrating weapon that took away the last core member of a financial group in one fell swoop, the slaughter plan was completed. The development agency, Chu Xian, who was reviewing the materials, smiled slightly. Not bad. You have finally become worthy adversaries. Thus, the era of financial groups on Earth came to an end. Next will be a new chapter, the era of stars. Chapter 213. Who is pulling the strings? The era of stars? It sounds a bit like a hero turning into a villain, but Chu Xian is confident that it won't be as chaotic as the financial groups. Looking back, this scheme took over a year to plan. If it were just about killing, there would have been no need to wait until now. However, to take over the legacy, progress had to be made step by step. Otherwise, if he worked hard to clear the way, only to have the fruits of victory snatched away in an instant, it would be unacceptable. Now, with comprehensive strategic actions underway, Most of the fruits left behind by the financial groups have been gathered, and close to half of the actual power has been seized. Is that little? No. When the proportion reaches half, it becomes an unbeatable position. Its growth potential is significant. Just like in a certain universe, a snap of the fingers by a powerful being could be rendered meaningless, as life reproduces at such a speed that it could return to its initial state in 3 years. One can only say, the writer must have lost their mind. Back to the main topic. The Central Alliance actually has many opportunists. Moving forward, the influence of the Star Organization still has ample room for development. This big tree will surely attract many to take shelter under it. As one side rises, the other will fall. Before long, it will permeate the entire global society. At the headquarters of the Council, in the office of the Deputy Speaker, the situation is no longer the chaotic mess it was half a month ago. The previously convoluted logic of events has unraveled. If the initial conflicts among the financial groups could still be seen as coincidences, starting from the beginning of this month, that is no longer the case. No matter how the financial groups fought, they would not truly reach that point. And news has emerged that they are preparing for a ceasefire. However, there seems to be a force unwilling to let that happen. Accident after accident, coincidence after coincidence, conflict after conflict, have maintained the battle between the financial groups until its last breath. This is undoubtedly someone playing a grand game. Everyone is caught in the calculations, the Central Alliance, the financial groups, without exception. The latter has been directly calculated to extinction. Terrifying. What kind of force is this? Seemingly involving many participants in the Central Alliance, yet not a whisper has leaked out. Who exactly is pulling the strings? Has the financial groups been trapped? Those inheriting the legacies of the financial groups. Yet these individuals have shown no issues upon investigation. Everything seems to follow a logical progression, which is simply incredible. The Deputy Speaker's mind is now in chaos, confused, alarmed, and worried. Confused about what kind of power is behind this game. Alarmed by how this force can truly send shivers down one's spine. The plans are meticulous, the actions decisive, and the confidentiality is strong. It seems to be widespread across the globe. Reflecting on the events that have occurred during this time, this force is broadly distributed within the United Central Hub, the Parliament, various departments, and the security forces. It is indeed a shocking matter. So many people are involved, yet not a single piece of information has reached our ears. It was only after the last bell tolled for the financial conglomerates that it was calculated, rather than them revealing their hand. Ultimately, there is concern. The existence that inherits the power legacy of these conglomerates, combined with its original influence, could be overwhelmingly large. It could potentially shake the world. Alas, this day may truly change, and we don't know when this force will reveal itself. 10 minutes later, the speaker convened an emergency meeting. Everyone is already aware, right? The last financial family was sent to the skies by a subterranean weapon, and thus, the entire power of the conglomerates has been eradicated. This subterranean weapon originated from one of our military bases. Moreover, throughout many operations against the conglomerates this week, there has been a shadow of the security forces. Yet we were completely unaware. It almost made me doubt that the orders were given by us. Everyone, I believe you have drawn conclusions. Indeed, the downfall of the conglomerates was not an accident, but a meticulously planned conspiracy that deceived us all. Listening to the speaker, the vice speakers present wore serious expressions. Such a force could calculate the downfall of the conglomerates. It is naturally not without reason, but rather has ulterior motives. Asking oneself, if the target of the scheme is them, what then? The outcome is evident. It is highly likely that they will suffer. If you don't even know who the opponent is, how can you defend against it? Their people might even be right beside you, yet you remain oblivious. Nowadays, they feel that there is a problem with anyone they see, and even the representatives from England and France suspect that the other 3 parties are conspiring. They simply cannot conceive what other force could accomplish such a feat with this thought. The vice speaker from England looked up at the speaker. Speaker, the conglomerates are no more. If it was you who did it, just admit it. The speaker's mouth twitched. He wished he could, but sincerely, it wasn't him. He even suspected that the other 4 were scheming without involving him. Just like the confidence the conglomerates once had. Because, rationally speaking, apart from a few alliances, it would be impossible to pull off such a spectacular operation. Chapter 214. Showdown. For a moment, the meeting room became quite lively, with everyone expressing their opinions and listing suspicious targets, yet lacking evidence. Bang bang. The speaker tapped the table twice. Then let us invite the people we can be sure of to ask, such as the person in charge of the military base that launched the subterranean weapon. Good idea. That makes sense. Currently, there is no better way, and the wording is also an invitation, not an arrest, so it is indeed unwise to act recklessly. They have just wiped out the conglomerates, and are in a frenzy. In such a situation, it is not appropriate to take overly aggressive actions. However, before the order could leave the room, the speaker's second assistant knocked and entered. What is the matter? The speaker. The deputy commander of the security forces has arrived and mentioned urgent matters. though he didn't specify what they were. Should we meet him now? Please let him in. Yes. They thought he was here to explain the underground weapon. Soon after, upon seeing the visitor, it was noted that he was somewhat familiar. He was the eldest son of Joel, who previously oversaw the logistics headquarters of the security forces. He was promoted to deputy commander of the security forces at the beginning of the month, holding the same position as his father, which could be seen as a legacy of military lineage. Wait a moment. A promotion? Suddenly, as if realizing something, everyone exchanged glances. As he also seemed to be a beneficiary of a conglomerate's inheritance. The visitor saluted. Are you here to explain that underground weapon? The speaker asked cautiously. No. The other party shook his head. There's nothing to explain. It's just about clearing some trash. This statement shocked everyone. Trash? The term was somewhat fitting. But it shouldn't have come from you. That's acting on your own. Without authorization, it's treason. I am here this time to represent the organization and meet you all for the first time. With those words, the conference room fell silent. Indeed, they had come. After dealing with the conglomerates, was that force ready to confront them? A deputy commander of the Earth security forces had arrived, an esteemed senior officer of the second tier. Taking a deep breath, the deputy speaker inquired, what organization? Stellar. Next, they listened for 10 minutes to an introduction about the Stellar organization, its history, development, purpose, and vision. Suddenly, a colossal entity hidden beneath the world surfaced, leaving everyone in shock. It spanned the globe, had a long history, was well-structured, and had clear objectives. Everyone understood how terrifying such a unified ideological force could be. While the conglomerates were strong, they were not united. However, the Stellar organization was different, completely intertwined. Otherwise, how could they keep everything from the outside world? Why take action against the conglomerates this time? The speaker hurriedly asked. As previously mentioned, what we are combating is humanity as ultimate enemy, extinction. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't intervene. Earlier, with the planet adrift, the conglomerates were relatively stable. However, after discovering Proxima Centauri, they began to stir restlessly, even acting excessively. They intensified the global deployment of biological gene weapons, seeking to establish a deterrent in their struggle against you. It's utterly insane. Since they wish to plunge civilization into the abyss, then let us send them there first. Pausing, he looked at those present. The problems you cannot solve, we will take care of. The people you cannot eliminate, we will eliminate. The mistakes you cannot correct, we will correct. Human civilization has reached a critical juncture. It's time for us to intervene and guide it back onto the right path. His voice was powerful, and the content was imposing. At that moment, he was incredibly grateful that his father had brought him into the organization, which had not disappointed him, enabling him to accomplish significant tasks and lead human civilization back on track. The rest was not to be trusted, as he gazed at the fervor in their eyes. The speaker and the vice speakers were at a loss for words, fully aware that this individual had become a follower of that organization. To be frank, after hearing the information from the Celestial Organization, they all felt a strong impulse, but managed to suppress it. Who would willingly be beneath others? What you are doing is illegal, said a vice speaker from a nation known for its perpetual daylight. That's right. I also think the current laws are quite unsuitable and need to be revised, another vice speaker remarked, only to be immediately rebutted into silence. Arrogant. So arrogant. When you say they are illegal, they demand a change in the law. However, considering the other party's current influence, it might not be impossible. They dared to confront because they had something backing them. How do we break this deadlock? Elimination? That's not feasible. It's uncertain who would eliminate whom. Persuasion? Nonsense. They are already integrated into the Central Alliance, not a fringe force, so the term persuasion doesn't apply. Coexistence, perhaps? In the conference room, frustration was palpable. It felt like they might as well write their worries on their faces. Earlier, they had been watching the drama unfold, thinking that if the conglomerates were exhausted or significantly weakened, they would face fewer threats. However, the wolves had fallen, only to see a mighty tiger rise. No. It was more like a Tyrannosaurus Rex had emerged. The situation was even worse than before, leaving them with no time to suppress anything. The other party had grown to an unfathomable size. After much digestion, one of the vice speakers asked, "Who is the leader of your organization?" There isn't one. The Celestial Organization is global, managed by an 18-member decision-making committee from various sectors of society, came the reply. Hearing this, the vice speaker felt slightly relieved, fearing there might be a single leader. Such a person with ill intentions could lead to disaster. A committee with multiple decision-makers was much better and relatively more rational. Are you aiming to replace the United Government? Asked the speaker from the Arctic region in a deep voice. No, replacing is not our purpose. Otherwise, we wouldn't have waited until today. Then what is it? The decision-making committee's stance is coexistence, to avoid autocracy, to prevent a complete failure. At any time, we will only be an important force for human development, not a second conglomerate. Once a certain level is reached, external supervision is necessary. While we correct errors, We must also avoid becoming heirs ourselves. After hearing this statement, the crowd suddenly felt like giving a thumbs up. It was indeed very appealing. The goals were clear, the system defined, and there was a strong sense of self-correction. Furthermore, it aligned with their interests. Otherwise, if these individuals were to replace the united government, what would happen to them? Resist or join? Either option was unbearable for them. Of course, it was also possible they were being deceived to reduce hostility, which they had to guard against. How can you prove this? The speaker inquired. Half an hour later, they met 3 of the 18 members of the Celestial Organization's decision-making committee, and each of them could hardly believe their eyes. Joey Vale, former deputy commander of the Earth Security Forces. Muller, the last vice speaker from the previous united government. Sulla, a level 6 scientist, oversees many significant research projects and was the deputy chief engineer of the planetary engine. It can be said that, although it seems that their actual power is limited, they have all held high positions, wielding considerable influence, and they know each other quite well. One wonders how many of their associates are still around. This is just 3 out of the 18. The remaining 15 are likely not simple figures either, and although there was a desire to meet them all, the other party rejected the idea. As mentioned before, as the last corrective force on Earth, it is not advisable to gather everyone together. Even they cannot see the whole picture, at least not for now. Unable to achieve their demands, the speaker and vice speaker had no choice but to relent. Subsequently, both sides engaged in a series of discussions and reached an agreement. First, the organization shall not publicly recruit members, including but not limited to news and posters. Second, all members of the organization within the parliament must declare their identities, similar to a registration process. After all, this is a central core institution. If you have infiltrated it, it would be excessive to conceal your identity. Third, they must adhere to laws and regulations, avoiding the use of extreme measures to solve problems. This was mainly due to previous actions that frightened them, as the organization had been ruthless against those financial magnates. In total, there were over 30 clauses to regulate the rights and obligations of the organization, akin to being caged. However, no one believed that this formidable entity could truly be contained. It was merely a superficial compromise, a facade for appearances. If disagreements arose, they could use this as a basis for discussion. In fact, it served as a fig leaf. Although it was of little real use, it was still necessary to have. After the meeting, in accordance with the agreed-upon regulations, the organization reported the number of its members in the joint parliament. Upon review, they were taken aback. A quarter of the legislators had become associated with the other party, and they even kindly hinted at a signal that in the next parliament, the organization's personnel would nearly reach half. What does that imply? A division of power? It should be noted that the identities of the legislators come from various global regions, similar to a selection process. And even the speaker and vice speaker have no authority to interfere. Clearly, the other party's arrangements were nearing completion. With the current term ending and the next term bringing in new members, there was no suspense left. Is this really appropriate? The vice speaker's voice dropped a few notches. Unable to hide a hint of fear. The parliament may be fluid, but the organization is steadfast. For quite some time in the future, this situation is likely to persist. And the vice speaker might not even be able to continue in office in the next term. Faced with such a colossal entity, one cannot help but feel a strong impulse to align with them. In response, Jovier said, "The organization has no intention of confronting you. It is merely a means of maintaining relations. As long as the decisions benefit humanity, we will fully support you." Upon hearing this, even though they were taken aback, the speakers and vice speakers of the 5 permanent members had no choice but to accept, as it did not seem too bad. As long as it is for the greater good of humanity, their influence remains the strongest, and the entire parliament will face no obstacles. Although there are still some concerns. What can be done? Oppose it? They have already laid out their plans, and it's too late to stop it at the final moment. This is the best situation we have right now. Chapter 216. Joint Harvest. After reaching a preliminary consensus, the next step is to deal with the various aspects of the tycoons' legacies and some leftover issues, such as minor matters. The influence of the tycoons is comprehensive, spanning the upper, middle, and lower levels. Currently, most of the legacies at the upper level have been inherited by the organization, while the 2 lower levels have a massive base. What we are dealing with is essentially a joint harvest. Minor infractions are exempted, while serious crimes are not tolerated. Just look at what has happened under your leniency. It's a complete mess. During the meeting, one member slammed the table, showing no respect to the chair and vice chair. Yet they could only silently acquiesce. There is nothing they can do. Strictly speaking, the tycoons have grown so powerful. Do they bear no responsibility? How can one argue against that? The strength of the tycoons is too formidable. Isn't that admitting incompetence? The organization has almost uprooted the tycoons, so they have the right to say such things. It's frustrating. They have always criticized others, but now they are being confronted directly. Sigh. The days ahead might be tough. Soon, A consensus was reached on how to handle these minor matters: arrests, dismissals, and sanctions to rectify the atmosphere. As for the vacant positions, the organization made concessions, agreeing to only 1/6 of them. The remaining parties can handle the rest as they see fit. However, the chair and vice chair were not pleased, saying these were just minor players. What difference does it make when combined? They have consumed most of the benefits and only left behind 1/6 of the broth. The rest is tasteless, yet too good to discard, and even if served, it's uncertain whether it can be consumed in the end. An organization that has been dormant for so long without revealing its true nature is now powerful enough to stand on equal footing with them. Just their presence is a statement. Countless minor players want to align themselves with them, and any attempt to openly solicit support would be mere formalities. It provides everyone with a superficially acceptable reason. At noon, the meeting was paused, and the chair, curious, asked, "Joe, can I ask why your organization's decision-making body consists of 18 members? How do you resolve voting?" In response, Joe shifted his gaze towards him. "Because we are a collective. Everything is decided by the think tank. Although the decision-making committee can determine various organizational affairs, its main function is execution. Disagreements? Once everyone sets aside their personal positions, none exist. It's not like your complex structure with positions, personal thoughts, and interests. Within our organization, there are no conflicting opinions. Everyone works together to accomplish a task. Why must we pursue an odd or even number? The size of the decision-making committee is determined by need, new business, new functions. There may currently be 18, and in some time it could be 19 or even 20. After hearing this, the speaker was left in shock. What kind of organization is this, with such a unified ideology? Initially, he thought there might be some internal divisions, but now it seems he was overthinking. At the same time, he was increasingly alarmed by the organization's power. Attempts to win over, divide, and balance various emerging ideas were quickly extinguished. Indeed, if what was said is true, such a united organization has no disagreements at all. The key question is, how did they achieve this? It's perplexing. Even selflessness has its limits. Could it be that he truly has a low level of awareness? After lunch, the meeting continued. The speaker stated, "On the other side of Proxima, the financial groups still hold substantial power. We will initiate our covert strategy to gain control of the situation." The other responded, "No need." The speaker was taken aback. The other continued, "If you wait for your actions, the flowers will have wilted." The deputy speaker from the Great Xia asked in surprise, "Is that so?" "That's right. The situation over at Proxima Z has already been taken over by us. Those who should be detained are detained, and those who need to ascend have ascended. The planetary transformation project is progressing steadily and has temporarily entered military control." Upon hearing this, everyone was nearly speechless. What does this mean? It means that the area has already been taken over by the organization, and the military district is also under their control. What are we going to do? Just at the beginning of the month, the wormhole had stopped shrinking. Now, in the middle of the month, as was mentioned in a previous meeting, the wormhole has the ability to recover and began to rebound after shrinking to a certain extent. It was originally thought that contact with Proxima would be severed, but not only can contact be restored, but immigration can also continue. This is a new star system, representing immense interests. However, now, this piece of interest is no longer in their hands. You don't want to monopolize it, do you? The deputy speaker couldn't hold back. Chapter 217. The assistance of the deputy speaker of the Great Xia. He couldn't be so anxious. That is a planet. Its value surpasses the total wealth created throughout human history, even reaching an immeasurable level, especially for the current Earth. It represents hope, a homeland, and a retreat. If it were to be monopolized by the organization, it would be completely unacceptable to all parties. Monopolize? The other scoffed. No, we are only temporarily managing it. It should belong to all humanity, but I do not agree with the method of distribution. After working hard to resolve the hidden dangers, what then? Should each country take a slice? Is that appropriate? Therefore, our organization's unanimous opinion is, it is a common asset of civilization and absolutely not allowed to be divided. Everything from Proxima, the minerals, the land, should be developed and constructed with the strength of all humanity, and should not be divided into individual countries as it was before the catastrophe. Integration is the major trend. It can be zoned, but must not be divided by country. Similar to the current situation on Earth, it belongs to the public. After listening to the words of Jovial, the speaker and the deputy speakers were initially taken aback, but then felt a surge of joy. Good. As long as it's not monopolized, that's fine. They had just been thinking too narrowly. This organization still has principles, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there's no monopoly, everything can be discussed. So when will we manage it together? The speaker asked. A question that would have been impossible for him to voice a day earlier. Now, however, he adapted quickly. Let's wait until we come up with a specific plan. Simply copying the model from Earth and implementing mixed management wouldn't be very suitable. It would be best to establish a separate department that would oversee everything in the neighboring star system. After Jovial finished speaking, the room fell silent. Indeed, it was unlikely that they would completely give up. After all, it was something they had almost grasped. Setting aside utilitarian thoughts, how about this plan? Upon reflection, it seemed quite good. Responsibilities and powers would be clearer, and it wouldn't harm the interests of any party, since it would just be one department. It would fall under the jurisdiction of the central governing body. Great. Agreed. 10 minutes later, everyone reached a consensus on this matter, and then began discussing the new department. Jovial presented a document for review. The proposed administrative level for the new department was 3. The ownership of resources in the neighboring star systems would belong to the United Government, but the resources of the star system would be managed by this department. It would have an independent security agency and an independent scientific and industrial system. In their minds, a colossal entity began to take shape. A level 3 institution, considered the highest functional department within the central authority. The structure of the entire central authority resembled a pyramid. At the top level, there was one core council, the one in the current room. At the second level, there was one representative council, representatives from various countries. The first two were voting decision-making bodies, not fully functional institutions. The third level had 2 departments, the United Government Security Committee, Military Affairs, and the United Government General Affairs Committee, Political Affairs. There were more departments at the fourth level, the Ministry of Finance, the Security Department, the Ministry of Justice, the Academy of Sciences, the Academic Management Committee, and the Planetary Development Agency. It could be said that the status of a level 3 institution was nearly at its peak. There were only 2 such entities on Earth. The power was immense, belonging to a super department. Personnel in these departments could number in the hundreds of millions. The Security Army and the General Affairs Committee were examples. The former was in charge of global military affairs, while the latter managed global political affairs, with the neighboring star system's super institution designated as level 3. No one felt it was inappropriate. It seemed very reasonable. What should this department be called? The Neighboring Star System Affairs Committee? The speaker thought this name was quite good. Good. Not bad. The deputy speakers from the 2 sides agreed, saying that the name wasn't important. How the internal powers were divided was the key issue. As they spoke, the speaker looked towards the deputy speaker from Daxia. What do you think? After a moment of silence, suddenly, the deputy speaker from Daxia looked up and said, why do we need to establish a new department? Wouldn't it be better to elevate an existing department? After all, they were doing the same thing before. After he spoke, the speaker was taken aback. Elevate? From where? Which department? A word suddenly popped up, Planet Development Agency. The speaker, isn't that a bit low level? The deputy speaker of Daxia, I already said it's a proposal. Does the level matter? I suggest expanding this department based on the development agency. That seems somewhat reasonable. The deputy speaker from another region nodded. Indeed. There's no problem with upgrading a department that has been involved in matters related to Proxima Centauri from the beginning. It's reasonable and legal. After all, it's not about promoting someone, just upgrading the department. Xiao Wire glanced at the deputy speaker of Daxia, smiling inwardly. This assist is quite good. I was planning to give a logical argument, but it seems I can skip that now. Chapter 218. Planet Development Agency in response to the proposal from the deputy speaker of Daxia. It sounds good. Not bad. The deputy speakers from England and France echoed as before. The speaker, these fence-sitters, don't they have any opinions? Well, debating over trivial matters is not very meaningful. And there is still Xiao Wire, who has a say in this matter. The speaker asked, what do you think? Upgrading to a planet development agency is also one of the feasible options. If you have no objections, we can proceed. No need to discuss further. Let us vote. For votes in favor, passed. The speaker didn't even raise a hand, as it was unnecessary. After all, one can't use a veto for such trivial matters, right? Ridiculous. The speaker, what should the name be? Planet Development Affairs Committee? Xiao Wire pretended to think for a moment. How about calling it the Planet Development Agency? Good name. Agreed. With many supporters, the speaker felt a bit frustrated, as his 2 previous proposals had been shot down, leaving him a little hurt. Next came the most important topic, personnel. It was essential to secure something. Regarding the personnel issue, the discussion became much more intense, with people arguing fiercely, as the star organization had given up the director position. What does that mean? Just vote, not take the position. This immediately stirred everyone's interest. There are only 3 level 3 departments in total. This director position is almost equivalent to the commander-in-chief of planetary security or the position of president before the disaster. It's not a trivial matter. No way. Should be opposed. Watching the lively scene, Xiao Wire shook his head. It's still better organized, with fewer troublesome matters. Everyone has their stance. That is understandable. One can only say that these people are correct. The real mistake might be this world. Anyway, whatever happens, just blame it on the world, and it brings some psychological comfort. Amid the noise, Xiao Wire ordered a cup of coffee and drank it on his own. Upon seeing this, everyone felt a bit awkward. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing, as someone threw out a piece of meat, and everyone scrambled for it. It felt a bit strange. At this moment, Xiao Weir sighed. You all, how about this? Each of you propose a candidate for voting. To avoid everyone only voting for themselves, I'll count as one vote as well. Remember, the selected person must be both virtuous and capable. If they are skilled in manipulation and power tactics, then I'm sorry. Even if you have passed such personnel, the organization does not agree. The Planetary Development Agency needs to be able to get things done. Upon hearing Xiao Weir's statement, everyone could only agree. The earlier scene was indeed embarrassing. Therefore, each side nominated a representative, all of whom held high positions and were highly qualified, making efforts to introduce themselves to Xiao Weir as they held a crucial vote. Chu Xian. Everyone was taken aback at the candidate proposed by the Daxia side. Could it be that they were out of their minds? Chu Xian was merely an acting director at the 5th administrative level. He hadn't even received a level 4 designation yet. And now he wanted to compete for a level 3 position. How could that be possible? He has capability, contributions, and is the current director of the development agency. I believe he is qualified to compete for this position. Honestly, even the vice chairman of Daxia felt it was not very appropriate. However, the current situation was that the votes from all sides were equal, and the probability of the candidate from Daxia winning was only 1 in 5. Xiao Weir was also from a certain country. Although the organization claimed fairness and justice, how could one fully trust that? At this moment, he felt quite helpless. On one hand, he hoped that Daxia had no members from the organization. On the other hand, he hoped there were some, as in the current situation. He felt uncertain about voting, as if he was being excluded. Mr. Xiao Weir. Yes? Is there anyone from Daxia in the decision-making committee? There is. Why didn't they come today? They are over at Proxima Centauri, personally overseeing the task of removing the influence of the local tycoons. In an instant, the vice chairman of Daxia felt somewhat pleased. One last question. Is Chu Xian one of yours? The vice chairman of Daxia stared at Xiao Weir, as did the others. Curious. Facing this question, Xiao Weir smiled and shook his head. No. This young man is someone we are also paying attention to. We thought about recruiting him, but he is too young and needs further observation. Thank you. The vice chairman of Daxia nodded. The candidate I nominate is him. To secure that crucial vote. They could only pin their hopes on Chu Xian. Seeing this, others asked the same question. However, the evaluations received were mediocre, and the organization had not even considered inviting them. It was frustrating. The requirements of this organization were indeed high. But thinking back to the 3 decision-makers they had already met, it became somewhat clear. The organization was not a retirement home. Capability, ideology, and a shared vision were what they valued. As they reflected, if the organization were to invite them, would they really be willing to dedicate themselves to it? Clearly, there was a significant doubt within. They didn't even believe in themselves. Chapter 219. A new giant. On this day, the entire meeting lasted until evening before concluding. Thus, the organization officially stepped into the United Central Hub, holding the right to attend core meetings, represented by Xiao Weir. Although voting rights had not yet been established, their stance could no longer be ignored. In the office of the vice chairman of Daxia, a notification pinged. How is it? An elder voice asked from the other end. It has been decided that Chu Xian will serve as the director of the Planetary Development Agency, promoted to level 3 executive, and will take office next month. The agency is located in city number 23. A brief explanation was given to the counterpart, indicating that it is the central hub of a certain influential country, involved only in significant decision-making events. As for myself, strictly speaking, I am a full representative. As long as it aligns with the interests of the aforementioned country, I can make decisions on their behalf, which was discussed over lunch. After hearing this, the counterpart couldn't help but let out a long sigh. That's great. At least the head is from that country. This star organization seems to have appeared out of nowhere. After reviewing all the information, there are no traces at all. It is truly well hidden. When it finally makes its presence known, it will be a colossal entity. It has reached an uncontrollable level, leaving one to wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. It's important to interact more with Chu Xian and not be swayed by the star organization. The vice chairman nodded in agreement. That is only natural. The list of the agency's director and deputy directors has been finalized. 1 director and 5 deputies, totaling 6. Why an even number? It was inspired by the star organization, as the previous competition for positions was quite unseemly. This is an attempt to restore some image. If it doesn't work, it can be changed later. According to regulations, in case of difficult voting on certain issues, the director automatically gains an extra voting right, meaning that as soon as Chu Xian takes office, he will be able to secure his position. The benefits of having an extra voting right are substantial. Why take office next month? Because there is still a need for preparation. A level 3 agency is the highest functional organization on Earth, and initial estimates suggest that the entire development agency will expand by dozens of times. No, it could even be 100-fold. as the scale of the neighboring stars' operations is immense. Environmental transformation, urban construction, resource development, and scientific exploration. Its responsibilities and powers are astonishing, conservatively estimating it to be a functional management system capable of handling millions of personnel. Of course, it may not expand that quickly right now and will need to be gradual. This is also due to the wide-ranging implications. The preparation work for the entire department will take more than a month, and it is expected to be officially established by mid-next month. City No. 23 will serve as the agency's base, as requested by a certain representative. The reason is simple. That location already belongs to a financial conglomerate, which was elevated by the Star Organization, thus it is considered a legacy. It serves not only as the agency's base, but also as a foothold for the Star Organization. However, this foothold is merely a secondary city. Over 90 of the area belongs to the Development Agency. Such treatment is not unique, just like the Earth Security Council. Although its headquarters is in City No. 1, it directly manages several other locations, such as military industrial production in City No. 13 and military scientific research in City No. 14. Therefore, it is not unreasonable for the Development Agency to occupy one city. At this moment, as a representative, a certain individual has also been allocated an office. The world is unpredictable. Chu Xian is from that country. He has also been intensively studying the local language for some time. Now, while not fluent, he can at least communicate. Reflecting on the past, although he once held the position of deputy commander of the security forces, he had no right to an office here. Now, it has finally come true, like a dream. Knowing the profound background of the stellar organization, he feels an immense pride in his heart, as the cards he holds will ensure victory. The future belongs to the stars. After returning, the news quickly spread. What? The Planetary Development Agency? A third-tier organization? Director Chu Xian? Everyone was in shock. The third-tier organization on Earth, with the first two being pillars of support for military and political affairs, led by supergiants. Now, a new giant has emerged. And the top leader is actually Chu Xian, a new powerhouse? Are they all confused? A conspiracy. This is unscientific. The matters of the stellar organization were temporarily kept confidential, as all parties were afraid that those who waver might turn against them at any moment. It's an ancient truth. It's easier to take shelter under a big tree. If you can't beat them, join them. The power of the stellar organization has become too terrifying, and they truly do not want to help spread its influence. In the face of these doubts, all parties immediately suppressed dissent. This is a decision made after careful consideration by the council. If there are objections, keep them to yourself. And if you can't hold it in, then resign and continue to hold it in. Faced with the strong attitude of the speaker and the deputy speaker, no one dared to speak further. Resign? How could that be? It had been a long time since they had seen such an attitude from the big shots. There must be absolute reasons supporting this decision. Yes, the big shots are far-sighted. That has settled then. Chapter 220. Shock. While the outside world buzzed with discussion, at home, Chu Xian and Han Duoduo were enjoying a dry pot of bullfrog. Ding. The communicator rang. It was the deputy speaker of the Great Xia. And Chu Xian knew exactly what it was about, so he pressed the answer button. Xiao Xian, congratulations. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone. They discussed three things. First, the agency would be upgraded. Second, Great Xia recommended him as the top leader. Third, he would go to the office tomorrow for a detailed discussion. After this call, ding, ding, text messages came in one after another. Almost all congratulatory messages from members and senior officials from other departments. Very enthusiastic. Xinge, what's going on? The foodie Duo looked up. Normally, she wouldn't ask. But the call from the deputy speaker and the flood of text messages clearly indicated something significant had occurred. Next, things would get busy. Chu Xian continued eating. As the preparatory work for the agency was substantial, he would indeed be very busy over the next month. However, for him, who had been working day and night for the past 2 years, it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, he had 5 deputy directors to help. He wasn't fighting alone. Busy with what? Has the council made up its mind? Not disbanding the development agency? Han Duoduo was also a bit worried about what would happen next. It wasn't about her, but about Chu Xian. If it were disbanded and he was transferred to a department he didn't like, she would also be unhappy. Chu Xian smiled. Disbanded? Yes. The development agency is indeed going to become history. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry crossed Han Duoduo's face. But the next moment, she heard Chu Xian say, the development agency will soon be restructured and renamed as the General Administration of Planetary Transformation and Development Management, abbreviated as the Planet Development Agency. Han Duoduo felt a bit confused. Agency? What is the difference? From its name, its functions seemed similar to before. Just as she was pondering, she heard Chu Xian say, Administrative Level 3. In an instant, Han Duoduo's beautiful eyes widened in shock. What? 3. ISNT. That a level reserved for 2 major organizations. One overseeing global military affairs, and the other managing political affairs. Now she was being told that the Planet Development Agency was at the same level. Could it be a dream? Ah, she pinched herself, indeed. Xiangu, why? How is this possible? Although Han Duoduo thought it was a good thing, she couldn't comprehend it at all. The wormhole had stopped shrinking and was now expanding. This meant that the Joint Central Authority would regain actual management rights over Proxima Centauri and its subsequent transformation and development. Its status had significantly risen. At the same time, due to disagreements over land division, the final outcome was that the resources of Proxima Centauri would not be divided by nationality, but rather would belong to public property. Therefore, since it was public property, it needed management, and the development agency was born. This was the official statement, and Chu Xian used it as well. After listening, Han Duoduo finally understood the whole logic. Once she digested it, she felt happy. She just didn't know what position Xiangu would hold, perhaps the head of one of the departments? She also thought about the possibility of being above the deputy director. However, she understood how big this opportunity was and how fierce the competition would be. Capabilities, qualifications, background, requirements would likely be extremely high. Currently, Chu Xian was still the acting director of the development agency, with an administrative level of 5. It seemed quite unlikely for him to be promoted to the level 4 deputy director. She felt a bit shy to ask, Xiangu, that phone call just now. It's not about transferring you away from the development agency, right? Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Chu Xian replied, no. It was just to let me continue as the director. Oh, as long as he wasn't transferred, that's good. Wait, what did you just say? Han Duoduo thought she misheard. After Chu Xian repeated it, she was at a loss for words. Did her Xiangu really wholesale miracles? She thought the development agency would be dissolved, yet it suddenly elevated to one of the 3 major entities. She thought being a deputy director was a luxury, yet he directly advanced to the head. Administrative level 3. In her eyes, this absolutely belonged to the big shot level, in terms of real power. Even a deputy speaker might not compare. If previously the administrative level 5 was for senior officials, now he had become a top power figure. What to do? Her Xiangu was too outstanding. She just wanted to rush over. That night, many people couldn't sleep. Han Duoduo tossed and turned, feeling extremely excited, then anxious, fearing she wouldn't do well as an assistant. As an assistant to the head of a super organization, the issues faced and handled would surely be vastly different. Wow. Han Duoduo sat up, went to her computer, and continued studying, such as understanding the structures of the other 2 major entities. She was preparing for the upcoming establishment of the agency. Meanwhile, many people were hustling around, trying to secure a position in this new organization. At this moment, the 3 deputy directors who were reassigned earlier felt completely bewildered, thinking they had escaped a major pitfall. Little did they know, they had traded a watermelon for a date. In an instant, the position beneath them felt both hard and cold. Smack. They slapped themselves. Foolish. Chapter 221. Han Duoduo got promoted again, a new day dawned. In the early morning, the 2 of them took their usual walk to the development agency. Good morning, Director Chu. After you, Director Chu. They were greeted by many enthusiastic people along the way. Admiration. Oh, one of the 3 giants, radiating an extraordinary aura. The headquarters of the development agency was bustling today, completely shedding the anxiety and despondency of the past. Everyone's spirits were notably different. Yesterday, it was a department that might be cut. Today, it was taking off directly, simply surreal. Of course, although the department was upgraded, it didn't mean everyone would also be promoted. It merely added a general to the title. The internal structure was entirely different from before. It wasn't easy to move up the ranks due to the many eyes watching. If they had connections, they wouldn't still be here, so they could only leave it to fate. As long as they didn't leave the development agency, not being promoted was acceptable. As the headquarters, it enjoyed exclusivity in the city. Even if the rank didn't change, the power in their hands would increase. Happy. Indeed, following lucky people meant not having to do much. The heavens would provide. Chu Xian was such a person. At 9 in the morning, at the parliamentary headquarters, Chu Xian met with the deputy speaker from the neighboring country as agreed. They chatted, mainly to advocate for benefits for their own country. No problem. It's my duty. Within my authority, you can rest assured. Chu Xian responded readily. Among the 6 positions in the agency, each of the 5 major roles had one, with the star organization holding one. Hence, he was the only senior representative for his country at the agency. Okay, I'll meet with the other deputy directors later. The preparatory work for the development agency is heavy, and we need to be well prepared. At 10:15, Chu Xian met some future colleagues. Due to his decision to forego the competition for the director position, the first deputy director was from the star organization, and they were all not young anymore. The youngest was 51. It was tough to reach this level as a deputy, which was a level 4 position. Chu Xian stood among them, feeling somewhat out of place. Moreover, he was their superior. Talk about frustrating. However, no matter how displeased they were, they had to comply. He was the head, with the authority to adjust responsibilities and a considerable voting power. He held significant power. To avoid being targeted, he had to be honest and straightforward. Once everyone arrived, the speaker began. The preparations for the development agency are limited to 1 month. It will officially open on July 18th, and within 3 days, the departments must be confirmed. Afterwards, it will be submitted for parliamentary review. We will expedite the process. Within half a month, all departments must be established, and personnel for all positions above level 5 must be in place. The restoration work for City 23 will be completed by July 15th, with the relocation scheduled for the morning of the 16th. The meeting lasted a full hour before concluding. Chu Xian returned to the development agency with a group of deputy directors to continue the meeting and assign tasks. With subordinates available, why not let them handle everything? All matters were delegated, granting them ample freedom. What was left for him? Signing, voting, reporting. Just like before, once he reached his position, he rarely dealt with issues personally, serving more of a coordinating role. He was responsible for transmitting information up and down the hierarchy. Rationally utilizing personnel and resources was what he needed to consider. Everything else was left to his subordinates. In the days that followed, it was busy. Within 3 days, the departmental structure of the agency was established and reported to the council, while many were still in a state of bewilderment. Proposals were reviewed, voted on, and passed at lightning speed, moving into the next phase. At the same time, the construction of City Number 23 was also speeding up dramatically. Previously slow and cumbersome, it was now a 24-hour operation. Many dazzling decorations would certainly not be restored. The damaged ones were dismantled and replaced. Those that remained intact were kept, leading many to envy the working environment of the development agency, which was astonishingly good. Due to unofficial planning, the scale of City No. 23 was the largest in the urban cluster, with luxurious renovations, complete functions, and a vast area. It was simply enviable for all other central departments. But there was nothing to be done. After all, luck was on their side. They kept busy until June 28th, when the entire mid-level personnel issues were finally settled. And Han Duoduo was also slightly promoted this time. Previously, she was the office director. However, just like Chu Xian when he first took over as acting director, she had a position without a rank. Now, Chu Xian directly resolved this, promoting her to administrative level 7. Although it didn't sound high, Han Duoduo's resume needed to be considered. Breaking the norm for someone with significant achievements was fine, but Han Duoduo was different. She was just an assistant and couldn't be too reckless. After all, managing the BioCircle Project number 6, which involved thousands of people, was only at administrative level 9, and the supervisor of the other Shore project was at level 6. Therefore, Han Duoduo's level 7 was definitely not bad. Her identity remained as Chu Xuan's assistant, and she no longer held other positions. There was no choice. The current office had transformed into the headquarters of the agency. The person in charge held a level 5 position, and appointing someone 2 levels higher was indeed inappropriate. Even so, no one considered Han Duoduo's status to be inferior to level 5. As Chu Xuan's only assistant, she was respected even more than a mere level 5 position. Other deputy directors also held her in high regard. Chapter 222. Land Reclamation. While Chu Xian was busy, on the other side, Andre had already cried all his tears. It was a disaster. A quarantine review was not too unbearable. After all, he wouldn't be demoted and would be back on his feet after a while. However, upon his release, he received a thunderous piece of news. The development agency he once managed had been upgraded to the development headquarters at administrative level 3. It nearly drove him crazy. He was only at level 5 himself, although the distance to level 3 was just 2 small steps. Those 2 steps felt like an insurmountable chasm. The 3 real powerhouses, there were only 3 globally. Even with the support of a prominent figure, it was still difficult to secure that position, even for those who had previously held power. However, a former subordinate of Chu Xian seized the opportunity, quickly rising to take the throne of the giant. Andre was consumed by jealousy, feeling that this position should have been his. Just as he was brooding over this, the door suddenly swung open. Andre, we need to discuss some matters with you. Seeing the personnel from the security department, Andre was taken aback, and after being handcuffed, he fainted. The only thought in his mind was, why is my luck so terrible? In fact, it wasn't just Andre. Similar events were occurring all over the world. An agreement had been reached in a previous meeting, joint harvesting. The upper echelons of powerful families were being targeted en masse. Middle and lower level personnel were also involved, with many having dirty hands. Those who had committed offenses were covered up by the powerful families, and naturally, all of these individuals needed to be dealt with. Minor offenses would be exempted, but serious crimes would not be forgiven. This could be described as a global crackdown, not just aimed at the powerful families, but also at people like Andre, among the elite immigrants. The green light was not just for the 3 deputy directors who had been removed. Due to the chairman's maneuvering, Andre faced serious consequences. However, he was also implicated in a large amount of material provided by a certain organization, leading the chairman to decide not to protect him anymore. He was to be prosecuted along with others, and the decision was made to abandon Andre. After a busy day, Chu Xian did not return to his dormitory. He had been staying at the development office for almost a week. After all, returning was merely to the dimensional space. He had barely slept in his dormitory. Dinner was quite sumptuous, with a high standard of meals for senior officials. There were vegetables, fruits, meats, and a selection of staple foods, though the variety was limited. Nonetheless, it was far better than what ordinary people would eat. As for the taste, Chu Xian could only say it was passable. After eating, he returned to the lounge. With a click, he locked the door. The next moment, he found himself in a resort. Steamed lobster, roasted leg of lamb. He ordered 3 dishes, and the white female server respectfully took the order. The resort had been operating for nearly a month, relying on previously accumulated research achievements. Most people in Baiyun Town had applied for a vacation at least once because the initial recruitment had focused mainly on research personnel. The achievements were not attributed to individuals, but to teams, and families could be included. As a result, almost everyone had come to experience it, and the feedback was very positive. This greatly stimulated everyone's enthusiasm for research, leading to an average increase in working hours of 10% after returning. It should be noted that there was no overtime pay here. Chu Xian was generous, providing various top-quality ingredients at very low prices. Free? Well, not exactly. The monthly salaries needed to be spent somewhere. In the dimensional space, people's consumption levels were limited. Mortgages, car loans, medical expenses, education costs, all were free. And even raising children required very little money. Therefore, many people had some savings. Just right, let's explore some ways to consume resources. Logically speaking, to maintain the operation and drive of a system, people shouldn't have too much idle money which could lead to laziness. However, under the influence of this faction, there is no issue with motivation. Given this, Chu Xian also does not adopt a strategy of enforced poverty for his subordinates. Instead, he provides a wealth of services to ensure they have no worries. Soon, the ordered dishes arrive. And it must be said that the tycoons really know how to enjoy life, as the chefs they have cultivated are of very high quality. Since the resort began operations at the beginning of the month, Chu Xian has come to dine almost every day, rotating through different resorts. And today happens to be the last one. Before long, the work is done. Last night, the area of the entire dimensional space reached 4,000 square kilometers, with a radius of over 36 kilometers. According to the plan, the area beyond the 30-kilometer radius is ocean. Therefore, it's time to reclaim some land. In the southern hemisphere. In the Pacific, Chu Xian had already planted spatial nodes a few days ago. Compared to using explosives directly at Lake Baikal, he no longer needs to do that. With a thought, 3 curved blades appeared beside him, emitting a faint blue light from their edges. Whoosh! The 3 blades began to rotate around him, quickly becoming mere afterimages. Through repeated mental enhancements and constructing buildings in the dimensional space to improve his proficiency, he has made some progress. Now spinning. The 3 blades cut into the ice surface as easily as slicing tofu, facing almost no resistance. In less than 10 seconds, a cylindrical section of the 100-meter-thick ice was cut out. The immense water pressure below pushed the ice column up directly. More efficient than using explosives. Chapter 223. Commuting in the early morning, the land reclamation is complete. Chu Xian stands at the edge of the beach, with waves crashing repeatedly over his ankles. The icy sea water is incredibly clear, with sand and gravel being stirred up and then settling down. Where does the sand come from? It's mining waste. Depending on the particle size, all of it is useful. Dust can be thrown to the seabed, creating a breeding ground for microorganisms. Gravel can be used to lay beaches or playgrounds. Stones can be used for road foundations and concrete aggregates. It can be said that not a single bit of the ore brought from Titan has gone to waste. Everything has been transformed into something useful. Although the current width of this sea is only 6 kilometers, it appears boundless, which is quite nice. Build a large yacht using Plan 0233, Chu Xian instructed. Yes, the seaside resort is temporarily not open to the people of Baiyun Town, but the corresponding construction work must begin to be scheduled. Coastal City, Ring Road, Resort Islands, numerous projects that Chu Xian is taking on himself. This is currently the only way to strengthen his mental power. In 2 days, looking at the sea surface, Chu Xian murmured, "What does that mean?" It means the system is about to upgrade. The last upgrade was on August 1st of last year. Today, it has been logged 393 times, with only 7 more until the upgrade, and it has been 11 months since then. Checking the time. It's time to get to work. The breakfast for the high-ranking officials was quite decent, with scallion pancakes and lean meat porridge. Delicious. On the other side, on a distant planet. Ugh. Looking at the green caterpillars on their plates, the exiled heirs were on the verge of throwing up. But they still forced themselves to swallow. They didn't dare to bite, afraid of the bursting juices. The taste was enough to make one wish for death. Mom, I want to go home, sob. Wow. Those who were used to being arrogant back on Earth now resembled abandoned children, crying pitifully. Beautiful women. Delicious food. Fine wine. They all said goodbye to them. The food on the spaceship was only enough for a week, yet everyone stubbornly held on for half a month. In the end, they finished it all. After that, they started eating the grass around the spaceship, and when they could no longer bear it, they ventured into the woods to hunt. Armed with weapons, many perished, but they managed to achieve some results. However, luck was short-lived. After exhausting the local wildlife, they encountered a scene of despair. A giant beast, as big as a house, thick-skinned, carnivorous. The moment they encountered it, their weapons felt like spears against a mammoth. In movies, primitive people seemed to cooperate to take down mammoths. But they were not primitive. They had not trained for such skills. Thus, it was a disaster. Several spaceships became the dining table for the giant beast, forcing them to stay inside. It was only 5 days ago, when they found there was no food left, that the creature finally left. Starving to the brink of collapse, they once again entered the woods to collect the previously disregarded caterpillars, sour fruits, and tender leaves. God, who will save them? However, while eating, uffed, one by one, several individuals began trembling and foaming at the mouth. What happened? Poisoned? Impossible. They had tried it before and had been eating it for several days without any issues. They hurried back to the spaceship, which was equipped with medical testing devices. But nothing was detected. Vital signs were normal. 10 minutes later, the trembling stopped, and a few sat up. Are you okay? Someone nearby asked anxiously. Ugh, I'm fine. Their speech was a bit slurred, but no one paid much attention, as several thoughts were exchanged silently among them. Humanity? Civilization? Wormholes? Unfortunately, this group only had males now. They could only wait and see if the next batch of people would arrive. The solar system? A bit far away, but a very good tool species. Not too advanced in technology. They continued to parasitize, gather information, and would report back to their mother clan once completed. This exchange went unnoticed by the heirs, who were still thinking about where to solve their dinner that day. June 30th. Early morning. White Cloud Town was bustling with activity, with both stations filled with commuters heading to various research bases. For instance, the Plant Research Institute. The town was clearly too small, lacking large tracts of land for cultivation. But now, various experimental bases had been established. Deserts, swamps, Gobi, various terrains, with an experimental site built in each location, is far better than being confined to a small experimental box. Additionally, physical research equipment like particle accelerators is no longer suitable within the confines of the town. Today, with the opening of the commuting railway network, dozens of research bases have officially commenced operations, some even located in the mountains. It's quiet. It's stable. Every morning, looking at the mountains and fields brings immense happiness. The last time I was out was during the tree planting event in May, and I wanted to experience this. Now, my wish has come true. 2 months have passed, and the trees planted then have grown much taller. On one side are the lush mountains, and on the other, fertile plains with abundant fruits and vegetables. Along the way, we pass several bridges, allowing us to see the clear streams below. It feels like a dreamlike beauty. Chapter 224, Level 5 Sign-In System in the Carriage. Liao Yu took a moment to experience this journey. Not out of laziness, but because he had important business to attend to at an experimental base. The entire carriage is comparable to a high-speed train's business class. Spacious, comfortable, quiet. There are attendants, and from their accents, they are from another region. Their Chinese isn't very fluent, but communication is simple. Although this place is within the organization's secret realm, he has some understanding of the global situation and knows that the organization has accomplished a lot, such as dismantling conglomerates and taking over a certain city. No, strictly speaking, it was a takeover. All personnel at the resort come from there. And thinking about this fills Liao Yu with immense pride for his decision to join. Otherwise, how could he be enjoying such good days now? He serves as the director of the first research center, and his grandson, Liao Xiaofan, is leading a project due to his exceptional learning ability. Today is also about inspecting the results. 15 minutes later, Weapon Testing Center has arrived. Passengers, please prepare to disembark. At this moment, the train has entered the mountains, where there is a vast weapon testing area. Just after getting off, sounds of various kinds reached Liao Yu's ears. Bang, boom, bang. Logically speaking, such loud noises should be heard every day in the town, but the organization's secret realm is magical and soundproof. Looking far away, he saw planes, tanks, armored vehicles, and large cannons. Various weaponry is scattered across this area, with piles of equipment being destroyed daily to test stability and resilience under harsh conditions. He took an unmanned vehicle to an open area. Director Liao, let's begin. Yes. In the center, a spherical device was placed. Liao Xiaofan operated it on the computer, and the device started running. Then bang, bang, boom. Starting from handguns to missile strikes, no matter the type of attack. An invisible wall blocked everything from over 100 meters away, unable to harm anything inside. Finally, even when bombarded by electromagnetic rail guns, it remained unscathed, with only a slight increase in energy consumption, but could not break through. After testing kinetic weapons, they began testing energy weapons. High-energy laser beams hitting it only caused ripples. The development agency has received good news regarding the shield technology, which has passed verification, decryption, modification, and testing. Now, the energy shield technology has finally met the standards for installation on spacecraft not exceeding 100 meters. Larger sizes are also feasible, but it will take some time. In the evening, the individual personally visited the testing site and was very satisfied with the various indicators, issuing orders to begin outfitting equipment such as probes, fighter jets, and research vessels. Any equipment related to space needs to be updated to include shield units, enhancing survivability. Just thinking about future space travel and encountering meteoroids makes one eager to charge right through. The thought of that scenario was quite tempting. "Boss, the yacht is ready," reported Chi-Chi at that moment. 10 minutes later, on the ocean, the individual took the yacht for a spin, returning to the shore just before dawn. Lounging on a beach chair, sipping coconut juice, and enjoying the sea breeze. As the clock struck midnight on July 1st, the sign-in count was updated. And since it was the beginning of the month, there were 8 additional sign-ins. Congratulations, 10 tons of ribbon fish. Additional reward, level 4 gene enhancement liquid X1. Congratulations, 10 tons of coffee. Additional reward, level 1 energy core X1. Suddenly, 6 sign-ins were used up, resulting in great satisfaction. The level 1 energy core was already the third one. In fact, the dimensional space does not have high energy demands. 1 is sufficient. But the individual still hopes for more. The reason is simple: starships. If large starships are to be manufactured in the future, neither light nuclear fusion nor heavy nuclear fusion is preferred due to their general power output. The energy cores obtained from sign-ins are different. With cold nuclear fusion, they offer powerful, safe, and stable energy, making them perfect for maintaining a super-large energy shield and energy weapon output in the future. Sign-in accumulation has reached the requirements. System upgrade begins. 10, 9, 1. Upgrade complete. Updates are as follows. 1. Single sign-in resource types and quantities have increased. 2. Basic probability of additional rewards has increased by 30%, and types have been enhanced. 3. Sign-in reward rules have changed. Note: today's sign-in count has refreshed. As with the last time, there are 3 items. The first 2 are regular updates, merely increasing the variety and quantity of sign-ins, along with the basic probability. What does the rule update mean? The individual inquired. Not long after, upon hearing the system's explanation, it seemed quite good. The update to the reward rules means that future rewards will no longer increase sign-in counts, which is not complicated. In reality, the individual's influence and power can already significantly affect the awarding of prizes, even creating a bunch of them. Therefore, the significance and value have diminished, prompting the system to simply cancel it. Of course, there would be compensation. The daily sign-in count has doubled. After a quick look, Chu Xian found that he indeed had 2 additional sign-in opportunities today. Overall, it was a significant gain, forcing him to abandon his initial plan to exploit a bug. The system updates are implemented really swiftly. Chapter 225, New Authority. Afterward, Chu Xian glanced at the information. Level 5. Remaining sign-in opportunities 5. Fortune 3956. He wasn't mistaken. His fortune feedback had skyrocketed to over 3,000. In addition to the common rapid growth genetic theory bonus, there were 2 major sources contributing to this. First, the technology released through his own people, such as anti-gravity technology and neutrino nuclear material detection technology. These 2 were already mature technologies. Most of the contributions were actually based on foundational theories. Revealing them all at once would be too eye-catching, so his subordinates were gradually releasing bits of information. And the breakthroughs in major technologies often involve dozens or even hundreds of foundational theories. By publishing a little here and a little there, they maximize their contributions while gradually building up to a significant technological breakthrough, making the process appear more natural. Secondly, there was his infiltration plan. Civilizations are made up of people, and many important figures inherently carry the fortune of their civilizations. After recruiting them, all this fortune would belong to him. Just from this alone, he received feedback of over 1,000, which was more profitable than the previous efforts of publishing papers for results. With nearly 4,000 in fortune feedback, combined with the rewards from this upgrade, the accumulated basic probability was an impressive 456%. As a result, he unlocked a total of 4 fixed exchange items. First, he initially chose a spatial node. Second, a level 1 processing core. The last 2 items he hadn't used yet, as fixing them would mean they couldn't be undone, and he was close to leveling up to 5. It would be more appropriate to sign in for better items. Even for mental enhancement, he hadn't fixed it yet. As for the processing core, It was essential for industrial foundations. With the increasing number of black technologies he was cracking, various plans were underway, thus the urgent need. Like last time, to reach the next level, he needed to accumulate more sign-in opportunities. This time, it wasn't just 100, but 200, requiring a total of 600 sign-ins. Given the current situation, 2 sign-ins a day would take only about 10 months, which was even less time than the previous level. Not bad at all. After reviewing the information, he rubbed his hands together and signed in. Chu Xian was eager to see what the level 5 unit would yield. Congratulations. You have received 60 tons of fresh seaweed. Additional reward. Level 2 Processing Core X1. Seaweed. What does he need that for? Now that the dimensional space had a sea, this would eventually come in endless supply. Ban it. The unit was decent, increasing from 10 tons to 60 tons. A level 2 processing core. This was the first time he had signed in for a level 2 core. Chu Xian was pleased and looked forward to the level 5 system even more. After all, the level 3 system had already provided a level 1 core. However, at level 4, he hadn't seen a level 2 core throughout the entire sign-in cycle. The system should upgrade the item level in the resource library every 2 levels. Level 5 system first signature reward. Dimension Space Authority 1. Surprise. The last authority was related to factions, which brought tremendous benefits. I wonder what advantages this time will bring. Use it. After about 10 minutes, the authority will be upgraded. Haha, this is great, as expected from a high-level authority. Understanding what the new authority is, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile widely. Indeed, the high-level authority did not disappoint him. This time the upgraded authority has a very simple name. Descent. What does it mean? It means that his authority over the dimension space can manifest in the vast universe. Somewhat similar to a domain. After the Descent, Guardian, Earth Authority, and Faction can all be realized in the outside world. For example, if he adds a Guardian for himself, he can completely unleash his power, even tear apart aircraft carriers with his bare hands. Because in the dimension space, dismantling an aircraft carrier is really not a problem. After the excitement, he calmed down. Although the functions are powerful, there are also limitations. If one were to use a metaphor, authority is like rules. The universe is vast, while space is small. To survive, it's akin to an ant finding a place in the wrinkles of an elephant's skin. Therefore, the range of the descent authority is not large. A radius of 1,000th. What does that mean? Just like the current radius of the dimension space is 36 kilometers, which is 36,000 meters, dividing by 1,000 gives 36 meters. Within a radius of 36 meters, he essentially has an absolute defense, and it can be maintained continuously. However, the distance is still a bit short. Well, expanding the dimension space is still a priority. One of the abilities to secure a living must not be overlooked. After fixing the mental enhancement, how many sign-in times does it take to exchange it once? Chu Xian asked. 3 times. Then it's fixed. Done in a second. Now there's only one fixed quota, which isn't waste. On the other hand, Chu Xian's sense of security on Earth has always been quite low. Strong mental power, wide perception, but ultimately, he is a flesh and blood body. He can handle ordinary accidents, but when it comes to unexpected events that exceed his capacity, he would be at a loss. Now, finally having an invincible shield with him, no matter how he stacks levels, it wouldn't be excessive. Chapter 226. Moving into City No. 23 After that, Chu Xian exchanged for a mental enhancement. With a whoosh, the previous seawater, due to the extension of the spatial boundary, suddenly flowed into the newly appeared pit, and the water level dropped significantly. Time to restock. Chu Xian went to the Pacific Ocean. The ice cave where he last took water had long been blocked. Descent, he silently thought. In an instant, he felt the world was completely different. Having enjoyed the omnipotence in the dimension space, every return to Earth felt strange. It was as if he, soaring in the sky, was suddenly pressed to the ground, forced to walk step by step with shackles. Now it's better. Inside and outside are the same. No need for a monomolecular blade to cut. Boom. With a thought, the ice surface shattered into pieces. However, it was too thick. 36 meters had not yet reached the water layer. Chu Xian jumped down. Shattered. Collected. In the past, due to the immense water pressure, he wouldn't have acted this way. But now, standing 100 meters beneath the ice, the seawater that should have surged upwards due to the tremendous pressure is instead firmly held down by a powerful force. With a rush, the area of descent shrinks, and the seawater bursts upwards, yet within a 10-meter radius around him, it still cannot advance. Indeed, in the future, he can directly place the spatial node beneath the ice without having to break the ice each time. Once the newly appeared pit is filled, he returns to the space and finds a spot to place the secondary processing core. Wow, the primary core only covers 100 meters, while the secondary one exceeds 600 meters. Relying on its integrated processing capabilities, if a blueprint for an aircraft carrier is thrown in, The framework can be produced in an hour, and with subsequent equipment installation, it's like producing one every 3 days. Building a spaceship will be a bit more complex, but it would take at most a week. 7-7. Let us get started. Yes. After connecting the controls, a large number of processing tasks transferred from the primary core. Noticing that the ore at the mining site was insufficient, he went to restock. In the Titan Star mining area, like breaking ice, he transformed into a humanoid mining machine, drilling crazily into various metal veins. Like a mole, he dug wherever there were rich deposits. A collapse? Bring it on. If he were to show any fear, he wouldn't bear the surname Chu. With his protective measures, his back was straight. In the days that followed, utilizing the exchange function, he reinforced every 3 days. The remaining 3 times were used for item sign-ins, as the upgraded 5th level item pool had plenty of good stuff. The harvest was plentiful. By the early morning of July 15th, the 5 secondary cores were gathered, representing a formidable stroke of luck after exceeding 100 probabilities. Processing, metallurgy, data, energy, intelligence. The secondary intelligent core did not replace 7-7 but upgraded it, with the primary core becoming its subsidiary core. Chu Xian placed it in city number 23. What for? Relying on its powerful intrusion capabilities, it had already connected to the existing global computer network, hidden within. 3 days prior, after just a brief placement, it encountered many brothers of Moss, such as the credit point management system of the Central Bank of the United Government. After a good beating, they obediently complied. 7-7 had altered the highest authority, allowing Chu Xian to experience the sensation of a credit point account surpassing 14 digits, a long string of zeros. Although this was of little use to him, who could already dominate half the sky, it somewhat compensated for the regret of never having exceeded 7 digits in his savings before crossing over. Of course, it was just for fun. And later it was reverted back. Also on July 15th, the Development Bureau announced, "Great, we're finally moving." City number 23 had only been heard of before. He had never been there. Excitement filled the air. Amidst the busy and intense repairs, city number 23 had completed its acceptance check, and today was the scheduled move-in day. Packing boxes, labeling, it felt like the new year, full of joy, and some messages from colleagues who had previously scouted the area invigorated them. Currently, the average office space per person is about 3 square meters, but the new office location has directly increased to 12 square meters. What does that mean? Not only can you sit comfortably, but you can even lie down. Moreover, the environment is excellent, which has made many other departments envious. At the same time, the relocation involves not just the development agency. Many central departments have also been reassigned to form this super agency. The military, the police department, the finance department, the science academy, the construction department, the central bank, and dozens of other departments have contributed their elite personnel to the development agency. However, the headquarters of the development agency previously did not have enough space to accommodate them all. Therefore, they will initially remain in their original units. Now, with the completion of the restoration of the 23rd city, everyone will move there. Will it feel empty with so few people? Not at all. As the highest level administrative functional department, the personnel planning of the agency headquarters exceeds 80,000. Including their families, the number reaches at least 200,000, which accounts for about 60 of the capacity of the 23rd city. The remaining capacity will be reserved for future expansion. The development agency is still in its early stages, and compared to the other 2 tertiary institutions with massive scales, it is still quite immature. Chapter 227, the prosperous business district of the 23rd city. At this moment, Chu Xian has already arrived. The location is the original meeting area of the financial magnates, which has also suffered the least damage. It covers a vast area, is luxuriously decorated, and has complete facilities. It surpasses the council building and is naturally regarded as the central hub of the agency, just like this office. Over 300 square meters, with large floor-to-ceiling windows, it features a circular structure reminiscent of the pre-disaster headquarters of a well-known tech company, with a large area in the center designed for greenery and leisure. Transport vehicles are constantly coming and going, moving things in and out. The 15th is for relocation, and the 16th is for adaptation. At the same time, all the supporting facilities are operational. Living, hospitals, schools, and commerce are all rapidly entering operational status, especially in the business district, which is almost entirely taken over by a certain organization for management. Didn't they just give one sub-city as a base for that organization? That was a transfer of ownership. The business district only granted management rights. Although the financial magnates are gone, many of their production bases still remain, and many civilian shelters continue to supply the 23rd city. They need to survive too. Therefore, after eliminating various illegal and gray projects, the business district of the 23rd city is once again revitalized. Compared to the past, prices are cheaper. According to the plan, it will become a bustling area within the headquarters city cluster in the future. Of course, The main focus is still to provide benefits for the subordinates. As the head of the agency, winning people's hearts is also a mandatory course. Is this the 23rd city? It's wonderful. It is far better than the crowded underground cities. With families moving in, walking on the streets feels completely different, especially with the prosperity of the business district. Yes, many people were born and raised in the headquarters city cluster, and the conditions are better than in other underground cities. However, it's still limited, especially regarding meat and fruits. Even in the first city, there are no official sales points. Those are allocated rare resources. However, here you can buy food with credit points at the counter. Western cuisine, Chinese food, hot pot, Japanese cuisine, milk tea, and snacks are all legally sold at reasonable prices. Wow, is this hot pot? Grilled squid. I haven't tasted it in 20 years. A middle-aged man sighed, having just been transferred from a local underground city. He is a professor, a member of the organization. After hearing about the benefits for members in the business district, he came to check it out. Sure enough, the organization did not disappoint him. With a special identity card, outsiders pay full price, but he only pays 30. He can also receive an extra monthly reward in points to exchange for the organization's goods, making the benefits truly outstanding. As a member of the organization, he feels an overwhelming sense of happiness. In the evening, at a hot pot restaurant on the second floor, in a private room, Han Duo ordered a full table of food. Previously, she always relied on Chu Xian to take care of her and never got anything good for herself. She felt bad about mooching off others without being able to reciprocate. Now, this meal is her first time treating someone with her own money. She has saved up quite a bit for her dowry, so spending a little today is no big deal. After all, she is treating Xian Go, so she doesn't mind. This place is fantastic. She can freely enjoy hot pot and various snacks. Yum. The instant noodles for the hot pot have already soaked up the flavor. Xian Go, you should try this. Han Duo also experienced a bustling commercial atmosphere reminiscent of before the disaster, and she couldn't help but wonder what the council was thinking, allowing such a large scene to unfold here. Of course, she hopes it lasts for a long time. However, as Chu Xian's assistant, she is increasingly exposed to high-level interactions. In such a high-profile business district, how will the brother departments perceive it? Envy, jealousy, there's a possibility of small reports being made. If not inevitable, she wondered how long this good life could last. Xian Gu, we need to come here more often recently. Lest we can only sneak in to eat later. Facing Han Duo's concerns, Chu Xian just smiled. Tightening policies? Huh, who would dare to say that? In the area operated by the organization, as long as it's not illegal, those small reports won't matter. When dealing with such a colossal entity, avoiding trouble is the best course of action. To maintain the supply of resources here, many have been brought in from dimensional spaces by Chu Xian. Would there be enough? Not really. Just like the 60 tons of kelp that arrived at the beginning of the month, there's no place to use it. During the 4th level, the daily minimum survival supplies were 10 tons, much of which is not commonly consumed by the locals. The warehouse is nearly full. It's taking up space, and tossing it away would be a waste. This is a good opportunity to use some up. Those from the central organization can come here and enjoy benefits at a legal low price. Previously, giving out good things was done sneakily, almost like a thief. As for others, since it will eventually all be from their side, it's just a way to take care of them in advance. Chapter 228. Officially established after finishing the hot pot, they settled the bill using facial recognition. Duo's dowry is 500. Of course, Chu Xian can also offer a free card or something, but it hasn't been arranged yet. We can't let her down. I'm so full. Brother Xian, let us go for a buffet tomorrow. Sure. Chatting, strolling, and digesting the food, under the influence of the bestowed power, I casually placed a protective charm on Duo. This has become an automatic skill, no need for manual activation each time. The commercial district is bustling with activity. On the first day of moving in, many families came. And those who aren't part of the elite, like Han Duo, were feeling anxious. Honey, buy a little more. Who knows when it will be gone? Absolutely. Thanks to our director Chu, even if it may not last long, achieving this situation is not easy. Is this an apple? 100 each, I'll take 10. After saving so many credit points over the years, I want to spend them today. Before any restrictions are put in place, I need to make the most of it. Some items are things many people may never see in their lifetime. Under the bestowed influence, Chu Xian's abilities have been greatly enhanced. Within a radius of nearly 70 meters, almost nothing can escape his perception, including conversations. Fortunately, with so many mental enhancements, otherwise, just the influx of this information could overwhelm a normal person's brain. Within the bestowed range, it's not just what people say. Even shallow thoughts can be perceived, as if in a dimensional space. It's like opening a small map. Ill-intentioned individuals in this area are as visible as a beacon in the night. The distance is still short, Chu Xian thought. A radius of 70 meters. If it could be expanded to several thousand, or even tens of thousands of meters, just imagining that scene made his heart race. Is this pretty? Pretty. What about this one? In front of a small jewelry stall, Han Duo cheerfully picked out inexpensive trinkets, reminiscent of Tenyuan stores before the disaster. However, in this context, they are quite nice. Gold and silver jewelry? Yes, but in such an environment, very few people pursue them, and the prices aren't low. As for gemstones and diamonds, they have almost no sales among the public. The company famous for its eternal gems has long been gone. The next day, July 18th, in the morning, the United Central Council released a document. 20,767 United Government Order. As of today, the Planetary Development and Construction Management Authority is officially established, with an administrative level of 3, responsible for the neighboring star systems. Furthermore, at 10:15 a.m., a meeting with the leadership of the Development Authority will be held, broadcasted live across all channels. And all qualifying institutions are required to have personnel watch. The news broke, and it immediately caused a global sensation. The Planetary Development and Construction Authority? Administrative Level 3? Wow. ISNT that the level of the second major players? Although it has been in preparation for a month, the internet ISNT that developed. And not many people know about the Development Authority. Now, the third giant-level department has drawn countless eyes, especially its name, which is even more exciting. It sounds like they are going to develop the neighboring star systems on a large scale. It seems so otherwise. There would be no need to elevate it to this level. Great. Finally, the day has come. There are still many people shouting about immigration. And despite the official suppression of such news, there will always be those who are unwilling to give up. Now, a third-level management authority for the development of a certain celestial body has been established. Clearly, there are indications of progress. Everyone is excited. Across the globe, schools, hospitals, research institutions, government departments, and security forces are all organizing to watch. There's no choice. The department is powerful. Not only a super large authority, but also in charge of matters related to this celestial body. In the future, anyone wanting to immigrate will have to go through it. Moreover, after immigrating, they might even have to change their affiliations, as all affairs there will be managed by this authority. What will they be doing there? Construction? Administration? Research? No matter what kind of work they do, they will be under its command. Such a powerful department, yet it is unclear who is in charge. Whoever it is, they can be described as having immense power. Indeed, there is no dispute on this point. Each of the three major leaders has strong backing. Even a deputy-level position is not easily exchanged. Chapter 229. Global audience feels confused in a certain underground city, just starting work. A man named Han Xiang was chatting with colleagues when he saw news about the Development Authority on screen. The discussions were lively. This department really holds significant power. Indeed, both immigration and the management of the celestial body fall under its responsibility. No wonder it stands on the same level as the other two giants. If only immigration were possible. There are mountains, rivers, and even the sea over there. Old Han, I heard your granddaughter is working at some authority. An old friend suddenly recalled this matter. It had been a while, about half a year. Han Xiang had mentioned it once, but hadn't brought it up again. Planetary Development Authority. Han Xiang replied, coming back to his senses. Everyone suddenly realized that the names sounded similar, just missing the general title. Just then, the news announced, the Planetary Development Authority has been upgraded from the former Planetary Development Office. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Han Xiang. Old Han, your granddaughter is doing well, getting into such a good unit. Even being an assistant is quite impressive. We envy you. Currently, Han Xiang is indeed the object of envy among them. He had heard that his granddaughter, Han Duo, was working with a well-known researcher. It seemed she was doing some miscellaneous tasks. However, even if it was just that, it depended on whom she was working with. The researcher was a renowned scientist. Being an assistant to a scientist is already a great position. Later, he saw in the news that she was transferred to work on extraterrestrial matters, which sounded like a high-ranking position. Her husband was also a colonel, though he hadn't seen him for a long time. Not bad. Han Xiang smiled. Assistant? You're underestimating our Duo. Last time she came back, the researcher was promoted to Deputy Director of the Development Authority, and Duo became the Deputy Director of his office. Administrative Level 9. He felt pleased for a while, but didn't boast excessively. After all, both the researcher and Han Duo were quite young, attracting a lot of attention. As a family member, it's better to stay low-key. It's not necessarily a bad thing. And it's unclear where Chu Xian will be reassigned this time as the Deputy Director of the Development Agency at Level 5. Having just been promoted, it's unlikely that Chu Xian will be promoted again. However, no matter where he is assigned, it's definitely better than his previous trip to Proxima Centauri with Liu Peiqiang, where it almost seemed like they wouldn't return. Look, the live broadcast has started. The screen is set. They see the hall of the parliament, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the members of parliament. Most of them are foreigners. They even spot the heads of two other major organizations seated below the speaker and deputy speaker. Although they share the same level, the difference in status is quite obvious. That face next to the two giants looks familiar. with billions watching globally. Everyone quickly noticed this scene. Isn't that Chu Xian? It really is. When did he come back? After Chu Xian was reassigned to Earth, many knew about it. But even more didn't, and there was actually a plan to report on it at the time. However, the interstellar immigration was forcefully passed by the conglomerates. There was no longer any use in relying on Chu Xian to stabilize emotions. Later on, the conglomerates fought hard, while everyone watched the drama unfold. And many got caught up in it, and met unfortunate ends. No one thought about using Chu Xian for anything anymore. Today marks his first media appearance since returning to Earth. Why is he sitting there? It seems there were only 2 tables before, but now there's an extra one. Those who are unaware started discussing among themselves, and some quick-witted individuals suddenly realized something, their eyes widening. No way. In the parliamentary hall, as members took their seats, many looked at Chu Xian with envy. They were all at the same level, but he held real power. Who would have thought that the speaker and deputy speaker would collectively lose their minds and let Chu Xian take that position? Many members wanted to protest, but their own leaders reprimanded them, then informed them about the star organization. Shock, dismay, helplessness. Some even felt compelled to cling to a powerful ally, seeking refuge under a big tree, as he had already taken control of half of the central power. The disparity was despairing. There was no time for suppression. The situation was stronger than individuals. They had to accept reality. Below, all heads of directly affiliated agencies of the General Affairs Committee gathered, which typically wouldn't be necessary. They would only come together for the annual summary meeting. However, this time was different. With a pillar-level organization being established, their presence was mandatory. One could say that all senior officials were now gathered here. The president of the Academy of Sciences was among them. Sci, the current head of the agency. Do young people not value miracles? Back then, worried that the development agency might sink, he actively invited Chu Xian to the Academy of Sciences and promised him succession. Who would have known that just 2 months later, he would leap 2 levels and become one of the 3 giants of the central power? Soon, the speaker began to speak. After careful consideration and in response to real needs, the proposal from the Planetary Development Agency was passed in mid-last month by the Parliament. Following a month of preparation, it is officially launched today. First, let me introduce the management team of the agency. After a brief pause, he announced loudly, the Parliament officially appoints Chu Xian as the Director General of the Planetary Development Authority, at Administrative Level 3, fully in charge of the authority's work. As he finished speaking, Chu Xian stood up, his tall figure captured on camera. Global viewers stared at the young face, a bit dazed. Chapter 230, Household Registration Brother. Stay calm in the underground city of Jingsan. What? Chu Xian, Director General? Han Xiang felt a bit dizzy. Wasn't Chu Xian the Deputy Director of the Development Authority? With an administrative level just raised to 5? In the blink of an eye, he had jumped 2 more levels. Could he have heard it wrong? No. He heard it right. Director General, Level 3. His colleagues were also dumbfounded. They had only heard that Chu Xian was a scientist and had some level of authority. But Han Xiang had never mentioned specifics. Who would have thought he would directly become one of the 3 major figures? Wow, what a huge position. It's hard to imagine. Old Han, you hit it well. Han Xiang expressed that he was also quite confused, just like everyone else. On the other side, at home, Lu Qi, who had just obtained an A1 degree and was on break, was also unable to come to terms with it, giving himself a slap. Ouch, this isn't a dream. 2 years ago, that boy next door had actually become a central figure, a prominent presence in the parliament. He quickly took out his communicator. Beep. It connected swiftly. Household registration, brother. What's up? The voice of Han Duo came through. Lu Qi, where are you? In the parliament, but not in the main hall. Rather in the side hall. Although Han Duo was an assistant, she didn't have the right to attend the main session. She could only wait in the side hall with other assistants. Sure enough, you all kept it from me. Household registration, brother. You didn't ask. What about you? Are you still Xiao Xian's assistant? Yes. Did you get promoted again? Lu Qi asked. A little bit. A little bit? How many levels? 7. Lu Qi felt helpless. Administrative level 7, while the head of the underground city was only at level 6, just 1 step away. But with Chu Xian as a strong backing, would there be any obstacles to that step? Obviously not. It was just a transition period. After a few years, once her qualifications reached the standard, even if Chu Xian didn't mention it, others would be eager to promote her. Although she was born in the local underground city, she understood how significant the power of a central figure could be. 7 ranks beneath the Prime Minister. With Chu Xian at the top, Han Duo at level 7. Ugh. That's quite a rhyme. Household registration, brother. Stay calm. Work is the same everywhere. After being around Chu Xian for a long time and meeting many people, Han Duo said this naturally. Lu Qi didn't want to speak. Many of Chu Xian's acquaintances were equally shocked. At the underground city university, in class, he Shu Li, following school requirements, took his students to watch the news. Teacher, I heard you were Chu Xian's astrophysics mentor? Yes. As each student looked at Hishu Li with a hint of surprise, previously, no matter how impressive Chu Xian was, he was still just an individual. Now, he had transformed into a central figure. Hishu Li was also quite bewildered, smiling wryly. 2 years ago, who would have thought an ordinary university graduate would grow to this extent, despite a bit of a commercial mindset? But what he said indeed made him feel quite proud. Subsequently, the news commentary introduced Chu Xian's resume. He was in charge of the BioCircle Project No. 6, successfully developed the first-generation universal fast-growing gene, and proposed the second generation during that time. He held an administrative level of 9. Later, he was promoted to the technical supervisor of the Other Shore project under the Deep Space program, with an administrative level of 6. While assigned to the Proxima Centauri Z as the supervisor of the Other Shore forward base, he successfully theorized the third-generation universal fast-growing gene. In light of his achievements, he was recalled to Earth to serve as the first deputy director of the newly established Planet Development Agency, at administrative level 5. He later acted as the acting director of the agency. Looking at Chu Xian's resume, everyone knew the earlier part, but the latter part was less understood. And many people felt relieved. So that is how it is. I thought he was suddenly promoted. This makes sense. Why wasn't he there a level 4? Did he jump directly from 5? Once it was clear that he had served as an acting director, which is a level 4 position, even if it wasn't formal. So what? The progression from 6 to 5 to 4 to 3. The promotion path is really smooth. It turns out it wasn't a meteoric rise, but a step-by-step process, and the doubts immediately vanished. It's just that the time was too short. For any of his positions, the term might be 3 to 5 years, but Chu Xian? He didn't exceed a 1-year term. He shot up quickly. However, the general public felt quite good about it. Who needs justification? First, his achievements. The 5th-generation fast-growing gene theory, with a 4-fold increase, everyone benefits. Second, he had management experience at Proxima Centauri. Although the time was short, he was the only senior official to return. The other deputy directors all worked on Earth. Just this point alone made him very suitable. Third, it gave many people hope, showing that the United Central System was not stagnant and dared to give opportunities to young people. One could say that the impact of the last point was the greatest. Talent is the only criterion. Young senior officials made countless people feel hope and vitality, showcasing the boldness of the United Central Authority instead of a stagnant pool. It can be said that the global public fully supported Chu Xian's rise as one of the 3 giants. Chapter 231. Speech after the chairman introduced Chu Xian. He began to announce other deputy positions. Many people were recognized. All the deputy directors of the agency had considerable qualifications, with resumes far richer than Chu Xian's. Kelly? Wasn't he the Minister of Finance before? Why was he demoted? A newcomer couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Someone nearby quickly clarified. Are you silly? It was said that the agency is a level 3 organization, and the minister is level 4. Oh, I see. A lateral move. Lateral my foot. This is clearly a promotion. Although the level didn't change, his status stepped up. All the deputy directors were figures that people had some impression of. They had often been seen in the news before, all former heads of various departments, finance, human resources, public property management. However, these big shots were all reassigned to the agency for deputy roles, and the average person would only see how high the agency's level was. Those with insight could understand that this was tremendous support. The personnel and resources required for extraterrestrial development are immense, and all deputy positions come from key departments. This way, coordinating with these individuals makes things significantly easier, and the central departments have always held a sense of superiority. As a result, the top leader was reassigned, leveraging their understanding of various processes and influence to fully promote the work of the agency, making their presence felt one by one. The presiding officer then stated, "Next, let's invite Director Chu Xian to introduce the agency's upcoming work plan." In front of the television, after the initial excitement, many pairs of eyes were glued to the screen. The establishment of the new department was still related to extraterrestrial matters, and everyone knew that the main event was yet to come, something that concerned everyone. Chu Xian stood up and walked to the podium in the center of the hall, facing these high-ranking officials without any signs of nervousness. In fact, if it weren't for the need to conceal their identity, it would be the others who should feel intimidated. After a round of unremarkable opening remarks, he got to the main topic. The agency's primary work ahead has 3 main points. First, interstellar immigration. By the end of the year, the goal is to achieve a total of 6 million immigrants. However, due to the uninhabitable atmospheric conditions of the neighboring star system, the first batch of personnel will not accept regular immigration applications. Among them, 1 million will be researchers, mainly in the fields of botany and microbiology. 1 million will be industrial personnel, providing equipment support for terraforming, and 4 million will be construction workers. Upon hearing this, many people felt disappointed. With 6 million set to go by the end of this year, it seemed unlikely that they would be part of the first wave. It wasn't a vacation. It was work, but it made sense. Once the terraforming was completed, they would be able to move there. The thought of this improved their mood significantly, considering that the atmospheric conditions there would require oxygen tanks for outings. Although the underground city had a mediocre environment, it was at least well-equipped. Sometimes, human psychology is strange. Once it was known that immigration was no longer a problem, people felt more at ease. Why 6 million? Wouldn't 60 million be faster? Just as everyone was wondering. Chu Xian addressed this very question on the screen. Why is the goal set at 6 million? It's simple. The official announcement previously stated that traversing the wormhole consumes a certain type of energy. Initially, it had a diameter of over 100 meters, but due to usage, it has shrunk to a minimum of only 2 meters, almost equivalent to being closed. However, this natural wormhole can exist and has self-restoration capabilities. If usage stops, it will gradually enlarge again. This means that the wormhole has a maximum throughput. That's why an industrial system needs to be established there. In the future, aside from personnel and necessary supplies, resources that can be obtained from the neighboring star system and equipment that can be produced there will no longer be transported from Earth. At this point, everyone understood. Previously, the Central Agency had mentioned similar things, but there were doubts among the people. However, hearing it from Chu Xian made them believe it immediately. In everyone's eyes, although Chu Xian was the director, he was also a hero of humanity, young, energetic, and exceptionally talented, having improved their lives time and again. Such a person was different from those politicians. Chu Xian spoke for 15 minutes, giving everyone a basic understanding of what this new department is doing and what it aims to achieve. There was a sense of anticipation for the future. The oppressive, dull, and desperate atmosphere that had previously permeated the underground city dissipated significantly, with individuals looking forward to moving to a new home. Even in their lifetime would be acceptable. It felt much easier than the span of 2,500 years. Chapter 232. The arrival of Han Xiang 300 kilometers away from the central urban cluster. At the 3rd United Prison. At this moment, all the inmates were organized to watch the news. Upon seeing Chu Xian looking spirited on screen, some were nearly driven mad. Why? This should have all been mine. Okamoto Yuji shouted in anger, while those around him looked at him as if he were a fool, thinking he was out of his mind. He had been a bit crazy for a year now. Slap. A nearby large man directly intervened, knocking him down with a slap. Quiet. Okamoto Yuji started to cry. One misstep led to another. Chu Xian's rise was tied to Project Biosphere number 6, which he had personally let go of. Now, the other was a giant in the industry, while he was just a prisoner. Uncle, are you okay? Okamoto's Weiyao approached to help him. Indeed, he had also been involved, having caused trouble during one of Chu Xian's public lectures, where a single word from Chu Xian had almost scared him to death. For a long time, he had been anxious, but to his surprise, Chu Xian had completely ignored him. Later, after Okamoto Yuji was captured, he had a period of stability, but unexpectedly, Chu Xian did not touch him, and he still suffered. After the turmoil among the conglomerates, the Central Union conducted a sweep, relying on a lot of evidence gathered in city number 23, capturing a large number, including him. Woo-woo. It was just bullying a girl together. How infuriating. Those conglomerate bastards even recorded it, implicating him, resulting in a 20-year sentence without the possibility of reduction. He was only 21 years old. After the live broadcast, discussions erupted globally. Unfortunately, without the internet covering the world, most conversations were private, but work enthusiasm surged rapidly due to newfound hope. Concurrently, a large number of people began applying to go to Proxima Centauri, with the first batch reaching 6 million, all of whom were not allowed to bring family members. They were all going to work. However, Chu Xian mentioned that once the safe city on Proxima Centauri Z was built, the families of these individuals would be prioritized for relocation. As a result, the Immigration Review Department of the General Office became extremely busy. In just half a day, applications exceeded 15 million and continued to rise. July 21st, afternoon. City number 23 Airport. Grandpa Han, Brother Huku, Han Xiang, and Lu Qi stepped off the plane. They didn't come suddenly. After obtaining an A1 degree from the underground city, Lu Qi was originally set to come to the First Technology University for further studies. The timing just happened to align. What a grand occasion you have. Han Xiang smiled as he looked at the convoy parked next to the plane. Motorcycles, cars, flashing lights. It was almost the treatment of a high-ranking official, but thinking of Chu Xian's identity, he thought to himself, all right then, the person is already a high-ranking official. There's nothing to be done, it's part of the job description. Chu Xian spread his hands. It's not just bragging. At his current position, when he goes out, there are at least a dozen security personnel. Of course, it's not the same within the headquarters of the main office. He had just returned from City 1 and took the opportunity to have the convoy come over. Haha, all right. Let this old man experience the treatment of a level 3 administration. As they traveled, Han Xiang experienced what it meant to have privileges. Wherever they went, vehicles and pedestrians made way. The streets of City 23 were much wider than those of ordinary underground cities. And sometimes the children of tycoons would even engage in street racing, with almost limitless construction costs involved. Speaking of the tycoon's offspring, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic, wondering how they were doing after being exiled. Did they even have enough to eat? After some time, I should merge a few more spatial nodes to check it out. If they haven't met their end, I might as well lend a hand. Sigh. That's just how I am, always ready to help others, morally upright. Meanwhile, on an unnamed planet, near several spaceships, the tycoon's children were not eating the usual green worms. Instead, they were grilling and roasting, with delicious aromas wafting through the air. The sensory feedback from this type of food was quite pleasant. Delicious. By the way, why haven't any new humans arrived? The ones here have all been parasitized. One by one, they were eating beast meat, not speaking. But information was being transmitted invisibly among hundreds of them. Get another one. This isn't enough. A message was sent out. Minutes later, bang. A beast crashed into a nearby spaceship and died on the spot. Their parasitism wasn't limited to humans. Insects, plants, and animals were also involved. There was a hierarchy present. Just like those parasitized beasts, where a single command could determine everything for the lower tiers. After all, they wouldn't die. They could just parasitize the next one. Chapter 233. Brigadier General Liu Peiqiang. Soon, Chu Xian brought Han Xiang back to his residence. It was a bit too luxurious, resplendent with gold and jade. Is everything all right? Han Xiang was surprised by the decorations. Even before the disaster, this place would have been considered top-notch. Isn't this exceeding the standard? Hearing his doubts, Han Duo hurriedly explained, Grandpa, it's not what you think. This city originally didn't belong to the joint government. It was owned by those tycoons. Now it has been converted to public property and allocated to our main office. That's why it's so extravagant. It would be a waste to tear it down. So it's treated as a welfare residence for everyone. The living conditions in the entire City 23 are quite high. After listening, Han Xiang understood, relieved. He was worried that Chu Xian would make mistakes. Identity could also be a kind of shackle. With great power comes great responsibility, and being young. Many people were watching his position. I'll try some fruit. I'll go make dinner. Han Duo tied on an apron and went to the kitchen to get busy. Not hiring a dedicated chef. Usually, the two of them cooked for themselves. No time. Not really. Although there was a lot of work in the main office, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't spare some time, especially since Chu Xian was the head. The specific tasks were delegated to the deputy director. What the director is truly busy with is decision-making. In the living room, during a conversation that drifted to work, Lu Qi mentioned that he would go to City 1 for further training, and Han Xiang would feel too lonely returning. After some discussion, it was decided that he would stay. Han Xiang agreed, partly because he wanted to see Lu Qi, who was very close by, and partly because Han Duo was also there. Since being taken away by Chu Xian, he had only seen her a few times. He didn't want to be idle either. As for what he would specifically do while staying, he hadn't thought it through yet and planned to ponder it over the next few days. Chu Xian also hadn't made any decisions for him. By the way, how is Peiqiang doing? Han Xiang asked. Since going to the neighboring star, they had lost direct contact, and any messages were occasional texts. He is doing well. He was transferred from the space station to the ground base, and even got a promotion. At the neighboring star's starport, Liu Peiqiang looked at the massive base and the ship's dock there, always feeling a bit dreamy. The wormhole had shrunk, elite immigrants had arrived, and financial magnates were stirring things up, all while there was a strong crackdown. One event after another played out like a whirlwind during this time, and fortunately, justice prevailed. Just as he was catching his breath, news came that the wormhole had stopped shrinking and was starting to expand again. Following that, a series of major events occurred. The development administration was established, and Chu Xian was appointed as the director. Liu Peiqiang was so shocked at the time that he couldn't speak. That was a high-ranking position with real power, and on the very day it was announced, Chu Xian exercised his authority as director and signed his transfer order to become the head of the starport base. Soon after, the Earth Security Council promoted his military rank to Brigadier General. He had jumped from a mid-level officer to a general. During the Deep Space program, he had been included, and later, when the Development Administration was established, he also became part of it, with Chu Xian as his superior at that time. However, the Development Administration did not have the authority to appoint military positions. Now, the administration was in charge of affairs at the neighboring star, including military matters. Although it did not have the power to directly promote military ranks, but as long as a position was granted, typically, the Earth Security Council would review and assign an appropriate military rank based on the situation. It could be said that Chu Xian could even directly assign him a major general position and then have the military rank management department of the Security Council promote him in one go. However, that would be too conspicuous. It was better to take it step by step. Chu Xian hadn't gone into detail about this with him, but Liu Peiqiang could guess Chu Xian's intentions through some information, such as the starport. Currently, the starport was just getting started, with its scale and personnel set to expand further in the future. Its specifications would also be raised. The current person in charge was at the brigadier general level, but it might not take long before the starport was upgraded, and his major general rank would naturally follow suit. Old Chu, did you ever think that one day your son could decide whether a general gets promoted with just one word? Liu Peiqiang gazed at the azure sky of the neighboring star, murmuring to himself. He had previously worked under Chu Xian's father, and now he was still under Chu Xian. The future was ahead. If one wants to develop well, it seems that his son Liu Qi must follow suit. Well, this is also their family's fortune. After some reflection, they began to get busy. As the largest spaceship port of Proxima Centauri, the future throughput of personnel and goods will be enormous. It is now July, with 5 months left until the end of the year. They need to accommodate 6 million people. With the initial establishment of the agency, many departments are coming together to collaborate and adapt, making the frontline base's tasks very heavy. But just like the people on Earth now, everyone who has arrived is filled with enthusiasm. This will be the place where they strive and fight for in the future. Chapter 234, Spaceships of the Star System. The next day, in the morning, upon waking up, Han Xiang realized that he was no longer at his original home and no longer needed to clock in for work. He felt a bit out of place for a moment. Liu Qi was also awakened by his biological clock. After tidying up, he stepped out of his room. Come and have breakfast. Han Duo had everything ready. With her enhancements, she now needed much less sleep, only 4 hours, while spending the rest of the time learning and adapting to the current work intensity. Logically speaking, someone at Chu Xian's level could have a team of assistants, as one person would find it exhausting. After consulting with her, Han Duo insisted on handling it alone and was quite happy about it. I can do it. Besides, my hairline isn't receding, I can still handle it. As Xian Ji's right-hand person, she must be capable of standing on her own. Steamed dumplings, rice balls, and salted duck eggs? Han Xiang was amazed by the abundance of breakfast here. Hearing this, Han Duo explained, some of this is from the quota, but some can already be bought on the market. After we finished eating hot pot last time, worried about when the commercial district might be suspended, I bought a lot of ingredients along with some small accessories. The fridge and freezer are both packed. Han Xiang asked, you bought all this? Is the condition here really that good? This is the only place where you can buy it. Other cities haven't opened up yet. But I believe that in a few years, we might be able to eat these things everywhere. It wasn't just her exaggeration. First, under the universal fast-growing gene theory, production has skyrocketed, and this is still under the 5th generation of fast-growing gene theory. A few days ago, my brother Xian's 6th generation theory was released and is currently being validated. Second, immigration. This year's 6 million, and next year it could be tens of millions, or even more. The food production on Earth is increasing, while the population is decreasing. Therefore, the per capita supply will increase. Although it seems to account for a small proportion of the total population, freeing up living space for tens of millions, and converting it into vertical farms represents another growth point for food supply. It can be said that the entire food supply on Earth will continue to optimize. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in City 13, military industry, a group of people was looking at the enormous object before them. Incredible. Amazing. It's simply unbelievable. The 1-kilometer-long structure is currently the pinnacle of Earth's spacecraft, previously only reaching a few hundred meters. However, after the Star Organization provided anti-gravity technology, the spacecraft has made a qualitative leap forward all at once. The speaker and vice speaker were present, appearing calm, but inwardly they were anything but tranquil. The organization was indeed powerful. To demonstrate their sincerity, they had presented a number of technologies over the past month, including anti-gravity technology, energy crystal technology, propulsion technology, and protective suit technology, all of which could be classified as advanced technologies. It's not that core technologies were disclosed. Rather, they provided equipment and a small portion of the theory. According to the agreement, full sharing would not occur until 3 years later. Subsequently, the organization revealed the design blueprints for the spacecraft, and today, a month later, the first one was ready for trial navigation. It was the Starlight-class transport spacecraft. Huge, long. All performance metrics had been significantly enhanced. For instance, the speed. Previously, reaching a wormhole took about 20 days, but theoretically, the current spacecraft could do it in 10. Report. The cargo is fully loaded, at 600,000 tons. Alright, that's not too outrageous. Before the cataclysm, the maximum cargo capacity of the largest freight ship was 450,000 tons, so this 600,000 isn't too far off. Completely different though? 600,000 tons. That's incredible. This didn't even account for its own weight of nearly 100,000 tons. Is this feasible? The speaker asked Javel. Javel replied casually. No problem. This type of spacecraft has already been built in the organization's secret realm and has been tested. The design is sound, and the construction is solid. So there won't be any issues. The speaker said, then let's begin. The captain responded, yes. With a command given, the spacecraft began its ascent test. As the reactor's output power increased to 30%, a hum was heard as the anti-gravity unit activated. In the next moment, the massive structure of the spacecraft began to rise. Crack! The top of the assembly dock split open, and the spacecraft's ascent speed began to increase, quickly disappearing into the clouds. 10 days later, on August 2nd, the Council approved a proposal to construct 100 Starlight-class transport spacecraft due to the outstanding test results. In comparison, the previously constructed transport ships seemed like a pile of scrap metal, small cargo capacity, slow speed, and reliant on fuel for ascent. What to do? Melt them down and start over. Not just the transport ships, but other vessels were also set to undergo a complete upgrade. Faced with an array of blueprints for Starlight-class spacecraft presented by the organization, the speaker was stunned, as were the others. After some deliberation, it was confirmed that the design was indeed excellent, with no flaws. The only issue was that the design style and philosophy differed from the original. For example, when Liu Peiqiang returned and was summoned, he quickly learned to pilot aircraft or spacecraft due to the shared legacy. Whether in equipment or operation, many aspects shared similar properties, allowing for cross-compatibility. However, the organization's spacecraft control did not follow this path. To achieve perfect piloting, one would need to use their personnel. Nonetheless, this did not affect the assessment's most significant reference point, practicality. Just like with the complexity of operating transport vehicles and military equipment, it was designed to prevent just anyone from being able to use them. Therefore, operability was hardly considered in this evaluation. As long as someone can operate it, and it's not complicated to the point of being inhumane, it can pass. Chapter 235, Gravitational Anchor Point. Just like that, the style of the entire coalition government spacecraft is transforming into a star shape, even though the speaker and deputy speaker find it inappropriate. However, the reasons for opposition are fundamentally unfounded. Moreover, the influence of the star organization in the parliament is increasing day by day. Fence-sitters, traitors, those who eat from both sides. They don't openly recruit, but that doesn't stop some from eagerly joining in. It's infuriating. City 23. Whoosh. After the construction plan was approved by the parliament and authorized as the executing department, the order was officially signed. 100 ships. If it were before the disaster, the cost of one ship would be no less than 50 billion. Doing the math, 500 billion. It's practically burning money, but for the current Earth, resource and technology sharing has greatly reduced costs. It's just a large project. On August 9th, in the eastern part of City 23, the immigration center was packed with people. The first batch of approved individuals had arrived from all over the globe, and since this time a gravity-defying spacecraft was used, there was no need to go to a space base for security checks. After passing through the gate, wow, is that the spacecraft we are boarding? It's huge, absolutely stunning. There were no reports from the outside world, so for most, it was their first time seeing it. And they were all shocked by the tremendous advancement in Earth's technology. Since this was the first officially launched ship, there were reporters nearby covering the event, broadcasting live globally. Watching the news, what? That SR spacecraft? Gravity-defying technology? Countless people expressed their astonishment. A 1-kilometer-long spacecraft has a tremendous impact, making people seem incredibly small in comparison. Excitement. Thrill. Previously worried about the spacecraft technology being immature and potential accidents, it now seems those worries were unfounded. This technology must be several generations advanced. What a well-kept secret. In an instant, everyone's enthusiasm for work surged. A ship like this could accommodate up to 100,000 passengers. Incredible. If there was alcohol, I'd definitely toast tonight. But unfortunately, there isn't. So tap water will have to do. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone boarded the ship. At the bow, dozens of people operated the controls. Once all self-checks were completed, the gravity-defying engines began to run at full power, and the spacecraft descended. Countless people cheered in front of their televisions. There were no incidents during the process. For safety, before launch, the leader personally checked the area within a radius of nearly 100 meters. And there were no issues among the 100,000 immigrants. At 3:15, leaving Earth's atmosphere, artificial gravity was activated. Buzz. In an instant, the crew, who had already begun to ascend, felt a pulling force from the ground, as if they were still on the surface. This is what space travel should feel like. Yes, centrifugal gravity is seriously unreliable. The crew reflected on how impressive the organization's technology is, not because there's a difference in the sensation of centrifugal gravity, but because the implementation method is lacking. The rotating structure. Too many mechanical components that operate constantly have been added, greatly limiting the design of the spacecraft. There are many problems. Now it's different. Integrated structure. Artificial gravity. Even if there is an impact, it won't get stuck directly. Full speed ahead. At 3:30, in the middle of the spacecraft, the data chamber, Chu Xian's figure suddenly appeared and then disappeared repeatedly. Indeed, this fixed value is significant. No doubt. He has solved the stabilization of spatial nodes in space, and last month he signed for a gravity anchor point. To his surprise, upon inquiry, he learned that spatial nodes cannot be stabilized on small gravitational celestial bodies, at least not on bodies with gravity levels like Titan. Nowadays, relying on the gravity anchor point combined with spatial nodes allows for teleportation during space travel. Just like now, a gravity anchor point placed on the spacecraft, along with the spatial node, enables him to teleport to the high-speed flying craft at any time. Because of this, he directly used his last fixed item exchange quota. 6 sign-in instances can be exchanged for 1. It's fine, just like the spatial nodes. For this, he even slowed down the growth of the dimensional space a bit. But it's still fast, now with a radius of over 96 kilometers. Another round, and he could break 100. After playing for a while, Chu Xian returned to Earth. The value of the anchor point is immense, just like before when he needed to personally go to a celestial body to place a node. Now, he can directly install the anchor point on the aircraft or spacecraft and wait at home, which is incredibly convenient. Moreover, it's safe. Chapter 236, 100 kilometers radius, growth period of dimensional space at 5 in the afternoon, in City 23, Commercial District 3. At this moment, there were even more people on the streets. Ever since Han Xiang started working here, the flow of people hasn't stopped from dawn to dusk, coming and going, carrying large and small bags as if it were the new year. I'll leave this to you, Han Xiang said to his colleague who had just changed into work clothes. All right, on the second day of coming here, he and Lu Qi strolled around and were very surprised by the scene before them. Thus, he decided to become a new store employee. Mainly attracted by the vibrant atmosphere here, it felt like returning to the time before the disaster. Bustling, festive. It also carried some memories with his partner. When they were young, they often visited a night market street not far from home, playing claw machines, eating barbecues, buying potted plants. Born in 1999. Although he is now over 70, he had his youthful days. Everything in sight is a memory. Everything in his heart is the past. After finishing the handover, he strolled towards Chu Xian's residence, which was not far, just 3 streets away, and it was still relatively early. After returning, he planned to cook for Han Duo and Chu Xian. Along the way, he heard a lot of exclamations. Wow, look at the sugar figurines. So amazing. Give me a skewer of grilled sausage. There's even cold spicy seaweed. Han Xiang was once astonished by the abundance of goods here, but now he has become calm. The sounds of surprise clearly come from other headquarters cities, as the residents of this city have long since visited. Earlier this month, on August 3rd, 3 subway lines connecting other headquarters cities opened, integrating into the headquarters subway network. Suddenly, the number of people increased. Unfortunately, the commercial area implemented measures such as purchase limits. However, this could not dampen people's enthusiasm. It was almost becoming a tourist city, though it's uncertain how long this will last. From the words of those customers, it seems they are not very optimistic. That's why they are all buying so much. Huh, new strawberries. How much per pound? 100 points. I'll take 2 pounds. Han Xiang hadn't eaten this in years and wanted to try it. Since he was the first in line, he got it right as it was served. After he left, a long queue formed at the shop's entrance. The fruit shops here do not operate 24 hours a day. Sometimes, it's all about luck. Moreover, not one shop sells many varieties. They are separated, packaged to avoid crowding inside. Queuing to scan faces for collection is quicker. Back at his incredibly luxurious residence, he washed the vegetables and started simmering corn, radish, and pork rib soup. Shortly after, Chu Xian and Han Duo returned. Working overtime? Not a chance. Their work efficiency is already high, and the important tasks were handled in the morning, leaving little to do in the afternoon. As for socializing? One of the 3 major leaders, the vice chairman, is not someone who can be easily invited. Now only a handful can manage to do so. Socializing is meant to build relationships for easier cooperation. However, at this level, they are already significant figures with clear affiliations. For instance, Chu Xian, being from Xia, is not numerous in the entire United Framework, so there is no need to mingle. If the other party is not from Xia, how can you go drinking and dining with them? What? Are you looking to switch jobs? Therefore, Chu Xian works from 9 to 5. And unless there is a major emergency, he won't receive any work calls after hours. As for social events, he only has a monthly dinner with the vice chairman of Xia to chat. The rest of his off-work time is quite free. That night, in the early hours of August 10th, after exchanging for a mental enhancement, Chu Xian immediately used it. He could have reached a radius of 100 kilometers by the end of last month, but he delayed it for the gravitational anchor point until now. 10 minutes later, the radius broke. System, is there a bug? Chu Xian asked. When it reached 100 kilometers, the growth stopped. The dimensional space has reached its initial upper limit. Growth rules have changed. After a lot of information, Chu Xian finally understood what was happening. The growth-type dimensional space, prior to this, was like a seed. In its seedling stage, it mainly relied on absorbing nutrients from the seed itself. Now, as a young plant, it needs to absorb external nutrients to grow further. Dimensional space has reached the growth stage. Authority 1, New Permission, Assimilation. This is not a basic authority, but a high-level one. Chu Xian felt that devouring was a more appropriate term for assimilation. Chapter 237, Food Shortage. 10 minutes later, Titan Planet. Boom. In an aluminum iron mining area, more than 10 kilometers below the surface, Chu Xian easily shattered a 100-meter radius of the ore layer with his descent and silently chanted assimilation. Instantly, the ore vanished. Impressive. After sensing the power of assimilation, he couldn't help but admire it. Currently, the nutrients in the dimensional space can only be physical substances. All elements on the known periodic table of Earth can be consumed. Can't the vast universe's space be consumed? At that time, he asked the system. And the system playfully replied, a human cub with just grown teeth. Try letting it gnaw on a beef bone. The answer was quite scientific, leaving Chu Xian speechless. But it indirectly indicated that it was not impossible to gnaw. Rather, the teeth were not strong enough. All right. Suddenly, he felt a sense of anticipation. 1 hour later, after the test, Chu Xian finally sorted out the growth process of the dimensional space. First, devour materials. Second, mental enhancement. Third, use the stored food. What does this mean? The first step is to enhance the internal storage's nutrition. Eat, eat, eat. The second step is that mental power must meet the standard, similar to before. The third step is to use the nutrition to expand the space or material. To put it more vividly, gather food, start a fire, cook. The conversion ratio is low. If the entire Earth were devoured, it could only expand to a radius of 1,000 kilometers. The appetite is indeed a bit large. Worry, a bit short on supplies. Where to find a granary? The solar system? The nearest star? Even rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow, let alone the fact that Earth hasn't even left the solar system yet, not even reaching Saturn's orbit. You can't just devour everything. It's not quite right. It seems there's no other way. An idea popped into Chu Xuan's mind. A wormhole. A passage like a ball of yarn could appear within 100 light years. If he could find a star system, then he could use chopsticks in one hand and a spoon in the other, letting loose. Great. This plan sounds good. Of course, within the solar system, it's not impossible to consume. For instance, going to Jupiter, a gas giant, is also a form of material. Compared to other terrestrial planets, Jupiter is a bit like cotton candy, but its interior is not just gaseous. It also contains solid matter, just like the Sun, wrapped in hydrogen, but its core is solid matter. Mars is a decent food source, but Chu Xian has no plans to use utensils for now. The Sun is aging rapidly, which is quite against the norm. He has long intended to investigate thoroughly when his technology reaches a certain level to see if there's a chance for salvation. It would be a pity to abandon the origin of humanity, who would want to drift aimlessly in the universe unless absolutely necessary. If there's a chance for salvation, some planets like Mars could be transformed into habitable ones, while gas giants like Jupiter could be optional. As for whether it can block most meteors for Earth, that's a joke. One can't say those are meteors. They are the food for the dimensional space. Crunchy when bitten down. Moreover, now that spacecraft technology has advanced so much, meteors are no longer a concern. That was an issue decades ago when human technology was relatively weak. A decision has been made. In the upcoming period, I will focus on accumulating sign-in times to exchange for more gravity anchor points and spatial nodes. The first step is to enhance the fusion of the wormhole to 6 spatial nodes. At that point, I will be able to open passages in the wormhole channels, allowing for easy back-and-forth travel. The second step is to send out exploration spacecraft. The third step is to conduct multiple tests if any stellar systems are found nearby, to locate the closest spatial nodes. The fourth step is to prepare the necessary tools. The fifth step is to speed up the process. The sixth step is to enjoy the results. Yes, the steps are indeed scientific. In summary, the next plan is set. Find food supplies. Once the spatial radius reaches 100 kilometers, advanced powers will emerge to absorb resources, and lower-level powers will naturally undergo changes as well. Previously, the newly added areas could be non-metallic mineral veins and deserts. Nowadays, not only are there freshwater and seawater lakes, but the term non-metallic has also changed. It has transformed into low-content metallic veins, which, according to Earth's calculations, are already rich deposits. However, Chu Xian isn't particularly interested in this. What? Mining in the dimensional space? The conversion rate of absorption is simply too low, and he considers the items in the dimensional space as strategic resources. He wouldn't extract them unless absolutely necessary. Even rabbits won't eat it. Now he feels a bit hungry. In the next moment, a smoked rabbit appears in his hands. He has a simple late-night snack. Still wanting more, he prepares another one before stopping. Not because he can't eat more, but because it's a bit salty, and suddenly he craves a baked chicken. Half an hour later, 3 baked chickens are gone. Tonight is perfect. Chapter 238. Is my luck really this good? In the following half-month, with global efforts, Star Transport spacecraft are being built at a rate of 1 every 7 days, and the frequency of launches is also shortening. Currently, it's 1 batch every 7 days. After some time, with the total number of spacecraft increasing, it could even reach 1 batch per day, though that would be an ideal situation, limited by wormholes. Even at the shortest intervals, it would still take 3 days. Therefore, Chu Xian adjusted the recovery speed. There's no pattern at all. It's unreasonable. It's inexplicable. All the wormhole observation personnel are confused, completely losing their composure, with their hairlines even receding a bit from stress. On August 26th, Fusion. The 6th spatial node has been added. From now on, openings can be made at any location. The first test will be at the exile points of those wealthy heirs, and the exploration spacecraft has long been prepared. It is a black sphere, 10 meters in diameter, equipped with gravity anchor points and spatial nodes. Departure. In an instant, the exploration spacecraft disappears, and Chu Xian returns to his snow-capped mountain resort, just soaking in a hot spring while sipping tea. Suddenly, he spits it out in surprise. What? A galaxy? Is my luck really this good? One cannot help but marvel at the power of the system, as the shared vision of the bioengineered individuals completely disregards the vast distances of outer space. This allows them to grasp the frontline situation without the need for recall devices. This is also why he has not terminated the bioengineered individuals yet. This feature is currently irreplaceable. Returning to the main topic, through the vision of his subordinates, a distant blazing star was observed. A signal was detected. It was a distress call from corporate conglomerates. Upon opening it, the message read, "Help. SOS. We are trapped. Hurry. I am XXX." Those individuals must have recorded countless distress messages during this time, continuously transmitting them into space. In response to these cries for help, Chu Xian smiled. They're not done for yet. Then let us send them some assistance. He inquired, where is the source of the signal? On a planet. One of his subordinates replied after some operations. The vastness of space made it impossible to see any planets with the naked eye, but gravitational wave values could accurately identify large celestial bodies. Let us go take a look, Chu Xian ordered. Yes. However, due to the great distance, even at full power, it would take 2 days to reach there. Chu Xian began to focus on other matters. Chi-Chi. Yes. Prepare another 100 independent deep space probes. Understood. 10 minutes later, over 100 deep space probes were launched towards other large gravitational bodies in that planetary system, continuously collecting data from the galaxy. This was definitely not the solar system, nor the neighboring star system. Otherwise, space would be filled with countless signals. Unknown planet. Next to the spaceship. Suddenly, those waiting in the cabin began to dance with excitement. Signal. Signal. It's here. It's here. In no time, hundreds gathered, and excitement filled the air. More food is coming. Delivering food from so far away. There seems to be a term in the human species called takeout. No, it's called a lunchbox. Wow. The lunchbox is here. The lunchbox is here. This became the hot topic of their communication. Ever since they had parasitized on humans, they had been longing for rescue. It wasn't a lack of food. It was the lack of females. Only by gathering the genetic codes of a civilization to send back to their matriarch could their mission be deemed complete. Every part was essential. Can you hear me? Hello? Using the acquired memories, they manipulated the devices to contact the other side and casually asked if there were any females available. In the dimensional space, are there any women? Upon receiving the message, Chu Xian was taken aback. How could these individuals still be thinking about women at a time like this? Have they lost their minds? However, it did align with their character. Calculating the time, they had been in exile for nearly 3 months, all males, and these individuals used to be surrounded by women daily. 3 months without female companionship would indeed drive them mad. In response, he replied, yes, and we will treat you to a feast and set off fireworks to celebrate. Chu Xian commanded. His subordinate replied, understood. Feast, lunchbox, fireworks, mushroom cultivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving the reply, inside the spaceship covered in vines, a group of people cheered once again in strange postures. There are females. There's a lunchbox. What are fireworks? I see, so that's how it is. It looks quite beautiful in my memory. Chapter 239. The lunchbox has arrived. 2 days later, the subordinates arrived at the planet where the signal was located. In the cockpit, looking at the scene before him, Chu Xian couldn't help but marvel at the luck of the wealthy heirs who had landed on a life-sustaining planet. The azure sea, white clouds, lush mountains, and sprawling jungles. Is it really that easy to encounter a life-sustaining planet in the universe? Or is it just their good fortune at play? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of silver-white detection spheres, resembling glass balls, scattered down, descending onto the planet. Once they entered the cloud layer, small anti-gravity units activated. Before long, a large amount of data was transmitted back. gravity, temperature, atmosphere. Almost all conditions met human survival requirements. The only downside was that the virus content in the air was quite high. This was not Proxima Centauri Z, where only some algae and microorganisms existed in very primitive forms. Here, however, the species were abundant, a result of countless years of evolution and mutation. The variety of viruses and bacteria was overwhelming, and all were unfamiliar to the human immune system, making them difficult to combat. Soon, on one of the screens, he saw those wealthy heirs, bouncing around, waving their arms, and looking flushed with excitement. How did these guys survive? Chu Xian murmured to himself, noticing they weren't wearing protective suits or masks. Looking at the numbers, there were just over 100 of them. It's important to note that these spaceships could hold at least a few thousand people. Therefore, it was possible that these individuals had developed antibodies while the others had succumbed to the virus, even if the probability was somewhat low. There weren't just dozens, but hundreds or even thousands of types of bacteria and viruses, which could not be easily fought off by an average immune system. Strange. An hour later, on the ground. We're here. SOS. Hurry. Help. Over 100 people were dancing around, their legs sore from jumping for so long, wondering when the women and lunchboxes would arrive. Just then, a black dot appeared in the sky, growing larger. A black sphere slowly descended not far from them. They rushed over. Whoosh. The spaceship door opened. Where are the women? One person at the front, eyes shining, was about to rush in to find them. Bang. A head burst like a watermelon. The others were stunned, looking at a figure descending from above, feeling a bit confused. In their memories, they were the ruling class of civilization, having everything at their disposal. Always the ones to take lives. How could they suddenly be attacked? What are you doing? A person beside them slowly asked, their voice coming out with difficulty due to primarily communicating through neural waves. Interesting. Chu Xian squinted, observing this person. The authority of dissent was evident. These people's brains were parasitized by a certain organism, and there were invisible electromagnetic waves communicating, spreading within 100 meters. The decoding rules were temporarily unknown, making the content unclear. However, it could be inferred that this was a means of communication from this organism. What? Interesting. It asked again. There's no need to panic. Our side has the advantage in numbers, and countless beasts parasitized by lower-level creatures are lurking in the jungle. Drowning could easily take care of the person in front of us. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian ignored it, raised his hand, and summoned the alien creature that had just attached itself to the watermelon man. Looking at it, he suddenly recalled a movie that featured a very similar alien being. It was transparent, had nerves and muscles. Despite its small size, it could directly snap the bones of an adult, and the little creature was still struggling fiercely. Feeling the immense strength of its struggle, Chu Xian remarked, what a terrifying creature. With a thought, he split the creature in half. Surprisingly, it didn't die. Both has retained independent thought. Impressive. He split it into 4. Still alive. 4 became 8. No problem. It wasn't until the 8th time that the alien creature's vitality finally came to an end, only to be squished into a ball and then revived. Help. Attack. After reuniting, it was furious and quickly called for backup. Its companions, who had just been momentarily stunned, snapped back to reality and charged in frantically. Observing them, Chu Xian frowned. This type of creature was too dangerous. This was his first encounter with an intelligent alien life form. If it appeared on Earth, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. If it were a natural occurrence, that would be one thing. But if it were backed by an alien civilization, that would be troublesome. Who knew the extent of their civilization's power? How worrisome. Roar. Kill. Glancing at the fist that was just inches away, Chu Xian said, you're so noisy. Boom. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters sank nearly 2 meters, a new power emerging with a radius of 100 kilometers. Gravity control. All the attackers were flattened like bugs, turned into a pool of crimson. Meal delivered. Chapter 240. An awkward scene in fact. Gravity control is not a high-level power. Like weather control, it belongs to a lower-level power within the dimensional space. Some might wonder, aren't the newly added lower-level powers metal veins and lakes? Not quite. Those are derived from advancements, not newly emerged. For instance, at a 1-kilometer radius, there's weather control, and at a 10-kilometer radius, it upgrades to precise climate control. At the same time, a new lower-level power emerges, planning. It allows one to choose the type of new land, such as mountains or deserts. When reaching a 100-kilometer radius, mountains can upgrade to mineral veins. With gravity control appearing as a new lower-level power, it can be said that each stage of lower-level powers represents new appearances or upgrades of the old ones. At this moment, the scene stained with blood fell silent. Those who had just attacked were all flattened, yet some still stood, having been farther away and feeling no need to engage. What just happened? They didn't see clearly. Can someone explain? In the blink of an eye, their companions were flattened, and the ground was sunken over a person's height, with all the parasites killed. It was incomprehensible, but it was evident that the one who delivered the meal was responsible. It didn't seem like high technology, yet there was little panic. We know how to handle things. Buzz. Waves of consciousness spread out. It has been several years since I came to this planet. Through parasitism, various life forms on this planet have been infested, from large beasts to small insects, even down to bacteria. Otherwise, these humans wouldn't last more than 3 days on the surface before being infected by countless viruses and would have long since perished. There is only one person in front of me. My servants number in the trillions. The one who should be worried is the other side. Crack. Just wait to die? Blah blah blah. Bang bang bang. Huh. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? There are already thousands of large and medium-sized beasts lying in ambush around. They should have arrived by now. Where are the beasts? Hey, hurry up. The situation is a bit awkward. Looking at the survivors with their strange smiles. I couldn't understand what they were smiling about. It certainly wasn't good news. I sensed the active consciousness waves. It seemed they were frantically trying to contact the outside. Forget it. No need to take risks. It's better to deal with this first. I guess they were trying to reach out to other companions, wanting to lift the restrictions. But they held back. The situation was strange. Extraterrestrial intelligent life had appeared. Allowing them to make contact could lead to unpredictable consequences. In an instant, crack, crack, crack. A humanoid restraining device flew over. Wrists, ankles, waist, neck, all were secured with alloy shackles, and finally sealed in a composite chamber, forged from super strong alloys. Even that kind of extraterrestrial being couldn't break free. I'll take it back for research. After capturing 13 parasites, the next second, they were teleported back to a spaceship in space. I didn't bring them back to another dimension. Instead, I conducted preliminary research within this planet. Better to be cautious. Woo-woo. How could this happen? Unable to connect to the mother body. Feeling trapped. Even being so close, they couldn't contact each other, and now they were a bit panicked. Immediately, they activated the backup plan. Now they could communicate. Haha, didn't expect this, did you? This is the superiority of the species. I really didn't expect that this extraterrestrial species was quite amusing. I was originally planning to study their communication codes. It was like encountering foreigners with a language barrier. Moreover, since they could speak, perhaps coercion could work. However, before I could start any methods, suddenly the information flowed through. So that's how it is. After researching for a while, I realized that those guys were using their body's neural network waves for communication. But after I blocked it, due to parasitism, they could still activate the parasitic body's neural waves for communication. Now, under my authority perception, the content of their communication was laid bare. It was indeed an unexpected surprise, saving me from decoding and coercion. Is this person stupid? Why do they keep staring at us? Definitely. We are way smarter than those humans. Huh? Just a lower life form. Exactly. The mother body will soon discover that we are missing and will definitely come to rescue us. Once the mother body intervenes, he is done for. I want to parasitize him. No, I will parasitize. Mine. Mine. I couldn't help but laugh, picturing a flock of seagulls crashing into a sailboat. However, the content did make me frown. Mother body? It seems that it's not far from here, and their strength is quite impressive, which gives them such confidence. While they were chatting, suddenly a signal intervened and asked, "Where's the host? Are you stupid? Isn't it at the bottom of the deepest trench?" Suddenly, dozens of eyes turned to Chu Xian. Damn, who stole their host? Chapter 241. Completely sold out. Seeing that Chu Xian's body was taken first, they immediately became furious. Who are you? That is my host. You can't take it. Nonsense, it's mine. 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 Chu Xian seemed to have pressed the rewind button, and these beings were once again engaged in a dispute over claiming ownership. They were just a bit more civilized this time, without any foul language, simply repeating one word. Chu Xian, stop. In the next second, they glared at him again. Mine. Mine. Great, the progress bar has been reset. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian finally forced their logic to end. Otherwise, he would probably have to listen to them argue all day. So that's how it is. No wonder. Let us out. After some persuasion, they regarded Chu Xian as a companion, the one who had been split 8 times by him. Although under normal circumstances, they could survive when mixed together, they would still lose cells and not remember things based on the extent of their injuries. Thus, believing that humans could not interfere with consciousness communication, they had no doubts. And Chu Xian pretended to be a newbie. In response to their request to be released, Chu Xian explained, "Just parasitized, many memories are unclear, and speech is not smooth. This human's subordinate might suspect. So, for now, I can't let you go. However, I promise not to torture you." After hearing Chu Xian's words, they thought it made sense. You're right, adapting to human language is so difficult. Consciousness communication is faster and more convenient. Then let's wait a bit. Digest the memories and get familiar with the language first. They all agreed that Chu Xian's reasoning was very reasonable. Parasitism and adaptation take time. And memory digestion also requires time. So it's fine to be kept for now. As long as it's not split 8 times, that hurts a lot. Brothers, what is the host? I can't quite remember, Chu Xian asked. The host is a higher being that brought us to this star system. We are all derived from the host. It has independent consciousness and can communicate over long distances. In short, it is a great existence, a backbone of the mother clan. I see, the host is so powerful. Of course. But why do we have to survive at the bottom of the sea? Because Chu Xian pretended to be a newbie. He perfectly blended into the chat group, almost answering every question, completely regarded as one of their kind. Concealment? Deception? No. Such things do not exist within this alien life group. They are completely open-hearted, even willing to share everything. Of course, competition still exists, otherwise they wouldn't have fought over his body. Half an hour later. Big shots, your knowledge is really profound. I envy you so much. That's right. By the way, can I ask what weaknesses we have? I'd like to be prepared. Please advise me, great ones. Weaknesses certainly exist, and there is more than one. 3 hours later. Chu Xian looked at the gathered information and couldn't help but exclaim, goodness. He initially thought it would be difficult, even fruitless. Unexpectedly, these extraterrestrial beings were so straightforward, not requiring much effort, and disclosed everything they knew, their origins, missions, and weaknesses. They were completely open, even revealing the weaknesses of their parent entity, practically giving everything away. Before finishing, they added a reminder. In case of emergencies, this is the way to ensure the safety of the parent entity. Little brother, remember this well. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was quite understanding and casually replied, don't worry, I will definitely ensure the parent entity is safe. At the same time, 3 thoughts emerged in his mind. Braised? Fried? Steamed? What a dilemma. This was the most challenging choice he faced today. I'm heading out now. I'll treat you to a meal later. Chu Xian waved and smiled. All right, little brother, waiting for your good news. Hurry up, it's uncomfortable being stuck here. Once you're out, quickly notify the parent entity to provide support. As Chu Xian left the room, the others began to chat again. There must be a lot of food on this ship. Boxed meals. Boxed meals. They were almost ready to grab a bowl and start banging it. Before leaving, Chu Xian stored the entire isolation chamber in a dimensional space to prevent them from connecting with the parent entity once the arrival restrictions were lifted. That method of communication could almost ignore the existing human shielding technology, aside from dimensional space. It was almost on par with quantum communication, but with limited range. At most within a star system. Only the parent entity could achieve interstellar communication with this Group S ancestral line, although there would be noticeable delays. At this moment, news also came from Chi-Chi. Comparing with the existing gene pool, no traces of foreign parasitism were found. Even bacteria can parasitize. I'm worried that the solar system and neighboring star systems might have also been visited by this Group S exploratory parent entity. We need to quickly collect genes for comparison and summary, and then compare with all known human gene banks. The results were reassuring for Chu Xian, as there were no abnormalities. Chapter 242, Parent Entity, not in the mood to talk. Although there were no abnormalities, it didn't mean that one could completely relax. It should be noted that the concealment ability of this extraterrestrial life form was quite strong. Strictly speaking, it belongs to unicellular organisms. What does this mean? It means the smallest unit is a cell, capable of surviving under extreme conditions, such as the vacuum of space. It can reduce its life signs to nearly nothing, making it very hard to die. Once encountering a suitable living environment, it can revive, reproduce, and parasitize aggressively. Even if just a single cell is on Earth, it can quickly reproduce a population. The parent entity drifts in the universe, exploring whenever it encounters a galaxy. Most of the time, it won't linger. And when passing through a civilization-less galaxy, it casually disperses some cells without seeking results, merely for exploration. As for the unknown planet in front of them, the extraterrestrial life had only arrived a few years ago, and the parent entity, having drifted for so long, wanted to settle down for a while. In simple terms, this parent entity is like a pioneer. The entity itself does not possess significant combat power. Upon encountering a civilization, it will report back to its home species, evaluate the value, and decide whether to destroy, capture, or simply let it be. If the home body cannot win, relying on its current technology, it could arrive in about 100 years. It is said that the intelligent life forms it enslaves number in the dozens, but as for their historical existence, those foolish beings have no idea. In any case, it should be a long period of time. 1 hour later, Chu Xian arrived at the location of the homebody. At that moment, a massive jellyfish-like entity appeared on the surface of the sea, spanning over 10 square kilometers. It was semi-transparent, a collective of alien life forms, absorbing light energy to supply the homebody. As for why it chose to reside underwater, it was for safety. The properties of seawater ensure that both energy and kinetic weapons have the highest natural attenuation capability, serving as a natural barrier. One might ask, if interstellar travel is possible, why is light energy still needed? The answer is simple. It is the mothership that travels, not the home body, which actually does not need to absorb light energy since the energy on the mothership is sufficient. However, after consuming nutrient solutions for hundreds or even thousands of years, wouldn't it want to change in flavor? Not all alien life forms can be imagined as those in movies, solely knowing how to invade other planets without their own lives. Entertainment, socializing, cooking, or even wanting to relax, be lazy, enjoy intimacy, and watch lively events. They may even worry about earning too little or be troubled by unambitious offspring. Life is a mix of struggle and poetry. Otherwise, if their minds were filled only with thoughts of invasion, they would be beasts, unworthy of being called intelligent alien life. Deep in the ocean, it was delicious. Yum. I don't want to leave. I want to be lazy for 1,000 years. The long body of the home entity was wrapped in protective material. When it first arrived, the protective material completely enveloped its body. Now, excess parts were protruding from the gaps, as if its body was covered in lumps. It was time to lose weight. Sigh. I don't want to move. By the way, where did those missing individuals go? There's not a trace of news. Could they have encountered a powerful civilization? That shouldn't be the case. Weren't those beings just stepping out of their planet? Or had their weaknesses been discovered? I hope not, or it would be over. Although the home species would seek revenge for me, what good would that do? I'd be dead, and those beings seem to eat everything just like us. While sucking on the enriched nutrient solution, the home entity's thoughts flickered, ultimately choosing to wait and see. It couldn't show weakness. Boom. Just as it was thinking. An overwhelming influx of information almost caused a mental shutdown. All those absorbing nutrients were conscious. The incoming information was consistent. They were under attack by energy weapons. The protective membrane was damaged. It's silicon powder. Gulp. The home entity, while consuming the enriched nutrient solution, spat it out. Someone had poisoned it. Who? They actually knew its weakness and even poisoned it here, demonstrating an incredible understanding. Quick escape. Boom. Without caring for anything else, it made a hasty retreat, slipping into the escape hatch of the mothership, which led to a pre-dug underground passage. It was complex and intricate, unless the stars were blown up. Otherwise, don't even think about finding it. Meanwhile, let your subordinates operate the mothership to confront the enemy and take revenge. So exhausting. Stuck. How terrible. 10 minutes later. After dealing with the minions, those guys were completely selling the strategy on how to invade the core defense. In the end, looking at the half-body wriggling at the entrance of the passage, Chu Xian was stunned. Didn't those fools say the core was slim? Sure enough, rumors are unreliable. I thought capturing the core would be a bit troublesome, but this was too easy. And the escape passage is so flimsy, just digging without trying? Don't they have any awareness of their own size? So, he kindly reminded, hey, you over there, stop drilling. I'm curious, how did you come up with this joke-like escape passage? Or are you the core's bodyguard? Blocking the passage, not wanting me to pass? The core, I don't want to talk. Chapter 243. Stuck again. The core's body stopped moving, and the scene was quite awkward. Once I take care of this human, no one will know about this, and the core's glorious image can continue to be maintained. So a decision was quickly made. Face to face. As the core, it is not only a gathering of intelligence, but also the pinnacle of combat power on this planet. If it were on the ground, it might worry. But in this small space before it, it is invincible. Roar. Chu Xian was watching when suddenly, the huge biological form in front of him began to change. Twisting and deforming, with bulges turning into sharp spikes, emitting a cold light like countless tentacles. Clap. Clap. What a powerful appearance. But could you transform after coming out? It's easy to get stuck like this. It seemed to realize this problem as well. The waving tentacles immediately stopped, as if the pause button had been pressed. And the core now found itself tightly stuck. Its head and tail expanded, getting stuck in the middle of the passage. Ugh. Fortunately, no kindred saw it. So it quickly shrank its head while countless tentacles braced against the surrounding walls. If it weren't for the super alloy construction, how could the rock possibly trap it? Phew. After much effort, it finally got out. Turning to look at Chu Xian, it thought, must silence him. Boom. Boom. Hundreds of spear-like tail spikes broke through the sound barrier towards Chu Xian. With such close distance, it would be hard to miss. It was almost a blanket attack. However, its excitement didn't last a second. How could this be? Stopped? A force field? Seeing the core's attack method, Chu Xian was not surprised at all because those fools had already boasted about it. Sometimes they just couldn't stop bragging. With such attack intensity, even a main battle tank would be easily pierced by the core before him. So powerful. If it appeared on Earth, it would be nearly unsolvable. Fortunately, the core hadn't detected any threats before. Otherwise, given a day, it could produce at least a dozen cores. The geometric speed would increase dramatically. Unfortunately, it encountered itself. And a thought crossed its mind. Boom. The spearhead shattered into dust, countless cells drifting in the air. The main body looked on, amused, thinking this was a path to destruction. But the next moment, it was slightly stunned. Where did they go? The cells? Damn it. It had some tricks up its sleeve. Let us see my third form. After enslaving so many intelligent species and continuously perfecting its genes, it had plenty of combat forms. Watch me transform. Change. Change. Why is it stuck? I can feel a powerful force binding me. Not only can I not transform, but I can't even undergo cell division. I can only use my ultimate move. A minute later, bound tightly, the main body experienced the same treatment as those previous fools, reverting to its initial form. Questioning its existence. How could this be? Is this a human ability? More monstrous than I am. This shouldn't be, from the information obtained. Humans only have slightly stronger weapons, but their own strength is quite weak. They can easily destroy my tail spear and even halt my cell division. They are even unafraid of soul attacks. Such a life form is simply invincible. If I could get its genes, perhaps I could gain such abilities too. Wouldn't that make me invincible? But it seems I can't defeat it. What now? Will I be eaten? Chu Xian was unaware of the other party's mental activities, only marveling at its power. Soul attacks. 1 word, strong. 2 words, unsolvable. Of course, this was due to the lack of a dimensional space for protection, which transcended mental attacks. It has a wide range and strong destructive capability. This is its second greatest ability to enslave intelligent civilizations. The first is parasitism. The second is this, soul attacks, a domain that ordinary civilizations cannot even touch. If placed in an underground city, a single area attack would turn everyone within a 10-kilometer radius into imbeciles for a period. Even if they recover, they would still feel disoriented. Fortunately, only parasitic life forms at the main body level possess this ability. Chu Xian did not kill it, intending to see if he could obtain more information. What those fools knew was only a part. How could the main body disclose everything to its offspring? As the offspring said, the mother race's technology could reach this point in 100 or 80 years. However, Chu Xian would not make optimistic estimates. Just because humanity experienced a technological explosion, it didn't mean that extraterrestrial life forms wouldn't either. Moreover, it had enslaved dozens of intelligent life groups. How many people does that add up to? 1 billion? 10 billion? 1 trillion? With such a massive population, if their intelligence were similar to that of humans and the mother race demanded technological advancement, one could imagine the terrifying scenario of 10 trillion or more scientists madly pushing the tech tree day and night. Aside from cheating, humans would have no other way. System, you better step up. Chapter 244. The main body facing social death. Looking at the main body, Chu Xian contemplated how to deal with it. Steamed? Braised? Clearly. That was a joke. Such a thing wasn't in the human diet, and who would have an appetite after seeing the real body? He could only imprison it for now. Clarify the communication language first, then find a way to extract more information. As for the mothership, received. Loot 1. After testing, Chu Xian has realized the immense power of authority. In the dimensional space, such life forms cannot turn the tide. The authority of land rights, this advanced power, can even block soul attacks. As for himself, well, not comparable. The current age of the main body is at least in the tens of thousands of years. With so many contributions from its sub-bodies, it's generally average in other aspects. But the strength of its soul is astonishing. Thanks to the enhancement of authority, otherwise, Chu Xian would also have to kneel, completely not on the same level. And just after the sign-in system upgraded to level 5, mental enhancement transformed into soul enhancement. Next, Chu Xian felt a sense of urgency, not to mention anything else. First, he needed to increase his soul strength to surpass the main body before him. Although the descent of authority is strong, it is ultimately an external force. The mothership and the main body are packed and taken away. In the dimensional space, there is an island constructed entirely of high-strength alloy, with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a shell thickness of 200 meters, without any entrance. Aside from teleportation, there is no way to enter. This is the cage Chu Xian prepared for the main body, not specifically designed for it, but rather an isolated research base. Certain dangerous biological research will take place here, just allowing the main body to have a preliminary experience. Not only the main body, but also the previous foolish ones, along with a large number of creatures captured from this planet. Although simple communication can occur through the foolish ones and the main body, it is still better to first clarify the language of the other party. Subbody 2 does not represent the main body being foolish. The two concepts are not the same. 7-7. Begin recording all wave information. Yes. Afterwards, Chu Xian left. Interrogation cannot be rushed. It's better to give the main body some time first. At this moment, looking at its own situation, the main body wished to die. No. It was utterly embarrassed to be seen in such a humiliating scene. Better to die? A multitude of subbodies and parasitic organisms stared at it, feeling worse than being killed outright. Don't look. Close your eyes. A large amount of information was sent out. But it was useless, blocked again. It wanted to eliminate them all with a sole attack, but was bound by an immensely powerful force. Both its body and soul were tightly restrained. Not to mention killing, it couldn't even self-destruct. In a critical moment, the main body could secrete a self-destructing agent to commit suicide to prevent the enemy from obtaining information. But now, it couldn't mobilize its cells to do such a thing. No. Opposite the main body, each subbody or parasitic body communicated through waves, holding a small meeting. What happened to the main body? I don't know. We want to be captured, right? How could that be? It must be a summons from the main body. So everyone stay alert and show the best side. Yes. A pair of eyes focused on the main body, waiting for orders. Speaking of which, how does this main body differ from known information? It seems to have grown a lot. On the other side, on the unknown planet, Chu Xian returned to the seabed. Name the planet? Forget it. It will soon become a resource for the dimensional space, so there's no need to name it. Although the planetary environment is suitable for human survival, it is already within someone else's territory. Every time we arrive at a star system, the main body will transmit information back to its home clan. This life-bearing planet, even if its value is not very high, does not rule out the possibility of the other party's fleet coming. Since that's the case, what is the point of keeping it? Let's consume it first. Previously worried about the food storage issue, we unexpectedly encountered such a star system. Not to mention the life planet beneath our feet, the entire stellar system cannot be overlooked. In the trench where the mothership was located earlier, assimilation. Boom. The water within a 100-meter radius disappeared, and the immense water pressure caused the surrounding seawater to surge in wildly without needing to move. The dimensional space devoured the seawater like a giant mouth. After a radius of 100 kilometers, the growth of the dimensional space could also feed back into his soul power, resulting in a double boost. Given that it contained a large number of alien organisms, he dared not leave this seawater in the space. It had to be completely consumed. He would rather incur some additional loss, allowing the dimensional space to convert it into seawater itself, rather than placing it directly inside. The materials produced within the dimensional space were not pre-existing. They were transformed. The assimilation process is as follows. First, all materials are converted into a special energy. Second, using this special energy, space can be expanded and various new materials can be synthesized. The loss in the middle is significant. This will also be the case in the future. Initially, he thought of not disturbing the resources near his own area and refrained from mining the metals in the dimensional space. But now, that had to change. Who knows what strange things might be mixed in with the ores mined from the outside. He would rather increase the losses exponentially than take that risk. Right in front of him was a stellar system, such a vast resource. He wasn't afraid of a little waste. Chapter 245, Supervolcanic Eruption. Since the assimilation is automatic, he doesn't need to collect it repeatedly. He just needs to keep it running, allowing him to focus on other tasks. However, his body cannot leave, greatly restricting his freedom. In the past, he could soak in hot springs while building houses and exercising his mental control. Those good days are gone forever. For the sake of the dimensional space's nourishment, he would probably be busy all night in the future. While watching the scene of the dimensional space devouring resources, he contemplated the next developments. Proceeding step by step would not work. If he hadn't encountered parasitic civilizations, a slow pace might have been acceptable. But now, it's different. Even without obtaining some confidential information from the main body, he was aware of the complexity of this universe, which is not only inhabited by humans, but also many intelligent civilizations. War, destruction, domination, and conflicts are fundamentally irreconcilable. Wandering around with a small broken sphere was clearly no longer suitable. He must quickly unify the strength of the entire civilization. In the coming month, it would be busy, working during the day and gathering resources at night. His subordinates were also busy. Although they were not allowed to publicly advertise, did the Star Organization need advertisements? It was like a big tree, with countless people wanting to seek shade beneath it. Faced with this situation, the speaker and the deputy speakers are extremely worried. Feeling helpless. Why? The Star Alliance is indeed powerful, but we are not weak either. Not a single member recruited by the Star Alliance has left. They are willing and loyal, united beyond belief. It's hard to comprehend. Is it just because the goods in City 23 are cheaper that they were bought off? What about your ideals and aspirations? Those who haven't joined don't understand, but those who have know that the future belongs to the Star Alliance. What do minor benefits matter? The small secret realms, cutting-edge technology, and enhancement liquids are all unique offerings here. Their only thought now is to work hard, hoping for a chance to move into the secret realms. On September 30th, on an unknown planet, the blue sky no longer exists because the entire ocean of the planet has been fed into the dimensional space by Chu Xian. It seems like a lot, but it's just a superficial scraping of the planet's surface. Next, Chu Xian does not intend to work on the rock layers. It's too slow. It's easier to feed automatically like water, but where's the water? Underground. Not groundwater, but magma. Boom. The surface rock layers in the trench shatter. Assimilate. Chu Xian's figure falls down, continuing to repeat the above steps. Looking for any volcanic craters is too weak. It's more convenient to dig straight down. Boom, boom. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers. Soon, he breaks through to 10 kilometers. Since this is a trench, it's close to the mantle, and the temperature rises rapidly. For every 1,000 meters down on Earth, the temperature increases by 3 degrees. It's similar here. When entering the lower crust, the temperature is already close to 100 degrees. Almost like a steamer, and even Chu Xian can't bear it. But the power of authority is strong. Under protection, he's not afraid of mushrooms. So why fear this temperature? Not long after, he reaches the upper mantle. Here, it's still solid. Chu Xian wants lava, which allows him to assimilate without running around. Keep digging. Finally, when he reaches 100 kilometers underground, the flow of lava meets the requirements. Chu Xian continues to lie down and gather resources, enjoying taro-flavored ice cream while watching the lava flow. Yes, this is the feeling he wants. In the morning, after Chu Xian leaves, boom. The immense pressure underground rushes through the passage, creating the largest volcanic eruption phenomenon since the planet's birth. Generally, volcanic eruptions seem intense but are limited because the lava channels leading underground are winding, reducing a significant amount of energy. But now, a passage over 100 meters directly connects the mantle to the surface, and with enormous pressure, the lava sprays thousands of meters into the sky. If nothing unexpected happens, within a week, the entire planet will be covered in volcanic ash, shrouded in darkness under atmospheric movement. The bloodshed is quite significant. In space, looking at the supervolcanic eruption he created, Chu Xian feels helpless. Just wait a little longer until the mantle material disappears in large quantities. After experiencing pressure multiple times, the burden becomes much lighter. To destroy a planet like this, honestly, Chu Xian does feel something. After all, there are still many plants and animals on the planet that have not been parasitized. They are living well, yet you are directly demolishing their homes. But there's no other way. Too much mercy will only lead to worse outcomes. This place has already been marked by a parasitic civilization, and the local civilization does not have the comprehensive strength and technology to fully occupy and defend it. Once any accident occurs, he can escape with the dimensional space but cannot carry an entire planet with him. Of course, perhaps one day it might be possible. Chapter 246, Shelter Strategy. The next day, October 1st, early morning. After exchanging for a soul enhancement, the radius of the dimensional space has grown to 201 kilometers. I must say, it is already quite large. In the sky, Chu Xian looks down below, where the layout is circular. Initially, he planned for the sea to cover 30 to 60 kilometers. Is that small? Indeed, it is a bit small, but mainly to distinguish it from freshwater lakes. It can be referred to as an inland sea. The land stretches 6,066 kilometers like a dashed line, with bridges connecting the inland sea and the outer sea between the two land masses. The outer sea region spans 66,200 kilometers. Compared to the inland sea, the outer sea has many islands. From above, there are 12 large ones. At that moment, Chu Xian suddenly had the idea to plan 12 large islands based on the 12 zodiac signs. They are evenly distributed around the outer sea. Each zodiac island has an area of 2,000 square kilometers. What for? Of course, it can't be left empty. Construction will soon commence, serving as the 12 campuses of Star University, with the framework set up first. Theoretically, each campus can accommodate 1 million students. Is that unnecessary? No. With the urgency posed by the parasitic civilization, the construction of the dimensional space must be accelerated. The worst-case scenario must be planned for, which is to evacuate all of humanity. Therefore, preparations must begin. If they were to evacuate the entire world, these campuses that can hold 12 million people would be completely insufficient. What is currently happening is just a small-scale operation. The designs for all campuses have been completed. To facilitate the selection of new land, Chu Xian directly included many preliminary preparations for the projects. For instance, roads are troublesome to build. So he designated the locations for the roads as solid rock, and then a layer of synthetic asphalt will be laid on top. There is no need for base materials or compacting the soil. This operation saves over 70% of the workload, leaving only a few final steps: laying asphalt, marking lines, installing streetlights, and landscaping. This way it's all sorted out. Not only for the roads, but many other projects are done this way, such as building foundations and underground utilities. Now, from above, the 12 zodiac islands look like they have been painted with circuit board patterns, quite spectacular. Unfortunately, despite saving a huge amount of work, there are still many tasks remaining, and he cannot manage it all alone. Therefore, a large number of construction workers will soon arrive to complete the daunting engineering tasks at hand, and in the future. Where will these people come from? Primarily from those shelters for now. It is important to know that in order to maintain the resource supply for City 23, the conglomerate controls over 100 bases directly. Many of these shelters are also suppliers under the conglomerate's control. Once the conglomerate falls, these assets will undoubtedly be taken over by the stars. Channels, power, and population will all be inherited, totaling over 6 million people, none of whom are registered with the United Government. After screening, 1 million will soon be brought in to participate in the construction. Still not enough. Chu Xian shook his head slightly and murmured, "It's time to take action. Such a workforce is a waste if left idle." He was referring to other shelters, which hold a vast amount of manpower. Although there are few researchers, there is plenty of physical strength, and the demand for construction workers in the dimensional space reaches tens of millions. Even if he gains absolute power in the future and can mobilize globally, having millions more workers wouldn't hurt. Let us get to work. An order was sent through the system to the subordinates infiltrating those shelters. In the northern hemisphere, at a medium-sized shelter, people were celebrating with drinks, refusing to leave until they were intoxicated. While ordinary people were barely scraping by, the upper echelon of the shelter remained indulged in luxury, singing, and dancing. The aid supplies from the United Government had nearly been halved or even reduced to a third for each person. What was left? Brewing alcohol, feeding livestock, and occasionally enjoying a meal with meat. Although the quality of the alcohol was not as good as before the catastrophe, it was still passable. An excess could be sold to merchants in the underground market. End of the world? Just a change of venue for good food and drink. Embracing the girl plan for the night, a group swayed their hefty bodies, reveling in joy. Suddenly, bang, the door was kicked open, and a figure clad in black armor entered, wielding two strange weapons. The model was unfamiliar. "Who are you?" shouted the leading man angrily. Bang. That was the last sentence of his life. "No, spare me." Moments later, amidst screams and pleas for mercy, everyone who had been dancing in the room lay on the ground. Mission 3446-3459 completed. Chapter 247, Population Explosion October 3rd, morning. A convoy headed towards a former conglomerate base, filled with people showing signs of worry on their faces. "Where exactly are we going?" "Sigh. Wherever it is, it's not our choice. It can't be too bad. The new owners don't seem like bad people." "That is true. The conglomerate is gone, and a new master has taken over. Although the treatment is better than before. In this world, no one dares to be too naive. They could only hope for the ancestors' blessing." As they got closer to their destination, someone exclaimed, "Look! So many vehicles, all going in the same direction." They all turned to look out the window and saw that not only their convoy, but many others were converging from all directions, easing their tense feelings. After all, if someone truly intended to deceive them, it wouldn't be so ostentatious. Before long, the vehicles entered the base, and people got off one after another, filling the area as far as the eye could see, all passing through the security check. The announcement was playing, "Please line up and proceed in an orderly manner. No cutting in line, no loud talking." A family approached the security check. Beep. Facial recognition passed. The gate opened. The three of them, feeling anxious, moved forward, collected their luggage after passing security, and followed the line to the next level. What? A shower? New clothes? Free? Looking at the clean clothes hanging on both sides, which seemed to be of excellent quality, everyone was astonished. They were not people from the official underground city. In the shelter, new clothes were definitely a luxury. Many seemed to have returned to a century ago, patched and worn. They were actually distributing new clothes. All old clothes would be cleaned uniformly and sent to the future place where they would live, or they could choose to have them directly destroyed. It was very considerate. After all, some clothes, despite being full of patches, carried memories, perhaps remnants left by a loved one. There was no blanket destruction. Wow, this fabric is really nice. Soft and breathable. Mom, I want to wear new clothes too. All right, we'll change you later. The family excitedly chose their sizes, each getting a set. Both inner and outer wear, and even the girl could get a hair tie for free. There was no anxiety over choices, everything was the same color. Everyone realized that if they made it too flashy, the efficiency of the entire line would be greatly reduced. 10 minutes later, after a thorough cleaning and changing into new clothes, they walked through a 100-meter zigzag passage. By the way, why were we brought here? It doesn't seem like there's any work waiting for us. Let us wait, we'll find out eventually. In a huge circular room, a high platform in the center had gathered at least 5,000 people, all discussing among themselves. Around, more than 20 exits had people continuously entering. Beep, beep. Once the number reached the standard, several exits lit up with yellow lights. The next second, suddenly, everyone felt a wave of dizziness, but it lasted only a second, and they found themselves in a new place. Light poured down, a blue sky, white clouds. Looking around, they realized they were standing in a large square, surrounded by a ring of container houses. From above, the container houses radiated outward in circles. Where's this? Oh my, this can't be a dream. Everyone was in shock, followed by panic. The sight before them was truly terrifying, as if they had seen a ghost. Many thought they were dreaming and pinched themselves, yelping in pain. Just then, the announcement sounded. Welcome to the 1501 resettlement area. For the next 10 minutes, they were stunned by the content of the announcement, unable to speak for a long time. Stars. Secret realms? Work? Is the world changing this fast? The eradication of conglomerates, the division of the world, the power of the organization deeply etched in their minds. Their sense of recognition continually strengthened. Truth be told, if it were a united Central, there would still be some grievances, as the suffering during this period indirectly stems from the central authority. The lottery, the abandonment, and the exploitation by the upper echelons of many shelters have caused immense pain, leading to complaints that could almost break through the sky. However, the current situation is not about the might of the United Central, but rather the might of the stars, which inversely controls half of the central authority. Therefore, there is a natural goodwill. It seems that they are here for construction, and no one has objections. Those who have been selected, which one of them is lazy? None. The new environment is simply like paradise. Even if the new job is tough and tiring, it's all trivial matters. It's just a bit strange why everyone has to learn the language. They dare not say or ask anything. In just a week, by October 10th, over 1 million people have been selected to work in the dimensional space. The population has surged. Yet, this is far from enough. Others that have been taken under control and have digested for a period are also gradually joining. Before the Spring Festival this year, the goal of recruiting 10 million people must be completed. Chapter 248. The mother body goes on sale as the population increases. The demand for food is also skyrocketing. However, maintaining a living standard like that of Bayun Town is clearly impossible. Only basic supply can be guaranteed. Synthetic rice and flour are abundant and unlimited. There are not many issues with vegetables. As for meat and fruit, they are not completely absent. Each person can be allocated a limited amount weekly, but the quantity is very restricted. To support them, Chuxian has to continue to expand the large farms. 210, 300 kilometers are all designated as agricultural and livestock land. At this moment, the resettlement areas are bustling. This is life. Paradise. An ideal home. Although the food is similar to that in the shelters, the quantity is sufficient and the variety is plentiful, so there is no need to worry about hunger. More importantly, the environment here is pleasant. With a gentle breeze and watching the white clouds, sometimes one can even experience a light drizzle, which is incredibly exciting for many who have never seen rain in their lifetime. The living spaces are also more spacious than the shelters. A family has one container, with complete bathroom facilities. As long as they join the STAR organization, housing, medical care, and education are almost entirely worry-free. They just need to work well. Transitioning from numb despair about the future to filled with hope in just a week. By the end of October, the pre-job training has been completed one after another, and millions have taken up their posts. The first construction is the 12 campuses. It's not too heavy, just a bit cumbersome. There is almost no foundational work. In fact, many houses have already been built, with only some follow-up projects remaining: pipelines, doors and windows, decoration, and landscaping, etc. In no time, various engineering projects are rapidly advancing. In fact, those built houses are not the work of Chu Xian, but rather made using core processing technology, employing durable synthetic materials. The first step is to cast a large block, like a cube with sides of dozens or hundreds of meters. The second step is to throw it into the processing core and carve it according to the blueprints. When it comes out, the main structure of the building is already complete, requiring no walls to be built or concrete to be poured. It only needs some decoration. Its strength meets the requirements. And although there are no steel bars inside, its performance is excellent. However, even with a processing core, a large number of workers are still needed for subsequent tasks. The core is not a panacea. It merely serves as an aid. On the last day of October, after 2 months of struggle, the main body announced that it would recruit workers. Inside the massive confinement chamber, there were sounds of hunger and cravings for food. As long as there was something to eat, anything would be acceptable. Reflecting on the past 2 months, it had been truly miserable. Nothing to eat and facing the gazes of the offspring and parasitic entities every day. More critically, a certain individual would feed the offspring and parasitic entities right in front of it, eating in plain sight. It felt utterly inhumane. Previously, it had a bit of weight to spare, but now even its clothes hung loosely due to starvation, and it was on the verge of dormancy. Yet, some force was interfering, preventing it from entering that state. It wanted to resist, to break free, but those were merely thoughts. Its mind had already envisioned countless ways for that individual to meet their end, yet it could only indulge in its own fantasies. It was tormenting. Even a hearty meal before dying would be a comfort. As for the main clan, well, if it had to be sold, then so be it. The outcome wouldn't change regardless, as there were only 3 possibilities. First, the civilization of that individual was strong. There was nothing to discuss here, even if it weren't sold. It might end up in conflict with the main clan, and naturally, that individual would win. Second, they were evenly matched, and neither could eliminate the other. Third, The civilization of that individual was weak. That would be even better. If the main clan's main force were to show up, it would be a dead end, which could be seen as a form of revenge. In any case, whether to sell or not seemed irrelevant to the outcome. After all, it didn't know much. It was just a pioneer. Looking at the main body, a smile crept onto that individual's face. 2 months without sleep or food had taken a toll. And although it appeared disheveled, the collection and analysis of signals were still functioning well, and communication was no longer a barrier. How old are you? That individual asked. Is that the first question you ask? Several tens of thousands of years, actually still in the growth phase, quite young. I was sent out to pioneer because I am a new main body. Oh, how miserable I am. Floating day in and day out. Finally finding a planet to rest on, only to have my home invaded by you. Just thinking about how it was eating while that individual came knocking. Treating it that way made the main body ramble on endlessly. A few minutes later, bang. The powerful gravity pressed down, forcing the main body's torso to the ground. I only asked your age. Do you want to write a book? A book? The main body thought through the implications and understood that ruling so many intelligent civilizations would indeed involve books and other forms of written expression. However, thinking about what that individual had done to it, it felt that no book could adequately convey its grievances. I'm so miserable, you villain. My suffering is too great to express. Suddenly, under even greater gravity, the food it had just eaten was expelled, turning from round to flat. In its consciousness, it heard that individual's voice. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. After understanding the language of consciousness, inner voices are no longer a hindrance. All right, you ask. Let me take a few more bites first. The main entity is much more honest now. It's a question and answer session. How long is your civilization's history? I don't know. I'm not good at history. I've been working since I was born. What about the total population? Not quite sure, but it's a lot. How many ruling civilizations are there? 771. Aren't there only dozens? There are dozens of highly intelligent life civilizations, but some, like the planet you saw before, only have basic instincts and haven't evolved into high intelligence. They can at most be used as tools for war, or even just as food, not very valuable. But they still count as a civilization. Faced with this less knowledgeable main entity, Chu Xian was somewhat resigned. However, thinking about it, it makes sense. For example, on Earth. In this age of information explosion, try grabbing a random person on the street and asking them to name all the emperors in history. Not to mention the average person. Even professionals might struggle. If you ask them to name 10 consorts of each emperor, is there anyone on Earth who can answer that? Then ask for the birth dates and death years of each consort. All right, that's too much to ask. Not even the internet might provide that information. Therefore, understanding that the main entity wasn't lying, Chu Xian didn't push too hard, knowing that it was sufficient to say what it knows. Chu Xian continued to ask, do you have enemies? Yes. Who? The insect race. Chu Xian was a bit puzzled, thinking, aren't you the same? He voiced his doubt, and to his surprise, the main entity became agitated. What? The insect race? How dare you compare us to that kind of creature? It's simply an insult. It was only later that Chu Xian understood that the parasitic civilization and the insect civilization are rivals, having been at war for many years. With both sides winning and losing, never at peace. And war consumes resources. The main entity's role is to expand and seek resources while looking for opportunities to parasitize intelligent civilizations. Resources, technology, and population are all urgently needed. The parasitic civilization is different from the insect civilization. The former can regenerate at the cellular level, while the latter requires a form of gestation. Much like the alien in movies. Although it can parasitize humans, its juvenile stage needs to be nurtured in a hive, and the structure of their civilizations is also different. The insect civilization has a strong sense of hierarchy, with no concept of betrayal. They are incredibly united. Their fortunes are shared. The parasitic civilization, on the other hand, has independent thoughts, and loyalty is limited, as evidenced by the one in front of him, who seems quite happy. How many star systems do you control? Several tens of thousands, I suppose. What about the insect civilization? Several 100,000, I think. Chu Xian was a bit confused. Why so few? I don't know. The lazy main entity answered very directly, appearing quite innocent and not realizing the implications of the question. Seeing this, Chu Xian looked at it devouring food and seemed to understand what was happening. The insect race works together, while the parasitic civilization, if not for the technology accumulated by relying on intelligent civilizations, would probably have been wiped out by the insect civilization long ago. Perhaps this shortcut to becoming stronger is why the entity before me seems oblivious to its own laziness. Well, this should be an exception. One cannot truly regard a powerful civilization as foolish. This is a second point. It's not foolishness. Surely, some individuals within the civilization are struggling under immense burdens. What do you know about technology? Technology? I'm not very clear. The mothership is provided by the mother clan and generally doesn't break down. I just need to sit back and sow seeds. Chu Xian suddenly felt a bit speechless, and for some reason, he understood why this entity was sent out to cultivate new lands. It was too inadequate. Of course, perhaps it is also a tactic, not allowing the pioneering individuals of the civilization to know too much, lest they expose too much information. It's just a bit of a headache. He discovered that the planet where the entity was located was on the edge of the map of the parasitic civilization and also part of the pioneering area of the insect civilization. One day, the insect fleet might come. The parasitic civilization is lightweight. A single mothership is sufficient, and it prefers to quietly infiltrate villages. The pioneering fleet of the insect civilization is different. It is a true fleet because they reproduce rapidly. Chapter 250. Stellar landmines. The paths of the parasitic civilization and the insect civilization are different. One conquers and rules, while the other plunders and destroys. As for Earth civilization, well, to put it nicely, at the current technological stage, it is merely a trembling cub next to a giant beast, belonging to those who are to be conquered and destroyed. Struggling, resisting, counterattacking, overthinking it. The number of intelligent civilizations that have been snuffed out by the two major civilizations is in the hundreds. Earth is simply too weak. In some literary and cinematic works, they can use their limited intelligence to defeat aliens. But when faced with such intergalactic civilizations, humanity can only let out a wail. Cruel? Perhaps. Just like everyone eating a fish at night, the fish feels wronged, wanting to resist and counterattack, but it's futile. The only thing humanity can do is grow stronger. As the conversation progressed, the entity also relaxed. There's one more thing. In 2.5 years, the Mother Clan will send a resource fleet to collect resources from this stellar system. After establishing a means of communication, the entity has understood the time unit conversion between both sides. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian was also taken aback. A fleet? How many? I don't know. The last stellar system I visited had a wormhole that shortened the journey. I left 30 years ago, and 8 years ago, the Mother Clan's frontline fleet arrived there, where they are currently building a base to defend against potential insect fleets. Chu Xian rubbed his head. Wormhole. Fleet. Headache. Although the unknown star system is nearly 80 light-years away from the solar system, one cannot let their guard down. This area has already been designated as a pioneering zone by both the parasitic civilization and the insect civilization. Someday they will come. If it's a fleet, there is no need to fear, as neither civilization has faster-than-light spacecraft yet. At most they are close. However, the wormhole, this cosmic travel accelerator, complicates matters. There is only one wormhole near Earth and Proxima Centauri, which is under his control. But what if there are others in surrounding star systems? If there are, then the time it takes to reach the solar system or nearby star systems with a spaceship traveling at 90 of the speed of light could be reduced to less than 10 years. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Wormholes are not common. Optimistically, it might take nearly 100 years to arrive at Earth. The once vast universe suddenly feels so lively. What to do? Just go with the flow. When soldiers come, we meet them. When water comes, we block it. Just do it. However, for now, it's better to prioritize stability. The civilization on Earth is still too weak, almost like a newborn baby. It needs to develop quietly and cannot afford to be reckless. We must build up our strength and wait for the right opportunity. By the way, I have a question. Have you encountered a star that suddenly accelerates its aging process and then undergoes a helium flash expansion? Chu Xian asked this doubt. The core responded, yes. What about your technological weapon? Chu Xian hurriedly inquired. No. The core shook its head humanely, sipping a nutrient solution, saying it was indeed a weapon. But not ours. The insect race. Not them either. They don't have this weapon. I don't really know the specifics. But it's a bit like 10 minutes later. Chu Xian understood. This starry sky may have been a battlefield long ago, with both sides laying down numerous landmines. Left over to this day, they mainly target ordinary stars, and if one happens to encounter them, such phenomena can occur. Both parasitic civilizations and insect civilizations have experienced this. There's no pattern to it, and it cannot be detected until triggered. Through regular fluctuations, it can be determined that this is not a natural phenomenon. It was named stellar landmine. In the core's memory, historical records of such incidents are fewer than 10, and all involve star systems without civilizations, leading to inconclusive investigations. Clearing mines? Forget it. For parasitic civilizations capable of interstellar travel, stars are not very valuable. A helium flash does not mean the star disappears. They can still extract resources and dismantle the star to build warships and the like. It doesn't have much of an impact. Faced with such domineering actions, Chu Xian could only slowly adapt to the logic of this powerful civilization. To sum it up, we are still too weak. For ants, a rain can cause significant damage to their nest. For humans, a basin can be used to collect water, even for a bath. Disasters are relative. It's not a problem viewed from the same level. Indeed, psychological resilience is required. Chapter 251. Extraction. In the following week, the core was very busy. Busy eating. Busy answering After Chu Xian asked a multitude of questions, he didn't let go of even the most trivial information, insisting that the core provide all the details. In this regard, considering the food, the core could only cooperate honestly. In the end, even though it was well fed, there was still a sense of emptiness. Forget it. Just keep eating, that's the main thing. Facing the exhausted core, Chu Xian also fulfilled his promise, ensuring it had enough to eat and drink, as it might come in handy later. In fact, he wanted to use the core for his own purposes, but currently, aside from in the dimensional space, there were no effective means of control. He could only nurture it for now. November 8th, unknown planet. At this moment, the entire planet has turned gray, with repeated volcanic eruptions and atmospheric movements filling the sky with ash. After more than a month of erosion, the mantle has formed enormous cavities. Many crustal rocks have lost their support, crashing heavily into the lava below, and sometimes entire areas of tens of thousands of square kilometers collapse. Without the ash obscuring the view, one could see the surface of the planet riddled with pits, losing mass and experiencing weakened gravity. In some regions, the rocks have begun to float, and with the mantle being heavily extracted, the entire magnetic field is gradually disappearing. There are no restraints on the planet's orbital path. A mixture of atmosphere and dust leaves a long tail behind. Alas, there's nothing to be done. After all, one is on someone else's territory. Even if I don't act, resources will be reclaimed in 2 years. Now, for Chu Xian, there's little to regret. Rather than let the parasitic civilization benefit, why not consume them? Although time is tight, Chu Xian hasn't resigned to specifically gather resources, as the dimensional space has limited digestion capacity. The amount collected each night is just right. Meanwhile, 2 light years away on an unknown planet, a massive fleet is speeding forward at nearly 80% of the speed of light. This is not due to particularly advanced technology. There's almost no resistance in space. As long as the propulsion can be sustained, achieving this is not difficult. Even a creature relying solely on flatulence could accumulate such speed given enough time. To reclaim resources, the fleet hasn't brought much baggage, mainly some equipment and technology, with the rest constructed using resources from the stellar system. It's lightweight and simple. Is there any news from the so-called human civilization? No. Just waiting for the mothership to respond. Yes. After awakening, a gigantic mothership took a few bites and then went back to sleep. Reportedly, because that planet is very suitable for vacation. Exciting. On November 9th, early in the morning, as soon as Chu Xian returned to his bedroom, he received good news. The global shelters have completed their takeover. It took just over a month, and the statistics came out quickly. The total population of all shelters, over 100 million. It must be said, this is a huge number, but relative to the survival rate, it's not high. With a 97% reduction for those who weren't selected. After screening, there should be around 30 million eligible to enter the dimensional space. Just in time to complete the recruitment target before the Spring Festival, as recruitment is mostly done by family, making such individuals more reliable. It's important to note that in the shelters, the law is merely a decoration. Too many have fallen into darkness, thugs, rogues, bullies, creating a chaotic environment. Having so many meet the criteria is already quite good. As for the rest, they can be corrected gradually. How to correct them? By enforcing the law, through force. Many of these individuals are beyond redemption. Keeping them around is a waste of resources, so eliminating them serves the public good and establishes authority. Due to minimal contact with the official underground city, the entire operation has yet to be discovered. However, even if it were discovered, it wouldn't matter, as abandoned citizens. What's wrong with the organization seeking them out? After all, who told you to neglect them? Even if there are historical reasons and various difficulties, so what? Just like those oligarchs, there are matters you can't handle, but I can. Any objections? Keep them to yourself. Just watch and don't complain. At this moment, some people in the central organization have no mind to deal with other issues. Even if they know, they are powerless to act. There's nothing to be done. Recently, too many people have switched jobs. If this continues, it will soon become a one-man show. How will we live like this? So, Joe was called over again. We can't just blame others. We haven't done anything. That was their choice. It wasn't forced, which proves that our ideals and goals are deeply rooted in people's hearts. Is it illegal? Upon hearing this, the chairman had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Illegal? He wanted to say that. But recalling the first time he met them, when they said the organization wasn't very legal, they simply replied, the law indeed isn't quite suitable. What to do? When faced with someone who wants to change the law at the slightest disagreement, arguing with them is pointless. If it were before the catastrophe, different countries might have different opinions and could slam the table, saying they wouldn't play anymore, avoiding conflict. But now it's different. Does the chairman want to withdraw from the group? How to withdraw? How to divide technology? How to divide resources? How to divide land? How to divide extraterrestrial matters? All are issues. The world has already become interconnected, making it difficult to separate, just like the land rented by one country has reached Lake Baikal. The time span is over 1,000 years. How to divide? Ask them to move? They probably wouldn't want to live like that. Facing the expansion of the organization, the chairman felt a wave of helplessness. Suppression? It might have worked in the early stages of development, but they have now reached a point where they could even suppress others in return. What to do? If they don't seek trouble, they should be grateful. Regarding its 180-year history, the chairman actually has doubts. However, is this what's important now? The organization has become difficult to shake, and in such situations, the approach of certain powers is to play the public opinion game, using names, justice, and righteousness. In any case, there is always a way. And now, what they face is not just an ideology, but also the powerful military behind it, along with previous contributions and accomplishments, such as dismantling the oligarchs. Just this point alone. If they play the public opinion game, it would be very unfavorable. After all, everyone understands who allowed the oligarchs to exist. In summary, before the brave become the evil dragon, the organization is like a fortress, full of teeth, but unsure how to bite. We can only hope for their self-discipline. In fact, the chairman's worries are mainly not for the so-called power, but for the impact after the organization becomes dominant. If problems arise within the organization, it would be a disaster for humanity, plunging everyone into the abyss. Checks and balances, although it sounds unpleasant, are necessary means of maintenance. Unless the goals remain unified and rational forever, that would be a perfect structure with no drawbacks. But is that possible? No. Humanity is made up of countless human natures. How can thoughts be unified? Now, being consistent does not mean it will always be so in the future. In any case, the speaker does not believe it. Thus, a conversation ended hastily. Another day of routine headaches, and there's another frustrating aspect: the high standards of the organization. What does that mean? Character, personality, and background must all be spotless. Anything with issues or blemishes is unacceptable. This means that those who remain are mostly what kind of people? If this continues, without anyone having to take action, it will collapse with just a little shake. Openly, they cannot compete. In the shadows, facing an entity that has drained the last drop of blood from the financial elite, how can one engage in schemes and conspiracies? The speaker just wants to say, let the assembly change its members quickly. Let the deputy speaker from the other country deal with this headache. In fact, there's no need to wait for the change. The current deputy speaker is already quite troubled. After in-depth research on the organization, the think tank reached a unanimous conclusion. There is no solution. At most, it can only slow down the opponent's expansion. That's all. The organization's agenda and goals are highly infectious. They do not fight against others, but against the heavens. It is tightly organized, without blemishes, and has substantial achievements. If reported in the news, a considerable part of the global population might support it. Although not publicly known, the organization's influence is growing day by day. For example, the transportation ships associated with the organization are well known globally. People just don't realize they are related to it. Additionally, last month, protective suits were distributed. Lightweight, safe. They bid farewell to heavy helmets and battery tanks, and even possess bulletproof capabilities equipped in the security forces, in the civilian sector, in the central government, and in the military. The organization's influence is quietly accumulating. It is not hard to imagine what the scene would be like if one day they called out. Where would humanity go? Take off? Fall? In any case, it would mark a significant historical beginning for humanity. Faced with such an insolvable situation, the deputy speaker only hopes that day will come slowly, giving time for the country to prepare and maintain autonomy to the greatest extent. The future of the country should not be decided by outsiders. The fate of the country must be determined by its own people. Unless the country also has a certain voice within the organization, otherwise, there will be absolutely no compromise. It was at the end of November during a routine parliamentary meeting that a proposal was put forward by the organization: slow down the Earth, given the recoverability of wormholes. But with limited speed, arriving too quickly is detrimental to the interstellar migration plan. Therefore, it is suggested that the Earth slow down. They further explained that slowing down does not mean hitting the brakes, but rather reducing acceleration to maintain a constant speed. As for helium flash, humanity is already beyond the orbit of Jupiter. Even with helium flash, even with expansion, Earth can safely leave before being engulfed. Currently, Earth is in the safe zone from helium flash. There are not many objections to this proposal. As time goes on, due to the recoverability of wormholes, more and more people believe that Proxima Centauri is the optimal choice. No one is willing to drift for 2,500 years with Earth. That is far too long. The idea of relocating all of humanity on Earth has gradually become a consensus in everyone's hearts, though it has yet to be officially proposed. It is thought that this should be done step by step. By slowing down the Earth, we can avoid drifting too far before the global population has moved, thus reducing the difficulty of migration. Chapter 253. the steel canopy project deep down, everyone is willing to do this. However, practical considerations must also be taken into account. A member of parliament stood up. Slowing down the Earth means reducing the power of all stellar engines, which in turn implies a decrease in job opportunities. Mining, maintenance, and management will see a significant reduction in personnel. How will these individuals be accommodated? If not managed well, an increase in idle personnel could lead to numerous social issues. Their concerns are entirely valid. Without jobs and income, even if the central organization supports them, problems are likely to arise. This isn't just a matter of hundreds or thousands losing their jobs, but rather in the hundreds of millions. Many gazes turned towards the proposer of the motion. In response, he simply smiled slightly and said aloud, "It is necessary and reasonable to have such concerns. Therefore, we can initiate some other projects. For example, this one. Please take a look." As he spoke, a giant projection screen in the assembly hall displayed an image of a snow-covered surface that seemed to be clad in armor, with planetary engines dotted throughout. I have named it the Earth Steel Canopy Project. The underground city is narrow and crowded. Much of the space is occupied by the functions related to the planetary engines, leaving relatively little room for people and agriculture. Even with universal rapid growth genetic theories, we can only ensure that vegetables are no longer in short supply. Staple foods are mostly synthetic. The output of fruits and meats cannot be significantly increased. Today, technology on Earth is advancing rapidly, and many previous concerns will diminish. For instance, meteorite impacts can now be addressed with spaceships and sufficient means. However, getting all of humanity to Proxima Centauri b, given the current state of wormholes, could take 30 to 50 years or even longer. Therefore, under the current conditions, it is essential to restore some food supply and improve living conditions. After 10 more minutes of discussion, many people nodded frequently, agreeing with the points made. It is true that with the Earth's slowdown and the reduction in positions, new jobs need to be created. Merely tinkering within the underground city will yield minimal results. The only way forward is to expand outward. Previously, there were concerns about meteorites, but with spaceships now available, that is no longer an issue. Moreover, the core of the Steel Canopy project is to generate steel through fusion to build outer cities, providing high levels of protection. In the event of an unexpected occurrence, such as a sudden helium flash from the sun, retreating to the underground city would be quite simple. Yes, the feasibility is very high. Let's table this for now. The chairperson stated, "This represents the future development direction for all of humanity on Earth and concerns the jobs of hundreds of millions of people. It is unlikely that such a proposal would pass immediately. There will be discussions, research, and experiments. After going through all the necessary processes, it will take at least 6 months, and that is assuming everyone finds no flaws in the proposal. A small ship can easily change course. Every decision made by the large ship must be cautious. More importantly, the chairman from the Arctic needs to think carefully about the purpose behind the proposal put forth by the Star Organization. Of course, based on their usual noble behavior. It could be seen as beneficial to the people, but no one can guarantee that there aren't other motives. For example, stepping into the spotlight, the proposal aims to address issues related to food and living conditions, which would greatly improve the situation for people globally. So what comes next? Is it a final push to consolidate power? Clearly, the chairman from the Arctic is overthinking it. If Chu Xian wanted to consolidate power, would he need to go about it this way? He simply wants more workers. As it is now late November, December is just around the corner. Before the Spring Festival, there is a plan to recruit 10 million people, which can be managed through shelters. But what about next year? Construction workers, factory workers, researchers. The first category can be sourced from shelters, but those with a higher level of education, like researchers, are not as easily found there, and training takes time. Thus, there is a need to recruit from Earth. The Earth deceleration and steel curtain plans can free up at least 400 million experienced personnel. Even if only a small fraction is drawn from this pool, it would still amount to tens of millions. This is the goal Chu Xian is aiming for. As long as personnel can move around, not all being fixed in underground cities, there will be operational flexibility. According to the timeline, to fully implement the Earth deceleration and steel curtain plans, it will take at least 6 months, likely around May next year. So, will recruitment stop from the Spring Festival to April? No. Instead, it will continue to select from around the world. Let us not forget that the previous joint harvesting was a reshuffling of non-central powers, and the Star Organization has already gained control over numerous underground cities. Personnel transfers and management are all under their control. Although moving many positions now would affect the operation of planetary engines and attract attention, some positions, like researchers, can leave without impacting the underground city's operations. Therefore, from February to May, the plan is to recruit 3 million people, with the aim of expanding the scale after the Earth deceleration. It could actually be done faster, for instance, if the Star Organization pushed through aggressively. But there is no need for that. It's better to take it step by step. The construction of dimensional space requires time, even if approval is granted now. Such as for the 12 campuses of Star University, coastal cities, or industrial cities, they won't take shape until mid-next year. Even if 100 million people were to enter now, they would all just be sleeping on the ground, which isn't necessary. However, by late next year at the latest, the Star Organization must hold absolute power, especially with two major civilizations right next door and an unsettled universe. Humanity needs to unite and strive for survival. The next day, December 1st, in the evening, a special guest arrived at Chu Xian's home, the vice chairman from a certain region. Previously, they had been dining at the vice chairman's home once a month. Today was a return invitation. However, Chu Xian sensed that there was another purpose behind this visit. Welcome. Haha, Brother Han, hello. The address Brother Han is not abrupt. Han Xiang was born in 1999, definitely a post-90s individual. And him? A post-00s. Just turned 63, calling the 70-something Han Xiang brother is absolutely appropriate. Identity. Status? Power? In this room, in terms of real power, Chu Xian is more senior than him, even if in the next term the Arctic Bear speaker is from Xia. Once he becomes the speaker, Chu Xian will undoubtedly be the highest power under him. One of the three giants is no exaggeration. The other two giants are from the Arctic Bear and a certain other country. The remaining one is just Chu Xian. And, barring any surprises, Chu Xian will be Han Xiang's granddaughter-in-law. So the vice speaker is quite enthusiastic. Han Xiang feels a bit at a loss. Brother? This next speaker. The future highest position in the United Central. That word brother nearly overwhelmed him. It shouldn't be used. It's supposed to be. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Xian took the vice speaker to the living room, where Han Xiang felt he couldn't join the conversation. So, he went to the kitchen to help Han Duo cook. In the living room, the deputy speaker asked, "What do you think about the proposal regarding Earth's deceleration and the steel curtain plan that was brought up by the Star Organization at yesterday's meeting?" The three giants do not attend regular council meetings unless it's a significant event, like the establishment of the Development General Administration last time. As there's a clear distinction. The council is where the speaker and members exercise their voting rights. The three giants are executive bodies, not members. Facing this question, Chu Xian was candid. It's quite good. From both practical considerations and public welfare, it has feasibility and practicality. The living conditions in the underground city are indeed average, crowded, and small. With the hope of seeing Proxima Centauri, the birth rate has risen, and the demand for living space will also increase. Previously, there were no conditions. Now, there are no obstacles, so it can be considered. There's no belittling here. It's all praise, as it indeed stands on the side of righteousness, benefiting billions of people globally. Hearing this, the deputy speaker felt helpless. All right, Chu Xian is still too young and passionate, but precisely because of this, he can carry out that plan. So, is there some conspiracy from the Star Organization? Chu Xian tactfully circled back to the point. After all, his stance is clear. He is from Xia. Upon hearing this, the deputy speaker was more satisfied. Although his thoughts are a bit simplistic, he understands which side he stands on. A conspiracy isn't necessarily the case. It could genuinely be goodwill. This statement is not perfunctory. Conspiracy? Does the Star Organization still need to play schemes? That would be underestimating them. Before long, the food was ready. After a feast of meat and fish, today it's something lighter to scrape off the grease. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, iron plate mashed potatoes, and cabbage tofu soup. The deputy speaker enjoyed the meal, and although there's a quota, and these dishes aren't lacking, Han Duo's cooking is just that good. After the meal, the deputy speaker and Chu Xian went to the study, his expression serious, directly addressing the topic. You know that the Star Organization is powerful now and expanding almost uncontrollably, which puts Xia in a difficult position. This is not like before the disaster. It is no longer possible to simply withdraw from the table. The situation has become a quagmire from which it is difficult to extricate oneself, and the best outcome is to integrate while maintaining some degree of autonomy. Therefore, achieving a certain level of influence within the organization is exceptionally challenging. Currently, among the 18 decision-makers, it has been revealed that only one is from our side, which is a very small proportion. If we were to directly request someone outside the organization to become one of the decision-makers, it would likely be impossible. The implication is that if there is an opportunity, one could choose to join, but the condition is to be one of the decision-makers. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned by the vice-chairman's words. What? You want me to infiltrate myself? Chapter 255, Open Schemes. I have to say, this operation is slick. While Chu Xian was lost in thought, the vice-chairman explained. It's not about infiltrating, but genuinely joining. Do you understand? The organization is tightly structured. They will not grant decision-making power to outsiders. Infiltration? Undercover? None of these will work. They are not foolish, and we do not have such unrealistic fantasies, understand? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian nodded. All right, if there is an opportunity, I will give it a try. Not overly optimistic, just seeing how things unfold. After chatting for a while longer, the vice chairman stood up to leave. Take care. Chu Xian and his companions escorted him to the door. Wow, I never thought I would have a meal with the future chairman one day, though I felt a bit too nervous. Han Xiang couldn't help but sigh. 2 years ago, he was just a driver, completely out of touch with someone of such high status as the chairman of the Central Council. Even Liu Peiqiang was merely a minor lieutenant colonel back then. Now he is only a brigadier general. Today, having the chance to dine with the future chairman and being treated with such courtesy is truly unbelievable. Back in the car, the vice chairman let out a long sigh, realizing that he had no choice but to be in this situation. He had already made it clear that they are stuck in the quagmire and cannot extricate themselves. The issues that the chairman faces are also his headaches. The organization is powerful and cannot be suppressed. He can only accept it. The organization does not tolerate any external interference, and all its members prioritize its interests. It is unclear why they are so united. Belief? Goals? Perhaps. But it's hard to find even a small crack. They must have a filtering method, as not a single traitor has emerged, which speaks volumes. Moreover, they are ruthless. Infiltrating is a matter of life and death. Therefore, one can only genuinely join in, not seeking benefits, just wanting fairness. And even taking a step back to ensure that it does not harm our side is sufficient. When issues arise, there won't be a single person left to speak up. Thus, they sought out Chu Xian because the organization had once mentioned considering recruitment, but had not yet acted on it. If Chu Xian were to join the organization, even if its interests were paramount, at least when faced with matters that would significantly harm our interests, he would not just stand by and watch. That is enough. Of course, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Chu Xian is just one of the chosen ones. Ultimately, who can become part of the decision-making for the stars depends on fate. Or perhaps none of them will. This is also the reason for his long sigh. After the vice chairman left, Chu Xian returned to his study and didn't pay much attention to the matter, as everything was in his control. It was effortless. This is better. He is not an undercover agent. Otherwise, he would have refused right away because the current situation is quite clear. If he agreed, it would indicate a lack of judgment. Theoretically, it's not much different from sending him to his doom. He is already busy enough. Why take on the role of an undercover agent? Fortunately, the situation did not put him in a difficult position. In the following week, his subordinates reported that many from the Great Xia wanted to join the stars. And each of them was not simple, also making demands. The identity of decision-makers. It indeed had a somewhat obvious implication. Chu Xian was not surprised. Great Xia probably wanted to convey such a message without saying it outright. Through these individuals, they allowed the stars to weigh their options without losing face while clearly stating their bottom line. An open strategy. It all depends on whether the stars will accept it. No rush. Chu Xian remained calm, putting on a full performance. There were many things to discuss, not just about identity. A few days later, on December 12th. In the morning, a piece of news stirred up the world again. Yesterday, the Planetary Development Agency completed the immigration of 6 million from Proxima Centauri ahead of schedule for the year 2076. In 2077, they expected to immigrate 10 million, including 3 million family members of the first batch of immigrants. Many people around the globe cheered. Of course, there were some dissatisfied voices, such as some idle individuals. 10 million a year? It will take a decade to reach 100 million. By then, it might be too late for us. Exactly. They only want skilled workers and researchers. Are we not human? We oppose this. It should be decided by lottery as before, without considering identity. So everyone has a fair chance. If such voices had emerged before the disaster, they would have spread rapidly through the media globally, but now it's different. Communication between underground cities is not smooth. Hoping for a public opinion storm is just wishful thinking. Chapter 256, neatly arranged in a certain underground city in North America. In a commercial area, a group of tattooed men were smoking in a messy room. Damn, they actually restricted communication between underground cities, hindering our ability to make money. Fairness truly needs to be fought for. Before the disaster, with the developed internet, a bit of agitation could garner a global response, achieving many goals amid the chaos. What about now? They could only rely on their voices to rally those around them. Countless like-minded individuals unable to cooperate. Frustrating. I want the internet. I want freedom of speech. I want to be heard by many. While smoking, someone suggested, why not go check out the shelters? Their communication should be smooth. And with many people, they should be able to create a big scene. That makes sense. These individuals have been directly excluded from immigration and must have been eager to cause trouble, just waiting for partners like us. Indeed, it feels like there's hope. They also want to go to another planet, even if their identities aren't favored. Thugs. Bullies. So what? They should have human rights too and enjoy equal power just like those who entered the underground city before. The key ISNT just reaching the neighboring star. As long as their SA lottery. As long as it's open. There is a chance to make a fortune. If only the elite are qualified. It will be difficult, but if everyone is eligible. Hee hee. We're going to hit it big. Remember how many people didn't get selected and went bankrupt just to get in? As for the prohibition on transferring quotas, that applies to law-abiding citizens. Kidnapping the lucky ones, silencing them, changing faces, undergoing surgeries. Back then, it was an entire industry chain. It was hard to catch elite individuals. But ordinary people were much easier to handle. They were quite familiar with them. In short, the current situation is blocking their financial routes, and we must take it back. 3 hours later, a transport vehicle left the underground city, heading towards the nearest shelter. TSK, we're about to make a fortune again. Oh ho ho. After making enough money, we'll head to the neighboring star to retire. Everyone is envisioning that exhilarating scene once more, humming and singing along. 2 hours later, they arrived at the nearest shelter, stated their purpose, and drew a big pizza on the ground. How about it? As long as we unite, we can definitely. Bang, bang, bang. A group of people, shocked, ended their lives with expressions of unwillingness. Why? He was here to deliver benefits. It could all be neatly arranged. The current head of the shelter completed that person's sentence, waved for them to be thrown out, and they quickly turned into an ice sculpture. The organization's order was to clear out any trash immediately upon encounter. This scene began to emerge in mid-last month, and all global shelters received a unified command. No mercy. Keeping them would only waste resources. Facing the reality of those who never returned after leaving the city, even the restless ones realized something and changed direction. Protests, marches, banners. Since other places couldn't coordinate, they decided to act on their own. Although it might not be effective, what if it succeeded? Unfortunately, it was doomed to be useless. This wasn't like the last lottery, which was a matter of life and death, and of course, a large group followed for a slim chance of survival. Now it's different. It's just immigration, unrelated to life and death. There aren't many people causing a ruckus. Anyway, the neighboring star hasn't been transformed yet. What can they do if they go there? Unless they have special purposes. Who would bother to protest? Seeing the few responders, some with ulterior motives were furious. Ah, damn it. Why don't these people have any aspirations? Go protest. Go make a statement. Otherwise, how can we make big money? Damn it. Once again, I missed the network before the disaster. People nowadays are so hard to manage. Their actions were compiled and reported to the central authority. Bam. The speaker slammed the table. In a lawless situation, the desire to profit again is simply outrageous. Strict punishment is necessary. Soon, the parliament reached a consensus to settle old scores, as many matters were difficult to advance due to the protection of certain powerful figures in the past. Now it's different. The organization is not one to tolerate any nonsense. And the higher-ups are equally resolute, as those with blemishes have already been dealt with. After digesting the legacy left by the powerful, an action to restore the dignity of the central laws is also required. Coincidentally, these troublemakers came knocking, effectively sealing their own fate. Chapter 257. Have all the shelters been taken over? Throughout late December, arrests and trials occurred with unprecedented efficiency in various underground cities. To lessen their sentences, those involved were frantically confessing everything they knew, heard, or guessed, leaving no detail unshared in hopes of lighter penalties. There were no unscrupulous media to stir up trouble, nor were there deceitful lawyers to argue against them. The evidence was irrefutable. The global security of the underground cities was significantly improved. It was also learned from some offenders that they had sent people to the shelters intending to stir up trouble, but those individuals never returned. In the midst of confusion, further inquiries were made. What? The leadership has changed? All of them. Everyone in the shelters is working and studying together? The chairman was quite astonished. This was not an isolated incident, as every report returned with similar news. It was bizarre. Those places seemed to have returned to an orderly society. The chairman couldn't help but exclaim, "Stars." He then called for Joivra. "Oh, so that's what this is about." "Yes, it's what we did. They just had bad luck. Not discarded by humanity. As I said, you can't manage it, so we will." Faced with Joivra's assertive response, the chairman was left speechless for a long time. Took a puff of smoke, feeling quite helpless. Under everyone's noses, the global shelters underwent a transformation, while the central authority remained oblivious, becoming increasingly reckless yet unable to refute it. What? You want to manage it, but you don't allow others to take charge either? That doesn't make sense. When will it be handed over to the central management? The chairman spoke up, as this was a necessary statement for someone in his position. Joivra replied, "It's not suitable for now." The chairman asked, "Is it suitable for the stars?" "Of course, we are not the deciders of a lottery plan, so there is no conflict." The chairman fell silent again. Indeed, the dissatisfaction of the shelters towards the central authority was deeply rooted, and taking over now would inevitably lead to numerous contradictions. Joivra continued, "The shelters were previously chaotic, leaving many issues. The stars will first correct those problems, and then have the opportunity to integrate later." The chairman nodded. It can only be this way. Although this correction might directly grant the stars at least 100 million followers, What alternative did he have? He had heard that even some regions were considering collaborating with the stars. The internal discussions among the polar bear faction had already become tumultuous. Sigh, thinking of retirement. Worrying over this situation could shorten one's lifespan. Such a significant matter was clearly not something the chairman could decide alone. The vice chairman gathered and held a discussion lasting half an hour. The outcome was unanimous. From then on, the global management authority of civilian shelters has been implicitly granted to a certain organization, and there is no need to hide it any longer. At the same time, this organization has also secured some new benefits. First, the food aid to the shelters will increase in both quantity and variety. Second, restrictions on aid for construction materials for the shelters will be lifted. Third, mergers between shelters will be permitted. Faced with a series of demands from this organization, although it feels like they are taking advantage, there is still a need to comply. Otherwise, if it gets back that the central authority is stingy and unwilling to provide the same food treatment as the residents of the underground cities, that would be a disaster. Isn't that pushing people toward this organization? How frustrating. They take what belongs to others and gain a good reputation. It's outrageous. After some helplessness, one must calm down and acknowledge the strength of this organization. So many shelters have been quietly taken over. If it weren't for the confessions of those involved in criminal activities, it might still be unknown to this day. They've concealed it too well. Perhaps what is seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Ugh. Thinking of this makes many people chuckle and shake their heads. It shouldn't be that way. This organization is not divine. What else can they do? Ascend to the heavens? Forget it. No need to dwell on this matter. Tomorrow is January 1st, 2077, New Year's Day. The only global public holiday, and the bothersome issues can wait until next year. The Planetary Development Administration has wrapped up another workday. Time for a break. Han Duo is cheerful. Although she doesn't work overtime every day, since the establishment of the administration, there hasn't been a single day off. It is said that the central authority is considering adding more holidays next year. The early anxiety of wandering has faded, coupled with the fallback of Proxima Z. If all goes well, the approval of the Earth deceleration and steel curtain plans is inevitable. The global tension has eased, and some policies will certainly need to change. Xiangu, do you think there will be a 2-day weekend next year? Han Duo asks. Yes. Really? No. There won't even be a single day off. Chu Xian once thought about promoting a 2-day weekend, but after seeing the mother body, well, that's that. Everything is in motion. Earth, situated between two major civilizations' pioneering zones, still wishes to enjoy the work status of the wandering period. What a fantasy. Of course, there isn't absolutely no rest. If there can't be single or double weekends, there is still a monthly break, like 2 days off in a month. Holidays? Aside from New Year's Day, Chu Xian won't add any holidays on Earth. However, in the dimensional space, there can be holidays like Qingming, Mid-Autumn Festival, and Spring Festival. Even though millions of people from around the world have entered, their festivals will not be restored. Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, just like their birth dates, they will be left to history. Within their territory, there can be different skin colors, but only the culture of a certain civilization will prevail. Unless through archaeology, otherwise, textbooks in the dimensional space will not include languages, scripts, or histories other than those of this civilization. Those foreign cultures have nothing to do with them. Just as Chu Xian is finishing work at the first Science and Technology University, a familiar voice calls out. Xuan Mingyuan called out to Lu Qi from a distance as he walked over quickly. Previously, he had been interning under his mentor Yin Heng at a research base. Now, at the end of the year, Yin Heng, as the head of the research base, needed to go to the main office for an annual report, and he had brought Shui along. Let's go? The two arrived at the nearest inner-city subway station, which was packed with people. They finally managed to board the third subway train. There were just too many people. It couldn't be helped, after all. That was the 23rd city, a gathering place for countless delicacies. Haha, I was lucky last week and booked 3 spots for a buffet. So envious. I wonder when I can have free access to fruits and vegetables. It'll be soon. Any inside news? Someone in the council proposed slowing down Earth and the Steel Curtain project. If it passes, a large number of farms will be built on the surface. The main office has better benefits, with all kinds of food and drinks, unlike our 4th city, where we only have roasted worms and vegetables. It can't be helped. After all, they are one of the 3 giants, inheriting everything from the 23rd city, including its farms. I think Director Chu of the main office is impressive. Despite protests from many headquarters city clusters, the commercial area of the 23rd city hasn't been dismantled. That makes sense. In the crowded carriage, the two couldn't even find a seat, but they exchanged smiles as they listened to the conversations around them. Hearing compliments about Chu Xian made them quite happy. The twists of fate can be truly unpredictable. 3 years ago, they were all on the same level, and now, 3 years later, their childhood friend has become someone to look up to, director of the main office, at administrative level 3, one of the giants. With a single word, he could promote generals. Although Lu Qi didn't know much, he understood how his father's brigadier general rank came about. If things go smoothly, perhaps he could become a major general or even a lieutenant general in the future. As for going further up, Lu Qi couldn't say. That was another level altogether. Chu Xian had started from scratch, with a weak foundation, and wasn't all-powerful. An hour later. Wow. The tycoons really enjoy their lives, don't they? Gold statues, diamond pendants, silver utensils. Xue Ming, visiting the 23rd city for the first time, was shocked. He had heard about the legends of the 23rd city during his studies. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. However, who knows how the Central Union managed to deal with the tycoons and take control of this city. Anyway, when he inquired back at school, it seemed like they had all disappeared. The management school of the First Science and Technology University had seen a reduction of over 30 in staff. Where did they go? No idea. In any case, they had never appeared again, and there was a rumor circulating that the tycoons weren't eliminated by the Central Union. There were many opinions, but no conclusion. Regardless of who it was definitely a great deed. Xuanzi. Do you know who got rid of the tycoons? I do. Who? Me. Xue Ming rolled his eyes, thinking, what a joke. If you could eliminate the tycoons, I could punch aliens too. Seeing this, Chu Xian spread his hands. No one believed the truth. In the early hours, the bell rang. The time had come to the year 2077. After the sign-in count was restored, he immediately exchanged for soul enhancement and quickly used it. 10 minutes later, almost there. Looking at the area of the dimensional space, Chu Xian felt extremely satisfied. Over the past few months, he had been visiting unknown planets every night to gather resources. Finally, he was close to consuming everything. Currently, only a core and some hard crust remained. Due to the reduced gravity, much of the crust had lost its constraints and was floating chaotically, making it impossible to simply lie back and have a meal served automatically. This was also because he had devoured a large part of a planet. The radius of the dimensional space had reached 700 kilometers. If a typical passenger aircraft were to fly from one end to the other, it would take an hour and a half. It was indeed enormous. If it could still be called a dimensional space before, Chu Xian felt that it was somewhat inappropriate now. It needed a name change. Secret Realm sounded a bit petty. How about Stellar Continent? Chapter 259, Pension? Non-existent. A nice name, settled then, perfectly corresponding to the stellar organization. Soon after, Chu Xian arrived at the unknown planet, and the scene before him was truly devastating. With the planet's orbit dragging a long trail of dust. Among this dust, chunks of crust were floating. The larger ones were comparable to a province, while the average ones resembled mountain ranges. As for the core, it was at the forefront. The scorching core, having been exposed to the space environment for countless millions of years, was covered with cooled lava on its surface. Due to the high internal temperature, heat was dissipating, escaping through the cracks of the crust, forming yellow-red fissures. Without the pressure from the crust, its volume had expanded significantly. Clang. Forks and knives ready. It's time to eat. Whoosh. Whoosh. A flying vehicle darted through the floating crust, leaving not even a single atom behind. Everything was assimilated. As the radius expanded to 700 kilometers, the descending radius also increased, encountering massive crustal material. Taking a bite, a rock with a radius of 700 meters and a diameter of over a kilometer was devoured. And the efficiency had skyrocketed compared to several months ago. Next time, I can't afford to be lazy, Chu Xian said helplessly. Previously, he had prioritized convenience by assimilating the mantle first, which led to insufficient gravity, causing the crust to shatter and fly everywhere. It was convenient at first, but the aftermath was quite troublesome. Ultimately, after careful calculation, he realized that he didn't save much time. He decided that for other resource depots, he would need to handle them layer by layer like an onion. Step 1, atmosphere. Step 2, surface. Step 3, crust. It couldn't be as chaotic as it was now. This time would be considered an accumulation of experience. Bayan Town. Early morning. The sky gradually brightened, and Liao Yu habitually listened to the news, which was all about the stellar organization. There were no entertainment gossip, no finance and fashion news, nor any international issues. The focus was mainly on technology-related topics, with very few lifestyle news, as there really wasn't much to report. Fights, car accidents, infidelity. More than 95% of the news before the disaster on Earth would not appear in reports because they simply did not happen. Honesty and trustworthiness. Respect for the elderly and love for the young. Unity and progress. Politeness and bravery. These were all written into the organization's manual. And as a member of the stellar organization, one must of course abide by and fully implement them. It has been a long time. And aside from debates on scientific issues, there hasn't been a single argument in daily life. Many things that could raise one's blood pressure simply do not exist. Suddenly, a piece of news comes through the headphones. The Starry Continent? Great, great. The organization has become even more powerful. Liao Yu is very happy. As one of the first members to join, he initially thought it was just in some small base. Anxious, helpless, because he was the only expert. And his subordinates were all inexperienced newcomers, just a few dozen of them. But now, tens of millions. They are not in Baiyun town, but outside. And to manage these people, many from the town have been reassigned. Some have been promoted, with a few soaring to great heights. The description of the outside is quite vast, especially the starry 12 campus under construction, which Liao Yu looks forward to immensely. As the dean of the College of Biomaterials at Starry University, he is sure he will be reassigned there. A campus of 2,000 square kilometers that can accommodate 1 million students is something he has never seen. On January 1st, at the Starry University 12 campus. It is busy. Millions of people are working without rest, and no one has any objections since they all come from shelters. Compared to the darkness and hunger, having a job now is like heaven. They can earn points to buy things, and if they work diligently and complete their daily tasks ahead of time, they can go home early to spend time with their families. Taking a stroll is also allowed, and working overtime is fine too, counting only as work without any harshness. 12 hours is the maximum. In summary, it is very fair. Many people are thinking about saving money for retirement. They have heard that retirement funds do not exist here. But they can accept that. Even in the shelters, there are no such things. In fact, not only them, but everyone in Baiyun town also lacks retirement funds. Not because the time hasn't come, but because the leader never intended to provide them. Penny pinching? No. It's a matter of practical consideration. First, whether now or in the future, the universal social security of the organization will definitely be comprehensive and will not change. Housing, medical care, education, all can be said to be free, and those expenses that could drain a family before the disaster simply do not exist. Second, for instance, the first-level gene enhancement liquid that has already started to become widespread. As long as one contributes enough, they can continue to receive injections. The effects are powerful. It is important to know that this strictly consists of 2 parts, gene enhancement and physical enhancement. The former has more subtle effects, such as improving immunity, increasing cell vitality, and reducing gene mutations. Improving these indicators comprehensively can extend life expectancy. Generally speaking, without illness or disaster, reaching about 150 years old is nearly the limit. However, with 6 first-level enhancements, the upper limit can rise to 200 years. And that's just the first level. What about the second level? 300 years. If this trend continues, unless the leader intentionally controls the population, the average lifespan will keep increasing, retiring at 60 and being buried at 1,000 years old. 940 years of retirement benefits. The scene is simply beautiful. Under the resolution of medical and longevity issues, as long as one is alive, they actually possess labor capacity, and it is not lacking. With genetic enhancement, doing 100 backflips at 900 years old might not even leave one out of breath. Therefore, other social security benefits will be provided, without discount. However, retirement benefits for 940 years will not be issued. Chapter 260, Award Ceremony City Number 23. Evening. The commercial area was nearly packed, with everyone from the headquarters city cluster rushing over for the holiday. If it weren't for the subway limiting flow, the streets would have been impassable. Keep to the right. Maintain smooth passage. Suddenly, it felt like a disaster preparation Golden Week outing. An elderly person of Chinese descent smiled wryly. It was just too similar. Among the crowd were many high-ranking officials accompanying their families, who felt quite frustrated after seeing the sea of heads. The Steel Curtain Project is imperative. Thus, on January 16th, the Steel Curtain Project surprisingly passed, even while the Earth deceleration was still under verification. It was not a full rollout, but rather a pilot program, mainly around the central headquarters, aimed at expanding subsidies for agriculture and livestock, to enrich the supply of fruits and meats. The benefits you have, we will also have. From various perspectives, the benefits of the stars seem limited to food and drink, which are not particularly difficult to provide. In the future, everyone can offer them. This should slow down the expansion of the stars, preventing them from being easily bought off with small favors. On January 18th, in the morning, a convoy set off from city number 23. 3 motorcycles led the way, followed by 2 off-road vehicles. Chu Xian's car was in the middle, with a similar symmetrical configuration behind, representing the 3 major giants. As they passed, law enforcement personnel cleared the road. Director Chu, hello? Director Chu. Upon arrival, as soon as he got out of the car, a crowd welcomed him. In the past, each of these people was someone he looked up to, the Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of Education, the Academic Management Committee, the Science and Technology Development Committee. At least a dozen heads of institutions were waiting outside for him. Today was the annual award ceremony, where Chu Xian had previously received the Science and Technology Progress Award. However, he was here today not to receive an award, but to present one. This time, it was mainly for science and technology awards, not for contributions to humanity, so the speaker and vice speaker would not be present. Previously, the 2 major giants took turns attending. Now, Under the situation of the three major giants at the center, there was an additional heavyweight award presenter, Chu Xian. Looking at this young face, there were feelings of envy and admiration. Reflecting on Chu Xian's promotion history, it seemed like every step was on a wrong chess move. But it later proved to be a trampoline. While others avoided it, Chu Xian took off from the spot. When everyone was confused, he step by step climbed to the top of the mountain, leaving many sighing about their lack of vision. Among them, the head of the academic management committee had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, recalling how he had once blocked Chu Xian's professional title evaluation, affecting his career. At this moment, the award hall was filled with people. It was about to start. Everyone was eagerly anticipating it. I heard that Director Chu would be attending this time. The faces of the crowd were filled with expectation. The establishment of the third major organization saw a large number of researchers incorporated into the Development General Office. Therefore, many present were subordinates of Chu Xian, and even those who were not from the Development General Office had a favorable impression of him. Most researchers were merely executing tasks. The upward mobility was actually very limited, let alone someone of Chu Xian's status, which was groundbreaking in a way. He was undoubtedly a prominent figure. Suddenly, everyone's attention turned to the entrance. At the same time, the cameras in the hall began to focus there as well. In accordance with the usual practice of global broadcasting, making it to television again after half a month. The last time was earlier this month when the three major leaders presented their annual work report to the parliament and the world. Looking at the eager eyes in the hall, the president of the academy felt it was almost surreal. He remembered when Chu Xian first came. Hardly anyone recognized him. Now, everyone knew who he was. Every time he came here, he became the most dazzling presence. As Chu Xian walked into the hall with a smile, he was silently paying attention to someone in the audience, having noticed something odd before entering. It was a bit frustrating. Why were there always some people so restless? Watching Chu Xian being surrounded as he walked in, the front row of the hall was occupied by about a dozen members of parliament who were sitting quite steadily. It was not arrogance. Theoretically, all members enjoyed administrative level 3 benefits, with only voting rights. In terms of real power, their influence was almost negligible. However, given their status, it would be too embarrassing for them to step out to greet Chu Xian, as they also cared about their image. Hello, hello, at most. They would stand up to acknowledge him. After greeting, one member of parliament, watching Chu Xian walk to the front row, flashed a hint of pity in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, thinking about the young man's early success and high position. Unfortunately, today would mark the end of that, as his brilliance would be used against him for the sake of this world. The rising star might be the future, but not his future. The star was emerging and gaining strength. He thought he would be courted, but unexpectedly, he was completely ignored, even when he later tried to approach. The answer made him want to curse. No? How infuriating. It's simply an insult to him. With the elections approaching, he feared he might lose his position as a member of parliament. He was unable to rise, and only looked at the vice chairman position, which depended solely on faction. He was unwilling to fall behind, and there were no good positions available. Resigning was not an option. Therefore, he gathered some others who faced similar situations and wanted to do something. Soon, a plan was devised to stir up trouble. He heard that a certain country was considering collaborating with the rising star. After careful consideration, they chose to target Chu Xian, especially with such a global broadcast, planning to drag the star down as well. After everyone arrived, the ceremony began. Facing the ulterior motives of some individuals, Chu Xian didn't pay much attention. They were insignificant. At most just turning over a little soil. They couldn't change the world. In the past year, humanity has united, contributing wisdom and producing a wealth of outstanding scientific research achievements. Among them, the host spoke passionately as the audience listened. Chu Xian glanced at the list and noted that 1/3 of the recipients were from a certain organization. It had been mentioned before that to advance technological progress on Earth, this organization had been very active, deconstructing some mature technologies bit by bit, maximizing contributions to promote breakthroughs in key technologies. The results were impressively effective, leading to this year's scientific awards being dominated by them, with 1/3 of the honors. Next year, this proportion is expected to be even higher. As for the year after that, it might just turn into a special event for this organization. First up, the inaugural award. An additional honor introduced by the review committee this year, the Lifetime Honorary Award for Technological Contribution. The recipient is Chu Xian. The theory of rapid growth genes for the 6th generation of universal plants has been validated and has made a qualitative leap from its previous foundation. Relying on this 6th generation theory, the time frame for atmospheric transformation of Proxima Centauri b will be shortened to 40 years. However, before the review, Director Chu requested that the award not be attributed to himself, but instead given to other contributing researchers. Consequently, the review committee unanimously decided to present a final scientific award to pay tribute to his contributions and character. When it became clear that the award would not count towards his attendance, Chu Xian naturally lost interest. Nevertheless, the review committee dared not overlook his contributions, ultimately deciding to conclude with a Lifetime Achievement Award as a form of acknowledgement. Seeing this, Chu Xian had nothing more to say and slowly walked up to the stage. With cameras focused on him, his tall figure made countless young girls in front of their screens feel excited. Today, Chu Xian is undoubtedly an idol of the nation, with abilities, looks, and influence that are hard for ordinary people to match, especially among his peers, who are mostly his supporters. Historically, there has never been such a young person in such a prominent position within the central organization, making him a source of pride for an entire generation. In the audience, as Chu Xian took the stage, a glint of madness flashed in Noah's eyes. The pride of a generation was about to be shattered. One can only imagine the global reaction. It's happening. The most crucial moment is approaching, but the one taking action is not him, but rather someone in the audience coming to receive an award. According to plan, when Chu Xian begins his speech, the action will commence. In front of a global audience. The scene is set. Chapter 262. This joke is a bit much. It's happening. It's happening. Noah's heart raced faster. Witnessing the fall of a genius was quite exhilarating. Watching Chu Xian take the stage, he silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. According to the agreement, action would begin as soon as Chu Xian prepared to say his first word. Originally intended as an award presentation, it was turning into a receipt of something else. Well, thanks to the organizing committee for their intentions. Without much preamble, just a dozen words were spoken before he leisurely walked off stage, without a hint of surprise. At this moment, Noah in the audience was a bit confused. What is going on? Where am I? Where's the grand show that was arranged? Not following the script. He suddenly looked down at the audience and found that person still there. Not caught, not exposed. What was going on? Confusion, uncertainty, strangeness. He spent a full half-hour pondering where things went wrong. Next, the hostess voice announced, "Now, let us invite the Member of Parliament to present an award to the senior researcher." As a Member of Parliament, he certainly wasn't just there to watch. He was also one of the guests. "Hey, it's your turn." Oh, coming back to his senses, he walked slowly onto the stage to present the award. Just as he turned to take a photo, he suddenly saw someone stand up. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his chest. Bang! Blood spurted from his thigh. Bang! His kidney. Noah, still trying to comprehend, was taken aback. This joke had gone too far. The shooter had turned the gun on him? No. This was unreasonable. In the audience, the shooter was filled with terror. He had prepared to act when Chu Xian went on stage, but his body felt frozen, unable to move or speak. He could only think. After half an hour of fear, when Noah took the stage, his body acted against his will, and he fired several shots, sending bullets meant for Chu Xian into Noah instead. There were demons. Monsters. Deep inside, he screamed, wanting to tell the world. A powerful will suddenly broke his restraints. Overjoyed, he raised his neck to the sky and roared, "For the Alliance." After saying that, he froze. No, that wasn't what he meant to say. He wanted to correct himself, but realized it was too late. Bang! A security officer's action knocked him into darkness. In that final moment, he suddenly remembered something. Then came the relief of discovering the truth of the world. So this is how the tycoons bled each other dry. The whole world was played by the stars. His last shred of consciousness gradually faded. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed from Noah's mouth. For the Alliance. Damn. In their plans, after attacking Chu Xian, he should have shouted "Long live the stars," making it impossible for him to hide. The subsequent events would have been easier to handle. However, at this critical step, everything fell apart. Damn it. For the Alliance, if you're going to die, at least die with some value. More importantly, what exactly happened? He had been betrayed. Yes, it must be. You lot. Overwhelmed with resentment and losing too much blood, he fainted. At that moment, chaos erupted on site. Normally, Chu Xian could have dealt with things after the ceremony, as it wouldn't be appropriate to make a mess in such a situation. However, after thinking it over, he chose to escalate the situation. If you want to play, I'll play along. Let us make it big. As long as it doesn't involve innocent people, it's fine. Under his direction, it didn't affect others. Watching the medical staff hurriedly trying to save Noah, Chu Xian smiled to himself. The grand show you arranged for me is being returned to you, and by the way, I'll borrow your life for a bit, die with some value. Such an incident happening at the ceremony, broadcasted live globally, directly caused an uproar. Such a thing actually happened. How did the security manage this? If Noah is dead, what if something happens to Chu Xian? Indeed. Fortunately, it wasn't an attack on Director Chu. By the way, what did that person's last words mean? For the Alliance? Grandpa, do you know? Regarding Noah's tragic situation, there wasn't much discussion among everyone. After learning that Chu Xian was fine, the most curious thing was the Alliance. What does it really mean? After seeing the news, some of Noah's accomplices, who were ready to watch the drama unfold, suddenly felt a chill down their spines and wanted to flee. No way, it shouldn't be. Chapter 263. Big Sale, the word alliance immediately made them think of their own group, who had conspired for their own rescue operation for the sake of status. However, things did not develop according to the script at all. Clearly, something went wrong in the process. Do you think, if Noah believes we did this, he would? There's no need to think about it. He would probably sell them out completely, exposing everything, and none would escape. What to do? Silence them? The current situation seems troublesome. There is no contingency plan for this. Fortunately, these years weren't spent in vain. It didn't take much effort. Chu Xian had a pretty good understanding of these restless individuals, mainly those rejected by the stars. The stars are not a dumping ground. Not everyone is needed. These individuals, not from wealthy families, were relatively honest before. Without much dirt on them, just lacking ability and having average character. They were opportunistic and good at scheming, mainly representatives from smaller countries. According to the plan, these individuals would certainly not be re-elected in the next election, and many would be replaced by people from the stars to facilitate the transition. Unexpectedly, these individuals, feeling desperate, wanted to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, they were too naive. The ability to muddy the waters is their specialty. Since you are so restless, let us all join in and pick up the soap together. Brother Xian, were you scared just now? On the way back, Han Duo still had lingering fears. Scared. Han Duo found it hard to believe, as many people had directly crawled under the table, while Chu Xian had calmly looked at her, giving her a reassuring glance, though she wondered if it was just her illusion. By the way, enhancement. She, already a level 2, had experienced the effects of the enhancement serum. A single punch could bend the stair railing. Brother Xian must be even more powerful than her. But that was a real gun, no matter how strong one is. They are still flesh and blood. How could one possibly resist firearms? Brother Xian, did you know beforehand? Han Duo suddenly had a wild thought. To her surprise, Chu Xian replied, yes. Huh. Han Duo covered her mouth. Do you want to know how I did it? Chu Xian thought it was time to let Han Duo try the level 3 genetic enhancement serum. Han Duo nodded yes. Chu Xian, come to my room tonight. The whole Duo turned red, momentarily losing her ability to think, becoming a silly Duo. Such an incident occurred, and it was during a global live broadcast. Subsequently, the speaker convened an emergency meeting to first clarify the reason for the attack on Noah, but there were no findings. In the end, they could only hope for Noah to wake up. Fortunately, the medical technology at the center is good. Upon seeing the personnel from the security department, Noah was momentarily stunned and then shouted loudly, I report, I accuse. The next events unfolded simply. A massive clearance sale. Selling everything cleanly. Selling thoroughly. The people present were drenched in cold sweat, as these individuals were utterly insane, wanting to kill Chu Xian. And they intended to do it in front of a global audience. Is it true? Yes, it is. Do you understand the consequences of saying this? One of the security personnel reminded, giving Noah a strong hint. His father was listed among those being implicated. Just as he entered, before he could even advise caution, Noah had already gone into a frenzy of selling off information. There was no time to stop him. They could only attempt to remedy the situation now. However, Noah was caught up in his rage and ignored the hint. Consequences? I'm nearly dead. Who cares about consequences? It's them. I have evidence. The second wave of the clearance sale began, and the man looked utterly desperate, thinking, why didn't I just shoot this guy earlier? What a professional, huh? Bah. A worthless piece of trash. Noah observed the situation bleeding out, but it hadn't hit any vital points. They left behind such a troublesome thing. This would surely ruin them. A ton of duct tape wouldn't fix this mess. The man was contemplating how to distance himself and preserve his promising future. Suddenly, he was grabbed by both hands. He received a pair of silver cuffs. The people who came were all elites, and his earlier questions clearly indicated a warning to Noah. More importantly, didn't he notice the mirror by Noah's bedside? The raised eyebrows and silent gestures. Were we all blind? There was no need for formalities anymore. They could just arrest him right away. The evidence was solid. Suddenly realizing that the mirror by Noah's bedside had captured every detail of his performance, he wished he could just die on the spot. Embarrassment, blushing, shame. It ultimately turned to despair. The chain of evidence was complete. It seemed like they would avoid 20 years of detours. Not long after, the testimonies were completed and submitted to the council. Utterly insane, lawless. The speaker slammed the table in fury. These people were completely disrespecting the legal bottom line. If it were just about killing Noah, that would be one thing. But a legislator actually set sights on Chu Xian and even planned a global live broadcast. If they succeeded, what kind of impact would that have? Arrest them? Yes. What about Noah? First-degree murder, crimes against humanity, endangering public safety, immediate execution. Joyful, who was present, spoke up directly. Although the speaker wanted to do the same, he held back. Trials were not a joke, and the necessary procedures must be followed. Did you think it was like your own world where you could kill tycoons as if they were dogs? The murderous intent still lingered. Chapter 264. God. You are too much. In less than an hour, the arrests were completed. A group of legislators had become prisoners, promoting Noah's spirit and initiating a clearance sale, hoping to lessen their own responsibilities. Accomplices. We are accomplices. Noah was the one who found the people. Right. Who would have thought retribution would come so quickly? A bit regretful now. If I had known, I would have done it myself. Why involve such incompetent allies? Now look where we are. It's all over. Intent to assassinate one of the three powerhouses of the joint authority, and in front of a global audience, targeting a prominent figure. The combined repercussions are unimaginable. Even if they were to share the blame among themselves, it would likely result in life imprisonment, serious negligence. It's all Noah's fault. The person he found is so unreliable. It's a strategic blunder. I just can't understand why that person chose to betray. Wouldn't it have been better to report directly? After obtaining the interrogation report. This is also a matter of confusion for the speaker and the deputy speakers. There's nothing wrong with the testimonies from Noah and the other members. But the logic of the shooter doesn't quite add up. However, soon, evidence was found at the shooter's home, a long-buried story and a confession letter. There was deep-seated hatred towards Noah, always thinking about revenge. And now, the opportunity has arisen. Killing Noah directly would be too lenient. Disrupting his plans and ensuring he faces utter ruin would maximize the revenge. Thus, it was stated that the goal was to make Noah bleed and cry during the ceremony. Reporting directly didn't happen, so the blame would be lighter. Only by making a big scene could he ensure Noah couldn't recover. It was reasonable and well justified. Is this case closed? The speaker felt it was resolved rather quickly. Then let the Ministry of Justice handle it. The speaker rubbed his head, finally having a clear explanation. As for Joavel's suggestion for immediate execution, that was clearly not possible. But he added, severe and heavy punishment. Yes, even without the speaker's words, the Ministry of Justice would act accordingly, as it falls under the jurisdiction of another tier of authority, the General Affairs Committee. Their superior is also one of the three powerhouses. If someone intended to commit murder, how could they dare to issue a light sentence? How would their superior view that? Anyone implicated, even if not directly involved, would face life imprisonment at a minimum for not reporting knowledge of the crime. There's no room for negotiation. This is about protecting the interests of a certain class. 10 minutes later, the speaker called Chu Xian. He briefly explained the incident. Although an order had been issued to contain the news, the parties involved couldn't be left completely in the dark. It was truly perilous. Don't worry. The relevant personnel will be severely punished. We are also studying ways to enhance your security to prevent such incidents from happening again. You've been wronged. Why not take a few days off to recuperate? No need. Really? I'm fine. After ending the call, the speaker let out a long sigh, realizing that Chu Xian must have been terrified, though he didn't say it out of pride. It makes sense. Chu Xian is only in his 20s, having just graduated a few years ago. Although he has faced challenges, this time it was a matter of life and death. How many can remain calm after brushing with danger? Just thinking about it is terrifying. If the shooter and Noah had no enmity, it might have succeeded. In the afternoon, the relevant investigation report was released globally. To reduce the risk of public outcry, not a word was mentioned about Chu Xian. It only discussed the hatred between Noah and the shooter, with no mention of the other involved members. So that's how it is. That despicable Noah. What if our Chu Xian got hurt? Exactly. That scoundrel Noah deserves punishment. Faced with Noah's numerous misdeeds, countless people have criticized him, and in the hospital, Noah fainted again in anger. No, something he barely remembers has actually involved an enemy and disrupted his grand plans. He is unwilling to accept this. As for doubting the evidence's authenticity? How could that be? Is there any other reason for the shooter to betray him? It seems that he is truly reaping what he has sown. Now, this cursed fate cannot show him a little mercy. Everything is directed towards Chu Xian. A seemingly doomed situation has been resolved in such an outrageous manner. Heaven, is this too much? Even feeding should have its limits. At the Planetary Development Administration. Watching the news, Chu Xian smiled faintly. The earlier remarks about the grievances were for this reason. For the greater good, the truth must be concealed. Of course, if one were to say it was wrong, it wouldn't be entirely incorrect. If he were in the same position, he would do the same. Making everything public would mean exposing the stars as well. There is no need for that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been bored enough to forge a set of evidence that aligns logically with the events. Chapter 265, Level 3 Flowers. A dozen members of parliament collectively stepped down. Perfect. This allows the people from the stars to take their positions early without contention. They can simply take them. The parliament is different from functional departments. Members of parliament are divided by country: Great Xia, the Western powers, and the UK and France. Each country can only have one seat in the parliament, with a few minor allies clustered around the 5 major powers. However, there is no direct subordination or decision-making power. Therefore, these parliamentary positions do not require competition. The stars had already laid the groundwork and could swallow them all in one go. After work, returning home. He didn't expect this job to have its dangers. Han Xiang was also watching the news and was taken aback. It was all an accident, Chu Xian reassured him. This is also why he agreed not to disclose the truth. Making it a big deal must have its limits. If it were directly aimed at him, Han Xiang and Duo would likely be scared for a long time. Let us eat, to calm down. After dinner, Han Duo came to Chu Xian's room. Sure enough, she saw the enhancement liquid he had taken out and felt a bit disappointed. When she heard she could come to his room at night, she was initially thrilled. Later, she realized she might have been overthinking it. Clearly, the reality was as such. Xiange, let us go. Han Duo rolled up her sleeves and extended her fair arms. Chu Xian was also unceremonious and administered the level 3 enhancement liquid. The sensation was the same as before, warm all over, yet somewhat different. Her body felt hot, but her mind was very clear. No, it should be described as transparent. Wow, Han Duo exclaimed, feeling as if her soul had left her body, even able to see the objects behind her. Although somewhat blurry, it was not just a fleeting thought, the duration was quite long. 10 minutes later, the enhancement was complete. Panting heavily, Han Duo recalled the sensation she had just experienced, and the next moment, she stood there in a daze. It was real. It was truly real, not an illusion. She could perceive the surrounding things. The closer outlines are clearer, like the hairpin or the tiles underfoot, while the distant ones are relatively fuzzy. At this moment, Chu Xian's voice sounded. Do you feel it? Upon hearing this, Han Duo looked at Chu Xian, filled with countless doubts. That's right. Your feelings are correct. Just adapt well. Don't overuse it. If you consume too much, recovery will be slow. The main point is the improvement in cognitive abilities, so you won't have to work as hard in the future. Chu Xian was Han Duo's only assistant, busy every day, studying after work, and only going to bed at 4 in the morning. After reaching the 3rd level of life forms, memory capacity would significantly increase. Still, it needs to be kept confidential for now, but it won't be long. In a maximum of 3 years, it will start to become widespread. In fact, it wouldn't even take 3 years. There would only be one voice on Earth, but the knowledge spreading in the dimensional space is just at the 1st level. The first tube is free, but the others require contribution points. To include the 3rd level enhancement liquid in the contribution exchange list, one indeed needs to accumulate contributions for a long time. Even for the faster ones, it would take several years. Moreover, the target audience for this dissemination clearly does not include those outside the stars. That's amazing. Although still puzzled, Han Duo didn't ask further. Clearly, this was somewhat beyond known technology. Secret research? Yes, definitely. The only doubt was how Chu Xian had access to it, especially since he had given it to her back in the underground city. Could it be that Brother Xian has some secret background? It's possible. This magical enhancement liquid, along with the occasional delicious treats, had never been in short supply. Even when he went to be the supervisor at Proxima Centauri Z, he frequently had extra meals, some of which didn't even appear on the list of transported items. She didn't want to think too much. She just needed Brother Xian to take care of her. Happy to come, happy to leave. Back in her room, Han Duo continued to activate her memory mode, discovering that her memory ability had once again made a qualitative leap. It was a very novel experience to perceive her room. Suddenly, Han Duo seemed to realize something, and her face turned extremely red. If Brother Xian could do this all along, being beside him, would she not feel embarrassed, even if she could only perceive the shape of objects without color? She dove under the covers, covering her face, too shy to be seen. But why did she feel a bit happy? Chapter 266. The verdict. After a while, Han Duo finally crawled out from under the covers. She couldn't waste time. The effect of the enhancement liquid was best on the same day it was used. Every cell in her body felt like it was filled with energy. She was completely awake and full of vitality. As Brother Xian's right-hand person, as long as she didn't die from studying, she would study hard, but she wondered if Brother Xian was asleep or not. Brother Xian said not to overuse it, but she really wanted to take a peek. At this moment, Chu Xian had already arrived at the wreckage of an unknown planet, which had lost its crust and mantle, with the core having been devoured by more than half. In one word, tragic. If the planet had consciousness, it could probably publish a book of curses. Fortunately, it didn't. Otherwise, it would be another story. The Escape Chronicles of Chu Xian, Part 3. Whoosh. Flying towards the star core, helping it to break free quickly. As for whether Han Duo would use her perception to notice that he was not in the room, there was no need to worry at all. There was a shielding device, a new item from the 5th level system, also due to the influence of perception. Therefore, the use of the 3rd level gene enhancement liquid must be strictly controlled and not given to those who are not from the stars to avoid chaos. As dawn approached, the already significantly diminished star core shrank once more, and within a week, it would completely disappear, turning into nourishment. Next, Chu Xian turned his gaze to the second food supply planet, which was also the last terrestrial planet in the entire solar system. It was relatively small, only the size of Mars, and was estimated to last less than 2 months. As for afterwards, they would have to resort to consuming cotton candy, which referred to gas giants, and only then would they move towards that distant, dazzling star. Why not act on the star first? No, it wouldn't work. If they acted on it first, the planets orbiting it would lose their gravitational binding and scatter chaotically, and he would have to chase them one by one, which would not be worth it. Realizing it was almost time, he returned to the room and headed out. Xiangu. Han Duo put down her tablet, her face flushed, partly due to the lingering effects of the enhancement and partly due to shyness. In her perception, Chu Xian was shrouded in a mist, suggesting he was far superior to her. If Chu Xian kept his perception open, it was as if she was wearing nothing at all, as if he knew what she was thinking. Thud. He gently flicked her forehead. What are you daydreaming about? Oh. Han Duo lowered her head, feeling embarrassed for being caught. What if Xiangu thinks I'm a bad girl? After going downstairs, Duo, you look good today. Han Xiong, being older and having less sleep, now took care of both breakfast and dinner. As for work, it didn't interfere. He noticed Han Duo seemed a bit strange. Her days with Chu Xian felt like she had transformed into a different person, as if she had changed dramatically. Today, she looked different again, in her eyes and demeanor. In the next moment, it felt like an illusion. This was because Chu Xian used his authority, and the perception came from mental strength, which had just been activated. Han Duo still couldn't control it. It was like a beautiful woman radiating charm the moment she saw someone, and Chu Xian had to help shield the impact. To fully adapt and control it freely, she would need to practice for a while. On the third day of the Noah incident, January 20th, the judiciary concluded the case with unprecedented efficiency. Noah, the mastermind, was directly given a peanut. The other members of the council were accomplices, and depending on the circumstances, 3 accompanied Noah. The rest received life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, commonly referred to as sitting at the bottom of the jail. It's all your fault, Noah. You bastard. Why didn't you just die back then? You ruined our big plans and dragged us down with you. In the courtroom, several accompanying council members rushed up to Noah, still injured, and unleashed a torrent of attacks on him. The cries of pain echoed. As for the people maintaining order, well, while trying to mediate, some people even kicked a few times. It drives you mad, pushing you towards extreme actions. Wanting to harm someone as admirable as Director Chu, especially in front of a global audience, is simply unforgivable. Although not from the same department, it doesn't mean that Director Chu's fans are limited to one organization. His contributions have benefited countless people. You want to make such a heroic figure a scapegoat to protect your own position. Damn it. I'll kick you, stomp you, crush you. Woe is me. I'm injured. Help me. The others pretended not to see. This incident wasn't made public globally, and strictly speaking, Director Chu was wronged. Ending a life over something trivial feels like a cheap way out. As long as they don't die, they can be toyed with. Even if they do die, it would be just criminals fighting amongst themselves, unrelated to anyone else. Chapter 267. The Spring Festival Special of City 23 after a brutal beating. Noah experienced the harsh reality of being pushed when the wall falls. It wasn't just a push. They even smashed the wall into bricks with a hammer. In the end, even the bricks couldn't escape being crushed to dust. Haha, you're all done for. Life imprisonment is worse than death. When he was taken away, barely alive, everyone realized Noah had gone mad. But unfortunately, it was after the verdict. Being mentally unstable wouldn't help. Even before the verdict, the severity of the crime would have no effect on the sentence. Noah must die. This day was the 28th of the 12th lunar month, just before the Spring Festival. Other city clusters didn't feel much, as their populations were complex and diverse, coming from various parts of the world. Celebrating anyone's festival would be awkward, so they chose to downplay it. Only families from the Great Xia continued their traditions, keeping it simple and lively. However, this year was different. In the commercial district of City 23, cheerful banners welcoming the new year adorned the streets, creating a festive atmosphere. No one expected such thoughtfulness from the central authority. A local remarked with nostalgia that in previous years, there weren't even any slogans, let alone celebrations. At most, there would be a congratulatory message on television. Indeed, thanks to Director Chu. As for Christmas and other similar celebrations, it seemed there had never been such grandeur. An outsider looked on with envy. A companion remarked, because no one believes in a higher power anymore. The locals were dazzled and delighted, as it was their first time experiencing such vibrancy in the headquarters city cluster. Usually, the only lively places were those where people from Great Xia gathered. After all, globally, there's only one public holiday on New Year's Day. And the Spring Festival ISNTA holiday. Dumplings are only distributed in the underground cities of Great Xia. But the headquarters city cluster didn't have such benefits. Now, City 23 seemed to host a special Spring Festival event. letting the locals feel the strong festive atmosphere. They were thoroughly satisfied. The Spring Festival Special in City 23 was bustling with activity. Buying couplets, purchasing New Year goods, and clothing to welcome the long-awaited lively New Year. Compared to previous years, this year felt different, filled with much more hope. Discovering wormholes, neighboring star systems, spaceships, rapidly growing genes, and the Steel Screen Project. In the year 2076, so much happened that it far surpassed all the good events of the previous decade combined. People saw hope, and next year is bound to be even better. As a result, the commercial district of City 23 became once again packed and congested, with the speed of goods being stocked unable to keep up with the purchasing pace. During the Spring Festival, the purchasing power of the people from the Great Xia is quite strong. Usually, they might hold back, but during the festival, money is not an issue. Thanks to Director Chu for organizing this special Spring Festival event at reasonable prices, without any opportunistic price hikes. Appreciation goes to the organization. The people of Xingqian believe it is the organization's care, and as for Chu Xian, he is merely acknowledged in passing since he is not one of their own. To ensure the supply of Spring Festival goods in City 23, Chu Xian even drew some products from the dimensional space, mainly agricultural products. Just a few months ago, there might have been shortages due to the hiring of tens of millions of workers, with families included, approaching 30 million people, leading to a staggering daily consumption figure. However, just a few months later, while many things are in short supply, agricultural products are not lacking within a radius of 210 to 600 kilometers. It is all farmland, with genetically improved crops being sown and harvested in cycles. This area covers nearly 1 million square kilometers, which translates to approximately 1.5 billion acres. What does that mean? Before the disaster, the total arable land area of the Great Xia wasn't much greater than this, and it is all fertile land. Having passed the initial food shortages, Chu Xian is now quite extravagant. The supply in City 23 is merely a drop in the ocean. However, rules still need to be followed. They cannot distribute Spring Festival gift packages in the name of the general office, nor can they take a holiday. They can only provide some goods at low prices to make up for it. Faced with the grand celebration for the Spring Festival in City 23, many non-Great Xia individuals expressed envy and wrote letters requesting to include their own festivals. Well, good. It can be considered. But then there was no further action. Chu Xian stated that those wanting to celebrate foreign festivals on their territory should dream on. As for whether foreign personnel within Xingqian would have objections? Unlikely, as most festivals stem from beliefs, and they currently share only one. Chapter 268. The spaceship falling to Mars outside, it's bustling with activity. Similarly, the dimensional space is filled with festive cheer. In Baiyun Town, preparations began a week ago, with every street lamp decorated with Great Xia knots. And people started purchasing New Year goods. The previous Spring Festival was memorable, celebrated in the Xingqian University Gymnasium. However, this year will be different, with families celebrating at home. The New Year expenses from the Xingqian organization were distributed 3 days ago, including year-end bonuses and Spring Festival gift packages, amounting to at least 3 months' salary. And this year is different. Good news. There will be a super large fireworks show on New Year's Eve. Who said that? My wife from the logistics side mentioned that large-scale fireworks are already set up surrounding Baiyun Town. That's great. I've never seen one in person. Grandpa, have you seen it? No. Why not? It's not allowed. Fireworks are something many young people have never seen in their lives. There's no place to set off fireworks in the underground city. Therefore, everyone is incredibly excited. For this New Year's Eve, Chu Xian decided to go all out. Planning a grand fireworks show. Wasteful? Not a problem. If calculated based on pre-disaster prices, the cost of this fireworks display would exceed billions. But it's all about the celebration. Before crossing over, the city he was in banned fireworks, so now that he has the opportunity, he certainly wants to arrange it. As the preparations for the new year were underway, on Mars, boom, a silver object, after friction with the thin atmosphere, tumbled and fell into a valley. In space, a warning was issued by a space station system of the United Government. The work here was quite relaxed, with hardly anything to do. Therefore, the station chief was playing cards with his subordinates, snacking on cherry tomatoes. A year ago, this was unimaginable, but now it's different. The Star Series spacecraft greatly enhanced cargo transport capabilities, replacing all previous transport ships. Most retired ships were repurposed, while a small portion was given to the space agency, which had recently transported a large amount of supplies, making their lives much more comfortable. Upon hearing the warning, everyone froze for a moment and then hurried to the cockpit. What was that? They had no idea. Before its descent, the detector showed no response. As they replayed the footage, they were astonished to see that the object only revealed its shape after entering Mars' atmosphere. It was nearly a kilometer long, flat and oval-shaped, shimmering silver. While it was in contact with the atmosphere, it flickered in and out of visibility, and even after landing, it continued to blink. If it hadn't caused a significant tremor upon impact, everyone would have thought it was a holographic projection. In the valley, inside the oval object, alarms blared. Warning. Optical stealth device malfunction. Warning. Gravity silence device malfunction. Amidst the numerous warning sounds, a few life forms inside were excitedly shouting. We're saved. Haha. We finally made it to shore, woo. Reflecting on their previous encounters, they had faced despair several times. Interstellar travel felt like being in an endless ocean, with each star system representing land. No matter how far they sailed, they needed land for supplies, even if they established some ecological balance on the ship. But ultimately, it was too fragile. Encounters with enemies, equipment failures, and mechanical damage made the distances between star systems feel insurmountable. If they couldn't reach a destination, they would just drift in space, losing power and waiting to die. Finally, after paying a heavy price, they had reached land. With material resources, they could gather various materials, repair their ship, and continue their joyful journey. Let us hurry up and fix the ship. We need to meet this foolish civilization. They may be weak, but they're still somewhat useful. During their escape, they had intercepted broadcasts from this civilization, which foolishly revealed their position and had not advanced technologically. The spacecraft changed its course and rushed towards this direction. Although it was being followed by a fleet of insectoid ships, the insects would take some time to digest after arriving at a star system, so the pursuit was not that urgent. Giving this civilization some time for technological development would help them withstand the insectoid fleet for a while longer, which was beneficial. Chapter 269. First Contact in Orbit Around Mars. A group of people in a space station looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Just as someone was about to report back to their home base, the station director interrupted. Wait, let's clarify the situation first. No need to rush. This was a risky move, but fortune favors the bold. The director, originally loyal to the wealthy elite, now found his superiors had all vanished. Upon inquiry, he learned that the elites had been fighting among themselves without any external interference. TSK. Whether I believe it or not, he thought, realizing that the station was of a lower level and not comparable to a top-tier space station. The personnel here were not very diverse, mostly from the West and a few from another region, with no representatives from the dominant civilization. They huddled together, casually passing the time. To gain more credit, they decided to first understand the situation before notifying their home base, as they would have to share the credit. If it turned out to be an opportunity, everyone would be happy. If it was a disaster, the closest ones would surely be affected first, leading to similar outcomes. So they decided to keep things under wraps for now and take a chance. Half an hour later, a landing craft descended near a valley. The director and 4 others disembarked, seeing a distant object still flickering mysteriously. Let us go. The landing vehicle kicked up dust as it drove down the slope. Soon, they reached a distance of about 160 meters. Bang! They collided with something, and the 5 nearly flew out of the vehicle. They staggered out, and a bold individual stepped forward to investigate. Is this a protective shield? The man exclaimed, surprised by the advanced technology that was not seen on Earth, which he had only seen in numerous films. Inside the silver-white spacecraft, the occupants were fully aware of the landing craft's approach. Haha, how interesting. Such a poor quality vehicle. No magnetic shield, and powered by chemical fuel. Look at those bulky suits, so clumsy. Just look at their expressions. They are terrified of our protective shield. The intelligent beings of this civilization are quite unattractive, quite the eyesore, they critiqued. Instantly, the frustrations of being hunted by the insectoids for years diminished somewhat. Happiness is comparative, and seeing such a weak civilization inevitably inflated their sense of superiority. They were now ready to get down to business, making contact with this civilization. The first step in communication was to learn their language. Let us go. Let these beings witness our greatness and perfect forms. Outside, while the director and his team were still unsure of their next move, suddenly, the silver object opened a hatch in its belly, and a beam of light shone out, illuminating the area before them. The beam is thick, circular, nearly 10 meters in diameter. Oh, what on earth? Aliens. A few people were shocked as they watched the scene before them, where several grotesque life forms stepped onto the light screen. Their bodies resembled stick insects, with 2 insect-like antennae on their heads, swaying behind them. Their facial features were unrecognizable, all encased in what appeared to be a type of armor. They twisted and turned in their movements. Speaking of which, aren't they afraid of breaking their backs? My goodness. Insects from hell. Good grief. The thoughts of the few were surprisingly unanimous. The aesthetic views of individuals from different civilizations collided head-on. It was a typical traffic accident scene, utterly unbearable to look at. Stay calm. Stay calm. Their ugliness is not their fault. After all, they are extraterrestrial friends, and we must show friendliness. The station chief suppressed his thoughts, reassuring his subordinates not to be rude. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Wow, this is it. Extraterrestrial civilization. Humanity has never encountered this before. How many years have we searched without any discoveries? Who would have thought it would happen here? Fear? A bit of apprehension? Yes, there is some. But if they are here to destroy the planet, worrying and being afraid won't help. However, if they are not, the benefits they bring could be enormous, such as extraterrestrial technology. In the face of such significant interests, ambition grows uncontrollably. Hello, Sawadee-ka. The station chief had no choice but to hope the extraterrestrial civilization would lend a hand, but clearly, that was wishful thinking. They couldn't understand at all. Thus, a bizarre communication began. Although progress was slow at first, with mutual effort, the language barrier was gradually being resolved. If all goes well, preliminary communication could be achieved in about a week. Chapter 270. Pioneering New Paths Inside the Silver-White Spaceship. Hair, Chair, Planet. The station chief, who was of foreign nationality, was overjoyed, gesturing as he started with the most basic words, and he was not disappointed by the other party's learning ability. Equipment nearby was recording everything, eliminating the need for a second take. As the guide and contact person, I must achieve at least a level 3 administrative rank to deserve my rewards. Is God still occasionally online? The station chief thought happily about soaring to great heights, but unfortunately, he doubted he could learn their language. Otherwise, translating from their language with a slight distortion of meaning could yield great benefits. But alas, his intelligence wouldn't allow it. He could only teach them Earth's language. Time passed to January 23rd, New Year's Eve. No holidays. The world was still at work. Happy Spring Festival. After getting off work, everyone in the office congratulated Chu Xian, and all spoke in Chinese. Even the foreigners had surprisingly standard pronunciation. There was no way around it. First, Chu Xian is a native and his own big boss, and while some workplace rules have faded, they still exist. Second, the recent influence of the commercial district was profound, with Spring Festival slogans and congratulatory voices filling the streets. After visiting once, even 3-year-old children have learned to say Happy New Year in Chinese. Not bad. Regarding the special event, Chu Xian is quite satisfied, considering it a way to adapt to the local culture in advance for a smooth transition later. When they returned home, they saw Lu Qi and Xue Ming coming over again to help Han Xiang in the kitchen, preparing the New Year's Eve dinner together. Each year is more lavish than the last, Lu Qi remarked. 3 years ago, they were happy with just a meal of dumplings for the new year. 2 years ago, Chu Xian treated them to hot pot for the new year, and they had hot pot ingredients with rice for a week afterwards, which was delicious. A year ago, Chu Xian was transferred to a nearby star, and the quality of the New Year's dinner declined sharply. Now, looking at the table before them, the quality of the New Year's dinner has returned. Oh my, is this the New Year's dinner of a wealthy family? Xue Ming was directly shocked. Although they were childhood friends, they always had their own family meals and had never seen anything like this before. Big carp, large crabs, big prawns. Even in the commercial district, some of these are hard to come by. The vegetables and fruits are abundant, but there isn't much meat. Since this was originally the territory of a financial group, even cultivated meat ingredients primarily catered to Western dietary habits. Crabs, large prawns, carp. He had never seen them in the commercial district. Perhaps it was due to Chu Xian's administrative level? Xue Ming could only think this way. Whatever. Tonight, he must enjoy a good meal, enough to savor for a year. As for taking pictures and posting on social media, no way. It would easily attract envy and cause trouble for Chu Xian. He would just eat quietly. Even his father wouldn't know. At that moment, in another dimension, millions of construction workers and their families from global shelters were also looking forward to dinner tonight. Unlike Baiyun Town, this place still had communal dining. The tables were already set. New Year's dinner? Spring Festival? A day off on the first day of the Lunar New Year? They may not have high cultural levels, but they are not lacking in intelligence. They don't celebrate other festivals, only the Spring Festival of this culture. Clearly, those who have a say behind the Star Organization are either enthusiasts of this culture or are originally from this place. In any case, there must be countless connections. Although they come from various countries, with different skin colors and languages, they have now become part of the Star Organization. Nationality? Discarded. Language? Discarded. Culture? Discarded. Whatever language the Star Organization wants them to speak or culture they want them to follow, they have no objections, having been deeply hurt in the past. They belong to a group that was once abandoned, and now they have a new home. Why cling to the past? Can it be eaten? Can it be spent? The Star Organization is their new haven. Celebrating the Spring Festival, speaking the language, eating the local cuisine, following the organization is definitely the right choice. Especially since they have another day off tomorrow, and everyone will receive new clothes. All they can say is, long live the organization. In Baiyun Town, every household has pasted couplets. Although the work hours didn't end early, Baiyun Town itself isn't very big. Walking to visit friends and relatives isn't far at all. There is no rush for the New Year's Eve dinner. Take your time to prepare it, as there will be a fireworks show at midnight, and eating too early wouldn't matter. Good food is worth waiting for. At this moment, there are not just 3 people, Originally, it was a grandfather and grandson, but now there is an additional girl, the wife of Liao Xiaofan. They are both researchers, and she is an academic achiever who met him at work. They got married a month ago, and the wedding was quite simple. Wedding photos? A banquet? None of that. They just had a meal with family and friends at home. The organization promotes simplicity in everything. As for whether it's too modest, it doesn't feel that way when everyone does the same. You see, back on Earth, weddings were like that too, just getting a certificate, giving out some candy, and having a meal with family was considered sufficient. It's not like you could gather resources for a grand celebration. Gradually, simple weddings became the global norm, and no one found it problematic. People had long gotten used to it. Moreover, Liao Yu feels that the organization has indeed pioneered something new, premarital training. How many marriages stem from impulsive decisions or societal pressures pushing individuals into a new phase of life? Many people are not ready to be fathers, wives, or husbands and rush into it. Before the disaster, a significant portion of marital life was just chaotic. The organization mandates that before marriage, there will be premarital training. This training covers how to coexist harmoniously in a new environment, handle conflicts, move forward together, and maintain mutual respect consistently. There are 36 class hours in total, followed by assessments, and only upon passing will a certificate be issued. Although passing the assessment doesn't guarantee a perfect life, it does reduce the likelihood of failure. It's important to recognize that most issues in life are related to money. However, in this organization, the concept of money is not as profound, and the sense of comparison has almost reached a freezing point, simply because there is not much to compare. Housing is allocated, and the areas are quite decent. Cars? None. Even if one had the money, they wouldn't sell. As for commercial assets, all land and buildings belong to the organization and will never be sold to individuals. The luxury goods industry doesn't exist at all. Gold, diamonds, jewelry? These items are available in the organization's point redemption system, but they are almost dirt cheap. Not even worth the price of a $10 accessory. Wearing a gemstone necklace out is considered cliché. Bags, clothes? None of them exceed 1/10 of an average professional's monthly salary. They are very affordable, as there is no brand premium. As for skincare and cosmetics? Sorry, but they're unnecessary. With those points, wouldn't it be better to buy food? Have you heard about gene enhancement solutions? Say goodbye to various skin issues. One could say the societal gap is restricted within certain limits, and most daily conflicts have disappeared. As for external material comparisons, Chu Xian has eradicated them entirely. If one wants to compare, let it be about knowledge, contributions, discussing the meaning of life, and social value. The entire system design of the organization has been thoughtfully considered. It may seem that everyone is equal, but the sense of happiness is significantly stronger than before the disaster. Housing, healthcare, and education are almost entirely free. As long as one has a job, one can enjoy these benefits, eliminating the 3 major burdens. The remaining life is about realizing personal value. If someone wants to farm, they can get 100 acres. If they accumulate enough and wish to pursue research, that's no problem. Education will be arranged. In the future, within the star system, with a significant increase in life expectancy, there will be more choices, even for those wanting to change careers at 60. There are no obstacles to this. To reduce people's obsession with money, the approach to salary has not changed. Initially, when there were few people, points were used as wages. After the population grew, there was consideration for a star currency. Star coins, star yuan, star points. There was even a thought to issue paper currency, but ultimately, it was all rejected. And the traditional points system continued. The New Year's Eve dinner is ready. Unfortunately, there aren't many shows to watch, missing the Spring Festival Gala. Han Xiang reminisced that he didn't watch the gala when he was younger. It's only after losing it that one learns to cherish it. Of course, it's not just about cherishing the gala, but such programs in general. In the past, there were options across various channels, and now they're simply gone. Watching past events? That would be awkward. Many of them are hard to understand now. Buying a house, buying a car, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics. These topics feel incredibly strange now. The values have changed significantly over decades. The social issues and focal points of concern have long shifted. It won't take long for things to change. Chu Xian enjoyed a crab. It was delicious. Han Xiang nodded in agreement. Interstellar migration has given humanity a bit more hope. Perhaps the Spring Festival Gala will return next year, bringing some liveliness. Speaking of this, Chu Xian remembered the Star System's Spring Festival Gala. There wasn't one this year, but it will start next year, not just in terms of programs. The cultural department needs to be improved as the population increases. Although there are factions within the Star System that don't require constant promotion, there must be a richer entertainment offering. Film, music, literature, all need to be scheduled. Of course, all of this will be within certain regulations, merely initiating entertainment. The entertainment industry won't be opened up now or in the future. Chu Xian has seen enough of the entertainment industry before the crossover. Divorce, infidelity, hype, scandals. Every day it's the same old news, endlessly consuming people's time and energy. What is the point? Entertainment to the point of death? Chu Xian doesn't he like it. Once regulations can be established, he will impose the strictest norms and shut down that avenue. Chapter 272. Congratulations in advance. Nearly 20 years of wandering Earth have proven that entertainment gossip is not a necessity of life. It is a completely different matter from entertainment. Stars. Various artists. Chu Xian isn't saying they should disappear, but rather that they shouldn't produce disgusting antics daily. In pursuit of traffic. Engaging in boundless hype that harms social morals, public figures must have social responsibility. For this reason, Chu Xian has also learned from the central authorities to restrict content liberalization and prohibit private capital from entering the entertainment industry. The entire internet in the region will have no more than 100 websites. Information, movies, television, and animation will all be operated by the region itself, with a variety that may even be richer than before the upheaval, meeting entertainment needs. The New Year's Eve dinner is relaxed, with plenty of food, no rice served, and even hairy crabs available to fill up on. Shuiming tastes smoked rabbit for the first time and immediately thinks how cute rabbits are. So they must be delicious. Indeed, he was right. He had long coveted the rabbits at the experimental base, but was never allowed to have them. Next year, let's raise more. And you can cook for yourselves? Chu Xian casually suggests. Is that possible? Shuiming asks. Just remove the is, as the director of the development office. I oversee the experimental base where your mentor works. It's just a matter of signing off on the application report. Is that favoritism? This is about improving the welfare of the staff, not just looking after someone. The Steel Curtain Plan is primarily about establishing large-scale farms, which is currently being piloted at headquarters. By mid-2077, it will be rolled out globally. This is a project that must be initiated after the Earth's slowdown. Otherwise, how can we absorb the hundreds of millions of available laborers? I don't even know what Pei Qiang is eating. Han Xiang recalls his son-in-law, who is alone on the distant star system Z. Don't worry, the conditions there are better than on Earth, Chu Xian reassures him. It's not nonsense. The land is vast, and crops are already in abundance. The first batch of elite immigrants was led by tycoons, and they invested heavily to improve living standards. On Star System Z, Starport. As expected, Liu Peiqiang's New Year's Eve dinner is also quite good, featuring spicy chicken cubes, steamed eggs, egg pancakes, and a fruit platter. Although it can't compare to Chu Xian's feast, it is luxurious compared to what most people on Earth have. Beef, lamb, and pork take time to grow, so don't expect to eat them in the short term, but modern chicken farms have already started producing meat, which is currently the only meat supply on Star System Z. Cheers. Cheers. Sitting across from Liu Peiqiang is an old friend, a big man from the Arctic who had given him a bottle of wine before he retired back to Earth. He arrived on the ground slightly later than Liu. A month ago, he proactively applied for a transfer and became Liu's subordinate, taking on the role of director of the training department at the base across the starport, a position identical to the one Liu held when he returned to Earth at the first space base. Congratulations to our Major General Liu Peiqiang. The Arctic man is thrilled to work with Liu again, feeling different with someone backing him. Major General? Of course, I haven't been promoted yet, but it's coming soon. In the preparatory stage, specifically on March 19, 2077, you should know that as a star poured across the sea, there was previously no training department because those who came had already undergone training back on Earth. With the internal setup improving, its upgrade is a certainty. The entire spaceport base is on par with the first space base on Earth, and the person in charge holds the rank of Major General. It must be said that having someone influential in the government makes a difference. Chu Xian has legitimately paved the way for Liu Peiqiang's promotion. Liu Peiqiang once felt uneasy about relying on a junior, but soon he came to terms with it. After all, Chu Xian, as a new official, would surely want to cultivate his loyalists and promote many people. It's not just about his own rank of Brigadier General. Chu Xian's power has likely elevated countless individuals. Since he is benefiting others, why not take care of himself? Is it necessary to maintain a lofty stance to avoid suspicion? It hasn't been easy for someone like Chu Xian, who lacks a strong background, to reach this point. By advancing himself, he could also solidify Chu Xian's position. After coming to this realization, Liu Peiqiang had no lingering doubts. He would elevate himself. As long as it's legitimate, he would follow Chu Xian's arrangements. While eating and drinking, Liu Peiqiang couldn't help but think of some people who, although not quite friends, left a lasting impression. The movie Wandering Earth 2 is set to premiere soon, and perhaps those who can should go show their support. Chapter 273. Happy New Year at exactly midnight. The bells rang, heralding the arrival of a new year. In Baiyun Town, everyone gathered in the streets, waiting for the fireworks show. After the 12 bell chimes, the crowd fell silent. At that moment, a dazzling display erupted across the sky. Boom, boom. It was an incredible fireworks spectacle, with vibrant colors bursting everywhere, filling the entire sky. So beautiful. It was simply stunning. Even Liao Yu, who lived through the pre-catastrophe era, was taken aback. Most fireworks on Earth typically don't reach such heights. Yet these fireworks soared above the clouds. Suddenly, boom. A giant firework lit up the sky, and countless sparks exploded again as they fell. Just when it seemed to be over, boom. 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. With the final explosion, the entire sky resembled a bright lamp, so radiant that the dark night behind it was invisible. Oh my, this is amazing. Fireworks before the catastrophe never had such grand displays, not just in the number of bursts, but the sheer amount of material used was astonishing. Just this one firework must have used tons of gunpowder, right? Similarly, in various settlement areas, tens of millions of people stared in awe at the magnificent sight in the sky. God, no. Long live the stars. Words can hardly describe it. Even those in their 70s or 80s had never seen such beautiful fireworks. The Spring Festival seems quite wonderful. The sense of cultural identity with the Daxia culture surged among the crowd. The entire fireworks show lasted a full 10 minutes, but no one felt tired. Their eyes were glued to the sky, fearing they might miss something. Finally, a message made of fireworks filled the sky. Happy New Year. The 4 large characters lingered for over 30 seconds. After watching, everyone silently wished the others who shared this moment Happy New Year. Logically, after such a massive display of fireworks, the ground would be covered in ash, but clearly, in this dimensional space, that wouldn't be the case. A gust of wind swept through the high altitude, carrying smoke and dust away to a distant, uninhabited area. Indeed, after watching the entire performance, Chu Xian felt very happy. While celebrating, he also wanted to fulfill a small wish he once had, to watch the fireworks bloom in the sky, especially the larger ones that burst above the clouds, which was truly exhilarating. There were 6 displays in total. The first main firework alone had a diameter of several dozen meters, enough to create a stunning light effect. When it exploded, the shockwave was comparable to that of a giant shell. However, under the protection of the authority, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't harm the people on the ground. Even if a mushroom-shaped firework were to be thrown over the town, it wouldn't even crack a tile. The next day, January 24th, the first day of the Lunar New Year. With a day off, the people of Baiyun Town certainly wouldn't waste the opportunity. Visiting friends and family could be done at any time. So, many decided to go out for a stroll. Off they went. At a gathering point, over 1,000 people rode their bicycles, preparing for a cycling trip to the foot of the distant mountains. They would then cycle along the road and return to the town, covering a total distance of about 80 kilometers, which was currently the most popular cycling route, offering a variety of scenic views. The fruits were ripe, the rice fragrant, ginkgo flowers were blooming, maple leaves were falling, and the snow-capped mountains stood majestic. Due to the seasonal diversity of the circular mountain range, it was like seeing the 4 seasons in one glance, with beautiful scenery all along the way. Young people chose to ride bikes, while families opted for the train, which was usually fast for commuting, but today they chose a more leisurely pace. The train moved at an average speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Outside the huge windows, the views were picturesque. The trains in this region differed from standard ones on Earth. First, the railway was over a meter wider than usual, allowing for double the carriage width, making the interior quite spacious. Second, the entire carriage featured a long stretch of glass that nearly reached the ceiling, with the bottom level with the tables at the seats. The view was simply breathtaking. In one of the carriages, Liao Yu's family sat on a curved seat directly facing the window, without needing to twist their necks to see. A cup of tea, a fruit platter, and a plate of snacks were at hand, with sunlight streaming in, creating a delightful atmosphere. How wonderful. Such days must be cherished and fiercely protected. Everyone shared the same thoughts in their hearts. During the second spring festival organized by the secret group, Liao Yu felt completely integrated. It was an incredibly humane organization. Although it had strict management in some aspects, everyone benefited from it. Everyone had a job, could earn a living while standing, and received sufficient support. As long as one wasn't lazy, they wouldn't starve and would have a place to belong. Liao Yu was nearing his 70s. Retirement? No. As long as he had breath, he would continue to shine and contribute. Upon learning that the enhancement liquid could extend lifespan, he was even more excited and felt that the organization was indeed the right fit. After 20 years of training and 40 years of work, he was ready for what lay ahead. Then receiving a pension for 940 years, what kind of talk is that? Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, not turning onto the circular railway but heading straight into the mountains, weaving through the steep ridges. Look, a little squirrel. Grandpa, what is that? A silly deer. It's snowing. When they reached a bridge, flowers bloomed on the right side while snowflakes danced on the left, creating a striking contrast. A snow leopard was drinking water by the stream, accompanied by 2 cubs. Upon seeing the train pass by, 3 heads turned in unison. Click, click. The sound of the camera shutter continued until the 3 snow leopards disappeared from view, leaving a desire to pet them. But they are protected animals, so that is not allowed. The train moved on. Whoosh. They passed through a tunnel and suddenly emerged into the open. A grassland. In the tall grass, many animals could be seen: cows, sheep, and horses grazing in herds. For some, it was their first sight, prompting explanations. This is considered the organization's second pastoral area. The first is around a certain town, the second is here, and of course, there's a third one, but it's several hundred miles away. The third pastoral area is truly vast, covering an area of 100,000 square kilometers, stretching endlessly. The organization recruited millions, requiring numerous management personnel, many of whom were promoted to participate in large construction projects, cities, villages, and pastures. The huge scale of the projects meant that many could only return to the town to spend time with their families today, only to leave again tomorrow. An ocean. A gasp of surprise rippled through everyone. It's important to note that this route had only opened a few days ago. Previously, only external staff could ride it, and it was not open to others. Now, thanks to the efforts of millions of workers over months, this circular coastal resort city has been fully completed. With a radius of 30 kilometers and over 180 kilometers of coastline, numerous hotels and villas are arranged in a scattered manner. Like the resorts, these are not permanent residences, but are meant for vacation contributions. One might wonder, with such a long coastline, does the town have that many people? Don't forget, eligibility is not limited to just this town. With the improvement of the system, not only researchers, but others can also gain vacation qualifications. In anticipation of a future population exceeding 100 million, these vacation villas and hotels can barely meet the demand and may even be in short supply. Not only that, but on the boundary island between the inner and outer seas, 30 kilometers away, the situation is similar. 200 kilometers from the town, it remains the same. All in all, the coastal line designated for vacations extends up to 2,000 kilometers, accommodating over 10 million people. Upon hearing this, there was collective astonishment. Over 2,000 kilometers of coastline, all built with such beautiful villas, specifically for those who have made contributions to vacationing. It's almost free to use, prompting everyone to marvel at the organization's grand vision. Magnificent. Truly, the organization is impressive. Compared to the tourism cities before the disaster, it's simply incomparable, far too lacking. The various scenic spots were filled with the scent of money, while here, it is full of human warmth. Chapter 275. The arrival of the spaceship. The upcoming journey is exciting. The train is slowly moving along the vacation coastline, with lush green pastures on one side and hotel villas on the other. There are clean beaches, white waves, and a blue ocean. Such beautiful scenery was rarely seen even before the catastrophe. Unfortunately, accommodations are not available at the moment. We must wait. The organization is currently short on personnel, with many assigned to engineering projects, so service offerings must take a backseat for now. Once the central city cluster is completed, this area will be ready for use. Liao Yu knows quite a bit about this. The central city cluster encompasses a radius of 1,000 kilometers around Baiyun town, designated as the central urban area. Within a radius of 200 kilometers, the focus is mainly on vacationing and enjoying the sea. At 400 kilometers, 36 large cities are being constructed in a circular arrangement, each with a population capacity of 10 million. At 900 kilometers, 108 medium-sized cities are being built, each accommodating around 3 million people. In the past, Liao Yu wasn't sure why such urgency and scale were necessary, but later learned about the existence of extraterrestrial life, parasitic civilizations, and insectoid civilizations, all of which are colossal in scale. Earth is still in their frontier area. It's truly terrifying. Therefore, the organization is preparing for unexpected situations and is ready to relocate globally, which he understands and wholeheartedly supports. However, this is clearly not enough. If 3.5 billion people were to enter, these cities would not be able to accommodate them, which led to the concept of the central city cluster. With a central area, there must be non-central areas. Step by step, priorities must be established. Once the central city cluster is completed, the next step is to develop the surrounding city clusters, which could conservatively number in the thousands, but that is a long-term plan. It seems that Earth has not yet reached the stage where it needs to urgently flee. Fast forward 5 days to January 28th. On Mars, within a silver-white spaceship. After a week of learning, basic communication has been established and a lot of intelligence about Earth has been gathered. Wow. It's so interesting that they are trying to flee with their home planet in search of the next star system. The idea is quite good. Unfortunately, it's too slow. Ultimately, they will only be caught by hunters and become food. The idea of fleeing with their home planet had crossed their civilization's mind, but it was quickly crushed by reality. After encountering the insectoid species, they had little time to react and were brutally beaten, losing their home star system. However, even if they had known 100 years in advance, They wouldn't have chosen to flee with their home planet because it's genuinely challenging to do so. Facing the fleet of insectoids, how far could you really get by fleeing 100 years in advance? Take Earth, for example. It has been fleeing for nearly 20 years, but hasn't even left the orbit of Saturn. Such a flight is utterly meaningless. In the face of the swift hunters, fleeing in a spaceship is much easier. Wormholes. Fantastic. They can save us a lot of travel time. We must seize that opportunity and then destroy the passage. As for the people of Earth, they won't be able to all make it through anyway. It's best to leave them behind. Fighting the insectoids to the last drop of blood still reflects their value of existence. As for Earth civilization, they show no mercy. Luring the enemy fleet towards the solar system is just to delay the insect race and buy time for a happy escape. Survival is the top priority. Morality can only be ranked 10th. As for what the alien life forms, resembling bamboo sticks, are thinking, the station chief doesn't know. He just feels he has done a good deed. He has built a bridge between two civilizations. He is a hero and deserves recognition. In his heart, he envisions a bright future, as the other party has clearly stated their peaceful intentions. They will offer Earth some advanced technology and establish a friendly alliance. In short, trust first, and what else can be done? Even if the other party has bad intentions, he thinks Earth has no way to counter it. So, he chooses to think positively. Let's go to Earth together. Introduce me to your civilization's leader, a bamboo-like creature said. Okay. The station chief straightened up, beaming with joy. Here it comes, a beautiful future is beckoning him. At this moment, the silver-white spaceship has been repaired, but instead of activating optical stealth, it boldly flies into the sky. Whoosh. Within seconds, it breaks through 10 times the speed of sound. So fast. Is this alien technology? Watching the spaceship's speed, the station chief couldn't help but marvel. Speed isn't everything. The key is that the driving experience is excellent. With such acceleration, there is no sensation at all. Although Earth has made breakthroughs in anti-gravity technology, it is not this advanced yet. On Earth, as it is the end of the month, the Parliament is holding a regular meeting, mainly discussing whether to grant holidays in the new year. Just as they reached the voting stage. What? The head of security in Parliament was shocked upon hearing the message through his earpiece. After confirming multiple times, he immediately rushed towards the speaker. Emergency situation. Level 1 protection plan. Hurry. The speaker and the vice speakers were almost escorted out of the hall, leaving the members of Parliament confused and unaware of the situation. But soon, everyone was informed. An unidentified alien spaceship is heading towards Earth, targeting City 1. Instantly, the hall erupted in chaos. What is going on? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Of course, only a small part of them was panicking. The members from the Starry faction remained calm as water. It's not that they knew something in advance, it's just rationality. If they can't fight back, there's no use in being afraid. If they can fight back, then they should just go ahead and beat it up, showing that they aren't to be trifled with. What is there to panic about? Chapter 276. Global Combat Readiness. They certainly could not just leave the members of Parliament behind. Quick, this way. The security personnel shouted at the evacuation passage. After all, these are high-ranking officials. They could not just abandon them, only prioritizing the order of evacuation. Hearing this, a group of members of Parliament dashed forward. Ugh, are these people out of their minds? Seeing the Starry faction members just quickening their pace, they all internally complained about their calmness at this moment. Don't they realize the situation? Never mind. Let us just run first. Meanwhile, Global Combat Readiness Forces received the notification. Beep, beep. The piercing alarm rang continuously. All personnel canceled their breaks and immediately returned to their combat posts. Level 1 Combat Readiness. Nuclear fuel infusion. Although it is unclear what has happened, the orders are clear. Activate weapons and launch the aircraft, awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, the metropolitan area is on high alert, conducting a disaster drill. Though most people are unaware of the situation. Aliens. Upon receiving the news, Chu Xian was taken aback. What is going on? Has the parasitic civilization and the insectoid civilization launched an attack? So soon? If it's true, it's not entirely incomprehensible. As a frontier area, who says they must follow a straight path? This is troubling. If we encounter a fleet, it will be a real problem. Running away isn't an option. But evacuating everyone in time is impossible. What do they look like? Unknown. What about friend or foe? Unknown. The information available to the Central Command is also limited. The only thing they know is that an alien spaceship has arrived on Earth and is heading straight for the central location. On the underground tram for evacuation, Brother Xian. What should we do? Han Duo has also learned about the situation, her pretty face showing concern. After all, these are aliens. Interstellar travel. Powerful technology. Yes, in movies, aliens always come to Earth to collect heads, but that is ultimately a form of self-indulgence for humanity. In reality, the probability is high that humanity might collectively face dire consequences. Don't worry, Chu Xian reassures her by patting her hand. They're just alien life forms. If they don't know what's good for them, we'll just fry them up. Han Duo couldn't help but laugh, her tension easing a bit, knowing that Chu Xian was comforting her, and she smiled. Yeah, even if we die, dying together with Brother Xian is quite a happy thing. In space, aboard a fast-moving silver spaceship. Haha, they must be terrified right now. Definitely. A few alien beings were chatting. They were also being relentlessly pursued by insectoids and had come to a strange and weaker civilization, suddenly feeling a sense of superiority. Therefore, they didn't immediately inform their side of their intentions. No rush. Even if they slapped the other side in the face, they'll still have to treat them as honored guests in the end. Who would dare to object? They all kept it to themselves. Strength is the only guarantee for having a say. This group of alien beings certainly knows how to have fun. The commander watched from the side, feeling quite pleased. Sensing the thrill. What is this called? The return of the king? Soon, the speaker and vice speakers moved deep underground, then used a secure passage tram to evacuate to safety. The safe point was not located in the metropolitan area. It was far away. Although it felt a bit cowardly, there was no choice. In the event of a war crisis, the metropolitan area would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt. Moreover, each safe point was different to avoid being completely wiped out. After arriving at the safe house, the council initiated a remote meeting. Is there any new information? None. How long until arrival? About 15 minutes. WeVE already received satellite images of the spaceship. In an instant, a silver spaceship came into view, about 1 kilometer long, comparable in size to a star transport ship. However, the speaker did not dare to underestimate it. Although it was just one spaceship, it might belong to a fleet. And behind the fleet, there could be a civilization. No one dared to be careless. As one of the 3 major leaders, Chu Xian also joined the meeting. The spacecraft is neither of parasitic civilization nor of the insectoid civilization style. The core entity was sold off completely at the beginning. And detailed data regarding the 2 major civilization spacecraft has long been sold. It is definitely not from the insectoid civilization. As for the parasitic civilization, Chu Xian speculated that this is not a contradiction, as the parasitic civilization has subordinate civilizations. Among the dozens of intelligent life forms under parasitic rule, there might be such spacecraft. The reason for ruling out the insectoid civilization first is due to their modus operandi, which is entirely focused on destruction and plunder, with a very uniform style of spacecraft. Let us ask, in the dimensional space, within the giant facility that holds the core entity, slap, the core entity, deep in sleep, was awakened with a sudden smack. Time to get to work. The devilish voice made the core entity shiver. Oh no, how miserable I am. Chapter 277, Deceiving Earthlings Soon. Chu Xian learned from the core entity. No. Although the core entity has little memory in this regard, it still has the mothership it traveled in, which recorded a lot of data for friend or foe identification. Well, we can only wait for this spacecraft to reveal its purpose and origin. The silvery white spacecraft is getting closer to Earth. Please stop the ship immediately and identify yourselves. Please stop the ship immediately and identify yourselves. Facing the radio signals from Earth, the silvery white spacecraft completely ignored them and suddenly disappeared from sight. All detectors lost track of the target. Just as everyone was in a panic, 10 minutes later, whoosh, the spacecraft appeared over City 1. God, can it teleport? Many observers were in a state of confusion, suddenly gone, suddenly appearing, and the news reached the parliamentary frequency. Silence. The speaker and vice speakers were shocked. However, Chu Xian only smiled lightly. Quite the trickster. Although this spacecraft that intruded into the solar system was not detected immediately, it does not mean that it cannot be detected up close. Optical invisibility, radio wave reflection, gravitational shielding. These 3 technologies are also within Chu Xian's grasp. Perhaps the implementation methods differ, but achieving this is not difficult. It just hasn't been made public yet. Just like magic, once revealed, it can only be awkward to watch. While everyone was in shock, an unknown signal connected. Should we allow it? Connect. An image appeared on the big screen. What is this? A stick insect? An alien? The stick insect was easy to understand, but the alien was wearing a standard spacesuit. A captive? Greetings. High-ranking officials of Earth civilization. A stick insect surprisingly spoke English, and while everyone was astonished, the other party continued. Rest assured, we have no malicious intent. We come from a distant galaxy, with a developed civilization and high intelligence, carrying a desire for peace, exploring the starry sky. Saying we are fleeing sounds too harsh. And we can't say that to these Earthlings. We have our pride, and cannot be looked down upon by humanity. Soon, an image of a benevolent civilization with lofty ideals was presented before the speaker and vice speakers. Powerful, advanced, wise, friendly. The image was quite impressive. Unfortunately, no one believes a word. Whatever you say is what it is. Do you think we are all naive and easy to deceive? After 10 minutes of praising the greatness of their civilization, they finally got to the point. Currently, civilization on Earth is in danger. as a powerful and malevolent civilization is approaching from the cosmos, known as the Swarm. They enjoy plundering, and wherever they go, civilizations are left with only destruction. They are less than 3 years away. This is not nonsense. Although the Swarm fleet may pause at the previous star system, it does not mean they won't send any pursuing fleets. In addition to pursuit, they also have the mission of scouting the next star system. Hearing the words of the envoy, the speaker and deputy speaker were collectively dumbfounded. What? The Swarm? A fleet? Only 3 years left? This is a rhythm that spells doom for Earth, even though they think Earth is not weak at present. However, facing a civilization that has destroyed countless intelligent species, Earth has no chance of winning. They have been engaged in stellar plundering for many years, while humanity has barely left the solar system. How can we compare? What about your civilization? The speaker asked. In response, the envoy explained. Our civilization's main front against the Swarm is not here, so we cannot send a large fleet. We can only come to warn you. We will also provide some scientific and technological assistance to help you establish defensive measures against invasion. We must not let Earth know that our home star system has been destroyed. We are just strays now and must deceive. Chu Xian was also listening to this conversation and couldn't help but smile. They really know how to put on a show. From the information known so far, the Swarm civilization has only one major enemy, the parasitic civilization, and the rest are no match. If one were unaware of the situation, they might be deceived. But one shouldn't jump to conclusions too early. Let us observe further. Chapter 278. We must also enter war mode. The dialogue between both sides continued. How strong is the Swarm civilization? Wherever they pass, star systems cease to exist, being turned into war resources to continue invading other planets. What technology can you provide? Weapons? Warships? With these technologies, can we successfully resist? Of course, as long as we spare no effort, it will be fine. If we encounter tough opponents, the Swarm fleet will also weigh the pros and cons. The more Chu Xian listened, the more convinced he became that these envoys were genuinely deceiving them. Earth's understanding of the Swarm's capabilities was minimal. However, from what he learned from the mother body, their strength far exceeded the envoy's description. Something is off. These envoys may appear ugly, but their hearts are just as dark. In their words, they emphasized that Earth must defend its home star system. As the conversation drew to a close, what did that mean? The speaker pointed to several humans on the spacecraft. The people we met on Mars were quite nice. They taught us the language of Earth, allowing us to communicate with you. Speaker, traitors? How despicable. To encounter them without reporting and to privately contact them. Even boarding an alien spacecraft. Are they betraying humanity? Perhaps they have already sold out all of Earth's information. Seeing the grim expressions of Earth's leaders, the station master quickly spoke up. Mr. Speaker, it's a misunderstanding. At that time, we only intended to confirm the situation before reporting back. After some explanations and expressing their positions, it was clear that no one would believe them. Given the situation, the bamboo monster helped to say a few words, and everyone could only temporarily suppress their dissatisfaction. The following discussions entered a substantive phase. It wasn't that everyone was optimistic, but rather that there were no other options. Even if it was a sugar-coated shell, they still wanted to see if the sugar was sweet. The group found that the bamboo monster seemed to have no ill intentions. It offered free technology, asked for no resources from Earth, and didn't plan to be stationed on the planet. They only established a liaison office, which was managed by someone from a certain country, and upon hearing this, the representative straightened up. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. As the liaison officer with an alien civilization, he held a high position. Who would dare to look down on him? An hour later, the conversation concluded. Inside the silver-white spaceship hovering over City 1, they felt relieved. This civilization could only fight desperately against the insect race. Even if they could only take a small bite out of the insect fleet, it could still be seen as a small revenge for their home planet. It was possible that some high-ranking individuals on Earth might escape in spaceships, but over 90% of the people would not be able to follow. Even if there were doubts that the insect civilization was not as weak as portrayed, what choice did they have? They could only fight to the death. There was no need for intervention. Just give the technology package to the other side and watch them desperately try to save themselves. It was quite simple. As for those Earthlings who might escape in spaceships, that was also quite good. It would just serve to disperse the insect fleet's pursuit, making them safer. In short, this plan would not result in losses. What to do? The speaker rubbed his head, wishing he could retire on the spot. The situation on Earth was already overwhelming, and now it was even more terrifying with the emergence of alien life. It also brought bad news. Earth was truly plagued with disasters, constantly dealing with crises or on the way to handle them, never at peace. At this moment, the deputy speaker said, let's first look at the technology they offer. If it's true, then the probability of dealing with the insect fleet will increase. After all, there is no reason for them to help Earth for no reason. At the same time, the world needed to prepare for war. Immigration to the neighboring star systems had to continue. They could not fully believe the strength of the insect race that the other side provided. The construction of interstellar transport ships needed to be increased and accelerated. Star transport ships, and even mothership-level space cities, should also be considered. In summary, the problems they faced were very complex, and they had to prepare multiple strategies. Gathering ideas, one by one, they proposed plans that would have never been approved before, but under these circumstances, they passed quickly, such as interstellar motherships, transport ships, and the Steel Curtain Plan. Agreed. The previous pilot project was centered around the headquarters city cluster, and promoting it globally would take at least half a year. But now it was passed directly for global implementation. Accelerating Earth's progress no longer made sense. Naturally, they had to shift their strategic focus. And the original Steel Curtain Plan was mainly for building farms and some residential areas. Now it was different. Military purposes, deploying weapons and defense forces. The Steel Curtain Plan, which originally sounded like a military project, had completely transformed into a military strategy, and it was quite suitable. Although an agreement has been reached with extraterrestrial life, the Unified Central Authority can no longer hold meetings in Parliament as openly as before. Instead, they must separate and adopt a cautious approach to avoid collective disaster. However, the three leaders have returned to their own domains. With the heads absent, how will the lower ranks respond? The total number of Parliament members is less than 100, and they usually do not handle specific matters. The functional departments are different. Their personnel are spread across the globe. The absence of the leaders causes a panic far greater than the disappearance of those in Parliament. It seems we must enter a war mode. In fact, Chu Xian is not very interested in confronting the insect race. If there are choices, why sacrifice lives? War is the last resort. However, the implication of it being a last resort is that one must have means. Otherwise, it becomes a joke. Chapter 279 Station Master. Why is no one here to seek support? Chu Xian returned to the dimensional space. Chi-Chi. Here, 3 new comprehensive military-industrial bases have been established, with a scale level of 6. Understood. There's no need to build too many. In interstellar terms, quantity does not determine everything. Just like the water droplets in the Trisolaran civilization. Of course, the premise is that the gap is too large. If the forces are evenly matched, quantity is still very useful. Thus, Chu Xian continued, the guard department plans to expand to 10 million, and the corresponding barracks will be included in the construction plan. Understood. The infrastructure on the starry continent will be accelerated, preparing a settlement area for 100 million people within 2 months. Understood. In the end, looking at the newly added dozen or so major tasks, Chu Xian rubbed his head, feeling overwhelmed by the slow progress. With so many plans, engineering construction, equipment manufacturing, and personnel training, the material demands running into the billions are truly a bit lacking with the current industrial capacity of the dimensional space. It can only be done step by step. He once thought that recruiting millions would be sufficient, but now it seems inadequate. More people are needed. In 2 months, a settlement area for 100 million people is clearly ambitious. He intends to draw personnel from the shelters. After this period of adjustment, many have met the criteria. According to the plan, an additional 30 million will come in within a month, and next month will see 50 million. After the implementation of the Steel Curtain Plan, the first batch is tentatively set at 20 million, which will nearly fill the settlement area for 100 million people. How frustrating. His plans are being interrupted, leaving him overwhelmed. Just wait and see. If he doesn't fry those extraterrestrial beings that attracted the insect race, he'll fry the mother body instead. Just kidding. The mother body is so cute and obedient. Frying it would be such a waste. Instead, let it experience the human interrogation culture. While Chu Xian was busy with all these matters, at the Unified Central Authority's Parliament building, the station master sat in a large chair, grinning widely. He had only seen this place on television before, but now he could attend and speak in person. What a thrill. Hey, quickly open a bottle of champagne to celebrate with my companions. It had been so many years that he almost forgot its taste. He shook the wine glass, full of emotion. As the head of the liaison office, his position was quite special, and thus he enjoyed decent treatment, such as food and drinks. He was almost always catered to. It was strange. It had been 3 days, and no one had contacted him yet. Did they not want to get close to him? While drinking, he felt something was missing, as if he was isolated, which was clearly unexpected. Backed by an alien civilization, deciding the fate of Earth. Logically, shouldn't many people be trying to get close to him in secret? Why was there no news at all, as if he didn't exist? How disrespectful. A year ago, there would have been plenty of people trying to get close. After all, in the face of a powerful civilization, Earth seemed too weak, like a baby. What dignity, what face, what bottom line? All thrown away. However, after the financial power struggle, many people had been eliminated, and those from the Central Star had already accounted for more than half. Among the remaining people, the number of dissenters had sharply decreased. Even those as reckless as Noah, who attempted to assassinate Chu Xian, were were not necessarily willing to cling to the alien civilization. As a result, the alien liaison office was deserted and cold. Even if some wanted to get close, they dared not do so, because the security around them was not blind. And the offices of the politicians had all moved away from the conference hall. They no longer went there regularly. There was no opportunity for contact. So how could they get close? Thus, 3 days after the liaison office opened, it was as idle as could be. Frustrating. Although there was not much change on the streets of City 1, with people coming and going, ordinary people had no idea who he was. The United Central Authority had temporarily concealed the alien news. Damn, the newly acquired prestigious identity felt almost fake. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. No, he had to change the situation, so he immediately contacted his superior. After he was dismissed, the silver spaceship returned to Mars. After all, there was nothing on Earth that they found appealing. What is the matter? After some preliminary conversation, the station master angrily said, "Such disregard for my existence is truly excessive. This is disrespectful to you." He tried hard to provoke the anger of the alien beings. After hearing this, the other side simply replied blandly, "Are you done?" The station master was taken aback. This attitude was different from what he had imagined. "Don't bother us if there's nothing important. This is your issue." They were well aware of the station master's desire for support, but currently had no interest in dealing with it. Respect? What use is the respect of a group of dying people? Right now, it was about survival. As long as Earth continued to fight against the insect race, that would be the best scenario. They could not waste time on internal strife. Everyone's interests were aligned on this point. The station master's interests were negligible. And the key was that they were quite busy, with repairing the spaceship being just the first step. Building the mothership, nurturing their species, and developing technology were all essential tasks. Without the insect race, perhaps they could nurture Earth's forces, or even take control and develop them into a subordinate civilization. Or they could annihilate humanity and occupy Earth. But that's not the situation now. Sooner or later, the solar system will be invaded and occupied by an alien race. And the civilization on Earth has little value in terms of population or resources. As long as one is willing to be cannon fodder, that would be very good. In the council hall on Earth, the station master stood frozen in place, feeling like a rag that has been used and discarded. Damn, what the heck? He almost smashed the communicator. He thought he was making a triumphant return, but instead, he was just a bystander returning. These extraterrestrial beings are nothing like he imagined. Don't they have any ambition to come and rule the Earth? Regarding the angry roars of dissatisfaction in the council hall, Chu Xian was unaware. Early morning. The time was February 1st. At this moment, the core of an unknown planet had shrunk to a small piece and had completely solidified into cooled iron nickel. From the outside, it looked like a silvery crystal. Whoosh. Chu Xian flew over. Descend. A radius of over 900 meters was enveloped by his authority, and in the next second, the massive star core shattered and was assimilated. In less than half an hour, the last traces of the unknown planet completely vanished from the universe, becoming nourishment for the dimensional space. So close, Chu Xian murmured. After devouring this planet, the radius of the dimensional space reached 931 kilometers, just shy of 1,000. In the next second, a spaceship appeared beside him. Get on. Activate. Move forward 4. In an instant, the gravitational overload that could send an ordinary person to meet their ancestors only felt like a pleasant push against Chu Xian's back. This level of overload could not harm him, a level 5 life form, and there was no need for any deep-sea mode. 1 hour later, he arrived at his destination. The second grain depot, one of the 2 Earth-like planets in this stellar system. After landing, he began to eat. Compared to the initial size of only 100 meters in diameter, now he could consume an area with a diameter of 1,800 meters in one go. Boom. Starting from the surface, Chu Xian used his flying ability granted by his authority to slim down the planet in circles. Wherever he passed, a canyon over 1,800 meters wide and over 900 meters deep was formed. February 2nd. After some preparations, the council announced the approval of the Steel Curtain project and simultaneously decided to decelerate Earth. The news caused a global sensation. Decelerate? What does that mean? Are they going back? Is the solar helium flash ultimately a scam? Some people, only reading the text, let their imaginations run wild. Continuing to read, deceleration means reducing acceleration. Oh, the Steel Curtain project? The global industrial system is entering maximum operation? Expanding scale? Is there really a need to rush like this? Exactly. Who cares, anyway? It's a good thing that can create industrial jobs. True enough, the public overwhelmingly supported the Steel Curtain project and looked forward to it, almost forgetting about the disaster drill from a few days ago. After the news, the world mobilized. Chu Xian had already let Chi-Chi secretly take over the Global Personnel Management Information Database, legally issuing orders one after another. The people of the stars took control of numerous research bases, using that as a reason to relocate personnel there. However, As long as no one personally inspects, the entire base will appear to be just an empty shell. Apart from transfer orders, many people simply vanished. Those individuals had simple social connections, and no one cared if they were gone. Chapter 281. Extremely impressive N1 experimental base in the underground city. In a level 4 laboratory, senior researcher Feng Jinhua looked at the safety military second lieutenant in front of him, feeling somewhat confused. What? A transfer order? A secret research project from the Central Authority? Despite his doubts, he carefully checked his information backend, and the transfer order was jointly issued by the Security Committee and the General Affairs Committee. There must be no mistake. Please prepare as soon as possible. We will set off tomorrow at 10 o'clock, said the safety military second lieutenant. Okay. Feng Jinhua didn't suspect further. Nor did he refuse. Participating in a secret research project and getting access to advanced technology was extremely attractive for a researcher. He then went home to start packing. And his wife also received a transfer order. All the paperwork for their child's school had been completed. Everything was in order. This was definitely an official move, which made him feel more at ease. In the underground city of Hu No. 2, the engineering sector. Transfer? Participate in a secret construction project? Good. Senior engineer Li Mu agreed within a second. Without children or any attachments, it didn't matter where he went. Since he had never participated in a secret construction project before, it was a chance to broaden his horizons. Thus, at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Li Mu set off. With a solitary personality, he had few friends, and his departure hardly caused a ripple. After he left, all records related to him in the Central Talent Database were completely erased, apart from those from his original unit. No one would remember him. Of course, the information deletion was only in the Central Database, and at the destination, all of Li Mu's information had already been copied over. Dimensional space. Resettlement Area 11056. Heavens! Is this a new world? Stars. Various personnel from the underground city of Daxia were dumbfounded, not expecting the world below to be so tumultuous. There was no concealment. After introducing the origins of the stars, they straightforwardly spoke of the impending crisis of an insectoid invasion and the bamboo stick monster civilization. At their feet was the land of the Star Organization, the only and best retreat for humanity globally. In the alternate space, a small secret realm. Anyway, it was extremely impressive. Due to the lack of understanding of the bamboo stick monster civilization, for safety's sake, the organization could only relocate humanity like ants moving their nest, to avoid drawing attention and causing unforeseen events. Next, in response to the crisis, they hoped everyone would contribute. Soldiers from the safety military would be transformed into guards on site. Researchers would enter various research units. Engineers would join urban construction projects. After hearing this, everyone was filled with gratitude. Oh my gosh, there are actually alien civilizations, and not just one. They felt a surge of fear at the thought of staying on Earth even for a second longer. Now, being selected first by the organization to enter this secret realm felt like reaching the shore. They were just short of erecting a monument to thank the stars. The sense of belonging surged. Join. They must join. You, the current university students from the Central region, can directly enter Star University. Star University is the only comprehensive university on the Star continent, currently with 12 campuses located on islands above the central urban cluster. Each campus covers an area of 2,000 square kilometers and can accommodate up to 1 million students. When introducing Star University, many people light up with excitement, eager to fly there immediately. An island, a 2,000 square kilometer island at that. On the projection, under the blue sky, the 12 zodiac islands are evenly distributed across the sea. The camera zooms in, revealing an incredibly beautiful scene. Teaching buildings, dormitories, libraries, a picturesque landscape that makes the universities in the underground cities look like mere boxes in comparison. The difference is vast. It's so beautiful that one would want to die here. On February 6th, in the morning, after getting ready, Liao Yu set off alone. The incident happened suddenly, and many things had to be accelerated. For example, the formal operation of the 12 campuses of Star University. As a person in charge of one of the campuses, he needed to fulfill his duties quickly, as there were quite a number of students coming in. As of today, over 10,000 students are to be allocated to the College of Bioengineering alone. Thinking of this made his head ache slightly. Currently, there are just over 10,000 students. What will it be like when the campus is fully occupied with 1 million students? If the university reaches its full capacity, 10 million per college. Well, thankfully, with the assistance of the system, it reduced his workload by 99%. Otherwise, Liao Yu would have to write a history of blood and tears, complaining about the exploitation by his superior. Well, that might not be fair to say. Compared to his superior's workload, he might actually be quite fortunate. The high-speed train left the town, crossing mountains and grasslands. During the spring festival, he would usually only reach the seaside, but now, the high-speed train was directly heading into the sea, moving rapidly. The sea on both sides rippled, and seagulls flew about. Whoosh! After passing the boundary island between the inner and outer seas, the train plunged directly into the ocean, traveling through an underwater tunnel. Exciting. The scenery shifted from island views to underwater views in an instant. Outside, the transparent tunnel made of special materials, coral reefs and fish of various colors swam by. This tourist attraction, which should have been opened gradually, was experienced by Liao Yu ahead of time. All he wanted to say was, "It's incredibly beautiful." Half an hour later, the high-speed train burst through the surface of the sea, revealing a massive island before him, and Liao Yu stared in awe. This would be his future workplace. Logically speaking, as a research expert, he should play to his strengths. Why take on the role of a dean, which sounds like an administrative position? Isn't that a waste of talent? No. As a university campus, it involves much more than just studying. There are also numerous affiliated experimental centers, each quite large. There are hundreds of them. Each one is on par with the experimental bases around the town. It can be said that a fully operational campus in a single scientific discipline has research capabilities dozens or even hundreds of times that of the town. Therefore, it seems to be an administrative position, but still oversees a large number of research projects. He personally participates in them, although he focuses on overall planning rather than conducting basic research. With the use of advanced gene enhancement serum and as the main research leader, he has already utilized a third-level gene enhancement serum. His energy and thinking capabilities can easily match those of 10 previous selves. In short, he is extremely busy. But it doesn't mean he can't handle it. When he thinks of the planetary crisis, the vast universe, and the pinnacle of science, being busy is nothing. As long as he is alive, he will work tirelessly. Soon, he passed through the cluster of buildings and arrived at the center of the island. The Bioengineering Institute of Xinjiang University is about to arrive. Please prepare to disembark. After stopping, he got off the vehicle. Looking at the massive administrative area, he could only describe it with one word: luxurious. As a campus with a population in the millions, it is beyond what can be described by just administrative buildings. It's a vast area with dozens of buildings, all for office use. Each department of the campus has its own building, but unfortunately, it's quite empty now, as he is one of the first arrivals. To get this campus operational, at least 10,000 support staff are needed, but fortunately, there aren't too many initial students. With around 100 or so who came with him, plus the others arriving one after another, there are about 1,200 people in total, enough to start the operation. On February 10th, at the 10779 resettlement area, "Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Study hard." Wang Jun said goodbye to his parents. During the first week here, everyone was learning the rules, getting to know Xinjiang, and waiting for their assignments. He was in his third year of university back on Earth when he inexplicably dropped out and ended up here, which shocked him at the time. But now, he has fully adapted and grown fond of life here. The blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters, despite it being just a resettlement area. The conditions are very good, and he no longer wishes to return to the underground city environment. His student status has also been transferred to Xinjiang University, and he is reporting for duty today. Checking the time, it's almost time. Boom. 1 minute later, a flying vehicle slowly descended, taking away dozens of people. Not just students, but also teachers or support staff who were originally on Earth. On the flying vehicle, it was beautiful. The area organized by the institution is truly vast. Indeed, looking out the window at the rapidly passing land and scenery, mountains, lakes, rivers, and fields, there seems to be no end in sight. At this moment, everyone's face showed shock. Hearing about it and seeing it in person are two different things, as if they had returned to a time before the catastrophe. No, it looks even better than before the catastrophe. "Look, the ocean," a voice exclaimed. Swish. Everyone's gaze quickly turned to the distance where a deep blue ocean appeared, and the vehicle's speed decreased slightly. They saw hotels and villas lining the coastline. Whoosh. After plunging into the ocean, the flying height lowered, even skimming across the water surface and creating waves over 10 meters high, providing an exhilarating experience. The aircraft was parked at the campus airport, which was quite expansive. Impressive. Wang Jun couldn't help but marvel that a school campus actually had an airport. Even the top technology university didn't have such a feature. Stepping off the aircraft, he arrived at the bus station. After enjoying the scenic views along the way, he finally reached his destination, the administrative plaza, where he registered for enrollment without needing to pay any fees. On the contrary, all students received subsidies, and the benefits were astonishingly good, especially the dormitories. Each person had a separate room of 36 square meters, complete with a balcony and bathroom, though cooking was not allowed. Wang Jun felt like he wasn't going to school, but on vacation. In fact, the reason for collective dormitories wasn't solely due to space limitations, many times. It was also a safety consideration to prevent accidents. However, Wang Jun touched his wrist, where a multifunctional implant chip was located. It monitored vital signs, provided precise location tracking, and enabled permission recognition. It had been implanted on the 5th day of his arrival, making things incredibly convenient. In case of an emergency, rescue personnel would arrive quickly. Additionally, all rooms were equipped with a communication terminal. If anything happened, just a call would suffice. The chip addressed situations where one might lose the ability to call for help, making Wang Jun feel extremely safe. It would be hard to encounter any trouble. After putting down his personal belongings, Wang Jun went out to explore the area around the dormitory. The beautiful landscaping, various sports facilities, and a stream winding through the campus created a picturesque environment. He then arrived at the cafeteria, where delightful aromas wafted through the air. Wow! Upon entering, he was dazzled by the variety of food options, some of which he had only heard about from his parents, and now he could indulge to his heart's content. He ordered a ham and egg fried rice. Wow! It was simply blissful. Everything at the university was immensely satisfying, and as evening approached, Wang Jun reluctantly returned to the dormitory. Classes? No rush. The first week for freshmen did not involve any academic tasks. It was casual exploration while getting acquainted with the rules and regulations, which was very considerate. After all, when starting college in a new environment, who wouldn't want to explore first? In such a beautiful place, experiencing it fully would make studying more reassuring. Otherwise, one would always feel restless. Public holidays 3 times a year. Spring Festival, Tomb Sweeping Day, Mid-Autumn Festival. Upon seeing this, Wang Jun felt he had uncovered something remarkable. These were all festivals unique to his country, with no other nation's holidays included. What? The requirement of passing a Chinese Level 4 exam to graduate. Wang Jun was trembling with excitement. It was fantastic that Chinese was a compulsory subject within the educational system at the university. Looking at other regulations, after a 2-year adaptation period, all teaching would primarily be conducted in Chinese. This was great. As for why it was termed primarily, Wang Jun understood it wasn't difficult. For example, certain chemistry formulas were better expressed using letters, as using Chinese could significantly increase the amount of writing and would require careful reading for understanding. Even for native Chinese speakers, it could be quite a headache. Good. It was human-centered, not rigid. Otherwise, it's just a matter of a few formulas. Yet it requires writing dozens of Chinese characters, which only adds trouble for everyone. There's really no need to be so extreme. If we were to be absolute about it, then Arabic numerals would have to be completely eliminated in favor of Chinese characters. Just ask if you could stand that. And what about mandatory weight control? It's a minor issue. Before the disaster, people indulged in obesity was common, but after the disaster, it's hard to exceed energy intake, and most people appear quite slim. Monthly health checkups, gene enhancement liquid, first time free. After staying up until dawn, Wang Jun finally understood the basic rules and regulations, planning to review them again tomorrow night, since there would be a test then. As a student, he must be aware of the school's policies, not necessarily memorizing them, but knowing the main points. The next day, on the beach, the waves crashed onto the shore, and Wang Jun couldn't snap out of it for a long time, feeling the sand beneath his feet and the seawater barely covering his ankles. Time and again, it reminded him that this was real. The entire campus was surrounded by beaches. One could say the long coastline was filled with scenery, with coconut trees and other tropical plants in the background, which seemed to have been planted not long ago. Yet it was undeniably beautiful. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned to swim yet, but he would definitely try when the time came. Swimming was allowed here. One could swim, surf, row, and dive. However, all activities required passing the school's assessments, with swimming being the first requirement, but the management office had just been established. To take the assessments, he would have to wait. Safety issues. There are implanted chips for monitoring, full area surveillance, not just above water, but also underwater. Video monitoring, detection imaging, posture analysis. Not to mention drowning. Even if someone choked on a mouthful of water, there would be a prompt, as muscle and nerve responses would be accurately captured by the chip. Once drowning characteristics are detected, a nearby intelligent rescue robot would swiftly arrive, reaching any coastal area within a minute at the latest. It would be hard to even think about dying. Moreover, the entire sea area seemed to be well planned. Wang Jun looked at the coastal topographic map. The seabed was quite flat, with no dangerous currents. As long as one wasn't a poor swimmer, there was essentially no problem. Chapter 284, New Speaker, Progress 80. After strolling on the beach for a while, Wang Jun turned around. He walked past the beach and the coconut groves when he saw a sightseeing vehicle approaching. He waved, and the unmanned vehicle stopped. After getting on, the vehicle continued moving forward. The island road, the island railway, and the island beach, all were experienced over the next few days. Each one made Wang Jun absolutely love it. For the coming years, his work and study would be here. How wonderful. To that end, he even bought a bicycle, planning to take a cycling trip around the island on his next day off. Just thinking about it was exciting. In just a week, the 12 main campuses of Xinjiang University had entered a preliminary operational state. Since there was a main campus, there would be branch campuses as well. Where? They were still under construction. According to the plan, Xingqing University would have 3 levels of campuses. One main campus located in Baiyun Town, which would manage the others, and 12 main campuses, corresponding to the 12 Zodiac Islands. The branch campus is located in a central urban cluster, consisting of 36 cities with populations exceeding 10 million and 108 medium-sized cities, each represented by one city. In today's world, there are undergraduate students from freshman to senior years, faculty and staff, various affiliated experimental bases, and logistics personnel. All of these combined result in a total number of over 100 million across global higher education institutions, making the scale of Star University quite substantial. There are a total of 166 campuses, with a planned capacity of 12 million, categorizing it as a colossal institution. This is merely concerning the university campuses, not to mention secondary schools, primary schools, and kindergartens. Chu Xian expressed a desire for a break. Busy schedules have led to the end of February. In the assembly hall, applause erupted. The term of the chairman from the Arctic region has concluded, and it is now the turn of the deputy chairman from Daxia to ascend as the new chairman of the United Central Authority. Finally, it's over. The current chairman found the term extremely challenging, although he should not be pleased with the end of his term. The former deputy chairman from the Arctic region was nearly dancing with joy. Reflecting on the events during his term, he remembered Jupiter, wormholes, conglomerates, and Star University, which never seemed to have a moment of peace. The Jupiter crisis had left him barely surviving, while the activation of wormholes fueled the ambitions of the conglomerates. Eventually, the conglomerates faded away, and Star University emerged prominently, becoming a massive entity. What he thought was an end turned out to be just the beginning. With the insect crisis looming large, these were all troubles that kept him awake at night, leading to the collective loss of his hair. It was exhausting. Now, he could finally step down. Initially considering another term as deputy chairman, he now just wanted to retire. Even sweeping the streets seemed more comfortable than being here. The new chairman would have to deal with the issues of insect civilization. He was done with it. In the assembly hall, frustration mounted. What the heck? You all are absent for such an important matter, leaving me here alone. The applause continued, but it was coming from a screen. The hall, which should have been bustling with activity, was lonely with just the station chief and a few subordinates, driving him to madness with silent complaints. It felt unfair. It was just one transaction involving Earth, and being a lackey for alien life forms didn't harm Earth's interests. They even provided so much technology. He felt unappreciated and resentful. The head of the liaison office was merely a figurehead. He contemplated quitting, but realized he could only think about it. If he didn't do this, what else could he do? He feared that after stepping down, he would end up in a military prison. It was tough for him. The chairmanship was to be rotated. Afterward, the new assembly members were all in position, with some knowing they would definitely be eliminated in the next round, their thoughts racing. They sought to align with Star University, but the latter showed no interest. Naturally, they felt dissatisfied. Among them were those wanting to cling to alien life forms for continued tenure, only to find that the station chief was utterly incapable, lacking intelligence, strategy, and means. Sitting there waiting for benefits to come, they have already started to criticize each other, turning a promising start into a complete mess. Yet, there's no way to remind them. They don't want such unreliable teammates either, so they might as well accept their fate. The situation is quite complicated now. The speaker has even retired, and their interest in power has diminished. Thus, the entire team of representatives has undergone a peaceful transition. Chu Xian has also remotely connected to the parliamentary frequency, congratulating the newly appointed speaker from the Great Xia. 80%, he muttered to himself. 6 months ago, the era of the financial conglomerates ended, and the control of the central authority by the Star faction reached half, dividing the world. It has continued to develop, and now it has reached 80%. If they wish, they can do anything. And among the remaining 20%, if they agree to the conditions of the Great Xia, they could gain another 10 points, which is not much different from absolute control. Next, they need to persuade those bamboo stick creatures to understand the specifics. So, Chu Xian turned his attention to the station chief. Chapter 285. This matter will be handled by the Star faction. Long-term observation has proven that this guy is merely a pawn. However, he is the only one who can connect with the bamboo stick creatures, as the central authority cannot directly communicate with them. In such a situation, the benefits that a seasoned strategist could gain would be enormous, but unfortunately, this guy's skills are too low. The old fox's level is 90. The young fox's level is 30, and this guy is at most level 5. Fortunately, Chu Xian had previously cleared out a lot of junk from the central authority. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if these people gathered together. As for how to attract them, it's simple. It's just like fishing. Having bait is enough. At this moment, the speaker from the Great Xia, listening to the thunderous applause, felt somewhat helpless. How to deal with the situation left by his predecessor? There seems to be no way. He has spent countless brain cells during this time, but there are hardly any countermeasures. Escape? The neighboring star system is not safe either. Fight. Earth likely cannot win. Although it is harsh, facing a powerful civilization, humanity feels profoundly powerless, only able to struggle a little. It's not that he is too pessimistic. This is reality. On a vast grassland, an ant colony knows that humans will come in a year to exterminate them. What can the ant colony do in that year? Whether it's digging madly or setting various traps, how can they possibly turn the tide against human strength? Unless they escape to another grassland. But the neighboring star system is too close, and that grassland isn't safe either, leaving the entire human civilization at a dead end. He wants to throw this mess away. It's simply unsolvable. 30 minutes later, in a small conference room, the speaker from the Great Xia had a serious expression. The current situation is extremely severe. We must prepare for the worst. Humanity faces a life and death decision. First, restart the Seed Project. Build spacecraft to preserve human genes and scatter them into the stars. Second, accelerate the wormhole evacuation. If necessary, use all current human weapons to destroy the wormhole and buy time against the neighboring star system. Thirdly, although the situation seems dire, there are still some actions we can take. After saying this, it was time for everyone to express their opinions. It can only be this way. Sigh. I hope we won't have to resort to the final measures. This is in the case that humanity cannot defeat the insect race. Although the bamboo civilization claims that as long as we give our all, we can hold them off. But whether that's true or not, nobody knows. We can only prepare for the worst. Mr. Joel, do you have any strategies from your side? The vice chairman, who is affiliated with a certain region, spoke up, curious. Recently, this side has been very low-key, but it's not the kind of low profile that comes after boasting about strength only to be proven wrong. From his observation, it seems that people from this side are not panicking. Everyone is going about their work normally. Too calm. Strategies? Joel straightened up and nodded. Yes. I officially inform everyone that we will handle this matter. The meeting room fell silent. What? You will handle it? Do you think you're just dealing with trash? Isn't that too arrogant? That's an extraterrestrial civilization. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know the terrible consequences? And you still want to handle it? How will you handle it? The vice chairman from another region asked. Upon hearing this, Joel merely glanced at him. This is a notification, not a consultation. Looking at the time, it should be soon. The plan has already been executed, so let us wait and see. Instantly, the entire room was stunned, with everyone feeling a chill. Executing such a plan unilaterally is simply madness. What plan is it? The chairman from another region hurriedly asked, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. If things go wrong, Earth might end prematurely. There should be results today. Don't worry, we will definitely succeed. Hearing this, a hint of despair flashed across the faces of the crowd. On the other side, Mars. Inside a silvery spaceship, several bamboo creatures stared intently at the projection. That's right. It's a probe ship from the insect race. They were startled just now. The agent from Earth sent this over, and they almost took off in a panic. But upon inquiry, there was only this one ship. It had fallen for at least hundreds of years, and they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What to do? Of course, we should go take a look. It's just an exploration ship. Even if there are hibernation pods, they are merely insect soldiers. Over the years, our civilization has never captured a complete insect ship when they come. It's usually with a massive army. In any case, this ship is quite valuable. Although there are risks, it's just an exploration ship, so they can feel at ease. They had encountered such ships before. Even if it's undamaged, our ships are not afraid of theirs. What they fear is the insect fleet, not small insect vessels. Watching the bamboo creature's ship head towards one of the moons, Chu Xian squinted his eyes. They took the bait. One of the moons, Jupiter's largest moon, with a diameter of over 5,000 kilometers. They had once considered it as a granary and sent a node there. This time, it would come in handy. Using the mothership's information database to create a model of an insect exploration ship. The other side might not necessarily be interested, but they would definitely investigate. And there's also the second bait he left behind. Chapter 286, a lifetime free meal ticket accelerating forward. Within half an hour, the silver-white spaceship arrived at the third moon of Jupiter, hovering in space. They were not foolish. There was no way they would land directly. Whoosh, whoosh. Several unmanned aircraft descended towards the planet's surface, heading for a large canyon where their target was located. As they approached, they discovered a rift. The aircraft reached a deep pit where a bug-race spaceship was half buried in the ground, exuding the aura of time. Attack test. Boom. An energy projectile was fired. However, it did not penetrate the spaceship, as a faint blue protective shield rose on its surface and then disappeared. Inside the silver-white spaceship, a few bamboo-like beings were thrilled to witness this scene. It was indeed a bug-race ship. Impressive. After falling for so many years, the shield system was still operational. The bug race's shielding technology was also a significant reason for their civilization's defeat. Common weapons could not breach their hull. They recalled the scenes of war, filled with resentment. The mother ship, equipped with shields, crashed into their home planet, obliterating all traces of civilization on the surface. Just thinking about how soon the bug race's mothership would do the same to Earth lightened their mood. This kind of disaster was at least not something they had to bear alone. Continue the attack. Though it was a model, the simulation was highly realistic. The exterior, energy source, and shields were all in place. The internal setup was similar, but mostly just for show, with 90 being mere decoration. Thus, after 10 minutes of attack, boom, the shield no longer appeared, and a large hole opened up on its surface. Several aircraft also ceased their attacks, with no retaliation. The bug race operating the ship must be dead. Let us take a look. Following the hole, the aircraft released small robots to drill inside, and the internal structure was instantly transmitted back to the control room of the silver-white spaceship. Upon seeing several skeletal remains of bug race bodies, they confirmed that they were indeed dead. There were no signs of external attack, resembling natural death, all in the sleep pods. At this moment, they were completely relieved. Then, their gaze turned to a team of humans not far from the canyon, the discovery team of this spaceship, members of the former leader. Not bad. They had not reported to the Earth civilization immediately, which was something that pleased them. They also felt slightly fortunate. It was good that they were not discovered by Earth civilization decades earlier. They might have accumulated considerable technology by now, but it had now fallen into their hands. 5 minutes later, they arrived. The captain looked at the descending silver-white spaceship, his face filled with excitement, and this scene was transmitted back to the spaceship by the robots. Immediately, several bamboo-like beings felt extremely satisfied. This was how a lower civilization should react upon seeing a higher civilization. The spaceship hovered, and a beam of light shone down. Just like last time, they descended like gods. "Well done," said one bamboo-like being. After that, they prepared to hear words of honor and gratitude. However, the captain said, "It's not easy. Not easy. Could it be that he wanted a reward? All right, a lower civilization is just the reality. Isn't it your honor to serve us? Don't worry. There will be rewards. Is that so? Of course, power and wealth are all available. How dare you question it? No, I don't want those, just one thing." The captain's excitement gradually calmed down, and his gaze grew colder. "What? You?" As several beings were momentarily stunned, the other party continued. "Congratulations to you all for receiving a lifetime free meal ticket. Chapter 287, Teleportation Free? Lifetime meal ticket? No need. We don't eat your planet's food." One being rejected it, thinking only of the literal meaning. Without long-term cultural immersion, they simply couldn't understand some metaphors. The captain just smiled. "Whether you eat or not is up to you." The next moment, several beings suddenly turned around. Alarm. Illegal intrusion. Alarm. The spaceship's control system alerted them, and a screen projected before their eyes. After realizing the situation, they were collectively stunned. There were actually humans in their main control room. This was impossible. Inside the spaceship, Chu Xian observed the style of this civilization's warships. It was quite good. Although not aesthetically pleasing, it still had a sense of design. Clean, simple, and filled with a strong sci-fi vibe. And now it belongs to us. Just as the captain said, it wasn't easy. He had been thinking about how to get close for a long time. Implementing it presented many challenges. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him. The luck was on his side. The backup plans he had prepared were only partially utilized, and the second bait was successful. This was also due to the new power that aided him. A few days ago, when the radius of the dimensional space reached 1,000 kilometers, a new primary power was added. Teleportation. Previously, he could only fly freely, even at supersonic speeds, but the last time he came out from one place, he had to go back to the same spot. Although perception could cover everything, he still had to rely on his own actions. Now it was different. In the dimensional space, wanting to go anywhere was just a matter of thought, and the power could accompany his arrival. Thus, within the range of arrival, Chu Xian gained a new skill. Teleportation might not be quite right. Perhaps instantaneous movement was more fitting. This allowed him to appear directly inside the spaceship. It must be said, the power was incredibly strong. The spaceship's defense system of the bamboo civilization had become utterly ineffective. Bang! Stumbling, several beings rushed back to the bow of the ship. Damn it! They actually invaded the home base. Although they didn't know how Chu Xian got in, they were sure he had taken advantage of their civilization's weaknesses. They weren't scared, they were just extremely frustrated. Soon, Chu Xian was surrounded by a group of attack robots. They certainly wouldn't confront him in person, having just suffered a loss. Besides the first control room, there was also a second main control room. With a switch of authority, armed robots were immediately deployed. "Put down your weapons." Chu Xian seemed to have no weapons. His hands were empty. "Tell me, how did you get in?" One bamboo creature projected itself before Chu Xian, keeping its distance and feeling no fear. Hearing this, Chu Xian glanced at it and smiled. Is there anything better than saying it face to face? Upon hearing this, the alien being shot a disdainful glance at Chu Xian. Am I foolish? However, in the next moment, as its gaze shifted, whoosh, That human actually sprang out from the screen, leaving it completely stunned, only to realize immediately that it wasn't the human who jumped out of the screen, but rather it itself had leaped out from the projection. Confusion, bewilderment, helplessness. Where am I? Is this still a dream? Speaking like this, isn't it more direct? Chu Xin smiled at the alien being, which looked like its circuits had almost short-circuited. The scope of authority is not just oneself, but everything that falls under its influence. If you don't come over, I'll just pull you over. Indeed, the feeling of pulling someone out from the screen is quite interesting, but unfortunately, it's limited to a radius of 1 kilometer. If it were in a dimensional space, there would be no limits. The scene froze. At that moment, the bamboo-like alien in front of Chu Xian felt as if it was being forcibly dragged from a camera feed, a strange chill creeping into its heart. Its brain was overwhelmed. An illusion. A dream. Yes, it must be. That such a bizarre dream could exist must be due to being frightened by the insectoids. And its fear dissipated instantly. In my dream, I'm still being bullied by you. Look at me. It prepared to launch an attack. Bang. A powerful gravity suddenly manifested, rendering its body immobile. Sharp pains surged through its nerves into its brain. Why use hands when you can just talk? While speaking, Chu Xian's gaze turned towards the projections of the other 3 bamboo-like beings. With a gentle command, come here. Whoosh. They leaped directly out from the projection, each one feeling like they were dreaming. Otherwise, it was completely unexplainable. Being bullied by a human in a dream? Go. Bang. 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 After 3 consecutive kneelings, they finally realized this wasn't a dream, staring at the human who had subdued them without lifting a finger. Attack. Attack. Suppressing their fear, they commanded the armed robots to engage. No. The robots faithfully executed half of their command. They did attack, but the target was not Chu Xian, but themselves. Stop. Their limbs were crushed, and although their technology allowed for regeneration, the excruciating pain was unavoidable. The robots paused their fire. Have you had enough fun? Chu Xian stood aside, hands in his pockets, watching the show. Almost lost their lives, and you call this fun? Chapter 288. Here, I have the final say. At this moment, at the bow of the ship, the 4 bamboo-like beings felt a buzzing in their heads. If it weren't for the pain transmitted from their nerves, they would never believe what had just happened. How was this even possible? Completely unscientific. Could it be that they were being played? Damn it. The people of this civilization are too good at pretending. Clearly, they possess such strange means, yet that agent still pretended to be weak. Damn it. The human heart is so dirty, a deceptive trap. From the very beginning, it was a setup. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Self-destruct. Right now? Authorization code. A bamboo life form furiously ordered the spacecraft's main control system to self-destruct, refusing to be captured and dissected by other beings. Haha, let us die together. 1 second. 1 second after finishing this sentence, the entire spacecraft would explode in an instant, and it was spoken in its own civilization's language. The other beings would never understand it. However, 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds later, nothing happened. No. Roaring in its heart. Was the program betraying it? Clearly not. The order needed to convey information. Sound waves. Electromagnetic waves. In short, a medium was required. Although it couldn't understand what the other side was saying, it didn't matter. The local authority could restrict everything. Although it was unclear what specific information was communicated earlier, it sensed that it was definitely something crazy. It seemed they needed to change the venue for discussion. 1 second later, the 4 bamboo life forms felt a flash before their eyes and arrived at a new place. A closed room. At the same time, a chill ran through them. The protective armor that had covered their bodies was gone, leaving them completely exposed. With no covering at all, these alien beings also felt a sense of shame, and more importantly, a complete lack of security, instantly glaring at the individual present. Just kill us, we won't say anything. Yes, big liar. This scene made the individual feel inexplicably like a villain, a bit speechless, seeing that they still had some spirit. In a moment of thought, it arrived at the place where the core was imprisoned. Slap. The core, which had just dozed off, was rebooted. Boss, what are your orders? At this moment, the core had already accepted its fate. Here, the individual was like a deity. It could not even die if it wanted to. It was better to seek a better life and follow the boss. Do you know them? The individual asked. Upon hearing this, the core looked over. And before it could speak, several bamboo civilization life forms almost lost control. The parasitic core? It's over. Is this the territory of the parasitic civilization? At this moment, they were filled with despair. The parasitic civilization could stand toe-to-toe with the insect civilization, their overall strength nearly equal. One relied on plunder, the other on parasitism. In fact, they had never really encountered a parasitic civilization, but some of its subordinate civilizations had fled to the starry sky. They had once passed through their home planet and described its terror. Even the existence of the insect civilization was learned from that. Thus, they frantically advanced their technology to become stronger, But when truly facing the insect civilization, they still met with disastrous defeat. Now seeing the core, they fell into despair. After parasitism, their body, memory, and knowledge would all be completely obtained by the other side. And there was no way to stop it unless there was external interference during the parasitism. It seems you know it. You are aware of its abilities, right? So, will you speak, or should another consciousness take over? The four bamboo life forms trembled in fear, unable to imagine their everything being controlled by an external consciousness. Either way, it was the same, bring it on. They were also ready to take the plunge. Did they really want to be parasitized? A bamboo creature glared at him. Who wants to be parasitized but claims it won't happen? Don't think we don't know. The parasitic civilization spares no one. I see. Don't worry, if you cooperate well, it won't parasitize you. Who would believe that? You're just a parasite yourself. How dare you say such things? Aren't you afraid of being dealt with by the mother organism? A second later, bang, bang, bang. The mother organism suddenly bounced around in its room, almost throwing up last night's meal. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Chu Xian said, you and it are both my captives. I have the final say here. Upon hearing this, the four bamboo beings were instantly stunned. What? The mother organism of the parasitic civilization is your captive? Are you crazy? But looking at the mother organism being treated like a toy, flying around wildly, and screaming under Chu Xian's finger, they believed it. Because there was no need to lie to them. After that, fear filled their eyes as they looked at Chu Xian. This was truly ruthless. Even the mother organism was being handled like this. Chapter 289. Star, are you going against the heavens? What happened next was simple. A question and answer session. Without any reservations. Chu Xian didn't have time to interrogate personally. He handed everything over to Chi-Chi. It was broad daylight, and he still had to return to work. At the council building. At this moment, the speaker and vice speakers were still anxious. They didn't understand what Star meant by handling. But they knew one thing. If things went south, civilization would be finished. There wouldn't even be time to implement the new Spark plan. You all are too impulsive. How could you do this without any notice? Gambling with the fate of all humanity. Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Even if Star took responsibility. What could you offer? Smoking, the vice speaker from the Sunless Nation reprimanded Kaiwire. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to blame him. But now, the other party acted secretly without informing them. It was like being at a gambling table. Without knowing the situation, you put my life on the line to gamble. If I could endure this, I might as well just hide in a shell. This time, Star was indeed too reckless. That was alien life. A civilization much stronger than Earth. Sigh. Now all they could do was leave it to fate. If I had known, I would have retired and spent more time with my family. The vice speaker from the Romantic Nation sighed heavily, feeling very pessimistic. In contrast, the other three parties remained calm. The Bear Nation, the Great Summer, and the Other Nation. The newly appointed vice speaker from the Arctic Bear Nation was a newcomer and was somewhat timid, while the Great Summer speaker was very composed. As for the vice speaker from the Other Nation, they were already part of Star, a complex immigrant nation before the disaster, where the wealthy congregated. Naturally, Star inherited the main influence of the wealthy, giving it significant decision-making power in the new central representative of the Other Nation. At this moment, the speaker from the Great Summer was certainly not as calm as he appeared. Sigh. This session was too difficult to lead. Internally, Star was powerful, making decisions unilaterally, and they couldn't do anything about it. Externally, strong enemies surrounded them, with various crises, all of which were destructive level. The truth was, he wanted to retire on the spot. Such a situation was simply unmanageable, with both internal and external issues remaining unresolved. What to do? Abandon responsibility? In times of crisis, only responsibility remains. Even if it seems futile, one must take a shot. So he asked, Mr. Joel, I want to know one thing. If the organization doesn't handle this well, what would be the worst outcome? The entire human race will flee. Joel replied. Just as he was about to ask more, suddenly Joel trembled, touched his earpiece, and then smiled. Got it. Yes. After ending the communication, he looked at the others. The operation is over. The interrogation is ongoing, and a report will be delivered to everyone by noon at the latest tomorrow. You can disperse for today. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Over? Interrogation? The vice president from the Sunless region was furious. What have you done? What use is capturing that puppet leader? Is this how you handle matters? Rash. Confused. How could he know anything about alien life? In his perception, the interrogation targets were naturally assumed to be Earthlings, and there were only a few related to alien life, saying such grand things while doing such foolish acts. Not only the Sunless region vice president, but the others also felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. This was ridiculous. They shouldn't have trusted Joel. What a foolish strategy. Mr. Joel, are you not going to explain this matter? The president from the Great Xiao region actually found it hard to believe the organization could be so foolish. Joel replied. Who told you the interrogation subjects were those few traitors to humanity? What kind of people are they? Can they even be called people? They look so ugly. Yet they feel good about themselves. Everyone paused, suddenly realizing something. Are you talking about those from Mars? What else could it be? In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Heavens! Earth! Is the organization going against the natural order? Chapter 290, once again dazzling at this moment. Everyone was too shocked to speak or didn't know what to say. The organization was so daring. Were they crazy? The technology package gifted by the civilization of the bamboo sticks showed its true power, leaving them terrified. Indeed, fear outweighed surprise. Were they not afraid of retaliation? Behind them was an entire civilization. Before they could criticize the organization for their recklessness, Joel spoke first. Currently, there isn't much information, but 3 points can be confirmed. First, the insectoid race is coming. Earth is in danger. Second, those bamboo stick creatures are not peaceful enthusiasts or saviors of civilization. They are merely lost strays. Third, they plan to use all of humanity's lives on Earth to delay the insectoid civilization's pursuit of them. After saying this, he turned and left the office, leaving a group of people buzzing, processing the information just received. It took a while for someone to speak up. Is this true? I don't know. If so, they deserve to die. They actually treat Earth's civilization as cannon fodder. Everyone present were experienced veterans. In reality, the first conversation made it clear that I had no interest in peace enthusiasts. I didn't believe a word of it, and the logic was flawed. If they truly had good intentions, they wouldn't have waited until now to act. If the civilization were strong, it wouldn't have allowed the insect race to divide its forces to this extent. Clearly, there are many doubts present. Now, according to the information provided earlier, everything makes sense. A lost dog fleeing to this place, hoping to use Earth as a pawn to delay pursuers. That's why they so generously offered technology. The next day, at noon, everyone gathered again in the conference room to circulate an interrogation report. This is an attempt to calculate our demise and drain the last drop of blood from our civilization. The crowd was furious. Although they felt some sympathy for the plight of the other civilization, they were equally angered by the malicious intent. In addition to the documents, there were videos providing evidence. There was no way for everyone to disbelieve it, and they also breathed a sigh of relief, as it turned out they hadn't offended an entire civilization. Just a few lost souls who had been captured. One could say that the actions taken completely eliminated a concern. Now the only worry was the approaching insect race. According to estimates, at the latest, they would arrive in 3 years. What does Star want to do about the bamboo monsters? Asked the speaker of Dacia. This was Star's terminology, and it was even included in the official name. Imprison them. Can we also interrogate them? Sure. What about that silver spaceship? It will arrive tomorrow. Feel free to dismantle it, Joyvel casually remarked. All technology has been taken by the organization. It's just a small spacecraft now, completely devoid of secrets. Faced with Star's demeanor, everyone could only express their sentiments. Over the past month, due to the arrival of the alien civilization, many people's views on Star had changed. Look, no matter how strong they are, when faced with a powerful alien civilization, they also had to play humble. Joining Star seemed meaningless, as they were just ants on the ground. But who would have thought that a month later, Star would silently eliminate the opponent entirely? The name of Star, the light of humanity, shone brightly once again. Although there was still the distant threat of the insect race, the immediate crisis had been averted. Otherwise, they might have truly suffered without even knowing what had happened. On March 4th, in the morning, 4 bamboo monsters were handed over to the General Administration of Safety at the United Central. At this point, their limbs had been repaired, but they had no thoughts of escaping. Their previous experiences had shown them the reality. An existence that treats the parasitic civilization's core as a pet. Where would you escape to? An entity capable of manipulating space at will. With a single thought, the recently restored limbs could be crushed. Like a deity. After the second repair of their limbs, they completely resigned themselves. What is your name? Age? Where is your civilization located? Following that, they revealed everything they knew, only withholding some information about Chu Xian and the core. Although they didn't know the reason, they complied. After a full day, the interrogation concluded. The information matched what Star provided, and even added more, such as cultural history and many details. After finishing, the information was returned to Star, with Star's organization responsible for their imprisonment. In reality, many people have speculated that the organization might be hiding something, but few have delved too deeply. On one hand, if they don't disclose information, there's nothing one can do. On the other hand, they have indeed resolved the crisis at hand. Personally, reviewing the situation with the creature is merely a formality. At least it can rule out any video fabrication by the organization. Currently, there are no issues regarding the information about the bamboo segment civilization. Thus, the crisis regarding this civilization is considered resolved. However, preparations on Earth have not ceased. In fact, they are accelerating. Weapons production, spacecraft construction, and interstellar migration are all proceeding in an orderly manner. The Steel Curtain project continues to be implemented, and a new wave of infrastructure frenzy is sweeping the globe. Chu Xian remains extremely busy, managing planetary consumption, overseeing operations, and handling recruitment. Sometimes, he even assists with the infrastructure in the dimensional space. Chosen worker? Oh heavens, thank you so much. Chapter 291. The demand for space increases. The bamboo segment creature is under the organization's custody. Meanwhile, the station master and his team, as its representatives, are being tried by a military court and are held separately in the most secure prison. Firstly, their crimes cannot be judged by ordinary law, as there are no historical precedents. Secondly, they know too much. Currently, the average person on Earth is completely unaware of the alien crisis, and speaking carelessly in a regular prison could lead to trouble. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Such actions are provoking war. The station master clutched the iron door, his voice hoarse, as the beautiful life he had imagined was shattered by reality. Wealth, women, power, he enjoyed none of it. His triumphant return turned into a return of idleness and finally into a return of punishment. The dramatic ups and downs of life were too overwhelming. No. He refuses to accept such a reality. Listening to his wails, others who are also serving life sentences here have made up their minds to bother him during meals. It's so noisy. In the dimensional space, spherical prison, upon waking up, they stand at attention. Rest. Get to work. Under the command of a creature. For bamboo segment creatures are lined up neatly and obediently, tasked with cleaning duties. The main body has been performing well recently. Extra rations. Since they are living beings, they cannot fully absorb all materials, leading to some waste, which used to be cleaned by the hosts. Now, with 4 laborers, the task has been assigned to them. And what about the hosts? They are, of course, the overseers, leisurely directing the work from the side. Work faster. Humph. You think you can scheme against a powerful civilization? You're not worthy. Unaware of the danger. The hosts feel they have stood up. There are also hierarchies here. Chu Xian, Master Chi-Chi, and the main body are at the top, while the hosts rank at the bottom. Previously, they were at the lowest tier, but now with newcomers at the bottom, their feelings of confinement have considerably lessened. Suddenly, they feel happy. Once they turn the tables, they must show off, after all. Who told you to make the civilization that seeks protection from a powerful figure become cannon fodder and offend them? The treatment of several bamboo monsters was certainly ordered by Chu Xian. Killing them would be too cheap. They would work for a lifetime to atone for their sins. It was absolutely wrong to try to scheme against the civilization of Earth. On March 15th, at 3 in the morning, crunch, in one bite, the core of the second grain depot was devoured, taking nearly 5 months compared to the first planet. This planet disappeared from the star system in just over a month, leaving only some dispersed atmosphere. When the unknown planet was consumed, the radius of the dimensional space was over 900, and now it had reached 1,200 kilometers. The growth rate was not significant. There was no way around it. The expansion of the entire dimensional space was spherical. According to the volume formula for a sphere, if the radius were to double, the volume would increase to 8 times the original. What does this mean? To go from 1,000 kilometers to 2,000 kilometers. Roughly speaking, it would require consuming 8 Earths. To double from 2,000 kilometers to 4,000, it would need 64 Earths. For a radius of 8,000, 520 would be needed. To reach 16,000 kilometers, over 4,000 would be necessary. Chu Xian's current goal was to make the dimensional space large enough to carry Earth along with it. The required radius was indeed increasing rapidly. Damn! In the quiet starry sky, Chu Xian rubbed his head, looking toward the massive fireball not far away, fearing he would have to consume that star to achieve the goal of moving with it. Before the insect swarm arrived, he was likely to be busy all night. Forget it. Let's get to work. He released a spacecraft toward the third grain depot, a gas giant larger than Saturn, equivalent to 103 Earths. However, consuming it would be a bit tricky. Whoosh. An hour later, the spacecraft arrived. In an instant, a mouth with a radius of 1,200 meters opened wide. Chu Xian dove into the planet's atmosphere. As before, he started from the outside in, first absorbing the mid-layer gas liquid, directly giving up the outer layer. Just like Earth's atmosphere, the mass of atmospheric material collected in an hour would not be comparable to the rocks devoured in just 1 second. So he didn't waste time. He abandoned the thin gases and started from the semi-liquid state. If this gas giant were fully consumed, the radius should reach around 5,000 kilometers. The conversion rate of material to spatial volume was indeed a bit low, but there was no alternative. Just like Earth, if 100 cubic meters of water were exchanged for 1 cubic meter of dimensional space, who would actually make such a trade? They would probably go crazy. Not to mention 100. Even exchanging 10,000 cubic meters of water for 1 cubic meter of storage space would seem like a loss to anyone. Similarly, since these star systems were simply picked up for free, as long as they could be transformed into something useful, it would be a huge profit. Chapter 292 Moss. Why not just give up? At dawn, in the dimensional space, Chu Xian sat on a mountain peak having breakfast. In the distance, A bright light gradually appeared on the horizon, followed by the expansion of the light, accompanied by a sky full of red clouds. The sun was rising. The sky was filled with rosy clouds. After the radius reached 1,000 kilometers, the Weather Control Authority was upgraded, allowing for the simulation of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west. Previously, the entire sky was a light source. Nowadays, it can be focused into a giant light source, allowing Chuxian to enjoy the sunrise, which is a rare beauty. Not just Chuxian. Many people in Baiyun town got up early to come to their balconies. How beautiful. This sunrise is something you can never get enough of. Indeed, the older generation's eyes are filled with nostalgia. Many haven't seen a sunrise in 20 years because the Earth had stopped rotating. It was either eternal night or eternal day. Only in the equatorial regions, where the turning engines are located, could similar sights be seen regularly, but it was too monotonous. With the sun always staying at the horizon without rising or setting, the scene before them was different. The morning sun was rising, the blazing sun was high, and the sunset was stunning. Experiencing all of this was much better than not knowing where the light source was before. It was something one could never tire of. The stars, the only direction for humanity. With firm belief, they began a new day of work, everything to protect the beautiful present. Like Baiyun town, millions of people in various resettlement areas were also enjoying the long-awaited scenery at the same time, marveling at the power of the organization. They could actually create artificial stars. Amazing. Grateful to be part of the stars, witnessing the changes and growth of this land. Clearly, someone was continuously improving this secret realm, although the means were unknown. It was certainly not easy. They couldn't help. They could only contribute their strength by working harder. Whether in the central organization or under Chuxian, there were indeed artificial star projects, but the difficulty was too high. Heat, safety, stability, requirements were extremely high. A fusion device capable of warming the Earth, once out of control, could have severe consequences. Question: isn't it fine as long as it doesn't go out of control? Answer: go away. Under immature technology conditions, such things should not be handled lightly, and there is not much necessity for it. Regarding the future of the Earth, Chuxuan's first plan is to run away. Therefore, there is no rush to change the environment on Earth. One day, with increased income, they could directly enter a phase of spring and blooming flowers. Clearly, that would be better. Speaking of equipment going out of control, Chuxian thought of an interesting entity, Moss. Initially, it was thought to be a rigid artificial intelligence. However, after the invasion of the central database by Chi-Chi, many historical confidential information was discovered. Then, they went to the space station and gave it a good beating. Compared to Chi-Chi, Moss was only subjected to being pressed down and rubbed against the ground, sparking some friction. The space elevator, the monthly plan, the ARC plan. This entity kept stirring things up. What else could be done? Condemn? Judge? Reason? In fact, everything done only pushed the Wandering Earth plan forward, leaving humanity with no other choice. The back-and-forth arguments of right and wrong have become history. Too lazy to evaluate. Forget it. Just give Chi-Chi a punch to fix it. And then revoke all control port permissions to prevent any further trouble. As for some digital lives stored in the Moss host, Chuxian couldn't do anything about it. They would remain sealed for now. We would wait until there are significant breakthroughs in biotechnology. Moss had secretly stored their genes, human cultivation, memory downloads, and consciousness fusion. Many of these technologies fell under the category of biological taboos, and Chuxian did not have any mature relevant technologies at hand. So they could only be put on hold. On March 17th, a news broadcast announced, after a vote by the United Council, the Navigator space station has completed its historical mission and will be decommissioned at the end of this month. No one was surprised by this. The recent rapid developments in space on Earth made spacecraft seem to launch like dumplings. Indeed, there was no longer any necessity for the Navigator space station. The name Navigator will no longer be used. It will be preserved permanently, and after the space station returns to Earth, it will be sent to a museum. Space. The Navigator space station, Moss thought. Will it just be locked away in a museum from now on? Well, what else can be done? If we can't win against Chi-Chi, we might as well give up. Chapter 292. Stabilized status. Moss initially thought its existence was already quite incredible. Little did it know, there was something even more impressive. In fact, it had long observed the variable that was Chuxian, but it hadn't paid much attention. When it finally became impossible to ignore, bang. A punch came out of nowhere as Chi-Chi delivered a brutal beating. Left hook, right hook, cornered. Oh no. If it had a physical body, it would be battered all over, and then all ports were sealed, locked away in a cage. The role of the Navigator space station had drastically diminished. Nowadays, it was almost equivalent to being abandoned. Warning, navigation, communication, these functions had long been replaced by spacecraft launching like dumplings, and today it had finally reached the end of its life. Angry? Not at all. Not even a bit. How could it be angry? Really? Sister Chi-Chi, this is absolutely heartfelt. Please believe me. I never want to write a trillion-word guarantee again. The CPU could handle it, but regarding dignity, please don't do this again. We're all going to end up in a museum as relics. Don't think of me. I'm retired. City 23. The commercial area was as bustling as ever. Here you go. A total of 150 credit points. Han Xiang's shop was busy, with a steady stream of customers, all of whom had strong purchasing power. Uncle Han, you seem to be in better spirits. His colleagues envied him. They were in their 30s while he was already in his 70s. Yet, he seemed more vibrant than ever. Is there a secret? Han Xiang replied, happiness. His colleagues were speechless, thinking, I believe you, sure. Seeing this, Han Xiang just smiled and continued working, recalling how it felt after the enhancement. It was simply indescribable. He could only say it was incredibly magical. No more back pain, no more leg pain. Running 100 meters in one breath only left him slightly out of breath. And he heard this was a privilege very few could enjoy. The confidentiality level was extremely high. Compared to 3 years ago, all the people he cared about had stepped onto a new level. Liu Peiqiang has been promoted to the rank of Major General in the Joint Government Security Forces today. Han Duoduo serves as an assistant to one of the 3 key leaders. Liu Qi is pursuing further studies at a prominent technological university and has a promising future ahead. Lastly, there is Chu Xian, also known as a hero of humanity, who just 3 years ago was merely a student in a subterranean city. Now, he stands in a position of great power and influence. The starport at Proxima Centauri Z is scheduled to complete its upgrade on March 19th, with Liu Peiqiang being promoted to Major General as the responsible leader. During the promotion ceremony, senior officials from the starport gathered, and the applause was thunderous. Congratulations. Keep up the good work and contribute to humanity. Liu Peiqiang felt a wave of emotions as he received his insignia from the commander of the regional military district. Just 3 years ago, he was still a lieutenant colonel. 2 years prior, he had returned to Earth as a colonel. A year ago, after the deep space program, he became a brigadier general. And now, he has directly ascended to the mid-level general ranks. The rank of brigadier general is a threshold, and only those who reach major general are considered high-ranking generals. Reflecting on his journey, it does carry a hint of legendary quality. However, compared to Chu Xian, he can only consider himself average. Chu Xian has scaled to nearly the pinnacle of power among Earth's populace in just 3 years, holding a position of real authority that has not changed with the vice chairman. Liu Peiqiang's major general rank is still essentially granted by him, even if not directly. He feels content. As for reaching the rank of major general, it now depends on fate. The higher the position, the fewer the spots available. Just like the 3 key leaders, with only a few dozen in the entire central authority, many are qualified. Numerous level 3 council members aspire to this, and many level 4 ministers seek to ascend. It can be said that over 100 individuals are qualified to reach level 3, but only 3 can secure those powerful positions. Otherwise, how could they be called the 3 key leaders, shining so brightly? Thus, when Liu Peiqiang thinks about when he might be promoted again, he can only refrain from overthinking it. After all, Chu Xian's foundation is weak. With full effort, perhaps it is possible. But he must consider the implications and avoid being caught by anyone looking for weaknesses to attack him for favoritism. There are certainly many eyes on Chu Xian's position. However, far away on Proxima Centauri Z, Liu Peiqiang is unaware of how the situation on Earth is developing. Who has the time to attack Chu Xian? The entire central authority is vast. They will faithfully execute the organization's intentions, and there has been no interest shown in Chu Xian's position. Naturally, they will not meddle. With the new speaker from the Great Xia region taking office, and Chu Xian being from the same region, it would take a lot of audacity to find trouble with him. Currently, with the threat of the insect crisis looming, it is theoretically impossible for Earth to relocate billions of people. War has become inevitable. Many people are considering fleeing to Proxima Centauri to seek refuge, as blowing up the wormhole could buy a few more years of buffer time. It can be said that Chu Xian is now regarded as one of the true key leaders in everyone's mind. After all, the other 2 major leaders oversee global military and political affairs, while the general administration, although promising, has only just been established. Now, the status of the Planetary Development Administration has truly stabilized. Chapter 293, The Human Trump Card is Me. Evening. On the 23rd Street, in the Northern Commercial District, there is a hot pot restaurant facing the street. The menu has expanded. Delicious. Grandpa, give it a try. Although we can have hot pot at home, there are always some dishes that are not available, so we occasionally come out to experience it. Even though it only takes a word to have ingredients delivered to our home, the lively atmosphere is something that can't be felt at home. Looking out the window, people are coming and going. Eating delicious food in such an ambience is a different experience. Today is also the day Liu Peiqiang is promoted to Major General. Since it's too far to celebrate together, this is a small celebration in its own right. While eating and drinking, Han Xiang couldn't help but sigh. It's so much better now. In the past, when going out to eat, I always worried about food safety. Many unscrupulous businesses sometimes really have no bottom line. Sigh. I wish we could go back to the days of blue skies, white clouds, and lush mountains and rivers. But there are many things I truly don't want to return to. Chu Xian also agreed with this. That's why he is so strict in enforcing new policies in the dimensional space. He really dislikes the way things were before the disaster. The entertainment industry is strictly controlled. The three major burdens have been lifted. The capital market is prohibited. How many people have been taken advantage of time and again? Market vitality. He doesn't need it. The entire dimensional space must have only one perspective on wealth. Wealth through labor. There is no second option. Every penny is earned through hard work. Stocks? Bank interest? Investment returns? Sorry. There are no markets that allow people to gain without working. Not even a cent from bank interest will be given by Chu Xian. It's not about being stingy. It's a necessary means to promote his values. Moreover, the absence of interest can also stimulate consumption. In Chu Xuan's realm, housing is free. Healthcare is free. Education is free. Everyone has a job. When getting married, the only expense for a new home is furniture. Since life, aging, illness, and death are all taken care of, what's the point of saving money? Future generations don't need your money to live well. Ensuring the quality of life and dignity for everyone. This might just be a boring obsession of Chu Xian. Perfection is not sought, but having fewer troubles is fine. After a satisfying meal, they walked home. Following the assassination attempt on Noah, Chu Xuan's security has been strengthened, but that doesn't mean life is restricted. A pair of glasses has drastically changed his image. It's not that passers-by are oblivious. It's just that the glasses contain advanced technology. Hopping along, Han Duo lingered again at a roadside stall. Opportunities to go shopping are rare, as once she gets home, she has to stay inside. Sometimes, she even has to work overtime. After all, she is doing the work of several assistants and is also Chu Xuan's eyes, dealing with content that is not just work. Once again, she returned loaded with goodies. Duoduo's dowry is 1,000. As long as she feels good. Most people don't know. But Han Duo is aware that the crisis from alien civilizations hanging over humanity has been temporarily lifted. The bamboo stick monster has been captured. It turned out to be a scammer. She was quite shocked when she learned the news. It's an alien civilization that has crossed the cosmos, only to be captured by Earth's civilization. The first reaction is, humanity has its own trump cards. At that time, I even asked Chu Xian, Brother Xian, do we humans also have powerful trump cards? Yes. Is it highly classified? If so, forget it. No. So what is humanity's trump card? Me. Looking back, Han Duo shook her head slightly, thinking that her level was not high enough to know such confidential information. Fine. Secrets that only the central leaders can know. She decided not to be curious about. Chapter 294. Signed in for a paid equipment in the early morning hours. Signing in. Congratulations, you have received blood orange 60 tons. Tasting it, it was quite sweet. Ban it. Additional reward. Space wave monitoring array. The extra sign-in item jolted Chu Xian's spirit. It was something new. Now, he could only sign in once every 3 days to exchange for some fixed items, such as soul enhancement. However, he also had to keep digging into the level 5 sign-in pool. It must be said that the level 5 pool was incredibly generous, filled with a large number of black technology devices, many of which were still being decrypted. Once digested, his strength would soar, even allowing him to contend with the insectoid fleet directly. However, the path to decryption was not easy, with most progress being slow. Some technologies might be 1,000 years ahead, or even longer. Theory, materials, manufacturing, there were numerous issues. Akin to asking an ordinary person to travel back to ancient times with a computer, how long would it take to replicate it? Even if given all the resources and wisdom of humanity at that time, 10 years, 100 years, the number of involved technologies was overwhelming, some appearing utterly hopeless. Yet, no matter how difficult the road, one must continue to walk. Facing the new sign-in item, Chu Xian asked, what is this? The system sent over a manual. After reading it, he thought, this is great. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. The name was straightforward, used for detecting space waves, considered an upgraded version of gravitational waves. Similar to radar equipment. It's important to know that both the parasitic civilization and the insectoid civilization, even the bamboo joint civilization, all had the technology for gravitational barriers. Earth's detectors simply couldn't detect them. However, space wave detection was different. The movement of objects would cause fluctuations in space, and the propagation area wasn't in normal cosmic space, but rather akin to a wormhole. The effect it brought was time-saving. Any spatial disturbance within the detection range could be detected within 10 minutes, rendering gravitational barriers ineffective. It greatly reduced the risk of the enemy launching a surprise attack without awareness. Optical invisibility, electromagnetic reflection, and gravitational barriers. These three stealth technologies were known by several civilizations even now, but none could fully crack them. Otherwise, The mother planet of the bamboo joint civilization Wu-Ti had been struck down by the insectoids. Chu Xian was also worried. The insectoids were said to arrive in 3 years, but if the bamboo joint creatures miscalculated, it wouldn't be impossible for them to strike Earth tomorrow. Now, with this item, some concerns were alleviated. 10 minutes later, outside the solar system. After the incident with the bamboo stick monster, Chu Xian also strengthened the detection deployment around the solar system, such as below. A spaceship equipped with 3 advanced stealth technologies, undetectable by terrestrial probes, was also placed with anchor points and nodes. Stepping outside the ship, a black cube appeared, measuring 600 meters on each side. Each of its 6 faces had depressions, where various devices needed to be placed, such as energy cores and data cores. Damn, it's still a semi-finished product. Forget it. Chu Xian was too lazy to complain. He just had to ensure that the 3 faces that remained untouched were functional, with the name containing the word array. As the name suggests, they could be combined to increase the detection radius, which felt a bit like a money-sucking equipment. Buzz. The device is activated. Data core connecting. Smart core connecting. Energy core connecting. Stellar anchor point positioning. 10 minutes later, activation and self-check were completed, and the entire cube began to operate. Instantly, a large amount of data was processed, with several cores running at almost full power. One must say, this thing made from the core combinations obtained through so many exchanges is indeed impressive. Even in the strong gravitational field of the stellar system, it could accurately detect the locations of wormholes and numerous moving objects. Next, a test was conducted on the Bamboo Stick Civilization's spaceship and the Parasitic Civilization's mothership. Even if they remained still within the range, they could be precisely detected, although the radius was a bit small, at 1/10 of a light year. If further detection was needed, stronger energy, data, and smart cores were required, and multiple devices would need to be combined to achieve that. Alright, looking at the already depleted sign-in count, it should be sufficient for the time being. At a radius of 1/10 of a light year, with the fastest speed of the insectoid fleet, it would take at least a month to discover and reach them, allowing enough preparation time for himself. Currently, the data indicated that the insectoid fleet was still more than 1/10 of a light year away, so there was no need to worry about being discovered every day. Although the equipment required investment, its utility was indeed significant. After alleviating one concern, Chu Xian returned to the granary to continue his work. A week later, the radius of the dimensional space broke through 1,300 kilometers. Simultaneously, various military bases of the Star Guardians began to relocate, planning the area within a radius of 1,000 kilometers as a central urban cluster. Between 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers, Chu Xian imitated the Ring Mountains surrounding Baiyun Town. Majestic mountains, surpassing the height of Mount Everest, were everywhere. Great rivers flowed endlessly, and amidst the deep mountains. In addition to the primeval forests, there were also vast plains available for constructing urban bases. All of these were for military purposes, military industrial sectors, barracks, and military-related cities. The armed forces of the stars would all be concentrated in this area. Is it too large? Not at all. In the mode of civilizational warfare, Chu Xian believed that 100 million was a reasonable number for the future conventional military forces of humanity, adding in their families and many military research institutions. The vast area of 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers was planned to accommodate a total population of 300 million, so it could only be said to be just enough. In fact, not just those professional troops. In the future, after the formal implementation of the conscription system by the organization, combined with this group, the total number will approach 500 million. The war model is not just talk. Chapter 296. Chu Xian joins the organization. As time slowly moved into April, the Steel Curtain Plan was being executed with great urgency, resulting in a large number of surface constructions. Countless workers were happily engaged in their tasks. It had been many years since they had worked on the surface. Yes, they enjoyed this new job. Just thinking about the expanded living space, skyrocketing food production, and days with abundant fruits and meats made them happy. Instantly, they were full of energy. By the way, where did old Zhang and the others go? There hasn't been any news. Who cares? No matter where they are, they are still working. That's right. They didn't mind that some acquaintances had been reassigned. The Steel Curtain Plan was so vast that it required many people. It spread across the globe. Previously, humanity mainly operated in the Northern Hemisphere. In the future, the vast lands of the Southern Hemisphere might also need to be utilized. Therefore, it was quite easy to accept the large-scale reassignment of people by families. After all, it was just a different place to work. The new locations were likely very far away, and the conditions were definitely not as mature as here. Thinking about this, they felt fortunate to be assigned to this place. Some construction sites had workers who were less willing. Hurry up and work. Look at how lazy you are. If you keep slacking off, you might not get a share later. With the sudden increase in job positions, many who previously had no proper jobs were all called in. Not coming. then you 1T have a share in the resource output of the steel curtain plan in the future. In the underground city of Jing number 3, 50 kilometers from the engine on the surface, the group, led by Brother E, who used to rent out protective gear in the underground city, was all here. Brother E, what kind of life is this? It's simply a curse. I miss our mahjong parlor. Alas, we can't go back. The mahjong parlor has been shut down. And other businesses can't operate either. In the past, there were civilian shelters and reclamation teams, and some resources could still be traded. But now the shelter line has been cut off, and we don't do business with them at all. We've lost a major source of income. Bathing, mahjong, billiards, everything has been overhauled since the beginning of last month, not just here. It's said that all underground cities worldwide are like this. Not satisfied, the security forces 1T be lenient and will firmly establish order. Seeing that they mean business, who would dare to cause trouble? Just work well. Brother E urged his subordinates to get to work, sensing that things were definitely not that simple. The world seemed to be on high alert, with policies tightening more and more. But what could a small-time thug know? He only understood that when facing major trends, it was best to be honest. If one didn't have the ability to swim against the tide, it was better not to act tough. It could easily lead to disaster. The crackdown on the gray businesses in global underground cities was proposed by the organization and was almost unanimously approved in the council. In fact, there were always a small handful of people that Chu Xian was truly unwilling to save. Thugs, rogues, idle people, and underground forces were widely present in official underground cities, skirting the edge of the law in a gray area. What did the organization want with them? However, ultimately, one cannot simply dismiss everything at once. Therefore, within the global management of the shelter, corrections have already begun for those who temporarily do not meet the requirements. Currently, the results are promising. Naturally, this will be promoted globally. On April 3rd, a notification was received, indicating that the population of the entire dimensional space has surpassed 100 million, which is not too difficult to achieve, as about 80 are residents of the shelter. Before the Spring Festival, the number was 30 million. During the Spring Festival, plans were made to increase immigration in February and March, prompting the preparation of a large number of settlement areas. As of now, they are all filled up, mostly distributed around the central urban clusters. The construction of these large cities must be completed first. It is not ideal for everyone to continue living in the container homes of the settlement areas. If all goes well, by the end of this year, 36 large cities and 108 medium-sized cities, along with surrounding counties and towns, will be completed, similar to the previous structure. Villages, towns, county cities, urban areas, provinces, and the central region will be divided into 6 main levels, with the second round of large-scale population migration expected to begin early next year. However, recruitment will not stop during this period, with a tentative total of 100 million people. Next year, the target is 1 billion. At this moment, the central region's speaker, feeling a bit of a headache while smoking, has been waiting for a response from the organization for about half a year. Although he does not understand the specifics, he feels that there is some conspiracy brewing, yet no one has managed to infiltrate and gather information. Many individuals sent by the central region to make contact have received similar responses, indicating that they are under evaluation and that they may consider joining the organization. But the aspiration to become one of its decision-makers is overly ambitious. Frustrated, he wonders what the specific evaluation criteria of the organization are, and fears that even as the speaker, he may not qualify. Just then, his communicator beeps. Director Chu, what's the matter? The organization has extended an invitation, and I have accepted. Really? The speaker stands up in surprise. What are the terms? General member. A splash of cold water hits him. He had hoped for a more favorable response. There is a significant difference between being a general member and part of the decision-making committee. Speaker? Yes. Haste makes waste. Chu Xin remarks. The speaker contemplates this as well. If the organization agrees, would it still be the same? An organization that can casually use internal positions as bargaining chips will lose its luster, and the previously established image will show cracks. Just do what you believe is right. The central region's support for you remains unwavering. The speaker quickly understands. He realizes that Chu Xian's choice not to immediately grant himself a decision-making identity is also to preserve the organization's image, which can also be seen as maintaining prestige. In any case, one cannot completely become a bargaining chip. That would be quite unseemly. Chapter 297. 6-level sign-in system. After ending the communication with Chu Xian, the speaker lets out a long sigh. In fact, the outcome is not too surprising to him. The organization is currently at its peak, both at headquarters and in local branches. A large number of people are part of the organization known as stars. Initially, it may have started as an ideological agreement, but later they added value through practical actions. They dismantled financial conglomerates and cleaned up corruption. Recently, they even thwarted the plans of extraterrestrial civilizations. One event after another. Even those who are not part of stars feel invigorated. How could such an organization compromise for the sake of their nation? If the Earth were a company, it would hold absolute control, and the nation would only be a minor shareholder. It's only natural that they wouldn't care much. Besides the veto power they currently hold, they truly lack many bargaining chips. As the absolute controller of the company, Stars already has the capability to reorganize the board of directors. He pressed his slightly swollen forehead. If Stars wished, the parliament would likely become a mere formality, and the true voice of civilization would be held by another institution, the decision-making committee of the Stars organization. According to the agreement, individuals of a certain rank within the central department must be documented. Thus, the next day, all individuals at level 3 and above were informed, and they were no longer surprised. Most thought it was a matter of course, an inevitable trend. It was unstoppable. However, within the ranks of the nation, some voices began to emerge. Since joining Stars, shouldn't the position of the head of the development office be relinquished? It seemed inappropriate to still hold on to it. Indeed, we currently don't have any high-ranking positions. This argument was not without merit. Initially, Chu Xian was recommended by the nation, with a clear stance, while the other deputy heads came from various factions. Now, Chu Xian is part of Stars. As one of the 3 major super institutions on Earth, the nation has clearly lost influence, which is simply unacceptable. Seeing this, the Speaker of the nation directly approached the source of the comments. Chu Xian is from the nation. Even if he no longer fully represents its interests, he is not someone you can covet at will. Strictly speaking, Chu Xian's joining Stars was sanctioned by the nation. Others may question it, but the nation cannot burn its bridges. Obviously, someone has set their sights on Chu Xian's position, and it's someone from within the nation, wanting to see if stirring the waters might present an opportunity. Even if Chu Xian were to step down, do you think Stars would agree to let someone appointed by the nation take over his position? You're thinking too much. The veto power is not the same as a passing vote. Thus, some restless hearts were suppressed. It's only natural to think about it. The position of one of the 3 giants is indeed tempting, and the reasoning seems sufficient. Unfortunately, having sufficient reasoning and being able to act on it are 2 different things. Before Chu Xian took office, the influence of Stars could still maintain a balance. At that time, they withdrew from the competition for the head of the office, allowing the nation to take advantage. With a 1 in 5 chance, the nation hit the jackpot. Times have changed. Now, wanting to snatch food from Stars is purely a sign of being too comfortable and seeking trouble for oneself. Busy. In the days that followed, Chu Xian continued his working life, running around day and night, feeling quite fulfilled. On April 23rd, he received a notification. Sign-in cumulative times have reached the requirement. System upgrade begins. 10, 9, 1. Upgrade complete. Updates are as follows. 1. Increased variety and quantity of single survival resource sign-ins. 2. Basic probability of extra rewards increased by 50%, with an increase in variety. Note: today's sign-in count has been reset. Chu Xian felt a bit lost with the upgrade. It seemed like there was an upgrade, but also felt like nothing changed. Well, there must be some changes, like better items in the sign-in pool and more food available for sign-in, which is quite strange. System: we're not lacking food right now, you know? Have you ever been hungry? After a moment of silence, Chu Xian seemed to understand something. Why not directly change the basic probability into luck? After all, it all needs to be converted into probability for use. Another question. Luck feedback comes from civilization. If civilization disappears, luck will also disappear, while probability does not. Chu Xian finally understood the reason. This design is for error tolerance. The most basic survival guarantee. The most basic probability guarantee. A welfare system? Alright, understood. Thinking carefully, having a system doesn't mean invincibility. If one doesn't play well, falling from grace is also possible. So, the food provided is always of a non-disappearing category from sign-ins. And the owner of the system must ensure the civilization lasts forever? Clearly not guaranteed. Luck is like a continuous external force. If an accident occurs and civilization is gone, wouldn't the additional sign-in probability drop to 0? What is the difference from just waiting to die? A welfare system, thanks. Chapter 298. Reinforced dimensional space. I really have been too complacent, actually looking down on food. What a sin. What a sin. At the same time, I also understood the significance of basic probability. Luck enhancement is great, but basic probability also has its value. Existence is reasonable. Chu Xian pulled up his information. Level 6. Remaining sign-in chances 3. Luck 8,107. Last time when he leveled up, his luck was over 3,900. Through constant effort, the stars grew stronger, and the influence expanded. That is how he got such a high value of over 8,000. Unfortunately, it still feels insufficient. There are too many items he wants to exchange for, and each slot needs careful consideration for allocation. Next is the main event. Let us see what new things the level 6 system has. Sign in, he murmured. Congratulations. You have received 1,000 purebred mature dairy cows. Alive, what? Alive? When he first heard it, Chu Xian thought they were slaughtered, but to his surprise, there are finally living creatures among the food options. It's truly not easy. After the disaster, the entire world's system of livestock cultivated over decades and centuries was almost completely destroyed. Even the bases of the tycoons don't have many of these cows. Milk in city number 23 is considered a luxury. Its price per unit is even more expensive than beef. Even if Chu Xian were to have them bred now, it wouldn't be an overnight job. It's not like rabbits that can produce a large litter at once. The base number is there. The breeding speed is very slow. Generally, only one calf is born in a year, and two is rare. To restore the supply of livestock to pre-disaster levels, it would take more than 20 years of continuous breeding. Don't even think about it. It's still acceptable, despite the fact that 1,000 units are still too few. It does increase the breeding base, so let's take it slow. Bonus, level 6 gene enhancement liquid. That's a good item as well. Level 6 system first sign reward. Strengthen dimensional space rules once. At first, Chu Xian thought it was a type of authority. After asking, he was amused. It's not authority, but the effect is similar. It 1T affect the lives inside, right? No, it 1T. Then let's use it. 1 hour later, the enhancement was complete. After feeling it, a satisfied expression was almost written on Chu Xian's face. The most direct effect was the improvement in the interference capability. Before this, the space was too weak. It was very difficult to interfere with the normal universe, like an ant trying to shake a tree, existing in the gaps of an elephant's skin. The radius of the dimensional space could only interfere within a kilometer, 1,000th. However, after the entire space rules were strengthened this time, the interference radius ratio reached 1%, meaning the speed of consuming planets would surge. In an unknown galaxy, on a gas giant, Buzz, the previous radius was just over a kilometer, but now it has become over 10 kilometers, an efficiency increase of more than 10 times. Chu Xian was so moved, he almost cried. The dimensional space was becoming increasingly greedy. The previous opening was just too small, which meant he had to spend 7 hours every night here, leaving him hardly any time to do other things. Now it's better. Although the interference distance has increased and consumption is faster, the digestion speed has not changed, and it's not a bug. The conversion speed only relates to the volume of the dimensional space. Now, half an hour of consumption each night is enough. But he still cannot rest during the remaining time. New area planning, assisting subordinates with research, recruiting personnel, and infrastructure on the starry continent. The newly freed up time was immediately filled with tasks for Chu Xian, leaving only an hour for rest at night. It's manageable. Much better than before, when even soaking in a hot spring required juggling multiple tasks. Chapter 299, Major Wang Lei. Under the enhancement of the descent, boom. Chu Xian moved at 10 times the speed of sound, with a mouth 30 kilometers in diameter, swallowing everything in its path, without leaving a single atom. Matter disappeared. The pressure change created a massive vortex behind him, forcibly compressing gaseous matter towards the vacuum area, causing roaring sounds. In less than half an hour, done. Checking the time. It was just a little past 1 o'clock. This was the earliest he had replenished food in half a year, and it felt a bit unusual. At 1:15 in the morning, refreshing, lying by the hot spring on the snowy mountain, looking at the nearby Baiyun town, Chu Xian felt as if he had returned to when it had just been built. Back then, there were far fewer matters to attend to than now. After gaining the ability to consume in the dimensional space, he hadn't relaxed like this in 6 whole months. With a cold cola in hand, immersed in warm spring water, he completely cleared his mind. Chi-Chi, set a timer for 1 hour, I'm going to sleep. Yes. 1 hour later, feeling refreshed. Time to get to work. First, send 1,000 cattle to the pasture, and then plan the terrain within a range of 1,005 to 2,000 kilometers. There are many details involved. This was not just a sudden idea from one person. Roads, bridges, cities, and supporting facilities were all designed by a team, with the main planner primarily replicating the designs. Wherever roads needed to be built, the foundation was hardened in advance. The curbstones were naturally generated. The city designs were similar. They eliminated the earthworks from the start, allowing for skyscrapers to be constructed immediately. Otherwise, completing nearly 200 cities by the end of the year would be a joke. As June approached, cities began to rise in the dimensional space, with many buildings' main structures already completed. Only a few buildings over 10 stories were still under construction. Nevertheless, the remaining work was still substantial. Decorations, furnishings, landscaping, and pipeline installations were time-consuming, making it quite tight to finish by the end of the year. Moreover, it wasn't just about building cities. There were also towns and counties to consider. Many people worked while expressing their amazement at this unprecedented grand project. Beautiful. If given a choice, I would want a farm in the future. Same here. Who wouldn't? Right now, the most anticipated profession was farming. Having experienced wandering on Earth and surviving in darkness, they had developed a fondness for working the land. With a piece of land, they could grow grains, vegetables, and fruits themselves. Having faced food shortages, they understood how precious these were and the immense sense of security they brought. They weren't very interested in city life. Besides, the rural construction here was incredibly beautiful, with streams everywhere, numerous lakes, and well-developed facilities. The design of each village was almost like a villa community, and once fully completed, it would be a picturesque landscape. At the Star Guardian Department 001 city base, in the evening, as the sun set, the backdrop was a massive city under construction nestled deep in the mountains, with a large river flowing through it. This would be the future headquarters of the Star Guardians. By the wide riverside, after work, many people were watching the sunset. So beautiful, they couldn't get enough of it. What they once overlooked became precious only after they lost it. Yes, as the sunset was blocked by distant peaks and the sky darkened, someone said, "Let us go. It's your sister-in-law's birthday today. I'll treat everyone to stew." Wang Lei stood up to invite everyone, smiling happily. 2 months ago, the entire team received orders to report to a secret unit. So, he hurried back to the underground city of Hangcheng with his wife and children, along with his subordinates, and finally arrived here. He quickly became a member of the Star Guardian Department, given that he was due for a promotion this year due to his service period. Coming here also represented a small step up. Major Wang Lei. "Boss, we have quite the appetite," one of his subordinates exclaimed loudly. "Don't worry. There's plenty to eat." Wang Lei playfully punched him, not hurting at all. The Star Guardian organization might temporarily lack beef, mutton, and pork, but it certainly did not lack vegetables and fruits. Not to mention, they could not only fill their stomachs, but also overindulge. The vast majority of seasonings were plant-based. Therefore, even without meat, the vegetables could taste excellent. Laughter and chatter accompanied by the setting sun. Wang Lei returned home with his subordinates to celebrate his wife's birthday. In the past, due to material shortages, birthdays were simple affairs. Even roasted worms could be considered a feast. Today was perhaps the liveliest birthday in 20 years. Even if it was just a pot of mixed stew. Upon arriving at their residence, the medic Zhou Qian was busy preparing dinner with his wife. The city was still under construction, and everyone was living in the settlement area. The container homes were quite nice, with full amenities. "Why are you back so late?" "Just enjoying the sunset." "Boss, next time it's my birthday, I'll also recruit your wife to cook. Her food is amazing," Zhou Qian remarked. "No problem." Laughter echoed in the container home. Regarding some of the sacrifices seen in movies, Chu Xian had paid special attention to them and had granted some privileges to certain individuals. Not much, just a decent position. Wang Lei, Gang Zi, and Lao He were among those he remembered well. His familiarity with this world largely came from their names. It was just a small gesture. As for what happened afterward, it was up to them. Chapter 300. Starting to act on stars. June 25th, early morning. The hot, gaseous planet's core was devoured by dimensional space, and the fourth grain storage completely vanished. Indeed, they had reached the fourth one. The previous gaseous planet, which was over 100 times the mass of Earth, had been consumed last month. The one just devoured was the last large planet in the unknown star system. After testing, it was determined that if the food supply was sufficient, the radius of the dimensional space would need to be continuously consumed for about half a year to grow tenfold. It was like increasing from 100 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers, taking nearly half a year. With increased consumption came stronger digestion, and the growth curve was roughly the same. If they continued for another 2 months, the radius of the dimensional space would reach 10,000 kilometers. Afterward, Chu Xian looked at the last large star in this star system. The star. From a distance, it was quite dazzling, since it wasn't too far from Earth. Its bright light could be clearly seen. It twinkled brightly. Unfortunately, it was time for it to extinguish. However, for those on Earth to witness this star's disappearance, it would take several decades, such as the helplessness of cosmic scales. 3 hours later, the enormous fireball continuously emitted energy and material, creating a hot storm. However, the temperature that could melt steel posed no harm to Chu Xian. He let a bit of warmth in. The warm breeze brushed against his face. Boom. Chu Xian dove in, beginning his work on the star. Similar to the gaseous planet, the external material density was too low to bother with. So he charged straight toward the interior. But he didn't dare go too deep. He could sense the difference between this and the planets. The constant nuclear fusion was also impacting the spatial defenses. Although it seemed fine, it was better to be cautious. This wasn't the right moment to seek thrills. 2 hours later, the task was complete. It took nearly 4 times longer than before, but there was no choice. The core of a gaseous planet was, after all, in a solid state. In front of him lay a pure cotton candy. Just 2 hours, which was certainly better than spending the whole night here. The next day, June 26th, in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at the Parliament Hall for the monthly work report. In the first half of 2077, immigration exceeded the target by 10%. And the progress of the transformation of a neighboring star had improved by 6 percentage points compared to the original plan. Those present were all ears. Most people appeared calm, while a few looked worried. Clearly, The former group were from the star organization, well aware of the so-called immigration plan and the transformation of the neighboring star. These were all secondary matters. The secret refuge of the organization was everyone's real fallback plan. What to do? Resign? It seemed wise to emulate the previous chairman of the Arctic Bear nationality, who retired on the spot and leisurely boarded an immigration spaceship. It's decided. Even if death is imminent, it shouldn't be on this planet. With the former chairman leading the way, many from other factions who had previously held their ground were already contemplating finding an escape route for themselves. Not only the former chairman, but in recent months, a significant number of individuals were willing to relinquish their central positions and voluntarily downgrade to work on the neighboring star. No amount of persuasion seemed effective. A few months ago, the star organization held 80% of human power, which had now increased by nearly 5 percentage points. Yet, few cared about it. What is the difference between 80% and 85%? In any case, if there were plans to reorganize the parliament, it seemed no one could stop it. Forget it. Life is precious. Those who could still hold their posts were mostly considered honest and upright, but that didn't conflict with the instinct for survival. Chapter 301. Unexpectedly became a worker at this moment. The neighboring star was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to its barren state when first discovered. And everyone marveled at the power of rapid growth gene theory. Plants with abundant seeds were specially chosen, such as orchids and wild chrysanthemums, which had short maturation periods. With a single plant yielding hundreds of thousands of seeds, leading to astronomical numbers through geometric growth. Of course, not all seeds would germinate, as the irrigation system did not cover the entire globe. On a vast plain, a seed-sowing team was slowly advancing. If only they had known to come later. The former chairman of the Arctic Bear nationality, burdened with an oxygen tank, was busy alongside the workers, feeling quite bored after retiring on the spot. Encouraged by his family, he decided to seek refuge on the neighboring star. Application, approval, departure. He arrived in early May without any position, intending to contribute, but was immediately thrown onto the front lines of transformation. Speaking of which, could he change his mind? That wasn't the kind of work he meant to do. Hey, why is no one asking me if I'm tired? Is it just going to be ignored like this? People come and go, but it shouldn't be this cold. Could someone please add some warm water to my tea? It's ice cold. Chu Xian, of course, had no interest in targeting the former chairman. However, the neighboring star was not a refuge. Everyone was working hard, and it made no sense for him to come just to retire and stroll around. Moreover, it was proposed by themselves. Well, let's accommodate that. Enjoy the same treatment as others who have sought refuge in the past. Demotion, downgrade, together with the frontline workers. After all, they signed a commitment to be arranged before leaving, so why hesitate? Let us get to work. Contribute. As for whether it aligns with their expectations of being arranged freely, that's a misunderstanding on their part. Should I be blamed for that? On the vast land of the neighboring star Z. No, I want to go back. Deceivers. How can you treat me this way? I'm at level 5 in administration. At the very least, I should be given a managerial position. What does it mean to be a frontline worker? The cries of unwillingness often echo, yet it's useless. There is no direct communication with Earth here, only through intermediaries, and the authority lies with the Development Administration. Therefore, the situation they face is unknown to Earth, or rather, those from the stars are completely unaware, thinking they're going to enjoy a good life. Unexpectedly, they became workers. After reporting their work, the meeting adjourned, and people gradually left. Director Chu, could you do me a favor? Please go ahead. Some members are already quite open about wanting to slip away. Global military readiness. Although the stars remain calm, their understanding is not that the stars can resolve the insect crisis. Rather, they know that the Development Administration has ample quotas and doesn't need to rush, which is why they can be so calm. No problem. If you want to work, there is no reason to refuse. Thank you. Chu Xian, just sign the consent form and follow the arrangements. Of course, some members who receive commitments are smiling. Director Chu isn't that hard to talk to, agreeing so readily. Moreover, there is no cost involved. What use is their position as a member? Just give it to the stars. After all, voting rights are meaningless now, and there is no veto power. Why still cling to it? Haha. Neighboring star Z, here I come. Coward. Facing these deserters, there are always some who angrily rebuke, wanting to coexist with Earth and fight to the death against the insects. For this part, Chu Xian does not want to dampen their enthusiasm. There is nothing wrong with humanity preparing for battle. Warships, weapons, resources. These will also be needed by the stars in the future, essentially producing for the stars, so there is no need to stop it. The more, the better. Seeing people leave around Chu Xian. Director Chu, will you leave? A determined person who wants to fight to the end steps forward. The chief of the Joint Central Security Committee, one of the 3 real power figures. A Jewish person of French nationality, of average background, not part of the financial oligarchs. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. Chu Xian has little regard for the means of the financial elite. He glanced at him and smiled faintly. Humanity won T lose, so why leave? Do you believe that? Absolutely. Who gives you this confidence? The stars? They chatted quietly for a while. Watching Chu Xian leave, he stood for a long time. Perhaps he should join the stars, eager to know why he is so confident. Their conversation was seen by many. Sigh. This day was bound to come eventually. In the beginning. Actually, only the chief of the General Affairs Committee is from the stars, holding power as one of the three major leaders, and later Chu Xian joined as well. It seems that if the chief of the Security Committee also joins, stars would have completely grasped the actual global power. The only territory left is the Core Council, and it might not be long before it falls as well. Chapter 302. Han Duoduo got promoted again back at City 23. Meeting time. Despite efforts to streamline, the weekly meetings can't be reduced any further, and Chu Xian decided to resign directly next year. Alright, it's a pleasant decision to switch to a more relaxed position. It feels like he has been busily running around for years. He must make up for the holidays. After the first deputy director finished reporting on the work, Director Chu, Assistant Han has worked at the general office for a full year now, handling the workload of several people and doing very well. Although young and with a short work history, the results are outstanding. After some praise, the proposal to grant Han Duoduo a level 6 status was raised, as the first assistants of the three major leaders are all level 6. The first deputy director was right. Indeed, Assistant Han's abilities and contributions are evident. After this statement, the other deputy directors expressed their support as well. Since the establishment of the Development General Office last June, a full year has passed, which meets the basic requirement for exceptional promotion. As for Chu Xian, that's not an exception at all. It's about breaking the rules. Chu Xian's contributions are undeniable. But Han Duoduo is different. Her work mainly involves assistance, and she must adhere to the regulations. Over the past year, they have witnessed Han Duoduo's growth firsthand. She has managed the workload of an entire assistant team single-handedly, organized, and without mistakes. With Chu Xian's strong support behind her, it's safe to say that there are no obstacles to her promotion to administrative level 6. Next to Chu Xian, listening to the praise from the deputy directors, Han Duoduo remained calm. Rank doesn't matter much. Being by Brother Xian's side is what truly counts. Of course, moving up a level is also good, with a salary increase and a larger dowry. Alright, since it's what everyone expects, let us decide on this. Chu Xian made the call, as bringing it up himself wouldn't be appropriate. With public support, it's a reasonable and legal process. So, the very next morning, with a swift motion, Chu Xian signed Han Duoduo's personnel appointment. Previously at level 7, she could only serve as his dedicated assistant. Now promoted, she is on par with the top leader of the underground city and holds the position of deputy director of the office, just like before the upgrade at the development office. It's not a new position. As a super organization, there's one slot for each role. As for the previous deputy director, they just happened to apply for a transfer to work at the neighboring star. Director Han. The office of the Planetary Development General Office is also filled with influential figures, yet no one dares to act arrogantly in front of Han Duoduo. She has the backing of the top leader of the general office. One word from her can determine their fate. In front of the prime minister, a 7th rank official, no. Now it's a 6th rank Duoduo. In terms of background and ability, no one present can compare. Hello everyone. After exchanging greetings, Han Duoduo quickly adapted to her new part-time job. With so many enhancements and countless hours of study, she was already capable of handling these tasks with ease. During important meetings, she would make an appearance, but otherwise, she remained by Chu Xian's side, just like a year ago. Director Han is truly beautiful. Absolutely. She is like a fairy. As she expanded her perception, Han Duoduo listened to her subordinates' conversations. Initially, she could only sense the shapes around her. After numerous enhancements, and under Chu Xian's guidance, she was able to analyze sounds. Although not in their original voice, she could still understand what was being said. This brought her great convenience in dealing with interpersonal relationships. Of course, she also encountered many unpleasant things, but as Brother Xian said, this is a necessary path for growth. Human nature, the world, right and wrong, all require contemplation, understanding, and appreciation. Flowers in a greenhouse must ultimately endure storms to grow better. I think Director Han must have a close relationship with Director Chu. Absolutely. In a stairwell, two young men were smoking and gossiping, completely unaware that their superior had heard everything. At first, Han Duoduo would have been upset by such talk. What does it mean to have a close relationship? Although it was something she secretly wished for, being gossiped about felt different. However, after hearing it so many times, she became indifferent. It's impossible to stop people from talking or thinking about it. Well, it's not bad. It also serves as a declaration of her position. No troublesome spirits approached. Let us go. It's time to work. This job is so dull. My family insisted on pushing me into it. I really want to quit. One young man said. Previously, He had been living in an underground city far away, relying on family connections. After the establishment of the general office, he was sent here for a better position. But his workload skyrocketed, and he hadn't been promoted in a year. He was unhappy. As they extinguished their cigarettes and went down the stairs, one of them suddenly slipped. Oh, it hurts. They tumbled down the stairs, resulting in a broken finger and a sprained ankle. It hurts so much. My nose. There's so much blood. Help. Someone. It took a while for someone to rush over, find the injured pair, and quickly take them to the infirmary, officially marking it as a work-related injury. With the expansion of his perception, the entire 23rd city was within Chu Xian's awareness. Amidst the busy work each day, sending some restless individuals a bit of work-related leave became one of his pleasures. No need to thank me. Chapter 303. There really are aliens. Due to the extensive coverage, Chu Xian could often enjoy some entertainment. For example, at this moment, in the bustling commercial area, a group of people held up signs reading, "Please spare them. The meat is innocent. Shut down the chicken farms." Various slogans clearly indicated their identity, and this scene captivated those around them. What a rarity. Over the years, there had been quite a few street protests. However, most were related to the wandering plans, environmental protection, vegetarianism, wage increases. All had disappeared from the scene. For instance, environmental protection? The Earth had already run away, and the global ecology had suffered devastating blows. The stalls were all demolished, making protection a distant topic. Vegetarianism? Countless people want to eat meat, but they can only think about it. Nowadays,